transcending into the world of Dragon Ball. I've taken on the identity of Son Goku's brother. Lacking a system or any Saiyan ancestry, I am merely a human from Earth. Yet, I am determined to ascend to the pinnacle of power, to shatter the chains that bind existence itself. Chapter 1. The Dragon Ball World. Atop the vast expanse of Paozi Mountain, a strikingly handsome young man, around 20 years of age, floated gracefully in the air, arms outstretched. A shimmering white wave of energy enveloped him, causing his dark hair to stand on end as if charged with power. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing an icy glare devoid of emotion, as an invisible wave emanated from the pineal gland at the center of his forehead. In that moment, the wind stilled, and he descended slowly to the ground. Observing his hands, a hint of disappointment crossed his face as he sighed, unsatisfied with his current state. My name is Sun Wuling. This world is indeed the Dragon Ball universe I have traversed through realms. Moreover, I find myself as the younger brother of the protagonist, Son Goku. However, despite being Goku's sibling, I am no Saiyan, I am a human. I possess my own pride and have tirelessly pursued Goku's path, never faltering, always striving alongside him. From the moment Bulma arrived at Paozi Mountain, we embarked on countless adventures together searching for the Dragon Balls, training under Master Roshi, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, and once again competing in the tournament, ultimately overcoming Tien Shinhan. I barely managed to defeat Goku, claiming victory in that particular tournament, and subsequently vanquished King Piccolo, ascending to the realms of the gods for training, only to face Piccolo anew at the martial arts tournament. Though I have attempted to alter significant plot lines, alas, I lack the assistance of any systems or external aids. Synchronizing my progress with Goku's is already a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, I have made some changes. For instance, I have traded numerous fish to amass a substantial supply of senzu beans until the resources at Korin Tower were exhausted. The significance of senzu beans is well known among Dragon Ball enthusiasts. While I may not recall every minor detail of the story, I have retained the memory of pivotal events and elements. Moreover, my actions have altered the course of my encounter with Yajirobe, who now remains oblivious to my existence, a complete stranger in this world. Yet, it is still insufficient. As I gazed at my hands, I reflected upon the fact that Gohan is already 4 years old now. While my strength matches Goku's in the present, I am acutely aware of the madness that lies ahead in this world and the tremendous power Goku will eventually wield. Reclining on the grass, I stared into the azure sky, contemplating the path that lay before me. In my previous life, I was an avid admirer of the two-dimensional realm, fond of characters such as my Sakurajima, Hizuru Hazuki, and Shinobu Kocho. Compared to the nauseating dramas that made me feel as though I were swallowing flies, Dragon Ball opened the gateway to my appreciation of anime, revealing to me the essence of animated storytelling. I still vividly recall the exhilaration and emotion I felt upon witnessing Son Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan for the very first time. As for the notion of harems, it had never crossed my mind until I encountered those fanfiction stories. It was from that point onward that such thoughts began to take shape. In my previous life, I held no lingering attachments. My parents lived their years in tranquility, while I, on that fateful day, was thrust into this world amidst a thunderous roar, reborn as a tender infant. It was then that I was discovered by the grandfather of Son Gohan, and I now go by the name Sun Wuling, a seeker of martial arts in this realm. Uncle Wuling, it's time for dinner. A youthful voice rang in my ears, prompting me to spring to my feet. Before me stood a small boy, no taller than my knee, sporting a tail reminiscent of a monkey and bright, sparkling eyes. Atop his head rested a cap adorned with a 4-star Dragon Ball, Gohan. Son Gohan, the son of Son Wukong and Shishi, was named in honor of his grandfather. Yet, only I, Sun Wuling, recognized the true potential that lay within him. I scooped Gohan into my arms and soared through the skies using the flight technique, while Gohan, far from feeling fear, raised his little hands in sheer delight. Wow, observing Gohan's exuberance made me wonder if he could leap down on his own if I weren't holding him tight. Gohan, would you like to learn martial arts with us? One day, you could fly just like me and Wukong. I endeavored to entice Gohan into pursuing martial arts. Yet my attempts proved fruitless. It was not merely Shishi's influence, but rather Gohan's own aspirations that held him back. For now, it was not the right time. Once he matured a bit, I planned to guide him gently. After all, philosophy and martial arts are not mutually exclusive. Bruce Lee exemplified this by intertwining philosophy with Jeet Kune Do. Uncle Wuling, I aspire to be a great scholar in the future. Gohan's youthful voice resonated with unwavering determination. I refrained from imposing any forceful guidance. Having traversed this path myself, I understood the painful experience of having one's passions and dreams trampled by parents and those dearest to us. Interest is indeed the finest teacher. I smiled as I adjusted Gohan's crooked cap, saying, "Then Gohan, you must work hard. Both martial arts and becoming a scholar are no easy feats. Yes, Uncle Wuling. Before long, my gaze fell upon two three-story apartment buildings, showcasing a classical European architectural style. Despite this, the old house remained intact, a cherished remnant of our past, as Sun Wukong chose not to demolish it. As for electricity, with Bulma in the picture and the advanced technology of this world, such concerns were effortlessly resolved. After all, in the vicinity of Mount Paozi, wild beasts and dinosaurs roamed freely, making it unlikely for ordinary humans to survive here. Gently descending to the ground, he set down Son Gohan and entered the house. There on the sofa sat a man in his 20s, with tousled hair and clad in an orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character Kame on his chest and back. This man was none other than Sun Wukong. In contrast, Sun Wuling donned a purple martial arts outfit, reminiscent of Piccolo's attire, devoid of any inscriptions like Sun Wukong's. Sun Wuling had a penchant for purple and blue, and since Master Roshi did not concern himself with such trivial matters, Sun Wuling did not wear the traditional orange martial arts uniform like Sun Wukong. "And no need to wait for me," Sun Wuling declared, washing his hands before commencing his meal. Sun Wukong's voracious appetite was mirrored in Sun Gohan, both relishing their food with gusto. As for Shishi, Sun Wuling had long grown accustomed to her ways concerning the sources of their wealth, whether it be treasures of the world or those sunken beneath the sea. He felt no burden of worry in a nearby farmland. A bespectacled farmer toiled diligently in his field when a blazing streak of crimson light tore across the sky, painting it in a vivid hue of red. Boom! As the fiery object plummeted to the earth, the ground trembled violently, sending nearby birds and beasts scattering in alarm, while the farmer's straw hat fell to the ground, akin to a startled rabbit. What? What is that? A meteor? A UFO? As the tremor subsided, a massive plume of black smoke billowed from the site where the crimson object had landed. Beyond mere curiosity, a sense of dread gripped him. He feared that the luminous object could ignite a catastrophe upon the entire prairie. Despite his trepidation, the farmer hastily drove towards the site. Upon arriving, he observed a vast crater and cautiously approached, his hunting rifle in hand. Within that deep pit lay a spherical object, featuring a window of red glass. Puff! The side of the spherical object with the red glass slowly opened, causing the farmer to nearly lose grip of his rifle, his heart racing in his throat. Chapter 2. Power level of 5. As the hatch of the spherical object opened, a tall figure emerged, slowly levitating in the incredulous gaze of the farmer. Startled, the farmer instinctively stumbled back several steps, his trembling shotgun aimed at the imposing silhouette before him. On this serene and radiant day, the farmer's heart felt as cold as ice in the depths of a hellish abyss. The sight of the figure floating before him sent chills down his spine, shattering his long-held beliefs. The towering figure was clad in a black, broad armor, with brown stripes that lent an air of elegance. Special bracers adorned his wrists and ankles, while something resembling rope was wrapped around his waist. His hair cascaded down to his heels, and his visage bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. A peculiar device was affixed to his left ear, and dark green-tinted glasses obscured his left eye. This formidable man was named Raditz, a scion and the elder brother of Sun Wukong, who had sensed the invitation to the gathering from Master Roshi. What are you?" the farmer stammered, his shotgun still aimed at Raditz, his voice quivering with tension, betraying his unease. Raditz pressed a button on the device in his ear, and green-tinted lenses illuminated a series of numbers and unique symbols. "Humph, a power level of merely 5. Raditz sneered, the display's results igniting a contemptuous smile as he advanced toward the farmer. "Why you stay back? I'll shoot." The farmer's fear surged as Raditz continued his approach, and in a moment of desperation, he pulled the trigger. The shotgun fired, yet Raditz remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he caught the bullet in his left hand, flicking it back toward the farmer in a mocking display. With a sharp crack, the shotgun shattered, and the bullet pierced through the farmer's chest, leaving a grim mark on the vehicle nearby. Gazing at the now silent farmer, Raditz's disdain deepened. "What a feeble race," he scoffed. Suddenly, the detector emitted a violent response, drawing Raditz's attention to its readings. A powerful energy signature was detected ahead. Could it be Kakarot? With a leap, Raditz soared into the sky, heading toward the direction indicated by the device. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Sun Wuling were en route to Master Roshi's home by the sea. Sun Wukong cradled Sun Gohan as they rode on the Nimbus cloud, while Sun Wuling gracefully followed, utilizing his flight technique. A white streak of energy trailing behind him in the air. "We've arrived at Master Roshi's," Sun Wuling declared as he landed smoothly, and Sun Wukong descended from the Nimbus with Sun Gohan in his arms. "Master Roshi." Sun Wukong's call drew everyone from the turtle house, including Krillin. A bald boy dressed like Sun Wukong, and Master Roshi himself, a bald old man with a white beard and sunglasses. A woman with short blue hair, elegantly attired in a white coat, named Bulma, was the first to rush out. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, she exclaimed joyfully, Sun Wukong, Wuling. Her tone carried an inexplicable sentiment. Sun Wuling cast a sideways glance at Sun Wukong, reflecting on how he once thought they might end up together. Hey, Wukong, Wuling. Krillin also jogged over, his face lit with surprise. It's been ages. Sun Wuling's handsome visage broke into a faint smile. Bulma, curious, looked at the child in Sun Wukong's arms and inquired, Who is this child, Sun Wukong? Krillin chimed in. Have you taken up babysitting? Sun Wukong chuckled as he gently set down his son. He is my child. The revelation left Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi astounded, their jaws nearly dropping. Given their memories of Sun Wukong's naive nature, the notion of him having a child was utterly surprising. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Sun Gohan slightly bent forward and greeted them with a youthful voice. Hello, everyone. His name is Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong announced proudly. Sun Gohan then began to play with Master Roshi's old turtle. Is that so? You named him after your late grandfather. Master Roshi's comment brought a tinge of sadness to both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, particularly for the latter, who felt regretful for being too young and weak to alter such a fate. At that moment, Bulma knelt before Sun Gohan, smiling as she asked, Gohan, how old are you this year? Sun Gohan counted on his fingers, replying, 4. Bulma crossed her arms, her voice imbued with a playful lilt, astonished at how polite Sun Wukong's son was. Upon hearing the name Chi-Chi, Bulma paused, looking up at Sun Wukong. Their shared adventures had allowed her to witness much and understand her own desires more clearly, yet it felt too late. Everything was indeed too late. Gohan, what do you want to be when you grow up? Bulma asked. A scholar. Gohan replied, surprising Bulma, as he did not aspire to be a martial artist like Sun Wukong or Sun Wuling. Meanwhile, Raditz was flying in the direction indicated by his scouter, landing atop a hill where he encountered a green-skinned entity clad in a white cloak and purple martial attire, with slightly pointed ears. This being was named Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo sensed Raditz's presence, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. This power, could it be Sun Wukong or Sun Wuling? With a sound that tore through the air, Raditz landed smoothly before Piccolo, his long hair flowing in the wind. Upon noticing Piccolo, he felt a hint of disappointment. TCH, you're not Kakarot. Piccolo demanded, who are you? What do you want here? Unfazed, Raditz scanned Piccolo's battle power with his scouter. My target is not you. Battle power 822. Quite impressive, but not enough to challenge me. What did you say? Do you even know who you're talking to? Piccolo retorted, gritting his teeth in anger. Yeah, Raditz shouted. As Piccolo spread his palm, a ki blast was unleashed in an instant, striking Raditz with a resounding crash. Witnessing his ambush succeed, a smile appeared on Piccolo's face, but gradually, it faded away. Raditz opened his palm, and at that moment, every nerve in Piccolo's body tensed. Raditz's power far exceeded his own, a sensation of helplessness he had never experienced before. Suddenly, the scouter detected 2 powerful energy signatures, causing Raditz to halt abruptly. Following the scouter's indication, he sensed 2 immense power fluctuations. If one belonged to Kakarot, then who could the other be? It could very well be the strongest individual on this planet. Without hesitation, Raditz soared towards the direction indicated by the scouter, while Piccolo, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath under the immense pressure Raditz exerted. No, it couldn't be. Who could it possibly be? Beyond Goku and Gohan, there was someone else more formidable than he. Chapter 3, My Power. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Gohan, Goku, and others were engaged in conversation when suddenly, both Gohan and Goku sensed a powerful energy approaching them. Krillin and Master Roshi felt it too. What is coming? Goku inquired. Glancing in the direction of the energy, Gohan felt a flutter of anxiety. Raditz had finally arrived. Despite the events involving Piccolo, Gohan had not relaxed his training but had instead intensified it, along with Goku and Piccolo, who had also thrown themselves into rigorous training. However, Gohan was uncertain about his own battle power and lacked a clear understanding, but he was confident that it surpassed Goku's previous power level of over 300. Yet, to Gohan's relief, Raditz's energy did not overwhelm him. It was tangible. Even if he were to be defeated, it mattered not, for he had already gathered Dragon Balls, stored safely at home, and carried over 10 Senzu beans with him. He believed that even if he could not defeat Raditz, he and Goku together could at least achieve a mutually destructive end. With a rush, Raditz landed before Gohan, Goku, and the others. Goten, frightened, clutched Goku's pants, trembling as he gazed at Raditz. Raditz looked at Goku, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. The scouter registered Goku's power level, which pleased him greatly. You've finally grown, Kakarot. Goku looked at Raditz, puzzled. As Krillin prepared to confront Raditz, Gohan stopped him. Don't move, Krillin. He is not someone you can handle. Protect Bulma and Goten. Leave this to me and Goku. At Gohan's command, Krillin paused, but trusting Gohan and Goku, he lifted the trembling Goten and handed him to Bulma. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Master Roshi, Raditz turned his gaze towards Gohan, and the scouter revealed a power level that elicited a derisive laugh from him. So, Another worthless fighter with a power level of only 5. Sun Wukong Ling was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Raditz. His curiosity piqued about his own prowess. A subtle smile graced his austere countenance. "Oh, so that device you possess can measure a person's combat power?" Raditz maintained an impassive demeanor, albeit with a hint of amusement in his eyes, eager to witness what this insignificant creature with a mere power level of 5 intended to do. "Indeed. Let me ascertain my own combat power." Sun Wukong Ling ceased suppressing his aura, and a sudden surge of energy erupted forth from him. As his ki swelled, his hair danced in the turbulent air. The reason he could so adeptly conceal his aura stemmed from his training in the heavenly realm alongside Sun Wukong. He had excelled in an aspect where Sun Wukong had not. The atmosphere was as tranquil as the sky itself. Perhaps it was Sun Wukong Ling's intrinsic affinity for serenity and elegance, or perhaps it was a byproduct of his transmigration. Regardless, he achieved this with remarkable ease. Raditz observed the steadily ascending readings on the device, his expression gradually shifting from amusement to unease. 800, 900, still climbing, 1,000, 1,400. Impossible. A mere Earthling with a power level of 1,400? How could this be? 1,004 indeed. Sun Wukong Ling mused, surveying his hands. His strength now stood at 1,004, affirming that his years of rigorous training had not been in vain. 1,004, I shall match that. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong Ling's actions, Sun Wukong himself unleashed a radiant silver aura, causing his combat power to surge accordingly. Raditz quickly turned his attention to Sun Wukong, the device now registering his escalating power level from 900 to 1,000, 1,001, 1,002. At last, it stabilized at 1,350, a mere 50 points shy of Sun Wukong Ling, and not significantly different from his own. "No, this cannot be. Kakarot, you are merely a lowly warrior. How could you possess strength comparable to mine? It must be a malfunction." Raditz staggered back in shock. If the disparity in their combat powers were vast, he would dominate. However, the similarity in their levels suggested a stalemate. If Sun Wukong Ling had been concealing his true power, then the two formidable energies detected earlier could only belong to Kakarot, and who else? Could there be even more formidable beings lurking on this planet? At that moment, Raditz began to entertain thoughts of retreat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a testament to his mounting anxiety. 1,350. Sun Wukong Ling was also astonished upon hearing Sun Wukong's power level, surprised to find it 50 points lower than his own. Nevertheless, such a margin would scarcely matter in actual combat. It was entirely possible that due to his mastery of techniques and abilities, he could be bested by Sun Wukong. Yet, similarly, Sun Wukong Ling regarded Raditz, unable to recall the specifics of his combat power, but judging by Raditz's current demeanor, the difference was likely akin to that between himself and Sun Wukong, minimal. "Kakarot, do you truly remember nothing?" Raditz bellowed, his voice echoing with incredulity. "Humph." Raditz's tail, coiled around his waist, began to sway with agility. "Tail." Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Goku is also? Sun Wukong pointed knowingly at Raditz's tail. "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied. "Although I can't recall clearly, I did sustain a blow to my head when I was very young. But what of it? I am Sun Wukong, not Kakarot." "That is correct." Raditz's gaze turned icy as he cast a wary glance at Sun Wukong. "Let me inform you. You are not of this planet. You were born on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan, one of the mightiest warrior races in the universe, and I am your brother, Raditz." The terms universe and Saiyan sent tremors through Sun Wukong's body, the notion of being a Saiyan reverberating in his mind like a thunderclap. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin were equally taken aback by Raditz's revelation, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong hailed from the cosmos. Sun Wukong stepped forward, undeterred by the implications of being a Saiyan. "Regardless of what a Saiyan is, Sun Wukong remains my brother, who has lived on this planet all his life. As for you, Raditz, if you come as a guest, you are welcome. But your imposing demeanor suggests you have ulterior motives beyond simply reuniting with Wukong." His words dispelled the shadows of doubt lingering in Master Roshi, Bulma, Krillin, and Sun Wukong, who now regarded Raditz with increased resolve. "Indeed, what Wukong says is true." Bulma interjected vehemently. "If Wukong is a Saiyan, why would he appear on Earth?" "Haha." Raditz laughed heartily. "The answer is quite simple, Kakarot. You were sent here to annihilate the human inhabitants of this planet. We Saiyans are a proud warrior race, seeking out viable planets across the cosmos only to eradicate their human populations and sell the territories at a premium to those extraterrestrial beings in search of suitable worlds. That is our vocation. Planets with higher combat power are assaulted by adult Saiyans, while lowly planets like Earth are deemed sufficient for children like you." His disdain for Sun Wukong, a lower-class Saiyan, was palpable. Yet, it was astonishing that this very Sun Wukong possessed combat prowess nearly equal to his own. Suddenly, Raditz's pupils constricted as he sensed an impending attack. Sun Wukong's sibling, Sun Wuling, had clenched his fist and launched a surprise strike. Even though Raditz reacted, it was too late. He had not anticipated the ambush. Sun Wuling's fist struck Raditz squarely in the abdomen, causing him to gasp in pain. You bastard. Raditz transformed his fist into an open palm, conjuring a ki blast, but before he could retaliate, Sun Wuling was already poised before him, his hands pressed to his forehead. Solar flare. A blinding light enveloped the entire clear sky, causing Raditz to shut his eyes in agony, letting out a pained roar. My eyes. You bastard. I will kill you, damn Earthling. The air buzzed ominously. Sun Wukong summoned 2 golden, swirling energy blades in his palms, their serrated edges slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. Energy blade. This technique was one that Sun Wukong had thoroughly studied. Though Krillin was still in the process of learning it, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of regret about that. Whoosh, whoosh. While those attuned to sensing energy, such as Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Master Roshi, and Tien, could easily detect the energy blade, it was clear that Raditz could not. The stinging sensation in Raditz's eyes forced him to keep them tightly shut, yet his years of combat experience had instilled in him a dangerous instinct. He gathered 2 energy blasts in his palms and hurled them towards Sun Wukong, who was similarly within the range of the energy blade's attack. Bang! Boom! Raditz's combat power surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Even though the gap was narrow, he still held the upper hand. The energy blast shattered the lingering energy blade and struck Sun Wukong's form with unrestrained force. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to shield his chest and head. But the energy blasts collided with his arms, sending sparks flying. His sleeves tore, blood flowed, and the tremendous recoil caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. As Raditz regained his sight, he beheld Sun Wukong with arms outstretched, blood dripping from his fingers into the sea, a disheveled sight that made him laugh heartily. Ha ha! You bastard, daring to ambush me. Sun Wukong responded with a cold chuckle, but suddenly, a surge of intense danger compelled Raditz to look back. What? He saw the energy blade hurtling towards him and desperately tried to ascend, but it was too late. Thud! Although Sun Wukong did not achieve his ideal of cleaving Raditz in half, the energy blade severed Raditz's legs just below the knees. The severed limbs plunged into the ocean, where sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, devoured Raditz's legs in one swift bite, disappearing into the depths. Gasp! Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Gohan were all taken aback by Raditz's sudden fall. The entire confrontation had lasted a mere 10 seconds. Raditz, filled with fury, opened his mouth to gather an energy blast aimed at Krillin, Bulma, and the others. Oh no! Sun Wukong swiftly positioned himself in front of Bulma and Krillin, conjuring an energy blast in his hand, ready to hurl it at Raditz. Whoosh! Boom! Raditz cried out in pain as Sun Wukong delivered a kick to his crown, the beach crumbling beneath them. Raditz's head was driven deep into the sand, the beach erupting in a cloud of dust akin to a yellow sandstorm. Eventually, the chaos subsided, restoring tranquility. Wukong, are you alright? Sun Wukong noticed Sun Wukong's condition and inquired with concern. I'm fine, Sun Wukong replied, grasping Raditz by the hair and lifting the bloodied figure as if discarding refuse, tossing him away into the distance. Sun Wukong raised the device and aimed it at Raditz, revealing his current combat power, 640. It appeared that he was quite severely injured. Removing the device, he tossed it to Bulma and approached the struggling Raditz, stepping decisively onto his fingers. A pained wail escaped Raditz's lips, as if his fingers were being crushed under Sun Wukong's foot. Please, save me, Raditz pleaded, feeling his body temperature plummet as his legs, severed at the knees, lay in a pool of crimson on the sandy beach, his vision blurring. Crouching before Raditz, Sun Wukong was soon joined by Bulma, who hesitated to approach, still shaken by the recent events. However, upon seeing Krillin, Master Roshi, and Gohan moving closer, she hurried over. Now that your legs are broken, and you've lost a considerable amount of blood, pressing on your wounds may alleviate the pain, but it will only hasten your demise. Even if I do not kill you, you will perish within 20 minutes. Sun Wukong's words were like a devil's whisper, causing Raditz's eyes to widen in terror. A flicker of clarity emerging amidst his despair. Stop talking. Please, I beg you, save me. For the sake of being Kakarot's brother, please. What must I do for you to save me? I don't want to die, Kakarot, I don't want to die. Tears welled in Raditz's eyes, his desperate and broken demeanor evoking sympathy from Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma. As Sun Wukong stepped forward, Bulma quickly held him back. Sun Quan, let Wuling handle this. He knows what he is doing, she whispered close to his ear. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong halted, his brows knitted in internal conflict. His inherently kind nature stirred by Raditz's pleas, compounded by the revelation of their familial bond, left him momentarily astonished. Then it depends on your honesty. A single falsehood, and I shall cast you into the sea to feed the sharks. Sun Wuling's final threat prompted Raditz to nod vigorously. Why did you come to Earth looking for Wukong? Sun Wuling's icy gaze bore down on Raditz, a nightmare etched into his very soul. Chapter 5, Kamehameha. Raditz divulged the reason for his arrival on Earth. Aside from Kakarot and myself, there are 2 surviving Saiyans, both stronger than I, especially Prince Vegeta. He is not only the king among us Scions, but also the most gifted. Kakarot, no matter how you argue, you cannot deny you are a Scion. Raditz's blurred vision fell upon Sun Wukong, only to suddenly notice the absence of the Scion tail that should have adorned him. Kakarot, where's your tail? Sun Wukong replied. I cut it off long ago. Raditz coughed, spitting blood. Continue, he gasped, as Sun Wuling's frigid words chilled him to the bone, cold sweat beading on his brow. The Scions were originally a minority race, and after the catastrophic impact of a colossal meteor on planet Vegeta, they were nearly obliterated, reduced to mere cosmic dust. I, like Kakarot, managed to escape this fate by being sent to another planet alongside Prince Vegeta and Nappa. As Raditz's strength waned, his desperate desire for survival ignited a fervent gaze towards Son Goku. Not long ago, I discovered a planet that could be sold for a handsome price. Although I considered launching an attack, I feared that our trio alone would struggle to conquer it. Thus, I sought out Kakarot here. With those words, Raditz implored Son Goku. I have said all I needed to say. Please, save me. Your two Scion companions must know you are here. A ki blast began to coalesce in Son Goku's hand. Raditz, alarmed, cried out, No, please. If you save me, I will leave Earth immediately and report back, never to return. Despite this, Son Goku chose not to reveal his secret. He wished to protect the existence of Bulma, Krillin, and Goku, all of whom were vividly present. Goku, what do you intend to do? With the ki blast aimed at Raditz, Son Goku took a few steps back, leaving the decision of Raditz's fate in Goku's hands. Kakarot, I am your brother. Please, save me. I promise I will never disturb your lives again. Help me. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin were all visibly agitated. Yet upon witnessing Son Goku's gesture, they fell silent. I knew you would act this way. Son Goku anticipated this, understanding his brother's character. Although no longer as naive as in his youth, his inherent kindness remained unchanged. As for the Scions, I believe Goku had elevated their race's stature. Buzz. The ki blast struck Raditz, sending a chill through him. He quickly shut his eyes, yet the anticipated pain never came. His legs began to heal, and a portion of his strength returned. I have staunched your wounds and shared a bit of my energy with you. You are now capable of flying back to your ship. Depart, while I still have not changed my mind. Ah, Goku, you do not speak. Son Goku interrupted, as the blue energy wave in his palms continued to gather power, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi dared not breathe. Fully aware of Son Goku's intentions, Son Gohan remained cradled in Bulma's arms, filled with curiosity as he regarded the blue energy wave accumulating in Son Goku's hands. However, Raditz remained oblivious. He could not sense ki, and since the scouter was in Son Goku's possession, he had no visibility of the situation. How infuriating. That accursed Earthling and Kakarot have even severed my tail. What a disgrace for us Scions. As Raditz's frustration intensified, he could hardly bear the thought that Son Goku, whose combat prowess was inferior to his own, had managed to place him underfoot. That tail. Is that Kakarot's son? Raditz observed the young Son Gohan cradled in Bulma's arms, a manic grin spreading across his face. An insidious idea took root in his mind, to abduct Kakarot's son as leverage against Kakarot himself, along with that insufferable Earthling. Such tactics were not foreign to him. Kakarot, you disgrace of a Scion. With a thunderous roar, Raditz spread his arms wide, channeling energy into two ki blasts, his laughter echoing with madness as he hurled them at Son Goku. Indeed, a creature like you deserves to descend into the depths of hell. Kaioken. In an instant, Son Goku pivoted, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The robust blue energy beam obliterated Raditz's two energy blasts in an instant, surging relentlessly toward him. No. Raditz's cry of despair rang out as the Kamehameha engulfed him, reducing him to mere ashes. The wave surged forth from Master Roshi's island, crashing into the ocean, whereupon the water vaporized instantly, creating a semicircular depression in the sea surface. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Bulma understood the tumult of emotions coursing through Goku. The rare encounter with a blood relative had turned out to be with such a disgraceful individual. Son Goku. Bulma gently set Son Gohan down and approached Goku's side. Piccolo, after watching for so long, it's time for you to show yourself. Son Gohan lifted his gaze to the skies, searching for Piccolo, who lay hidden amongst the clouds. Oh, Piccolo. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi were taken aback. Even after all these years, the memories of the Demon King Piccolo remained vivid, impossible to forget. Piccolo descended onto Master Roshi's island, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he regarded Son Goku and Son Gohan. Your power, he stammered, recalling how Raditz had posed no challenge to Son Gohan, who had dispatched him with ease. Just as well, I saved time in coming to find you, Piccolo. Son Gohan crossed his arms, his expression impassive, his handsome features tousled by the ocean breeze, his dark hair flowing gently. Raditz had mentioned two other Scion comrades, even stronger than he. Piccolo, Goku. Son Gohan directed, capturing their attention. What do you mean? Piccolo's eyes widened as he grasped Son Gohan's implication. His green visage tinged with anxiety. With Raditz's communication severed, it was likely that his two even stronger Scion companions would soon arrive on Earth. And our powers. In an unknown corner of the universe, two men sat by a campfire surrounded by an expanse of corpses. One, a towering figure clad in armor akin to Raditz, bore a shaved head and muscular form exuding strength, his waist adorned with a tail similar to Raditz. Raditz is dead. What a disgraceful fool. The other, dressed in blue battle attire, white gloves, and boots, sported a mane of wild black hair. His handsome visage bore a hint of menace, inspiring an awe even in the burly Scion beside him. Chapter 6. Each to their own path. Who would have thought that in such a remote location there would exist beings with combat power exceeding 1,000? This somewhat handsome Scion displayed a distinct disdain for Raditz's demise, exhibiting no trace of sorrow, cold-blooded, merciless, and steeped in the brutality of battle. This is the essence of our Scion race. These two Scions are indeed Raditz's companions. The robust Scion is named Nappa, while the strikingly handsome one is known as Vegeta, the king of the Scions, as mentioned by Raditz. Once we conclude our business here, we shall venture to that place called Earth. Vegeta revealed a bloodthirsty grin, envisioning the slaughter of all its inhabitants. On Earth, at the Kame House. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Piccolo, Son Goku himself, Krillin, Bulma, and others were left in stunned silence at the prospect of two even more formidable Scions. Goku, perhaps they won't come here, right? Bulma offered a forced smile, attempting to dismiss the grim reality. Son Goku's expression remained unchanged. His demeanor as calm as a still pond as he gazed at Bulma and replied mildly, "The coordinates of Earth have already been exposed to them. Just imagine a planet abundant in resources, where its inhabitants are akin to ants, easily crushed beneath one's foot." Bulma, I wish it were otherwise. Bulma fell silent, her face reflecting a sense of despair, as if the very world had crumbled around her. Son Goku, however, smiled at Son Goku and Piccolo, his fists clenched, showing no sign of fear. Goku, Piccolo, this is indeed fascinating, isn't it? Yes, fascinating, exclaimed Bulma, astonished by Son Goku's enthusiasm. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, drawing the attention of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Master Roshi. They beheld a figure resembling Piccolo, albeit with an aged appearance and adorned in robes inscribed with the symbol of the Kami. Kami, Son Gohan and Son Goku exclaimed in unison. Piccolo crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head aside. This was Piccolo Daimau's offspring, birthed before his defeat at the hands of Son Goku and Son Gohan. And he could also be referred to as Piccolo too. Kami and Piccolo I were originally one entity, but in the pursuit of becoming the Kami, they ultimately diverged into two extremes, the other being Piccolo I. Thus, it can be said that Piccolo shares profound ties with Kami. Goku Gohan. I have witnessed the events unfolding here. I have persuaded King Enma. However, regrettably, due to the realm of the afterlife being a sanctuary for spirits, it is a grave taboo to bring the living into it. Consequently, King Enma can only permit one individual to enter the afterlife to visit King Kai. Kami expressed, his face now marked by a hint of weariness, reflecting the turmoil plaguing Earth. Who is King Kai? Inquired Son Goku, puzzled. However, Son Gohan intervened, abruptly interrupting Goku's question. Let Goku go. Son Gohan asserted decisively, without the slightest hesitation. What? Gohan you? Son Goku stared at Son Gohan, recognizing that Gohan's strength surpassed his own, making the latter's participation more fitting, especially given that he was Goku's brother. Is there something of value at King Kai's? Indeed. There are many, including the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Why does Sun Wukong not go? Because Sun Wukong is his brother, and even if they are not blood-related, the bond they share is no less profound. I understand now. Sun Wukong has come to recognize his responsibilities, his usual playful demeanor replaced with a serious countenance. The celestial being escorted Sun Wukong to the heavenly realm, vanishing before Sun Wuling and others. Sun Wuling couldn't help but think that, unexpectedly, Sun Wukong had not perished due to his influence. He was granted passage to the underworld and to the KO. However, it seems the celestial being must have exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity. Truly, the celestial being is diligent in safeguarding Earth. Sun Wuling, do not presume that I will allow you two brothers to stand before me indefinitely, whether Scion or not. Ultimately, I shall be the one to dominate this world, declared Piccolo, pointing at Sun Wuling, his laughter echoing with madness. Unfazed, Sun Wuling gazed at Piccolo, his eyes seemingly penetrating the very essence of him. Piccolo, my friend, after all this time, you remain so juvenile. How do you manage it? Piccolo nearly twisted in pain from Sun Wuling's words, recalling how Sun Wuling had said the same during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon grasping the meaning of juvenile, especially with Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi snickering beside him, he felt his cheeks flush with rage. You, Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling waved dismissively, exclaiming, Oh, I am well aware. However, before we proceed, I have a favor to ask of you, Piccolo. After this, Sun Wuling approached Sun Gohan, kneeling to meet his gaze. Please, please, Sun Wuling, I haven't consented yet. Are you even listening to me? Piccolo nearly bellowed at Sun Wuling. Krillin whispered to Bulma and Master Roshi. Piccolo truly has no leverage over Wuling. Indeed, Bulma replied. With Master Roshi nodding in agreement, Sun Wuling adjusted Son Gohan's hat, speaking softly. Gohan, you witnessed everything that transpired, did you not? At your age, I wish for you to grow up joyfully and free of burdens, yet reality simply does not permit it. Uncle Wuling. Son Gohan raised his head, his youthful voice steady as he gazed at Sun Wuling. Although he had witnessed the end of a life, he felt no discomfort. Sooner or later, that more formidable villain will arrive on Earth, and should we fail, not only you, but also I, your mother, your father, and everyone else could meet the same fate as earlier. Death. Suddenly, Son Gohan collapsed to the ground, his tender age of 4 rendering him unable to comprehend the concept of death. Yet, as thoughts of Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuling disappearing like Raditz filled his mind, it felt as though a sword had pierced his heart. Wah! Uncle Wuling, please don't let Dad and Mom die. Wah! Son Gohan sobbed, finally grasping the meaning of death as he clung to Sun Wuling. Wuling, after all, Gohan is just a child. Perhaps your words were a bit too harsh. Bulma said, watching Sun Wuling with a hint of sympathy. As Sun Wuling finished speaking, Son Gohan was about to express his desire to find his mother. However, Wuling's words weighed heavily in his mind, reminding him of the deaths of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Sun Wuling, akin to Raditz succumbing under the might of the Kamehameha wave. Uncle Wuling, if I learn martial arts, will I be able to protect you, and also my father and mother? Son Gohan gazed timidly at Wuling with tear-filled eyes. Wuling responded with unwavering resolve. Indeed, as long as you persistently train in martial arts, you will not only be able to protect us, but also defeat those evildoers and save many more. Chapter 7. Where lies my path? Sniffle. Son Gohan nodded, his tear-streaked face directed at Wuling. Rising to his feet, Wuling turned to Piccolo, a mischievous grin gracing his features. Piccolo, I entrust Gohan to you for training. Silence ensued. Sigh. Suddenly, the astonished exclamations from Piccolo, Bulma, and others nearly lifted the roof off the Kame house. Krillin exclaimed, Wuling, are you serious? Bulma added, Wuling, let Piccolo, in a fit of anger, roared, why should I train this crybaby? Son Gohan, frightened, sat on the ground, clutching Wuling's pant leg tightly. I need to explain the situation to my sister-in-law. I will join you later. Piccolo, the reason my power exceeds yours is that I frequently spar with Wukong. You rascal. Piccolo crossed his arms, peering down at Son Gohan, recognizing the potential Wuling had mentioned in this tearful child. Come here, kid. Without hesitation, Piccolo seized Son Gohan and soared into the skies. Huh. Wuling, entrusting Son Goku's son to me is your gravest error. Just wait, Wuling. If this little brat lacks the potential you claim, I shall crush him. As Piccolo departed with the wailing Son Gohan calling out for Uncle Wuling, Master Roshi regarded Wuling. Wuling, is this truly wise? Allowing that fellow Piccolo to train Gohan? Wuling nodded affirmatively. It is only temporary. With Goku absent, I will also train alongside Piccolo. Pointing to the scouter he had just handed to Bulma, he remarked, this device detects battle power, and aside from the numbers, which are somewhat comprehensible, the rest consists of unfamiliar characters. Bulma, I believe you would find it intriguing. Ascending into the air with the technique of flight, Wuling bid farewell to everyone and headed toward the Paozi mountain. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he began to contemplate his future course of action. He pondered the fanfictions he had previously encountered, wishing for Saiyan blood through the Dragon Balls, though most had systems. Yet, he lacked such a system. And the thought of wishing for Saiyan heritage filled him with an instinctive repulsion, a sentiment he found deeply unsettling. The stillness of the sky enveloped him. Sun Wuling's whispered softly. At that moment, after he and Sun Wukong had vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, they reached the heavenly realm, where the deities refrained from subjecting him to the same rigorous training as Sun Wukong. The deity spoke. Wuling, you are unlike Wukong. His path is not suited for you. Sun Wuling replied, not suited for me? Then what path should I pursue? The deity continued. The essence of Qi permeates not only life, but also the cosmos, flora, fauna, and even the very planets themselves. Your mastery and perception of Qi are the most remarkable I have ever encountered. However, I regret to inform you that I am uncertain how to guide you. Returning to reality, Sun Wuling's first thought was the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb, a technique taught to Sun Wukong by King Kai, possesses immense destructive power, yet its drawback lies in its slow accumulation of energy. The greater the malice of the opponent, the more devastating the damage. Thus, only a warrior of pure heart, like Sun Wukong, could wield it. Sun Wuling possessed a clear understanding of himself. He did not consider himself virtuous. Nevertheless, the method of gathering the Spirit Bomb inspired him greatly. The deity had also mentioned his high level of control and perception of Qi. What if he could channel Qi into his body, akin to the practices of immortality? This notion lingered in his mind. After the events with Piccolo came to a close, Sun Wuling persistently explored this possibility, yet he remained unable to achieve it. The deity escorted Sun Wukong to the underworld, where they encountered King Yama, who informed them that to reach the realm of King Kai, they must traverse a serpentine path spanning 1,000,000 kilometers. Gurgle. Sun Wukong's stomach protested once more as he sat helplessly on the endless snake path, gazing at the seemingly interminable road. The clouds lining the path appeared far less inviting. A careless misstep could lead one to plummet into the depths of hell. This is unbearable. There seems to be no end in sight. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling out a bag containing 10 magical beans. Fortunately, Wuling always prepared these beans before any journey, which proved invaluable. Sun Wukong quickly popped one into his mouth, instantly restoring his energy to peak condition. However, upon seeing the 9 remaining beans, he felt the urgency to reach their destination before exhausting them. Sun Wuling had accumulated a substantial stash of magical beans from the Kaioshin, often trading a generous haul of fish for them. Each time he ventured out, he ensured to carry a few beans for emergencies, and this time, he insisted that Sun Wukong bring 10 beans along. Coupled with Wuling's characteristic caution, no one suspected his foresight, making his preparations nearly flawless. Let's go. Everyone is counting on me. Wuling has entrusted this opportunity to me. I cannot disappoint them. Sun Wukong encouraged himself as he shed all burdens. He remained unaware of when Raditz, the Saiyan, would arrive. Whoosh. Sun Wukong dashed forward, the endless serpentine path stretching before him, twisted and protracted. Alone, yet driven by conviction, he pressed on. Upon returning to Paozi Mountain, Sun Wuling's gaze fell upon a robust figure, a towering man nearly 3 meters in height, adorned with horns reminiscent of a bull, and wearing a white short shirt paired with black suspenders. This was the Bull Demon King, the father of Chi-Chi and a disciple of Master Roshi. Despite his imposing stature, he possessed a gentle demeanor. Hello, Wuling. The Bull Demon King greeted, waving at Sun Wuling. Uncle Bull Demon, sister-in-law, I have some matters to discuss with you. I hope you are somewhat prepared, Sun Wuling stated bluntly, addressing Chi-Chi and the Bull Demon King. Rather than dwell on the complexities, he preferred to lay the facts bare. What do you mean, Wuling? Chi-Chi finally noticed Sun Wuling's disheveled appearance. His clothes somewhat tattered and looking rather worse for wear. Gohan, why would you entrust Gohan to someone as perilous as Piccolo? Chi-Chi demanded, her eyes aflame with anger directed at Sun Wuling. Chi-Chi, please don't be upset. Wuling surely has his reasons, the Bull Demon King interjected, attempting to placate her. As anticipated, Chi-Chi's reaction mirrored Sun Wuling's expectations, but he was well prepared with his arguments. Chapter 8. Launchy Dad, you are truly naive. In this world, education is the best path forward. Gohan is destined to become a great scholar. Indeed, the Bull Demon King was taken aback, while Chi-Chi huffed in dissatisfaction. Wuling, don't think you can deceive me. I am no longer the naive girl I once was. Sun Wuling raised his hands in a gesture of openness, his handsome features tousled by the breeze, his expression unchanged. Sister-in-law, continuing from your previous statement, does this society truly concern us? I. Chi-Chi was momentarily silenced by Sun Wuling's words, calming down as she contemplated their meaning. Did this society have any bearing on them? What was the purpose of education? To secure stable employment. And what was the purpose of work? For a salary. And what is salary? Money. A smirk played at Sun Wuling's lips. Do we lack money, sister-in-law? Does anyone truly lack it? After his intervention, those warriors indeed found themselves unburdened by financial concerns. Beneath the sea lay treasures aplenty. Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Chaozu. And even Sun Wukong would no longer fret over money. In fact, their cellar brimmed with enough riches to drive treasure hunters to madness. And let's not forget, with Gohan's prodigious appetite, what purpose did the beasts around Paozi Mountain serve? I will not coerce Gohan. This is his decision. He wishes to protect you, sister-in-law, as well as Wukong, me, and everyone else. He desires to safeguard this planet. Sister-in-law, scholarship and martial arts are not mutually exclusive. But, tears welled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she gazed at Sun Wuling. That does not mean he should be taught by someone as dangerous as Piccolo. Indeed, Wuling, you truly are remarkable. The Bull Demon King marveled, genuinely impressed that Sun Wuling could sway the obstinate Chi-Chi, mentally giving him a thumbs up, truly more formidable than even he. The Bull Demon King. Sister-in-law, we all recognize the tremendous effort you exert. Both Gohan and Goku hold you in the highest esteem and cherish you dearly. It is precisely this affection that inspires their enlightenment. Beyond merely safeguarding this planet, they are equally devoted to protecting you, who is of utmost importance. Sun Wuling's words caused Chi-Chi's cheeks to flush. Even after 4 years of marriage, she shyly covered her face, exclaiming, You love me, Wuling? Surely this can't be another one of your tricks. How could Goku ever utter such sentiments? If he did not love you, how could he have married you? If he did not hold you dear, how could he have willingly fathered Gohan? If he were not in love, how could he have refrained from seeing Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin for 4 years? Sun Wuling's series of conditional statements left Chi-Chi blushing fervently, her heart racing. Bashfully, she implored, Wuling, enough. Please convey to Gohan that once a decision is made, it must be upheld. I will support him. Wuling, are you suggesting that we can all cultivate in the other world? Krillin inquired of Sun Wuling. Indeed, Krillin. Please reach out to Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu. I have already made arrangements with the deity. By the way, Sun Wuling produced 4 small pouches and handed them to Krillin, saying, each pouch contains 3 senzu beans. When the Scions arrive, we shall proceed directly. The rest, Krillin, please deliver to Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Wait, what about Launch? Where has she gone? Sun Wuling suddenly realized the absence of Launch from the Kame house, feeling a peculiar pang of emotion. It was not affection, of course, but the weight of their long acquaintance made her absence feel significant. They might never have another opportunity to meet again. As Krillin and Sun Wuling departed from the Kame house, Krillin headed to rendezvous with Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, while Sun Wuling soared toward Raditz's spacecraft. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening sounds of gunfire erupted. A woman with golden hair clad in a red dress wielded a submachine gun, causing the crowd surrounding the spacecraft to scatter in disarray. Launch, is that really you? Sun Wuling thought in disbelief, hastily descending to greet the fierce, gun-toting blonde. Long time no see, Launch. Everyone, get out of my way. She barked. Sun Wuling was taken aback. Although she was not aiming at him, the suddenness of her presence was shocking. Clearly, the blonde Launch recognized Sun Wuling as well. A key blast struck the ground beside her, sending up a cloud of dust, which enveloped the golden-haired Launch, causing her nose to twitch. Achoo! She sneezed, her appearance transforming dramatically. Her golden locks and green eyes shifted to blue hair and black eyes, her fierce demeanor replaced by a gentler, more innocent aura. Where am I? Oh, Wuling. You're here too. The blue-haired Launch exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Sun Wuling. Long time no see, Launch. Sun Wukong arrived at the motorcycle recently ridden by the blonde-haired Lan Chi, 2 bags filled to the brim with gold and jewels, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. This blonde-haired Lan Chi has not changed a bit. Did I do all this, Wukong? The blue-haired Lan Chi asked nervously, surveying the chaos around them, the ground riddled with bullet holes as she looked at Sun Wukong. Everything is fine, Sun Wukong reassured her. Sensing the approaching sound of police sirens, the hatch of Raditz's spherical spaceship was still ajar, channeling energy into his right arm. He conjured a hooked chain that latched onto Raditz's ship. I appreciate your help, Wukong. Lan Chi smiled shyly and naturally moved closer to Sun Wukong, who effortlessly cradled her in his arms. Let's go, Lan Chi. With one arm holding the blue-haired Lan Chi and the other carrying the spaceship, Sun Wukong flew toward Master Roshi's island, taking care to fly slowly for Lan Chi's comfort. The evening glow had begun to descend, and as they glided over the sea, Lan Chi lay her head back, gazing at the water, experiencing such a sensation for the first time. Nestled in Sun Wukong's embrace, Lan Chi looked up at him and said, Wukong, you have become even more handsome than before. Chapter 9, Master Karen. Lan Chi, you too have remained unchanged. Still as beautiful as ever. After an unknown moment, a sudden sneeze transformed her back into the blonde-haired Lan Chi, once again causing a ruckus. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, the fiery blonde-haired Lan Chi wielded a submachine gun to clear the way. Indeed, Sun Wukong spoke the truth. He saw no signs of aging on Lan Chi, as if she had defied time itself. Suddenly, the sea breeze carried a damp sensation, causing Lan Chi's nose to itch. Achoo! With that sneeze, her form shifted once more, blonde hair and green eyes, her demeanor drastically altered. Wait, why am I here? Sun Wukong, why are you holding me? Let me go? The blonde-haired Lan Chi attempted to struggle, but was startled by the vast ocean beneath her and a shark lurking nearby, quickly grasping Sun Wukong's collar in fright. Lan Chi cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. You, the one with Wukong, that lecherous old man. Watching those transparent films together? Calling it art, were you? Sun Wukong was unfazed by her words, chuckling. Wasn't Wukong getting married at that time? And as for Master Mateto and Krillin, they clearly had feelings but lacked the courage. Besides, I'm still single, a virgin even, and I don't regret anything. What kind of person are you? When Bulma pursued you, how did you manage to refuse her without a change in expression? By the way, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, when you fought that Lan Fong, you knocked her out without batting an eye and tossed her off the stage. The blonde-haired Lan Chi was referring to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, which was their first participation in the event. You nearly made me forget who I am. As I have previously stated, I am a devoted practitioner of martial arts, a resolute bachelor committed to my path, yet I indulge in life's pleasures as well. However, there are myriad unspoken thoughts swirling in Sun Wuling's mind as he gazes upon these familiar figures, reluctant to disrupt the moment. For he fears they are mere illusions of his dreams. Having already witnessed the union of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, he wonders what fate awaits Bulma and Vegeta, as well as Krillin and Android 18. Will these original couples be altered by his presence? Moreover, there is Tien Shinhan and Launch. He recalls that Tien perished alongside Kaiatsu at the hands of Nappa, leading to Launch's subsequent disappearance. Yet now, Launch stands before him, and it seems impossible for her to vanish again. He ponders if Tien will also remain. Hey Wuling, what is wrong? Did I say something amiss? Launch, with her golden hair, regards the suddenly melancholic Sun Wuling, puzzled by her own words. By the way, Launch, if you wish to pursue Tien, no one will hinder you. Just remember to keep in touch with everyone, Sun Wuling suggests, prompting a dismissive pout from Launch. I understand. Humph. No way am I leaving unless Tien comes looking for me, she retorts, her cheeks flushed with a mix of pride and defiance. Suddenly, the spaceship lands with a resounding thud, and Sun Wuling wears an expression of exasperation, having forgotten to bring empty capsules from Bulma, resulting in his cumbersome journey. Boom. The sound of the ship's descent reverberates, causing the entire Kame house to tremble. Besides Master Roshi and Bulma, a flying cat and a pig clad in clothing are also present. Ah, Poir, Oolong, you're here too? Sun Wuling remarks, releasing the long chain from his grasp. It's been a while, Wuling. Poir and Oolong greet him warmly. At that moment, Bulma approaches the spacecraft, lightly tapping it and inquiring, Wuling, what is this? With a resigned gesture, Sun Wuling replies, this is Raditz's spaceship. I neglected to ask you for some empty capsules, but I believe this will pique your interest. Ah, Wuling, it's rare to see you forget something. Bulma chuckles as she tosses him a box. These are all empty capsules. You know how to use them. Thank you. I need to make a trip to Corinne as well. Sun Wuling opens the box to discover a variety of capsules, each capable of storing different sizes. After departing from Kame House, Sun Wuling ventures into the city, ordering dozens of each type of fish dish from various restaurants. Though the owners and staff initially protest, their objections fade upon witnessing him produce a handful of cash amounting to tens of thousands. Without further ado, they spring into action, eager to fulfill his request. Once Sun Wuling has arranged for hundreds of distinct fish dishes, he stores them into capsules and sets off towards Corinne Tower. Master Karen has an affinity for fish, yet is never short of it. Whenever he desires, he can effortlessly summon it from other realms using his precious artifact. Even with the cooking pot gifted by Sun Wukong, Master Karen would find it impossible to prepare every dish. Utilizing the technique of flight, Sun Wukong arrived at Master Karen's abode, where he encountered a white cat with eyes shaped like slits, adorned with 3 whiskers on each side, and holding a wooden staff, with 2 eyebrows sprouting on either side of its eyes. Wukong, you have finally arrived. It has been quite some time, exclaimed Master Karen. Sun Wukong was not surprised that Master Karen was aware of his arrival, as the sage possessed foresight to monitor events in the lower realm and could read minds, allowing him to delve into the thoughts and memories of others. It was from Master Karen that Sun Wukong learned the art of flight. However, Master Karen had not utilized his memory-reading ability on him, alongside a myriad of treasured artifacts, including the Nimbus Cloud, which belonged to Master Karen. Upon opening the universal capsule, an array of culinary fish dishes filled the air with an enticing aroma, stirring Master Karen's appetite. Wukong, I now have over 40 divine beans. Just as Master Karen was about to hand the beans to Sun Wukong, he was interrupted. No need, Master Karen. Keep them with you. I don't have enough to warrant a full jar. I shall return for them when I require more. Sun Wukong felt adequately supplied with divine beans, keeping them in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Although he would not refuse more, he believed in not placing all his eggs in one basket. Meow? Then I shall not hold back. Master Karen conjured chopsticks, marveling at the stark difference from the raw fish he had previously consumed. Wow. Even with the recipes and various utensils you left for me, I could never replicate such deliciousness. It's exquisite. Each time I witness humans from the lower realm create such dishes, it makes my mouth water. Wukong. Ha. Sun Wukong spent the day in a serene state, seated upon the ground, gazing at the starry sky. The moon is particularly full tonight. Suddenly, his expression froze as he sensed a colossal energy wave striking the moon from Earth, obliterating it into cosmic dust. Piccolo, Gohan. Chapter 10, Their Respective Training. After a satisfying meal at Master Karen's, Sun Wukong bid farewell and took to the skies with the flight technique, heading towards Piccolo and Gohan's location. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Wukong should still be racing along the Snake Way. 10 divine beans should sustain him until he reaches King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, Sun Wukong found the landscape shattered, with Gohan peacefully slumbering on a hillside, now donned in a new outfit, an orange martial arts uniform akin to Wukong's, but with a character from magic emblazoned on the back, accompanied by a sword at his side. Wukong, you have finally made it. Piccolo floated in the air, his green visage taut, with cold eyes glimmering in the starlit night. Thank you, Piccolo. I just witnessed the moon's destruction and immediately thought of Gohan's situation. Sun Wukong replied, unperturbed, with a smile gracing his face. The little imp indeed possesses remarkable potential. Wulings, I have been looking after this weeping brat for long enough. It's time we commence our training, isn't it? Piccolo exclaimed loudly to Sun Wuling. Tomorrow morning should suffice. I have been occupied all day today. Yawning, Sun Wuling continued. By the way, Tien, your meditation alongside Piccolo's has provided me with significant inspiration. Piccolo, your mind is the calmest and most astute I have encountered, and your knowledge is vast. Hence, I thought of you. If we truly succeed, Perhaps we can defeat the impending Saiyans and even surpass Goku. Surpass Son Goku? Humph. Son Wuling, I am keen to see just what you mean by that, Piccolo retorted, turning his back to Wuling. What? Energy? Piccolo. I possess a remarkable sensitivity to the control and perception of energy. I can sense that, aside from the air, the earth itself, along with the flora and fauna, embodies energy. Son Wuling spread his palm, and before Piccolo's eyes, the energy in the surroundings began to coalesce, ultimately forming a white energy orb. Wuling, are you implying? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Son Wuling. Indeed, just watch, Piccolo. Son Wuling infused the energy in his palm into his own being, gradually allowing it to be absorbed throughout his body. Piccolo felt that the power within Son Wuling had subtly intensified. No wonder you and Son Goku have surpassed me by such a margin. However, Wuling, it seems your proposition is not as simple as it appears otherwise. You wouldn't require my assistance, Piccolo inquired. Yes, but Goku didn't quite grasp it. I explained for quite a while, yet he failed to understand, so I gave up. Son Wuling chuckled, presenting Piccolo with a diagram of human anatomy, pointing to 3 specifically marked Dantian locations, saying, every being has a limit to their energy. What I envision is whether energy can be stored within the Dantian. If energy can be stored there, would the life limit also increase? However, I am unsure how to channel energy into the Dantian. The lower Dantian, middle Dantian, upper Dantian. Wuling, though I hesitate to praise you, I must admit, you are truly a genius. Yet, Wuling, you have overlooked the fact that the energy being absorbed by your cells indicates that you have not yet reached your limit. Piccolo remarked, gazing intently at Son Wuling. I haven't reached my limit? Son Wuling looked at his hands, lost in thought. It seemed more like he was destined to become the singular champion of Son Goku, the Super Saiyan, while Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and others appeared shackled, unable to keep pace with Goku and Vegeta. As for the Dantian, how could Son Wuling forget? He could only inwardly smile at Piccolo's praise, choosing to remain silent. However, he was quite astonished to learn that he had not yet reached his limit. It seemed he had underestimated himself. Piccolo, would you like to give it a try? Though it may be quite painful. Just as Piccolo was about to refuse, he suddenly halted. His current strength was significantly inferior to that of Son Wukong and Son Wuling. With Son Wukong training at the King Kai's place, he was reluctant to fall so far behind. Come on, Son Wuling. A piercing scream erupted from Piccolo, echoing throughout the valley. The energy that Son Wuling had gathered was forcefully channeled into Piccolo's being, gradually absorbed by his body. After several hours, he finally regained his composure. The sensation of fullness dissipated, and as he gazed at his hands, he realized he had grown stronger. The energy he absorbed was that of the world, the essence of nature itself. With this newfound strength, Piccolo felt a remarkable surge in his power. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly turned to Son Wuling. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. I meticulously calculated everything, and even the Supreme Kai and Master Karen have approved. There is no need for worry. I would never resort to hastily forcing growth. This ability is incredibly beneficial to us, though it can only be employed once a month, or it may indeed harm our foundations. Now, we must solidify our strength. Son Wuling assumed a combat stance in response. All right, Wuling, bring it on. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test my current prowess. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of their clashes resonated as Piccolo and Son Wuling collided midair, with resounding booms echoing through the valley. Each impact threatened to crumble the surrounding cliffs. The reason Son Wuling had not employed this technique on Son Wukong or Krillin was due to the significant risks involved in introducing natural energy into the body. Without a thorough understanding of one's anatomy, it could be devastating. Son Wukong had realized this, beyond meridians, acupoints, internal organs, heart, and small intestine. One must also master the control of this natural energy. Previously, even a minuscule amount of natural energy, the size of a fingernail, had caused Krillin considerable pain. And the same went for Tien and others. This method was suitable for Son Wuling, who could manage natural energy within a 1-meter radius, while Piccolo could withstand energy as large as a basketball. Yet even so, Son Wukong was still capable of keeping pace with him, having closely pursued him during their time at Paozi Mountain. As time flowed by, over 2 months had passed. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Din were diligently training under the guidance of the Supreme Kai in the other world. During this time, Gohan had also grown considerably stronger, his character hardened, and he joined in the training sessions with Piccolo, focusing on sparring and learning techniques. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, with a battle power exceeding 1,000, had spent 2 months reaching the end of Snake Way, finally laying eyes on the King Kai's planet. I've finally arrived. Only 1 Senzu bean remains. I truly wonder what I shall do once they are all consumed. With a swift motion, Son Wukong soared upward toward the star perched amidst the clouds. However, upon reaching King Kai's planet, he was abruptly met with an immense pressure that forced him to plummet onto the surface. His body felt as though it were encased in lead, and his movements became sluggish. King Kai, are you there? My name is Son Wukong, a martial artist from Earth. With every step he took, It felt as though he were frozen in place. Guh. Suddenly, his stomach protested once more. And Sun Wukong found himself uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. His belly, it is hungry. He hastily pulled out his last, heavenly being, shaking his head in disbelief. No, I cannot squander the like this. In the distance, he spotted a large tree laden with fruit. He grinned, thinking to himself, I shall venture over there to find something to eat. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong trudged towards the tree, step by step. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Sun Wukong was taken aback and turned to see a figure of modest stature, clad in a black robe with pink sleeves, adorned with a distinctive symbol. The individual had blue skin, a slightly round face, and pointed ears, complemented by glasses. 2 whiskers dangled from either side, and atop the head were 2 antennae reminiscent of insects. What exactly are you doing here? Mr. King Kai, is that you? In addition, there was a gorilla-like pet named Baburus, alongside a floating creature resembling a grasshopper, yet possessing the intelligence to speak, Giri. Meanwhile, on another front, Sun Wukong's companions, Tianjinhan, Krillin, Jiaozi, and Yamcha, concluded their training. Yes, at this moment, Sun Wukong Ling began once more to infuse his body with the natural energy, while Piccolo and Sun Gohan engaged in sparring. Bang! Sun Gohan was sent flying by Piccolo, his face bruised and battered. Even during their training sessions, Sun Wukong Ling did not hold back. Sun Gohan rose, rubbing his wounds, not crying as he had in the past. His character had transformed into one of resilience and strength. With immense potential, he relentlessly pursued Piccolo, who, in turn, felt increasingly disheartened by the growing chasm in their abilities. Even with Sun Wukong Ling instilling natural energy within him, the gap seemed insurmountable. Gohan, do not falter. Continue. Piccolo lunged once more at Sun Gohan, his hand slicing through the air, a maniacal grin upon his face. Observing the widening gulf between himself and Sun Wukong Ling, Piccolo realized he might never surpass him. Sun Wukong was training with King Kai, and when that time came, he would surely become even stronger. Wuling, did you not mention that Gohan possesses potential beyond what you and Sun Wukong can fathom? I wonder just how capable he truly is. Piccolo's thoughts remained unclear to Sun Wukong Ling, who had experienced a meteoric rise in strength over the past few months through the infusion of natural energy. Wuling, can you hear me? Wuling, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. This was a form of telepathy, akin to Piccolo's technique. Wukong, have you arrived at King Kai's? Sun Wukong Ling asked in astonishment, recalling that it had only been a little over 2 months. He remembered that the original Sun Wukong had taken half a year or even 4 to 5 months. Yes, do not worry, I am doing quite well here. Wuling, just moments ago, King Kai informed me that the Saiyans will arrive on Earth in 218 days. 218 days. Sun Wukong Ling could no longer recall the original time frame, but he knew it was certainly longer than before. Ah, indeed, Wuling, had you not reminded me, I would have nearly forgotten. Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Sun Wuling was uncertain whether Wukong would truly remember by then. The teasing words of Sun Wuling left Sun Wukong feeling a tingle in his mind as he envisioned the fiery countenance of Chi-Chi. After some further conversation, Sun Wukong commenced a mental communication with Tianjinhan, Krillin, and the others, with the primary intention of informing them of the Saiyans' impending arrival. 218 days. Vegeta's battle power must have exceeded 10,000, though he could not recall the exact figure. Sun Wuling gazed at his hands. Yet upon contemplating the extraordinary circumstances that lay ahead, he dismissed such calculations. What was the point? Upon the 218th day, 2 unidentified spherical spaceships traversed the atmosphere, descending into an urban city. The sky appeared engulfed in sparks as Vegeta and Nappa emerged from their spacecraft, inciting panic among the city's inhabitants. So this is Earth. Not too shabby, is it? Vegeta crossed his arms, a hint of wicked amusement gracing his features. Nappa displayed a bloodthirsty grin, exclaiming, "Let me greet these unsophisticated beings." Nappa's hand coalesced with energy, his aura beginning to surge as he prepared to unleash his power. Just then, a ki blast sliced through the air towards him. What? Vegeta, taken aback, quickly took flight to evade the attack, while Nappa, caught off guard, was struck directly by the ki blast. Boom. The tremendous explosion startled those nearby. Some of the more timid souls so frightened they lost control of their bladders. As the dust settled, Nappa stood with singed remnants behind him, numerous burns marring his body. His furious gaze seething with rage. Who dares to ambush me? Vegeta landed, his expression serious as he observed the figure descending from the sky. With tousled black hair and a handsome visage, clad in a purple martial arts uniform, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew, made it just in time. Sun Wuling exhaled, having rushed to intervene just as Nappa was poised to wreak havoc upon the city, thanks to Bulma's monitoring of their movements in space. Vegeta and Nappa hastily utilized their scouters to assess Sun Wuling's battle power, only for the device to register a mere 5. Haha. Nappa laughed heartily at the displayed power level emanating from Sun Wuling. You, a worthless 5, dare to interrupt me? Nappa's towering presence exuded an intimidating aura as he sauntered towards Sun Wuling. Standing before him, he leaned down, gazing down upon Sun Wuling. Standing at 183 centimeters. Sun Wuling was dwarfed by Nappa, who was likely over 2 meters tall. Sun Wuling raised his head, a placid expression tinged with a hint of mirth. In response to Nappa's astonished gaze, he jested, I find that sometimes playing the fool can be rather enjoyable. However, it appears you are not the tiger you presume to be. Keyblade. Whoosh. Sun Wuling's left palm manifested the keyblade in an instant, slicing through Nappa's waist before dissipating. As he passed by Nappa, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. What? Vegeta gazed solemnly at Sun Wukong as Nappa slowly turned around, his towering frame appearing as though it were cleaved in two, emitting a mournful cry of agony. The upper half of his body collapsed to the ground, his terrified eyes only able to behold the silhouette of Sun Wukong. Chapter 12. The Name of the Warrior. It cannot be. How could I, the great Nappa, be defeated by a worthless wretch with a power level of merely 5? No, it is impossible. Nappa's trembling eyes fixated on Sun Wukong's back, his unwillingness palpable as he felt the life ebbing away from him after being bisected. You cough, what did you say? Nappa spat blood in fury, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong. Indeed, you must be a fool. Your scouter can detect power levels, cannot it? Though I am uncertain of my own, I assure you it is far greater than yours. Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, no longer containing it, as the scouter recorded the relentless surge of his power. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000. Astonishingly, it continued to rise. Nappa exclaimed in disbelief, his excitement intensifying the flow of blood. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 15,000 power level. Vegeta was taken aback by the reading on the scouter, astonished by Sun Wukong's power. 15,000. Well, cough. 15,000, truly? Nappa's laughter twisted into a wretched sound as his mental state crumbled. Everyone, my name is Sun Wukong. Do not be alarmed. These two are akin to the former King Piccolo in their villainy. Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly to the surrounding crowd. Sun Wukong? He is the one who defeated King Piccolo and saved the world, the brother of Sun Wukong. Yes, it's Sun Wukong. I knew he looked familiar. I even visited Wukong City and Wuling City. I never thought I would see him in person. Sun Wukong, go. Defeat those vile villains. The murmurs of the crowd filled the air, and Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. After vanquishing King Piccolo, he had faced reporters and the Animal King alongside Sun Wukong. Though they were not driven by the desire for fame, Sun Wukong contemplated the impending decline of intelligence in the future, believing it far better to disseminate martial arts across the globe. The martial spirit on Earth surged forth with the appearance of both him and Sun Wukong. At least, the notion of energy being mere trickery would no longer be uttered, and a future like that of Satan's was impossible. You must be the strongest Earthling on this planet. With a power level of 15,000, truly impressive, Vegeta remarked, a smile gracing his face, filled with fighting spirit as he regarded Sun Wukong. Even among the cosmos, you would be considered formidable. You defeated Raditz, did you not? What did you say? You claim I am foolish and inferior to that scoundrel Raditz? Nappa gasped, nearly exhausting his remaining strength. Is it not the case? Sun Wukong crossed his arms, his cold gaze piercing like that of a demon, indelibly etched into Nappa's mind. In this world, good people do not perish, nor do the wicked. Only one type of individual meets their end, those as foolish as you. You cough. As Nappa attempted to retort, he coughed up blood, his life gradually ebbing away. His trembling hand reached out as if to grasp something. He did not wish to die, he did not wish to perish. Sun Wuling, observing the crowd that cheered for him, extended his hand, and the uproar immediately subsided. This is beyond what the army can handle. Everyone, please do not approach any closer. The throng dispersed in an instant, for Sun Wuling's words were profoundly effective. The warriors were laid bare before the public eye, and with the Animal King's deliberate promotion, aside from him and Wukong, Tien, Krillin, Master Roshi, Chaos, and Yamcha all found themselves exposed to the gaze of the populace. However, Yamcha seemed to revel in this newfound fame, especially now that he appeared to have completely severed ties with Bulma. Sun Wuling held no objections. Yamcha merely basked in the admiration of the crowd, which was harmless. Moreover, he did not exploit this notoriety for personal gain, as everyone was already well off. Sun Wuling found this rather agreeable, at the very least. Yamcha would not squander his martial arts training as he had in the past, thus remaining relevant among the warriors. Vegeta, if you wish to battle me, you must first defeat someone else, Sun Wuling declared, leaving Vegeta momentarily stunned. Oh, is this opponent even stronger than you? Vegeta inquired. I cannot say for certain. The challenger is named Son Goku, and his Saiyan name is Kakarot. So what say you? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge, Vegeta? Kakarot? Ha. Vegeta burst into laughter upon hearing the name, showing no restraint in his derision. You must be joking. A low-class warrior dares to challenge me? Huh. Do you dare to take up the challenge, Vegeta? Just be cautious not to be defeated by someone you consider beneath you. Defeat Son Goku, and I will gladly fight you, Sun Wuling replied, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. He had not anticipated that Na Ba would approach him so boldly, only to be swiftly dispatched. Very well, lead the way. I am eager to see what audacity this low-class warrior Kakarot possesses to challenge me. Vegeta followed Sun Wuling as they soared into the sky, heading towards the location of Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku, while Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Chaos soon arrived in succession. Boom. Sun Wuling unleashed a ki blast, engulfing the severed Na Ba, who with his last breath, turned to dust, creating a vast crater in the ground. Sun Wuling was uncertain of Vegeta's battle power, but judging by Vegeta's demeanor, it was likely not far from his own. Furthermore, Vegeta did not seem to possess an insurmountable level of strength, suggesting that their disparity was manageable. At that moment, within the confines of the secluded valley, Goku, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, Gohan, and Chaos all sensed a tremendous energy abruptly vanish. No. Goku shook his head, filled with fighting spirit. Wuling and that even stronger opponent are heading this way now. It seems Wuling has left that fellow named Vegeta for me. Sun Wukong flexed his entire body, commencing his warm-up, while his martial arts attire had undergone a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the weight burden had been annulled by the King of the Worlds, and the character now adorned his back under the influence of Sun Wuling's alterations. Wukong, are you truly alright on your own? Piccolo queried, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He sensed that Vegeta's energy surpassed that of Sun Wuling, and if even Sun Wuling was not his equal, could Sun Wukong truly contend with Vegeta alone? With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, I apologize, everyone, for imposing this selfish request upon you. However, I cannot help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction if I do not engage in battle with such a formidable opponent. My apologies. Chapter 13, Sun Wukong versus Vegeta. Whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta pursued Sun Wuling relentlessly, exuding an air of audacious confidence. Sun Wuling remained vigilant in his heart, wary of Vegeta's presence. He could not afford to let his guard down. He had even devised a special technique to sever the tail of Vegeta, should the latter transform into a great ape. Indeed, Vegeta's pride was astonishing. It was unexpected that he could so effortlessly dispatch that scion, Naba. Although Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and the others lost the opportunity to train under the King of the Worlds, death was certainly not a favorable outcome. Sun Wuling contemplated that had Naba not recklessly approached him, he would not have so easily dispatched him. Finally, upon spotting the silhouette of the warrior, Sun Wuling descended to the ground. Vegeta, crossing his arms and regarding Sun Wukong with a cold gaze, assessed the situation. His battle power is only, no wait. You Earthlings possess techniques to manipulate battle power. Kakarot must have such abilities as well. Vegeta recalled how Sun Wuling had exhibited a mere power level of 5 before unleashing an astounding 15,000, discarding the scanner to scrutinize the others. That Namekian. Upon noticing Piccolo, Vegeta expressed his surprise. The Namekian? Piccolo heard this name for the first time, gazing at Vegeta in confusion. Aside from Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Yamcha all regarded both Piccolo and Vegeta with curiosity. Vegeta, with a sinister grin, remarked, the Namekian possesses not only immense battle prowess, but also incredible abilities, including magic. I have heard tales across the universe about the Dragon Balls from Namek, which can grant wishes. Who would have thought such a treasure would come to light? He even knows about the Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a wave of pressure wash over him. Piccolo trembled, the notion of Vegeta's Namekian reference echoing in his mind. He was not an Earthling after all. With a cold smirk, Piccolo retorted, thank you for that. I now understand who my ancestors are. However, the Dragon Balls are not of my making. I excel only in combat. And you must be Vegeta, correct? You will remain here. Haha, splendid. Sun Wukong, undeterred by Vegeta's words, filled with fighting spirit, soared alongside Vegeta to the peaks of 2 distant mountains. In the celestial realm, the Supreme Kai attentively observed the unfolding events. His emotions stirred upon hearing from Vegeta about the situation on Namek. Beside him, Bubbles cast a worried glance at the Supreme Kai. Today, I finally realized my extraterrestrial origins. No wonder I am unlike others. When I first forged the Dragon Balls, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. Is it possible that my distant homeland possesses something akin to the Dragon Balls? A fierce wind swept through the valley as Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances. Son Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin stood side by side. Gohan, is it truly acceptable to let Goku face this alone? Krillin inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on Son Gohan. Not to worry, Goku has trained with King Kai, and I have prepared contingencies. Krillin, Gohan reassured him with a smile. That fellow named Nappa was dealt with by you, right, Gohan? Piccolo remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Haha, everyone knows that Nappa, the scion, brought his demise upon himself. I cannot be held accountable, Gohan chuckled in response. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, signaling the commencement of battle between Goku and Vegeta. Their speed was astonishing, creating a flurry of energy afterimages in the air. Where did Dad and that Saiyan go? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo, maintaining his focus, urged, "Idiot, don't rely solely on your eyes. Feel with your body." "Can everyone see it?" Gohan nodded, recalling what Piccolo had taught him about sensing with his body. "Look, I can see it. Dad is at a disadvantage." With a resounding crash, Vegeta forcefully drove Goku's head into the ground, creating a deep crater. "You should consider yourself fortunate, Kakarot. A lowly warrior like you. Facing off against a royal genius such as myself is quite an honor," Vegeta taunted. "As a Saiyan, you were evaluated for combat potential at birth. Those with low scores, like you, are dispatched to planets devoid of formidable opponents. You are, in essence, a reject." Goku, bloodied but resolute, raised his head to meet Vegeta's gaze. "I'm rather glad to have arrived on Earth instead of being like you lot. Moreover, I firmly believe that with relentless effort, even a reject can surpass a genius." Kaioken ×2. With a booming surge, Goku enveloped himself in a crimson aura, his energy skyrocketing. "What?" Vegeta gasped, only to be sent flying by Goku's sudden strike, his fist crashing into Vegeta's head. "Ah, you bastard." Vegeta retaliated, conjuring an energy blast aimed at Goku. "Huh." Goku countered with his own energy blast. The collision unleashing a violent shockwave that spread like a typhoon, momentarily blinding Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. Remarkable. Goku's energy surged in an instant. Is that the technique he learned from King Kai? Tianjin, rendered speechless by the overwhelming power of Vegeta, could hardly comprehend the situation. Indeed, Sun Wuling elucidated to the group. This technique is known as the Kaioken, which can amplify one's strength exponentially. Currently, Goku is capable of utilizing a fourfold Kaioken. "Oh, so Goku possesses 4 times his usual strength." Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Sun Wuling. "Precisely. You scoundrel. It's impossible. How can Kakarot's power surpass mine?" Vegeta roared in defiance. Each time he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Goku, the latter effortlessly evaded and retaliated with a strike of his own. "Impossible. A lowly warrior." Vegeta shouted in frustration, soaring into the air and observing Goku below. He erupted into laughter, his energy surging violently. "Kakarot, if you can dodge, then give it a try. Even if you evade, this planet shall be shattered by the impact of the core. You fiend." Goku's aura, intensified by the twofold Kaioken, caused the ground to tremble as he brought his palms together. "Kamehameha." Vegeta countered, Gallic Gun. Boom. The clash of the blue and purple energy waves resonated through the air. Witnessing the Kamehameha being suppressed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Sun Wuling restrained the eager Krillin, urging him to remain calm. "Do not fret. Goku has been employing the twofold Kaioken until now. Threefold Kaioken." With a fierce roar, Goku's crimson aura expanded dramatically. "What?" The Kamehameha struck Vegeta's form, and he desperately concentrated his energy into a protective shield. Though it shattered, it granted him a fleeting moment to evade the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 14. The Artificial Full Moon. "Kakarot, how can this be? Why can that scoundrel surpass me? I am the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans." Vegeta bellowed, filled with rage. This cannot stand. Regaining his composure, Vegeta realized that survival was now a daunting challenge. Aside from Kakarot, which Earthling could possibly contend? Though I detest transforming into such a grotesque form, let me demonstrate the overwhelming destructive power of my great ape transformation. As Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the King Kai, who had been gazing at Earth, chuckled. "Ah, fortunately, Piccolo had the foresight to destroy the moon. Now Goku still retains some strength. Saiyan, your journey ends here." "Ah." Vegeta unleashed a furious roar. "Do not think that the destruction of the moon grants you peace of mind. Although it will consume a great deal of energy, Vegeta concentrated an energy sphere in his palm, presenting it before Goku and the others. "Haha, Kakarot, do not assume that destroying the moon will thwart me." "Moon? What are you talking about?" Goku, his Kaioken aura dissipating, returned to his usual demeanor, gazing at the radiant energy orb in Vegeta's hand. Do not feign ignorance, Kakarot. Do you know why Saiyans transform upon witnessing a full moon?" Vegeta's words startled Krillin and the others, making them comprehend the nature of the energy sphere in his hand. "Oh no, Goku, if Vegeta." Krillin turned to Son Goku, only to find Goku's expression grave, his fingers outstretched, a miniature energy blade forming at his fingertip. "A mini energy blade. Do not worry, I am prepared for this. If I cannot reach him in time, once Vegeta transforms into a great ape, everyone, please distract him while I sever his tail. But wait, I want to know the reason why Saiyans can transform into great apes." "Alright." Hearing Son Goku's words, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin readied themselves, eager to leap into action. Goku's energy blade is incredibly impressive, Krillin thought to himself as he gazed at the mini energy blade on Goku's fingertip. At that moment, Vegeta addressed Son Goku, saying, "The moonlight is a reflection of sunlight. The sunlight reflected by the moon contains Blutz waves, and during a full moon, the energy of these Blutz waves reaches 17 million hertz. When a Scion's eyes absorb these 17 million hertz Blutz waves, their tail reacts, initiating the transformation. Son Goku replied, "What are you talking about? Moreover, only a handful of Scions can create an artificial full moon emitting 17 million hertz of Blutz waves. Even if you were to destroy the moon, I can simply mix the oxygen and energy from this planet." Haha. Vegeta unleashed the energy sphere from his palm into the sky, and it suddenly erupted. With a heartbeat-like rhythm, Vegeta's pupils vanished, and his body grew even larger, the special battle suit he wore expanding along with him. He is transformed. That is the great ape form seen by Scions under a full moon. Yamcha shouted nervously. Well, now that we understand, let us proceed. Whoosh. The mini-energy blade in Son Goku's hand was released. Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others charged forward, each unleashing their strongest destructive energy waves to divert attention. As the almost negligible mini-energy blade silently approached the transforming Great Ape Vegeta, that is, Gohan trembled all over, feeling as if he were encased in lead, unable to move. Aya! Gohan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he charged forward, unleashing a magic flash. Everyone. Son Goku was momentarily frozen at the sight of Vegeta transformed into a great ape. After seeing the full moon, a Scion becomes a great ape. Which means, I finally understand. The monster that crushed Grandpa and disrupted the martial arts tournament is none other than me. I'm so sorry, Grandpa, I'm so sorry. As the dust settled, the great ape Vegeta laughed heartily, completely unscathed. What? Krillin and the others looked at the now great ape Vegeta in disbelief. Let me share some good news. When a Scion transforms into a great ape, their battle power increases tenfold. Haha. Son Goku smirked, his cold gaze fixed on the current form of Vegeta, his voice clear enough to reach Vegeta's ears. I too have some good news for you, Vegeta. Take a good look at your tail. What? Ah, you scoundrel. Vegeta's body gradually diminished in size. Often, people tend to overlook the small, seemingly insignificant things around them, such as grains of sand. The miniature energy blade, no larger than a thumbnail, was beyond Vegeta's current perception of energy. With his tail severed, and compounded by the spell that Sun Wukong had specifically learned from the Supreme Kai, this tiny energy blade was doomed to remain forever stunted, much like Wukong's tail. Without taking the utmost precautions, how could Sun Wukong possibly allow Vegeta to conjure an artificial moon? Sun Wukong, utilizing his flight technique, approached Wukong's side. Observing Wukong's somewhat dejected demeanor, he instinctively knew what thoughts plagued Wukong's mind. Just moments ago, Vegeta had expended a substantial amount of energy to create an artificial full moon, only for it to be destroyed by Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to him, his tail would never regrow, or else he would surely be driven to madness. Damn it! With a surge of energy, Vegeta conjured a ki blast and hurled it towards Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong flicked his right palm, effortlessly deflecting Vegeta's attack. The blast plummeted to a distant mountain peak, exploding into a shower of debris. With a swift elbow strike, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta in the abdomen, causing him to feel as though his very being was unraveling. The intense pain robbed him of all resistance. His energy dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground. Wukong, no, brother, what will you do with this scoundrel? Will it be like with Raditz? Sun Wukong hesitated, his words causing Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan to swallow hard. Could it be that Sun Wukong was about to resort to that method again? Hey, Wukong, I apologize, let him go. Unlike Raditz, it would be a shame if he were to die. The familiar words echoed, revealing the ever-optimistic Sun Wukong. Yet Sun Wukong did not entirely lower his guard. As an arc of energy coalesced in his palm, ready to manifest into another energy blade. I do not require your pity, Kakarot, nor that of you, Earthling Sun Wukong. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Otherwise, next time, I will ensure that I obliterate all of you. Vegeta clutched the spot where Sun Wukong had struck him, shocked that the lower-class warrior he had always scorned had bested him. He understood his predicament. But to beg for mercy was unthinkable. He was the prince of the Scions. We defeated you once, and we shall do so again, Vegeta. Whether it be myself or Wukong, you shall never surpass us. Now leave this planet. Sun Wukong's words brimmed with unwavering confidence as he gazed coldly at Vegeta. You will all regret this. The arc of energy in Vegeta's hand dissipated as Sun Wukong remarked with keen interest. It seems that Vegeta truly differs from Raditz. Sorry about that, Wukong. Sun Wukong flashed his trademark cheerful grin. There is no need for apologies. I shall become stronger than him. Even if Vegeta returns, I will defeat him and leave him forever behind. Sun Wuling addressed Sun Wukong, expressing that even if this outcome were to become a reality in the future, his trust lay more with Wukong than with Vegeta. After all, they were brothers who had grown up together, despite lacking blood ties. Alas, he had not anticipated the absence of an opportunity to showcase his abilities. However, he now felt a sense of relief in his heart. Krillin exhaled deeply, The threat posed by the Saiyans had relentlessly pressured them, but now, they could finally breathe easy. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as they embraced one another. Sun Wukong called out, "Chi-Chi," while Sun Gohan exclaimed, "Mom." Meanwhile, Sun Wuling observed this heartwarming family reunion with a smile, gently pulling along the jovial king of demons and a man with a wild hairstyle. Suddenly, he was startled by the presence of this unfamiliar figure. "Who are you?" he demanded, his palm gathering energy in preparation to unleash a ki blast. He was ready to strike at a moment's notice if the situation called for it. The man with the wild hair was taken aback by Sun Wuling's intensity and quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, please wait. Do not strike. I am a martial artist named Satan, here to seek your guidance. Wuling Master, please, do not harm me." Satan's plea for apprenticeship caught Sun Wuling's attention, and upon glancing at the king of demons, he noted a nod of approval, which caused the energy in his palm to dissipate. Sun Wuling fell into contemplation. He had not expected to encounter Satan in such a manner due to his own alterations in destiny. Satan, the name synonymous with the fallen angel opposed to God, the demon who entices humanity into corruption. In biblical tales, he is depicted as a serpent, luring Adam and Eve to consume the forbidden fruit in Eden, embodying the essence of hellish malevolence. Sun Wuling pondered whether this name was a mere coincidence, but the alignment with his past memories was striking. Nevertheless, he recalled his previous words. "You must ascend the Korin Tower to seek the training of Korin, right? Moreover, it seems you have yet to harness any energy," he questioned sternly. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Chi-Chi approached him, curious about the unfolding situation. As for why he was now seeking to become his disciple, Chi-Chi and the King of Demons understood that allowing Wukong to teach someone might not be wise. Sun Wuling did not refuse. Given Satan's past, he undoubtedly possessed unique abilities. With the martial arts now laid bare before the world, coupled with the cities named after Wukong and Wuling and the statues erected in their honor, he feared that the passage of time might lead to the erasure of their significance. Time, after all, has the power to alter everything. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, Satan's eyes gleamed with hope. The absence of a rebuttal when he referred to Wuling as his master signaled a chance for him. "Master Wuling, my aptitude is lacking. Having never encountered disciples from the Turtle School or Crane School, I dared to venture to Paozi Mountain. Just as I was on the brink of demise, I was rescued by Mr. King of Demons, granting me the fortune to meet you." As Sun Wukong reminisced about the Korin Tower, he turned to Sun Wuling and chuckled. "Ah, Korin Tower. How nostalgic. I nearly met my end there, but Wuling carried me up the tower, and then Korin saved me with his magical beans." "What? Chi-Chi, Sun Gohan, King Piccolo, and Mr. Satan looked at Sun Wukong with astonishment, surprised to learn of such an event. Mr. Satan was particularly shocked. He had indeed visited Korin Tower and heard tales of two boys, one of whom had carried a dying boy up the tower, having personally experienced the tower's immense height, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. He was in awe that, at that time, Sun Wuling had actually carried Sun Wukong up. Sun Wuling gazed somberly at his own palm, as if he could still see the blood of Sun Wukong staining his hands from that fateful day. It was also the moment when his Kamehameha made its debut. At that time, they were without the Dragon Balls and faced off against Tao Pai Pai, clearly outmatched. Seizing an opportunity created by Sun Wukong, Wuling's Kamehameha had obliterated Tao Pai Pai's body. Yet, Sun Wukong had been struck by Tao Pai Pai's Dodon Ray. Fortunately, it had not struck a vital point, as they had both grown stronger since then, allowing Sun Wukong to evade a more grievous injury. After tending to Sun Wukong's wounds and securing him with a rope, Wuling gritted his teeth and ascended Korin Tower, ultimately leading them to dismantle the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters together. "Let us not dwell on the past, Wukong," Sun Wuling interjected, interrupting Sun Wukong's animated storytelling. He had truly been frightened. The thought of Sun Wukong dying due to his actions haunted him, especially with the impending threat of Raditz looming. Thus, Sun Wuling became increasingly cautious. With a jar and a half of magical beans, alongside the Dragon Balls he kept at home, he resolved to keep them safe. Whether one deemed him selfish or greedy for hoarding the Dragon Balls, he simply wished to avoid future crises. "Haha, my apologies, Wuling. However, it takes considerable determination for Mr. Satan to come to Paozi Mountain. What are your plans?" Sun Wukong chuckled shyly. Mr. Satan looked at Sun Wuling with eager anticipation. Although they had not known each other long, he had come to understand Sun Wukong's character quite well, kind, gentle, and somewhat naive. In contrast to Sun Wukong, Sun Wuling seemed far more reliable, prompting him to recall Chi-Chi's and King Piccolo's words about how wise it was to take Sun Wuling as a master. "I never said I wouldn't accept you, though." Mr. Satan's smile faded momentarily as he gazed expectantly at Sun Wuling. "However, I will teach you the method of energy gathering. If you cannot harness your energy, I shall not accept you, Mr. Satan," Sun Wuling stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. "Yes, Master Wuling," Mr. Satan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he bowed, thrilled to finally have the chance to learn about energy. Chapter 16, the female colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. Why did Sun Wuling decide to accept Satan? The advantages are manifold. He had long sought a public representative but was hindered by time constraints. Unexpectedly, Satan appeared at his doorstep, and judging by his previous performance and aura, Sun Wuling chose to embrace him. Stand up and speak. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, Satan quickly rose, straightening his posture to face Sun Wuling. Before I teach you about martial arts, I must convey the responsibilities that accompany the power gained from becoming a martial artist. When a crisis befalls Earth, one must stand at the forefront. Do you understand? I understand, Master Wuling. You and Mr. Wukong defeated the Demon King Piccolo and the Saiyans. I comprehend, Master Wuling. Although I am timid, I sincerely aspire to become a martial artist, Satan declared resolutely, his gaze fixed on Sun Wuling. Nearby, Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, and Chi-Chi exchanged approving smiles, clearly pleased with Satan's words. Daddy. In Sun Wukong's home, a young girl, roughly the same age as Sun Gohan, appeared exquisitely crafted. Her face slightly rounded, with black hair that starkly contrasted with Satan's appearance. Sun Wuling, Wukong City. The site where Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong ultimately vanquished the Demon King Piccolo has been rebuilt from its ruins into a city boasting a population exceeding 10 million. With the royal palace established here. At that moment, Krillin and Yamcha, disguised to avoid recognition, were carrying a large haul of supplies. They gazed at the statue of a young Sun Wukong in the central square, amusement gleaming in their eyes. Krillin remarked, "Remember the frenzy of fans during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, shouting for Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling? The streets were utterly congested." Yamcha chuckled, "Of course I remember. Back then, Sun Wukong didn't even know what a bride was, thinking it was some kind of delicacy, and ended up marrying Chi-Chi in a daze." There was a throng of female fans lamenting over him. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire rang out, startling Krillin and Yamcha. The crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion. A swarm of humanoid robots armed with guns pursued a woman with flowing purple hair. She retaliated with a handgun, each shot to a robot's head, causing one to collapse. "Look at the emblem on those robots." Yamcha pointed to a red, trapezoidal insignia on the robots, inscribed with characters. "The Red Ribbon Army? That's impossible. Wasn't the Red Ribbon Army exterminated by Wuling and Wukong?" Krillin exclaimed, rendered speechless by disbelief. "There may still be remnants. Let us rescue her first." Yamcha and Krillin shed their disguises and charged forward with swift, decisive movements, eliminating the robots in mere seconds. The purple-haired woman, slightly taken aback, recognized Yamcha and Krillin. She had intended to find them, but was surprised by the encounter. "Are you all right?" Krillin inquired with concern, addressing the purple-haired woman. "I am well, thank you, Krillin Yamcha." The purple-haired woman, exuding a sense of cleanliness and efficiency, brushed off the dust from her attire and revealed a bright, confident smile as she addressed Krillin and Yamcha. Their recognition of her came as no surprise. Although they lacked the fanfare surrounding Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, they were still well remembered, particularly Yamcha, who had garnered a considerable following due to his active presence among the public. "Why is the Red Ribbon Army pursuing you?" Yamcha inquired, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "What?" Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation of the identity of the purple-haired woman named Violet. Surveying their surroundings, Krillin suggested, "This is not the place for discussion. Let us take her to Kame House, and we shall inform Goku and Wuling regarding the Red Ribbon Army." At that moment, at Paozi Mountain, Sun Wuling, Satan, and Satan's daughter, Biddy Li, stood before him. Biddy Li, who was of a similar age to Sun Gohan and currently appeared as a little girl, gazed at him in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sun Wuling chose not to elaborate further, allowing her to listen alongside Satan. With a swift gathering of energy, he unleashed a ki blast that struck a distant rock, shattering it into fragments before the astonished eyes of Satan and Biddy Li. This is ki. Beyond its offensive capabilities, ki possesses numerous abilities. It is not mere magic or trickery, Satan. I have already instructed you on how to channel your ki. Remain calm, be patient, and concentrate. If you have not succeeded in gathering ki within a month, I would advise you to reconsider your efforts. Sun Wuling glanced at Biddy Li, recalling that she had seemingly begun training in ki with Sun Gohan. However, given Satan's current demeanor, he believed it plausible that he too could master it. Should a month pass without success, he would pivot to instructing Biddy Li, as she too held potential. "Yes, Master Wuling." "Wuling uncle, Wuling uncle." Sun Gohan flew in, clad in a purple martial arts uniform akin to Piccolo's. "What is it, Gohan?" Sun Wuling inquired. "Wuling uncle, Krillin uncle just contacted Dad, and he asked me to bring you to Kame House concerning the Red Ribbon Army." "What?" Sun Wuling's heart raced, conjuring images of the two androids. Number 17 and number 18. "We must depart at once, Gohan." Sun Wuling soared into the air, heading towards Kame House, with Sun Gohan closely following, leaving Satan and Biddy Li wide-eyed in astonishment. Especially Biddy Li, who recalled that Sun Gohan was of her age, yet he was now soaring through the sky. "Fly. Biddy Li, we must strive to succeed." Once we master Ki, we can truly become disciples. Satan encouraged Biddy Lee with a smile. Father, let us give our all. We will surely become disciples of Master Wuling. Biddy Lee's eyes sparkled as she gazed in the direction of Sun Wuling's departure, his handsome, aloof figure etched in her mind like a prince from a fairy tale, unforgettable for ages to come. Chapter 17, Piccolo's Request. Kame House. After Sun Wuling and Sun Wufan caught up with Sun Wukong, they arrived at the Kame House, where they found Master Roshi, the blue-haired Launch, Krillin, Yamcha, and an unfamiliar purple-haired woman. It was only when Yamcha introduced her as Violet that Sun Wuling experienced a moment of clarity. Recalling Violet as the female colonel from the Red Ribbon Army, the circumstances now bore a striking resemblance to the past, when he and Wukong had dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, seizing their treasury in the process. The difference now was that she was branded a traitor and hunted by the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. I have nowhere else to turn. They will not spare me. A traitor, Violet said to Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, her composed smile tinged with an undertone of strain. I can only seek your protection and share everything I know. What do you think, Wukong? Sun Wuling inquired. With one of them embodying light and the other shadow, he was the latter. Wuling, perhaps we should take her in. She seems rather pitiable. It must be quite challenging for a girl like her right now, Sun Wukong replied bashfully. Violet's face lit up with joy, and she excitedly embraced Krillin, relieved that she no longer had to hide. Regardless, Violet, I have a few questions for you, Sun Wuling said, observing the flushed face of Krillin and the exuberant Violet. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was an inexplicable connection between Krillin and Violet, especially as she held him close, causing a blush to spread from his cheeks to his neck. Master Roshi looked on with an envious gaze directed at Krillin. Krillin, once you're with Android 18, I'll be sure to share today's events with her, Sun Wuling thought mischievously, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Violet, do you know anything about androids? Like Android 8, for instance? Are the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army still researching such creations? Androids? Violet looked at Sun Wuling with confusion, releasing Krillin, who appeared breathless yet blissful. You don't know? Sun Wuling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Violet. Violet shook her head. I truly have no knowledge of the androids you mention. However, I do know that the Red Ribbon Army's weaponry was developed by a core figure within their ranks. I don't know their name or appearance. I only heard of this person during my time there. Sun Wuling perceived no deceit in Violet's demeanor, although he had yet to glean any information regarding Dr. Jero from her. Wuling, are you referring to Android 8? It brings back memories. I wonder how he and Snow are doing. It's been ages since I last saw them, Sun Wukong interjected, suddenly recalling the identity of the android. Indeed, it has been a long time. Snow has probably grown up by now, Wukong responded. Sun Wuling cast a glance at Sun Wukong, noting his evident charm with women, as he must have unknowingly captivated many with his presence. At the very least, he would no longer resort to actions such as removing Bulma's undergarments outright. After all, Sun Gohan had been born, and he had gained an understanding of girls. Thanks to Sun Wuling, warriors like Piccolo and Yamcha had escaped sacrifice, resulting in a joyous outcome for all. Currently, Bulma was engrossed in studying Raditz and Nappa's spacecraft, reconstructing it according to her own vision. Even though the current situation suggested that Sun Wukong and the others would not be venturing to Namek, Sun Wuling was nonetheless inclined to explore the cosmos. On a particular day, after successfully mastering the energy-gathering technique, Satan was taken under Sun Wuling's wing and taught the art of flight. He intended to visit West City to check on Bulma's progress with the spaceship when, unexpectedly, Piccolo arrived. Piccolo, the Demon King, Satan exclaimed, trembling in fear as he clutched Videl protectively to his chest. Sun Wuling, Piccolo said coldly, arms crossed over his chest, is this your new disciple? He seems to pale in comparison to Gohan. Sun Wuling did not dispute this, but smiled at Piccolo. You didn't come here just to mock me, did you, Piccolo? Speak your mind. After a brief silence, Piccolo hesitated, as if grappling with his words. I don't know why, but I feel an unsettling urge to visit my ancestral home on Namek. Wuling, I've heard you plan to explore the universe next. I would like to request that you take me with you to my original homeland, Namek. Sun Wuling's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation could shock him for an entire year. He was well aware of the impending events concerning Namek, and Piccolo's request made him wonder if he too sensed the impending turmoil. Wuling, suddenly, a voice resonated in Sun Wuling's mind. Is that the Supreme Kai? He thought. Ugh, that old man again, Piccolo muttered. The Supreme Kai communicated telepathically with Sun Wuling. Very well, Wuling replied with a smile, aware of the possible future occurrences. Yet, he shifted the conversation, asking, but do you know the coordinates to Namek? Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. How could Piccolo possibly know? Wait, leave it to me. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared in his orange martial arts uniform and blue shirt, having overheard Sun Wuling's inquiry. He closed his eyes, reaching out. King Kai, did you hear that? Do you know the location of Namek? Sun Wukong directly communicated with King Kai, who was presently enjoying a leisurely drive. Upon hearing Wukong's question, He was taken aback. Oh, Wukong. Of course, I know the location of Namek. I am the King Kai. The voice of the King of Worlds resonated clearly in the minds of everyone present. Satan. You have startled Bidiri enough already, Son Goku exclaimed, landing a punch on Satan's head. Fool, be silent. This is telepathy. If you continue to be so pathetic, take Bidiri and leave at once. Son Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment, his angry tone prompting Satan to nod quickly, silencing himself. Chapter 18, The Spaceship. My apologies. Lord King, Son Goku interjected. My disciple is inexperienced. Please, continue your explanation. After delivering a fierce glare at Satan, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Satan, covering his mouth, nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Bidiri, seated on the grass, mimicked Son Goku's gesture playfully, a mischievous smile adorning her face. Lord King? The deity spoke respectfully. Can we all hear this? Piccolo inquired, slightly astonished. Lord King, everyone can hear. Please tell us. Son Goku urged. Let me check. Oh, according to your earthly coordinates, it is, yes. 83 degrees and 9045. 9045, Lord King. Are you certain this is based on Earth as the origin? Son Goku asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Absolutely. I am the King of Worlds. I am well acquainted with your Earth-S coordinate system. There is no mistake. The king expressed his mild displeasure at Son Goku's skepticism. My apologies, Lord King. Goku did not mean to offend. He tends to be somewhat meticulous, Son Goku quickly reassured. Noticing the king's irritation. Forgive me, Lord King, please continue. What is the climate of Namek like? What about its environment, atmospheric density, and gravity? Do they also breathe oxygen? What is the air pressure like? Please enlighten us, Lord King. Hearing the barrage of complicated terms spilling from Son Goku's lips, which made him feel overwhelmed, the king patiently began to respond. Namek was once a remarkably beautiful planet. However, a long time ago, it underwent climatic upheaval, nearly leading to its extinction. Fortunately, I have discovered that a few hundred Namekians survived and continue to thrive. The king continued. There is no need for concern, Goku. The atmospheric composition and surface gravity of Namek are roughly similar to that of Earth. However, the star system in which Namek exists is quite unique, with 3 small stars orbiting it like moons, ensuring that Namek never experiences night. Furthermore, a year on Namek lasts only 130 days. Additionally, the Namekians are a very gentle race, much like the deities on your Earth. Thank you, Lord King. Son Goku turned to Piccolo and Son Goku, saying, I plan to visit Bulma today to check on the spaceship. Let us go together. Piccolo nodded in agreement and followed Son Goku and Son Goku as they soared towards West City, Bulma's residence. Satan, focus on your training. You are about to be surpassed by Bidiri. West City, Bulma's home. Dr. Brief, founder of the Capsule Corporation and Bulma's father. Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, is a gentle blonde lady who, upon seeing Goku, Goten, and Piccolo, smiles warmly while holding a tea tray. Ah, Goku, Goten. It has been quite some time. You both look as dashing as ever. And this green, cool gentleman must be Piccolo, am I right? Hello, Mrs. Brief. May I ask if Bulma is at home? Goten inquired politely. Ah, Goten has come to see Bulma, has he? I thought perhaps he was here for a date with me. Mrs. Brief said with a playful smile, driving Goten to the brink of exasperation. Mrs. Brief, please, no such jokes. Goten exclaimed, his face reddening with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Goku chuckled heartily, clearly enjoying Goten's discomfort, which made Goten wish to deliver a swift punch. Since his marriage, Goku had become increasingly mischievous. How disappointing, Goten thought, yet Mrs. Brief's smile showed no signs of disappointment whatsoever. Oh my, who would have thought that the once diminutive Goku has grown into such a fine young man? Perhaps we should arrange a date next time, she said, grasping both Goku's and Goten's arms with unwavering cheerfulness. Goten, how is the progress on Bulma and Dr. Brief's spaceship? He asked directly, cutting to the chase. Mrs. Brief appeared as ageless as ever, warmly welcoming both him and Goku, though her demeanor towards Yamcha seemed rather indifferent, an enigma indeed. Ah, over a year has passed, and it is still not ready? Goten expressed his astonishment, for this was not at all reflective of Dr. Brief's or Bulma's usual efficiency. Where are they now? Piccolo suddenly inquired. They're in the courtyard. Please, follow me. Mrs. Brief cheerfully responded, leading Goku, Goten, and Piccolo to the courtyard. She maintained her hospitable demeanor, showing no signs of fear or trepidation despite knowing Piccolo's true nature. Goten, Goku, I recently discovered a fantastic bakery, and it is all thanks to you for defeating the Saiyans. Otherwise, Earth would have perished, and I would have lost my chance to enjoy their treats, she said, still holding onto their arms with a radiant smile. Upon reaching the courtyard, Mrs. Brief called out joyfully, Darling, Bulma, Goku, Goten, Piccolo have arrived. Goten, Goku. And Piccolo looked ahead in astonishment at a colossal spherical spaceship, which boasted an impressive interior space of over 500 square meters, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation's logo. The hatch opened, revealing a nearby button for convenient storage within a capsule. At that moment, Bulma excitedly emerged from the spaceship, exclaiming, Goku, Piccolo, you're here. It's been so long. Dr. Brief, with his purple hair and glasses, greeted Goten and Goku warmly. It has been quite a while. This is the remarkable transformation of Raditz's spaceship. How impressive it is that such a small vessel has been expanded to this size. Truly, Dr. Brief is extraordinary. Bulma. Speaking of which, perhaps we should dismantle their self-destruct mechanisms? Sun Wukong gazed at Bulma, while Mrs. Brief inquired, worried about any potential self-detonation incidents. If memory serves me right, Bulma had previously caused Nappa's ship to self-destruct. Of course I remember, Wukong. Bulma exclaimed loudly, her discontent evident as she huffed. How could I forget something you reminded me about? I remain as cautious as ever. Moreover, I've even modified Nappa's ship into an emergency escape vessel. That's fantastic. Thank you. You must have worked hard on this, Sun Wukong replied with a shy smile, his handsome visage causing Bulma to momentarily lose her composure. She had always been defenseless against good looks, having felt no resistance when she first met him at Paozi Mountain. Chapter 19, Journey into the Cosmos. Dr. Brief, Bulma. How much longer until completion? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the enormous spherical spacecraft. If we want to finish everything completely, it will take another 3 days. Hehe. I've even arranged for the rooms I desire inside, just like in a novel as we venture into the cosmos, Bulma said, her hands clasped enthusiastically, lost in daydreams. Wait, you're coming too, Bulma? Sun Wukong was taken aback, knowing Bulma was well aware of the dangers lurking in space. What do you mean, Wukong? Bulma leaned closer to him. How could a journey into the universe be complete without me, the genius scientist? You can't leave me behind. Sun Wukong chuckled helplessly. Looking at Bulma. Bulma, this isn't a vacation. Even someone like Vegeta would only be a burden. I can pilot the ship, but it's rather inconvenient for a girl like you to join us. You, Bulma exclaimed. Her eyes filled with a mix of determination and vulnerability as she gazed at Sun Wukong's stoic face. Bulma then trotted up to Sun Wukong, adopting a pleading demeanor, her eyes brimming with a pitiful expression. Sun Wukong, please take me along. I promise to be good and obedient. Sun Wukong felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin. Wukong, why not let Bulma join us? Piccolo suggested, aware of Bulma's earnest request. Although Sun Wukong felt indifferent, having previously shared adventures with her, he looked at Wukong for guidance. All right, Sun Wukong shrugged, lacking objections. Their journey to Namek would now include Wukong, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan, and now Bulma. As for how Chi-Chi agreed to let Gohan come along, Sun Wukong had his ways. The allure of cosmic exploration had never been experienced before, especially with the Dragon Balls at stake, and Gohan was eager to join. He had successfully persuaded Chi-Chi. Suddenly, a presence approached from ahead. A 5-year-old girl, clad in a purple martial arts uniform similar to Sun Wukong's, flew towards him. It was Biddy Li. Who could have imagined her arrival? Sun Wuling smiled faintly, surprised to discover that she had already mastered the art of flight. It seemed her talent surpassed that of Dilly. Master Wuling, Dilly exclaimed, pausing midair with her delicate fists clenched and her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had just received a delightful new toy to showcase. Look, Master Wuling, I've learned it. I've finally mastered the art of flight, and even Daddy hasn't learned it yet. Oh, how impressive. I was already 15 when I mastered the art of flight. Sun Wukong chuckled, recalling that he and Sun Wuling had learned this skill from the Great Elder when they ascended the Garen Tower, with Wuling being a year younger than him. With only 3 days remaining until the spaceship was completed, Sun Wuling was in high spirits today. Turning to Dilly, she said, you've done exceptionally well, Dilly. Now, I will teach you 3 moves. Follow me. I will impart them to you right now. Okay. Dilly exclaimed excitedly as she followed Sun Wuling to the training meadow, with Sun Wukong curiously trailing behind them. At that moment, Satan was still trying to master his control of energy to achieve flight, with 5-year-old Gohan offering guidance from the side. Master Wuling. Upon seeing Sun Wuling, Satan hastily halted his training, eager to catch up. Don't stop. Continue practicing. Once you master the art of flight, I will teach you other techniques. Dilly, come with me. Sun Wuling led Dilly deeper into the dense forest, while Gohan, intrigued by Wuling's intentions, rushed to follow along with Sun Wukong. Looking at Dilly, who was the same age as Gohan, Sun Wuling asked, can you release a Kamehameha wave now? Of course. Watch this, Master Wuling. Dilly eagerly extended her palm toward a nearby large tree and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking the tree with a tremendous explosion that severed it in half, causing it to crash to the ground and sending birds scattering in alarm. Dilly, the 3 techniques I will impart to you are the Kamehameha wave created by Master Rashi of the Turtle School, the solar flare from the Crane School, and my original technique, the Chi Yuan Slash. The Chi Yuan Slash. Master Wuling, is it too reckless to teach Dilly that? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Doesn't T Gohan know it too? If it's reckless, then so be it. Sun Wuling replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she noticed Dilly gazing at her with admiration. And her spirits were high today. Demonstrating each technique for Dilly, she handed her a pair of sunglasses while showcasing the solar flare. For for the Kamehameha wave. She explained how to concentrate all energy into a single point, forming her palms into a flower bud shape at her waist, allowing energy to gather in her palms and unleashing a blue energy wave like a shooting star, possessing immense destructive power. The solar flare required energy to be concentrated and released from the forehead as light energy, blinding anyone who witnessed it, depending on the amount of energy used. As for the Qi Yuan slash, it required high precision. Energy was to be formed in the palm, compressed into a thin, serrated edge, and spun rapidly. But be careful. Dilly. The Qi Yuan slash is extremely sharp and can easily injure yourself. Master the Kamehameha wave and solar flare first before attempting this technique. Sun Wuling cautiously advised Bidalai, imparting not only the techniques, but also some essential considerations. Sun Wuling, still engaged in sparring with Sun Wukong, remained uncertain about the extent of his own strength. Presently, even with the quintuple Kaioken, Sun Wukong found himself unable to surpass him, and his potential continued to burgeon at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Bidalai quietly inquired of Sun Gohan, "Gohan, did I hear from Dad that you're going to travel through the universe with Master Wuling and the others?" "Yes. We're headed to Uncle Piccolo's hometown, Namek. Uncle Wuling has already convinced my mom, and soon, Dad, Uncle Wuling, Uncle Piccolo, and Aunt Bulma will all be going together." Sun Gohan replied, a hint of pride in his voice, in the innocent competition typical of children. Particularly with a girl of similar age in the vicinity, Sun Gohan felt an inexplicable urge to prove his strength, especially in the vastness of the universe. Bidalai lifted her gaze to the azure sky, a tinge of wistfulness in her voice as she said, "I envy you so much. I wish I could journey to the universe with you all, but my dad and Master Wuling would never agree." "Ah, Bidalai, do you truly wish to accompany us to Namek?" Sun Gohan asked, observing her despondent expression with concern. "Of course, everyone has dreams of exploring the cosmic expanse. But is it possible? Gohan, Master Wuling, and your dad?" Bidalai looked at Sun Gohan with eager anticipation. "Leave it to me. I'll talk to Uncle Wuling and Uncle Satan. Aunt Bulma is going too, so you shouldn't have any issues," Sun Gohan declared, leading Bidalai to find Sun Wuling. He felt an inexplicable urge to avoid disappointing her, perhaps because she was his only peer in this moment of playfulness. Even he was unsure of his true feelings. Chapter 20. Departure to Namek. What? At home, Sun Wuling, now clad in a purple leisure outfit, stared in astonishment at the earnest Sun Gohan and the bashful Bidalai, who dared not meet his gaze. The narrative had already been thrown into disarray with his arrival. Satan and Bidalai had become his disciples, and the warriors were not faring as grimly as anticipated. However, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead on this journey to Namek. Uncertain if Sun Wukong could still transform into a Super Saiyan as before, Sun Wuling scrutinized Sun Gohan and Bidalai in silence, the stillness unnerving Sun Gohan. While Bidalai nervously clutched her martial arts uniform, her head bowed. What will Satan say? With arms crossed and a watchful gaze, Sun Wuling regarded Sun Gohan and Bidalai, posing the question. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he considered their preparations, particularly as Bidalai suddenly raised her head, brimming with expectation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sun Wuling understood that this journey to Namek was no trivial matter, though he alone was privy to the impending events. He and Sun Wukong had even led Bulma to perceive it as merely a vacation. 3 days hence, we shall embark on our journey. By the eve of the day after tomorrow, you must master the 3 techniques I have imparted to you, or even Goku's pleas shall not sway my decision. Oh, thank you, Uncle Wuling. Yes, Master Wuling. With exhilaration, Bidalai dashed off to train, closely followed by Sun Gohan, who eagerly assisted her. Huh. Observing the departure of Sun Gohan and Bidalai, Sun Wuling chuckled softly. Though he had undergone significant changes, many things remained unalterable. 3 days later, at Bulma's residence, Sun Wuling, Son Goku, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, and Bidalai congregated. The Kamehameha and solar flare techniques had been mastered, while the key sword technique, taking nearly a minute to coalesce, was also considered learned. Sun Wuling spread his hands and remarked, "Had it not been for your insistence, Bulma, I would not have consented. After all, this is a request from Gohan." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bulma, who instantly understood and grinned wickedly at the duo of Sun Gohan and Bidalai. "Since it's Gohan's request, I too shall agree. Sun Kuan, Wuling, when we first met, we were not this young. Let us converse further upon our arrival. It takes 6 days to reach Namek from here. We must depart." With that, Sun Wuling, Sun Goku, Sun Gohan, and Bidalai bid farewell to Chi-Chi, Mr. Satan, the Ox King, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief, setting forth on their journey to Namek. At that moment, Bulma, clad in a space suit, glanced at Sun Wuling and the others, dressed casually in martial arts attire, and felt a twinge of foolishness. "The coordinates are set, 9045, Namek, let us commence." With a thunderous roar, the spherical spaceship ascended suddenly, causing Bidalai, Sun Gohan, Sun Goku, and Piccolo to grasp their seats tightly amidst the jarring turbulence. feeling a sensation of weightlessness. Back at Bulma's home, Mr. Satan, with tears in his eyes, watched as the spaceship vanished within seconds. Vitalai, do heed Master Wuling's instructions. Chi-Chi urged, Gohan. Remember to wash your hair and brush your teeth. Despite their assurances, Chi-Chi and Mr. Satan felt a pang of melancholy as they observed Son Gohan and Vitalai piloting the spaceship through the celestial expanse. Having traversed the atmosphere, the ship soared steadily through the cosmos, accelerating with vigor, swiftly escaping the solar system and venturing into the depths of the universe. Once Bulma had engaged the autopilot, she hastened to her room to change out of the rather absurd spacesuit. Wow! Vitalai performed her flight technique, soaring into the air and gazing at the cosmic stars through the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement, with Son Gohan closely following suit. Mimicking Vitalai, he ascended into the sky. Piccolo observed Son Gohan with mild surprise, nodding in acknowledgement, feeling an inexplicable sensation. They were so young. Indeed, he recalled that Son Goku and Chi-Chi had also been quite youthful in their time. Bulma emerged from her quarters clad in casual attire, leading everyone on a tour of the spaceship's interior, showcasing the recreation room, kitchen, gravity chamber, bathroom, restroom, and sound system. Each floor was accessible via a ladder. The spaceship comprised 4 levels, with the gravity chamber located on the 4th floor, which also served as the entrance to the cabin. The control room and other compartments were situated on the 3rd floor, while the rooms and recreation area were spread across the 1st and 2nd floors. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, eagerly ventured into the gravity chamber to begin his training. After surveying the entirety of the spaceship, Sun Wuling finally comprehended why it had taken such an extensive duration to construct, particularly the recreation room. Aside from amusement parks, it seemed to house every conceivable entertainment facility, leaving Sun Wuling feeling utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having fled Earth in disarray, piloted his spaceship to a certain base. At that moment, an alien soldier clad in battle attire akin to Vegeta's was taken aback upon witnessing Vegeta's disheveled state and promptly escorted him to the infirmary. Upon exiting the treatment room, Vegeta's fury towards Earth ignited a desire to immediately tear Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling apart. However, as he surveyed himself, he acknowledged that his recent experiences on Earth had been quite fruitful. He had learned to harness the technique of controlling his battle power. Yet he still lagged significantly behind Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. Some abilities simply could not be acquired at a glance. First, he would journey to Namek, wishing for immortality. For only then could he defeat Kakarot, the Earthling named Sun Wuling, and Frieza. The mere mention of Frieza clenched Vegeta's fists in determination. Ah, Vegeta, you appear rather disheveled. A blue humanoid alien, adorned with warty skin, sneered at him. I hear Raditz and Nappa have perished. Who could possibly possess such prowess to vanquish the invincible Saiyans? Leave me be, Chiu-Yi. I have no time for your prattle. Vegeta retorted, striding past Chiu-Yi. Chiu-Yi's hand clutched Vegeta's shoulder, his irritation palpable at being disregarded. Listen, King Frieza is quite displeased with your unauthorized venture to Earth. Vegeta's tone chilled as his expression grew serious. What concern is that of yours, you filth? And remove your filthy hands from me. Chapter 21, Namek. Chiu-Yi, upon hearing Vegeta's disdainful address, felt a surge of uncontainable rage. However, a thought crossed his mind, and his smile morphed into something sinister and mocking as he released Vegeta, displaying a derisive grin. Vegeta, King Frieza is magnanimous. He has forgiven you for discovering something of value. What? Vegeta was taken aback, recalling the detector he had carelessly discarded on the ground, which had not been deactivated. Could it be? Ha ha ha. Vegeta, this is all thanks to you. Without your actions, how could King Frieza have known about the existence of Dragon Balls? He is most pleased. Chiu-Yi's words filled Vegeta with a mix of rage and anxiety. What did you just say? Are you saying that King Frieza has gone? Chiu-Yi Namek. The planet of immortality, haha. You scoundrel. Vegeta, filled with fury, dashed out. As he passed by an alien, he snatched away their scouter and boarded his spaceship. Damn it, I will not let you succeed. That belongs to me. If Frieza truly prevails, I shall be left with no choice but to obey. The sight of Namek from the spaceship revealed a planet resplendent in emerald hues. Gradually, Goku, having trained in the gravity chamber, was now able to effortlessly endure 100 times the normal gravity, his strength surging beyond his current capabilities. Son Gohan had also attempted training in the gravity room. However, despite enduring tenfold or even greater gravitational forces, he discovered it offered little benefit and instead inflicted severe strain and damage upon himself. Thus, he concluded that such gravity training was of little use, akin to a mere trifle. As they approached Namek, everyone secured their seats and fastened their seatbelts, preparing for landing amidst anticipated turbulence. Son Gohan and Bulma occupied the front cockpit, while Goku, Piccolo, and Goten hastily buckled their belts, gripping their seats to withstand the jolts and impacts of landing. With a resounding thud, the turbulence ceased, and Bulma promptly retrieved an array of supplies, clearly well prepared. Everyone, wait a moment. I shall check the atmospheric conditions. I even brought oxygen masks for this occasion. At that moment, Bulma noticed Gohan, Goku, and the others hastily exiting the cabin, which infuriated her. You lot. Even if Son Goku lacks common sense, Gohan, how could you be so reckless? Bulma stormed out, her voice rising in indignation. Bulma found herself speechless in response to Gohan's actions. Piccolo gazed around, enveloped in nostalgia. The tranquility of this place was comforting, reminiscent of his homeland, a sanctuary that calmed his spirit. Is this truly Uncle Piccolo's home? It feels quite similar to my training grounds. Gohan mused as he surveyed the surroundings. With bright, sparkling eyes, Videl trotted over to Gohan's side. Master Gohan, this must be Namek. It's so beautiful. Having grown accustomed to the unpredictable nature of events, Gohan transformed the spaceship into a multifunctional capsule and handed it over to Bulma. Do not wander off, Videl and Gohan. If anything goes awry, you must protect Videl. Gohan emphasized to Goten. While he welcomed Videl's presence, it was primarily for Gohan's sake. After all, they would eventually be together. And perhaps early exposure was beneficial. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. In the distance, he sensed numerous energy signatures. Their intensity was not overwhelming, but their abundance was notable. Are there others? Aside from Videl and Bulma, everyone seems to be aware, as if engaged in combat. That must be Vegeta. But who are the others? They all appear quite formidable. Gohan realized that Piccolo's and Kami's ominous premonitions were manifesting. Bulma, the dragon radar. Gohan called out urgently to Bulma. Since we are dealing with Namekians like the divine beings and Piccolo, wherever Dragon Balls exist, Namekians must also be present. Vegeta, huh? That Saiyan was chased away by Goku last time, right? No problem at all. Bulma chuckled nonchalantly. Not so fast. Son Wuling's exclamation startled Bulma and Bidalai, causing them to jump. Son Wuling, observing the Dragon Ball radar in his hands, possessed a perception far superior to that of Goku or Piccolo. There was an overwhelming energy, and according to the radar, 6 Dragon Balls had already gathered together. This was troubling. It was far beyond Vegeta's capabilities, immensely powerful. Even Master Karen couldn't discern it. As for mental attacks, they worked on those weaker than oneself, while those stronger would lead to backlash. A confrontation of equal strength would merely feel like a mosquito bite. Wuling, we might not have enough time. Piccolo coldly gazed at the sky, arms crossed defensively. Vegeta is flying towards us. Quickly, conceal yourselves. Son Wuling grasped Bidalai firmly, while Son Gohan masked their energy and hid them in a secluded mountain area. Son Wukong seized Bulma, with Piccolo following closely behind, all concealing their energies. Time advanced as Vegeta descended in his spherical spacecraft upon Namek. At this moment, Son Wuling and the others had just departed from Earth. Clad in a blue battle suit and equipped with a scouter, he emerged from a deep pit, vowing, that scoundrel Frieza shall not succeed. After locating his direction, Vegeta was about to depart when, suddenly, another spherical spacecraft plummeted nearby. Upon sensing the energy, Vegeta displayed a disdainful expression. Huey, this trash dares to pursue me. Chapter 22. The Sorrows of Namek. Huey soon emerged from his spherical spacecraft. He laughed menacingly. Vegeta, where do you think you're running? This is an order from Lord Frieza. This time, I can eliminate you openly. Vegeta, arms crossed and eyes cold, retorted. Do you really think you can kill me? Swish. A powerful energy wave pierced through Huey's chest. What? Impossible. Vegeta, my combat power is clearly superior to yours. Why? Huey's scouter fixated on Vegeta, his gaze unwavering. Humph. I learned some useful techniques on Earth. Huey, open your eyes wide and witness my true power. Vegeta unleashed his full combat power. 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. Boom. Huey's scouter exploded, indicating that Vegeta's power exceeded the scouter's measuring limit. Help me, Vegeta. Save me. I was wrong. Let us join forces. I have long harbored dissatisfaction with Lord Frieza. No. Frieza? If we team up, we can surely defeat Zarbin and Dodoria. Vegeta. Vegeta replied, you pathetic fool, just die already. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful blast at Huey, who, amidst his unwilling cries, was reduced to dust, leaving only Vegeta behind. In a village on the planet Namek, a rather swollen pink alien and an extraordinarily handsome human figure clad in battle attire reminiscent of Vegeta stood before one another. The pink alien, appearing somewhat bloated, scrutinized the readings from a device and remarked, Vegeta's battle power is an astounding 24,000. I was dispatched in an instant. Before them, seated upon a throne-like levitating chair, was an extraterrestrial being, the tyrant Frieza, adorned with 2 prominent horns and devoid of any scanning device. Accompanying him were Dodoria and Zarbin. At that moment, Zarbin held 2 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, in his hands. Frieza, with an air of indifference, declared, this is hardly impressive. Let us continue our search for the 5th Dragon Ball. Zarbin respectfully inquired, Lord Frieza, shall we summon the Ginyu Force? Yes, my lord, Zarbin replied. I will contact the Ginyu Force at once. The Ginyu Force, Frisia's elite special unit, boasted members with extraordinary strength and unique abilities. Meanwhile, Vegeta was desperately fleeing. Having lost the Dragon Balls he had acquired, he pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament when he noticed a spaceship descending onto Namek, accompanied by familiar energy signatures from Earth. Kakarot has also arrived on Namek. Though reluctant, Vegeta found himself contemplating an alliance with Goku and Goten to vanquish their foes. Damn it, if it weren't for the Ginyu Force, how could Dodoria and Zarbin possibly pose a threat to me? Just after disembarking from their ship, Goku and his companions concealed their presence in the depths of the mountains. Goku, Goten, Gohan, I have drawn you into this conflict. In addition to these foes, there is an overwhelmingly powerful presence that leaves me paralyzed with dread. This is my homeland. When the opportunity arises, you must pilot the ship away, Piccolo suddenly announced. Fully aware of the futility of their situation in the face of Frisia. Why say such things? Goten mused, considering that Piccolo had intended to come to Namek, aligning with his own desires. With so many formidable fighters around, I truly wish to engage them in combat. Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Goten shared a similar sentiment. Although cautious, he was far from timid. After all, it was not out of fear that he had requested Bulma and Dr. Brief to construct a spaceship. Goku, please wait a moment. Piccolo, Gohan, let us first deal with some of the weaker foes, or we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage. Bulma, stay with Bulma, and do not move. Goten specifically glanced at Bulma, who nodded vigorously, her cherubic face reflecting sheer terror at the sight of the alien adversaries hovering above. With his palms spread wide, Goten swiftly formed the Keyblade. While Piccolo gathered energy for his special beam cannon, Gohan emulated Goten, taking slightly longer to coalesce his Keyblade, requiring about 5 seconds of concentration. Now is the moment. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong cast 2 energy blades, followed closely by Son Gohan. The special beam cannon unleashed by Piccolo surged forth, targeting the Ginyu Force. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan manipulated their energy blades, cleverly concealing themselves within the blind spots of Piccolo's assault. Unless one possessed the ability to sense energy, it would be impossible for the Ginyu Force to detect their presence, a capability they evidently lacked. Suddenly, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force, pursuing Vegeta along with Dodoria and Zarbin, sensed an overwhelming wave of danger approaching. This is bad. Ginyu reacted instantly, channeling a wave of energy to collide with Piccolo's beam. Zing, zing, zing. Sun Wukong, having some familiarity with the Ginyu Force, particularly recalled the diminutive figure who could seemingly freeze time, a being of minimal strength yet endowed with unique abilities. There was no time to hold his breath. The green-skinned member named Guldo was swiftly cleaved in 2 by Sun Wukong's energy blade, his body severed. But the onslaught did not cease there. With precision, Son Gohan and Sun Wukong directed their energy blades towards the remaining members, Riku, Berta, Guise, and Zarbin. Gohan, spare one alive. Sun Wukong commanded, and upon uttering those words, Son Gohan redirected his energy blade, which was originally aimed at Dodoria, towards Ginyu instead. What? Ginyu hastily withdrew the suppressive energy wave and ascended into the sky, unleashing 3 energy blasts that shattered the approaching blades. Vegeta, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, jolting the previously dazed warrior into action. Understanding Sun Wukong's intent, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Earthling, do not command me, he retorted, as he concentrated an energy wave that obliterated the dismembered corpses, reducing them to dust. Only Dodoria remained, trembling and wide-eyed as he beheld the sudden arrival of Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Ginyu. Dodoria swiftly flew to Jinyu's side. In that fleeting moment, Zarbin and the remaining 5 members of the Ginyu Force vanished without a trace, leaving Dodoria in a state of fear. Suddenly, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ginyu, leaving Sun Wukong behind like a mere child. Ah, Wukong, you are too cunning, exclaimed Sun Wukong. I apologize, brother, but I allowed you to take Vegeta earlier. This time, let me have him. Chapter 23, Ginyu. You, who are you? Ginyu demanded angrily, glaring at Sun Wukong. Do you even know who I am? The sudden appearance of this individual, who effortlessly dispatched his entire team, left him seething. Before inquiring about others, should you not introduce yourself? Sun Wukong remarked casually, brushing his hair aside, his gaze indifferent as he assessed Ginyu, sensing that this foe was hardly a match for him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ginyu, the illustrious captain of the elite special forces of the Frisia Force, Ginyu Force. I am the embodiment of artistry. As Ginyu flamboyantly introduced himself, his exaggerated demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to the perplexing performance art once witnessed by Sun Wukong. Unfazed by the absurdity, he thought, at least I'm not embarrassed. It's others who should feel that way. So cool. Sun Gohan murmured, causing Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Sun Wuling to widen their eyes in disbelief at Gohan's words. Upon realizing that he had garnered recognition, Ginyu excitedly gave a thumbs up to Gohan, exclaiming, join the Frisia Force. You truly have potential. However, Witnessing Jinyu's intention to corrupt Gohan, Sun Wuling gathered his energy, unleashing 2 blue energy blasts toward Jinyu. Hey, why are you suddenly attacking? Who are you anyway? Jinyu's aura surged violently, allowing him to evade the Kamehameha wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy blasts pursued Jinyu relentlessly. What? Jinyu unleashed a wave of energy, consuming the Kamehameha blast that chased him, still having enough strength to launch an assault on Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling deflected Jinyu's energy wave with his right palm, sending it crashing into a distant peak, causing a tremendous roar and shattering the mountain into rubble. Though the original landscape of the archipelago had altered, losing one dandy was inconsequential. As for healing, he could wish for that ability using the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Sun Wuling, contemplating, noticed the trembling and shivering of his timid disciple, Videl, and thought perhaps he could also assist her. My name is Sun Wuling. As for who I am, simply know that you will soon meet your demise here. No longer restraining his power, Sun Wuling's silver aura surged dramatically. Sensing that the Namekians were dwindling in number, realizing he could no longer afford to linger in battle. The power level displayed on Jinyu's scouter left even Sun Wukong astounded. 50,000, 60,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 110,000, and still rising, 130,000, 150,000. Jinyu was utterly dumbfounded, staring at Sun Wuling, before suddenly bursting into laughter, discarding the scouter to the ground. 150,000? No, it's impossible. How could that Earthling have increased his power so drastically in such a short time? Vegeta was taken aback by the overwhelming energy exuded by Sun Wuling, and upon hearing Jinyu's declaration of power levels, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Incredible. Wuling feels even more potent than my tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong considered the prospect of battling Sun Wuling, but not at this moment. Piccolo regarded Jinyu with a serious expression, stating, and yet, he still finds amusement in this situation. What are you laughing at? Sun Wuling crossed his arms, glaring coldly at Jinyu. Haha, I'm laughing at you. Soon, your body will be mine. Jinyu cackled maniacally, and if Sun Wuling weren't aware of Jinyu's techniques, he might have found the statement ambiguous. Suddenly, Jinyu thrust his fist into his own chest, creating a gaping wound from which blood poured forth. This self-inflicted act left Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta in stunned silence. Sun Wuling, smirking at Jinyu, placed his hands on his hips and said, "Oh, so you wish to die? Allow me to assist you." Kamehameha wave, he shouted, unleashing a powerful blast. Buzz, boom. The robust blue energy wave surged directly towards Jinyu. Wow, what? You know? Jinyu barely had time to utter his words before Sun Wukong, defying all expectations, seized the opportunity during Jinyu's self-inflicted injury and mercilessly struck him down. Jinyu possessed the unique ability to exchange bodies with his opponent, which was why he resorted to self-harm, intending to switch places with Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong, being aware of Jinyu's capabilities, acted swiftly. Before Jinyu could execute his plan, he was obliterated into dust by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Turning his gaze towards the trembling Dodoria, the grotesque, swollen pink alien, Sun Wukong felt a sense of triumph. Piccolo and Vegeta encircled him, and Dodoria, visibly anxious, gulped nervously, especially upon witnessing Jinyu's demise at Sun Wukong's hands. He raised his hands in surrender. In a strategic move, Sun Wukong positioned himself beside Piccolo, creating distance from Vegeta, and discreetly communicated with Vegeta through a knowing glance. Vegeta instantly understood, feeling a certain camaraderie with Sun Wukong. Their strikes were swift, precise, and ruthless, though he bore a sinister smile, aware that they were not allies. Upon hearing Sun Wukong refer to us, Dodoria failed to grasp that Vegeta and Sun Wukong were not on the same side, and nodded eagerly. What about this esteemed gentleman? I shall divulge everything I know. Sun Wukong stepped aside for Piccolo, who advanced with a cold, piercing gaze directed at Dodoria, laced with irritation. Why did you come to Namek? Surely, it was you who slaughtered the Namekians. Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the device Jinyu had discarded. A smirk forming on his lips. Are you fools? If you annihilate all the Namekians, the Dragon Balls will vanish along with their creator. What? Dodoria was taken aback, realizing that while he knew the Dragon Balls were created by the Grand Elder, he had not understood that killing the Grand Elder would lead to their disappearance. Even Frieza, listening through the device, was momentarily stunned. Well then, consider yourself fortunate. Now be gone. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Son Goku parted ways for Dodoria. Ah, thank you, thank you. Just as Dodoria attempted to flee, he was halted by Vegeta. With a mocking glare, Vegeta said, "Don't misunderstand. I am not with them. They may have spared you, but I have no intention of doing so." Dodoria. Chapter 24, Encounter. Dodoria glanced towards Sun Wukong and the others, noticing Sun Wukong cradling Biddy, and Son Goku holding Bulma, while Gohan and Piccolo followed closely behind, clearly uninterested in further conversation with Vegeta. Sun Wukong had not forgotten to retrieve the device. However, Those formidable beings showed no intent to attack him. He merely needed to elude Vegeta. Damn Vegeta, do you think you can kill me alone? Dream on. Dodoria hurled an energy blast at Vegeta and flew towards Frieza, believing that once he reunited with Frieza, he would be safe from Vegeta's wrath. What a foolish creature. After Vegeta sent Dodoria's energy wave flying, a ki blast, no larger than a finger, penetrated Dodoria's chest. The bloated pink figure plummeted from the sky. Vegeta removed his scouter, still needing it to monitor the movements of Frieza and his cohorts. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a ki blast that shattered Dodoria's body into dust, casting a cold smirk at the scouter in his hand. Meanwhile, Sun Wuling placed the scouter on the ground and conferred with the others, even bringing Goku into the fold. Gohan, where have you hidden the last Dragon Ball? After uttering these words, Goku quickly stepped back, covering his mouth, fearful that any further slip might reveal their secret. Don't worry, father. Even if they tore this planet apart, they wouldn't find it. I've tied it to a nearby planet, and I can't even locate it myself. Gohan's youthful voice trembled slightly as he stepped away from the scouter, covering his mouth. Well done, Gohan. If we can't find it, those fools certainly won't. As long as they don't gather all 7 Dragon Balls, they shan't succeed, Piccolo stated, his composure unwavering. Bulma and Biddy, stifling laughter, were amused by Sun Wuling's cleverness. Oh, that seems to be Jinyu's scouter. This is bad. They must have overheard us. Sun Wuling crushed the scouter underfoot and waved his hand, signaling that it was done. You are incredibly clever, Wuling, to think of such a ruse. Bulma smiled at him. Yet, Piccolo expressed concern. But can they truly be deceived? Sun Wuling crossed his arms, grinning. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. After all, with so many of them, Frieza will surely send someone to verify. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. Looking at the Dragon Radar, Sun Wuling noted that 6 Dragon Balls were clustered together, with the 7th not too far away. This is quite tricky. We must hurry. The Namekian who creates the Dragon Balls must be near the last one, and it doesn't seem too far. With Biddy in his arms, Sun Wuling took off first, followed closely by Goku carrying Bulma in a princess hold, with Piccolo and Gohan trailing behind, all heading toward the solitary Dragon Ball indicated on the radar. Vegeta, Frieza, and numerous soldiers equipped with scouters all heard this, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. A soldier cautiously glanced at Frieza, seated upon his throne, and said, Lord Frieza. Frieza's laughter echoed ominously, yet his clenched fists betrayed his fury. You are to investigate the nearby planets immediately. 6 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, floated behind Frieza. Yes, Lord Frieza. Thousands of soldiers piloted their ships away, all heading toward the planets illuminated by the 3 shining stars above Namek, leaving no stone unturned. Although Frieza harbored some skepticism towards the recent remarks, he chose to adopt a mindset of cautious optimism and dispatched individuals to investigate. Seated upon his throne, Frieza beamed with delight at the shimmering Dragon Balls before him. Ho ho ho! Once I gather all the Dragon Balls, I, Frieza, shall attain immortality. At that moment, I shall eradicate every last Namekian. He laughed wickedly. Meanwhile, Vegeta cast a glance at his scouter, only to hurl it to the ground and crush it beneath his boot. He had mastered the art of sensing ki and detected a multitude of Frieza's forces departing from Namek. Humph. That Earthling named Sun Wukong has managed to deceive Frieza's minions with mere words, but he cannot fool me. I know your kind all too well. You have only just arrived on Namek. How could you possibly conceal the final Dragon Ball? Vegeta chuckled heartily, yet suddenly an unsettling thought crossed his mind, causing his laughter to falter. The remaining 6 Dragon Balls lay in Frieza's possession, while the last one remained a mystery to him. Sun Wukong and his companions had masked their ki, rendering them undetectable. Even if he were to locate them, he realized he would be no match for Sun Wukong. After his laughter subsided, it dawned on him that the true fool was he himself. He stood there, grinning like a simpleton, and not a single Dragon Ball to show for it. Damn it, the Dragon Balls will be mine. With immortality, I will be able to rid myself of Frieza once and for all. He raged, consumed by impotent fury, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, although Frieza remained on Namek. All his subordinates had vacated, clearly beginning to believe in the validity of Sun Wukong's claims, hiding one of the Dragon Balls on an alien planet. As they journeyed through the skies, they passed a mountain peak, where a structure lay utterly shattered, a clear indication of Frieza's destructive forces. Continuing their flight, they traversed a valley until they finally reached their destination. Upon landing, a Namekian who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo emerged from the valley, accompanied by another Namekian, who appeared to be the same size as Son Gohan and Dend, donned in white attire with a pink vest, remarkably similar to Piccolo. My name is Nail, the Namekian greeted, bowing respectfully before Sun Wukong, and their companions. The elder has been briefed on the situation. We are grateful for your assistance to our planet, Namek. Piccolo wished to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling had trained alongside Son Gohan after the Saiyans had made their appearance. I am Dend, he said, curiously observing Piccolo and then Nail, who looked almost as if they were sculpted from the same mold. Piccolo, came the reply. I am Sun Wuling. I am Sun Wukong. I am Bulma, a brilliant inventor from Earth. I am Sun Gohan. I look forward to working with you. I am Dend. Pleased to meet you. As Sun Wuling and his companions greeted Naru and Dandy. Sun Wuling was astonished to discover that Dandy had survived and was engaging in conversation with Sun Gohan and Biddy Lee, sharing a common camaraderie due to their similar ages. In Chapter 25, The Guidance of Potential, Naru led the group to meet the Grand Elder of Namek. At that moment, within the cavern, the Grand Elder, significantly larger than other Namekians, stood beside a dragon ball the size of a basketball. His eyes remained tightly shut, exuding an aura of exhaustion and age. Thank you, my extraterrestrial friends. The Grand Elder's voice was frail and weak. My children have all perished. It is truly disheartening. His words incited anger within Dandy, Piccolo, and Naru, who clenched their fists in fury. It seemed they were all drawn to the Dragon Balls, symbols of the Namekians' wisdom and power. Yet it was tragic that this beacon of hope had been met with such calamity. The Grand Elder continued, his tone laced with fatigue and resignation. It is of no consequence, Grand Elder. You need not grieve. On our planet Earth, we possess the 7 Dragon Balls created by the deities, also of Namekian origin. In due time, the fallen Namekians can be revived. Sun Wuling stepped forward, addressing the Grand Elder. Is that truly so? Can everyone be revived? Dandy inquired, his eyes wide with excitement. Indeed, Sun Wuling affirmed. But, Uncle Wuling, our strength pales in comparison to Frisia's. Sun Gohan interjected anxiously. The terrifying aura of Frisia etched firmly in their minds. Precisely, which is why I am devising a way to attract Frisia's attention. I nearly forgot. Grand Elder, please wait a moment. I have something that may benefit you. Sun Wuling gathered the natural energy around him, forming a small orb of vitality in his palms. This energy stems from nature and is imbued with life. Grand Elder, I understand you have resigned yourself to death, but now is not the time for such thoughts. Once everyone is safe, you may consider that. This energy can rejuvenate your spirit, making things easier moving forward. After a silence of several seconds, the Grand Elder spoke. Recognizing the gravity of the situation for the Namekians, he consented. Very well, I entrust this to you, Earthling. With a swift motion, Sun Wuling's natural energy surged into the Grand Elder's body, infusing him with a blossoming vitality. The Grand Elder's aura regained some luster, and to the astonishment of Dandy and Naru, he stood upright. I am Sun Wuling. Sun Wukong and the others introduced themselves in turn. And then the Grand Elder turned his gaze upon Piccolo. Piccolo lowered his head slightly, appearing somewhat uneasy, akin to a child caught misbehaving before a parent. Grand Elder, why is it so? Your potential should not be limited to this. Why has it been divided? To become a deity, one must harbor no trace of malevolence? What a pity. Had you merged, your talents might have surpassed this. The Grand Elder extended his palm, and with the assistance of Sun Wukong, he had regained some of his strength. His hand was directed towards Piccolo. What? Piccolo was about to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized. You all possess tremendous power, yet there remains a wealth of latent potential yet to be realized. Sun Wukong and the benevolent Saiyans, Sun Gohan and Sun Wulings, should you harness this potential, you may indeed triumph over Frisia. Latent potential. Sun Wulings recalled it vaguely. Yet he remembered that the Grand Elder of Namek and the Old Kai both possessed the ability to unlock potential, albeit in different manners. If the Old Kai's potential unlocking was akin to a metamorphosis, then the Grand Elder's method was to perfectly develop the power that lay dormant within, without altering his essence. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from Piccolo, his eyes widening in disbelief. This power was astonishingly immense. The eruption of energy from Piccolo also caught the attention of Vegeta, who was rampaging on Namek. What is this energy? This Namekian from Earth, what has transpired? Vegeta was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of power. Finally, gritting his teeth, he soared into the air. Frisia's scouter immediately detected the energy released by Piccolo. Boom. The latest model of the scouter exploded. Impossible. The battle power exceeds 1 million. Frisia descended from his throne. Piccolo's newfound strength had unsettled him. How intriguing. I never anticipated encountering someone with a battle power exceeding 1 million. Frisia exclaimed. Flying towards the direction indicated by the scouter, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls floating behind him, radiating an air of excitement. This is bad. Frisia and Vegeta are both heading this way. Sun Wulings anxiously glanced at Piccolo, who was currently receiving guidance from the Grand Elder to unlock his dormant powers. The Dragon Balls, the remaining 6 are here as well. Bulma hastily produced her Dragon Ball radar, exclaiming, Buzz! The energy within Piccolo's sister, Dilly, also erupted. Although feeble, it was still significantly stronger than Vegeta's current power, yet a true confrontation remained uncertain. It seemed Dilly still had potential to be unlocked. Sun Wulings mused, reflecting on how Hercule merely played a public role, yet successfully trained a gifted disciple. Most importantly, Dilly, like him, was an Earthling, earnestly striving to meet his expectations. Frisia. Wukong, Wulings, Gohan, wait here, I shall confront Frieza. Piccolo stepped forward, a fierce smile adorning his face, eager for battle, feeling that Frieza was no longer his match. Dilly, I have a task for you. Are you willing? Son Wulings gazed at Dilly, who was enjoying his affection like a pampered kitten. Master Wulings, please tell me. I promise to complete the task without fail. In the purple martial arts uniform similar to that of Sun Wukong, Bidalai felt an exhilarating surge of power, compelling her to prove herself. Sun Wukong, observing the progress of Son Gohan, continued, if it proves too much for you, once Gohan is ready, you may join him. Chapter 26, Frieza's Transformation. Very well, I shall await you, Bidalai. Sun Wukong said as he watched Bidalai soar into the air with her flight technique. Bulma approached Sun Wukong, expressing her concern. Wukong, do you truly believe Bidalai can handle this alone? She is merely a 5-year-old child. Sun Wukong, glancing at the developing power of Son Gohan, wore a peculiar smile as he replied, I am primarily concerned that Vegeta might seize the opportunity to take the Dragon Balls. However, Bidalai's strength has now surpassed Vegeta's, though she still lacks experience. Once Gohan is prepared, I will send him to her aid. Bulma suddenly chuckled, recalling something amusing. Son Goku also let out a laugh. That proud Vegeta will undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Presently, Vegeta was no longer an ally. Calling him an enemy would not be an exaggeration. Though he had spared Vegeta's life, it did not mean he would show him any favor. The notion of a Saiyan prince did not impress him. Had it not been for Son Goku, he might have truly killed Vegeta during their time on Earth. Son Goku, as his brother, would assist him. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and others had become his companions, and he held a personal interest in the Elder's potential development, including Yamcha and Krillin as well. By the way, brother, Sun Wukong suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on Son Goku, saying, once I have fully unlocked my power with the Elder's guidance, I will promptly contact King Kai to notify Krillin and the others to summon the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Haha, Wukong. Placing the Dragon Balls at Master Roshi's house before leaving was indeed a wise decision. Son Goku replied, brimming with eagerness. With the newfound strength of Piccolo and Bidalai following the Elder's guidance, he was eager to test his own abilities, but first, he would wait for Gohan to complete his training. Son Wukong smiled. Haha, this is all due to their innate strength. I merely facilitated its early manifestation. The Elder, still chuckling, reflected on Bidalai and the present Son Gohan, stating, whether it be Piccolo, that young girl Bidalai, or the half-Saiyan Son Gohan, they all possess the natural energy that you have just coalesced. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Son Gohan shyly smiled and nodded. Suddenly, two powerful auras clashed violently. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I don't know, but it appears that Vegeta and Bidalai's energies have also collided. Indeed, that stubborn Vegeta is still intent on acquiring the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong crossed his arms protectively, his toes tapping in anticipation. Realizing that Piccolo had not dispatched Frieza's first form as he had expected, he wondered if Goku could be awakened to his former combat power of 3 million. If not, he thought, he and Son Goku would confront Frieza together, using the Dragon Balls to escape planet Namek. As Piccolo soared toward Frieza, he suddenly sensed the energy of Biddy, momentarily taken aback before comprehending its significance. Biddy, Son Wukong must have taught you how to conceal your energy. Piccolo exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing in Biddy's ears. Oh dear, I almost forgot. My apologies, Uncle Piccolo. Biddy quickly suppressed her energy within, cautiously trailing behind Piccolo, ever ready to descend and seize the Dragon Balls at the opportune moment. Upon encountering Frieza, Piccolo landed steadily on the ground, while the Dragon Balls floating behind him were carelessly tossed to the earth, causing a tremor. Here he comes, Biddy thought, hiding herself carefully, concealing her presence as she gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, that hovered behind Frieza. Frieza and Piccolo met on solid ground. Despite Piccolo's overwhelming power at that moment, Frieza remained utterly unfazed. Ho ho ho, who would have thought there exists such a formidable Namekian? So, have you considered joining my Frieza force? Piccolo glared coldly at Frieza. Do not jest, you monster. You have slaughtered countless of my kin. There is no way I would ever ally myself with you. What a pity, Frieza replied, feigning regret. I truly loathe to obliterate such talent. But since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. With that, Frieza's armor shattered, his energy surged, and his form expanded. His horns resembling those of a bull, his power suddenly approaching that of Piccolo. Piccolo watched in astonishment as Frieza's strength multiplied several-fold. What happened? I saw on the scouter that your battle power exceeded 1 million. I usually maintain such a demeanor because my strength is overwhelming and difficult to control. Let me inform you, I possess 3 transformations. Aside from this form, I have 2 others. So what do you say? Care to reconsider my earlier proposal? 2 more? Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Humph, mere bluster, Frieza. Huh. With that, Piccolo concentrated his energy into a powerful ki blast, hurling it toward Frieza. In response, Frieza formed his own ki blast, and they collided. The earth trembled violently with a resounding crash, rocks shattering under the force. Hidden in the shadows, Biddy concealed her energy, unable to forget the events of the day, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through her. Her youthful face radiated fervor. Is this the world of Master Wukong? How incredible! Can I become like them? Biddy clenched her fists tightly, yearning for strength, a greater power. Oblivious to Frieza and Piccolo's existence. Suddenly, she noticed that Piccolo and Frieza were becoming more distant, Frieza entirely neglecting the Dragon Balls, which lay carelessly on the ground. What a perfect opportunity, she thought, recalling how Frieza had seemingly made the Dragon Balls float earlier. Master Wukong said energy can accomplish many feats. That villain must have been the one to levitate the Dragon Balls. I shall give it a try? Biddy slowly closed her eyes, recalling the teachings of Sun Wuling from her time on Earth. She gathered her energy, forming ripples that surged towards the Dragon Balls, and gradually, they began to levitate. Wonderful. I have succeeded, Master Wuling. I have truly succeeded. You little brat, put down the Dragon Balls right now. Chapter 27, Biddy and Vegeta. In a flurry, Biddy hastily released the Dragon Balls from her grasp, her petite frame swiftly dodging Vegeta's energy blast. Boom. The blast erupted, creating a massive crater, and the Dragon Balls she had just discarded landed within its depths. The Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta succumbed to madness. His desire for immortality intensified by the battles against Frieza and Piccolo. If he were to obtain the Dragon Balls, he would achieve eternal life, rendering him impervious to Frieza. Kakarot and Sun Wuling would ultimately fall beneath his feet. Suddenly, an energy blast hurtled towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Vegeta swiftly evaded the attack. The blast struck a distant hill, shattering the mountain into debris. Vegeta turned to see Biddy glaring at him with fury. It was she who had launched that energy blast. You little brat. Vegeta's expression twisted in shock. He had not anticipated that this 5-year-old would dare to retaliate. However, something felt amiss. Vegeta sensed a formidable energy emanating from Biddy, one that even surpassed his own to a degree. Humph, you big bad guy. You'll never defeat Son Goku. And you still serve Frieza? Biddy's taunting words pierced through Vegeta's heart like a blade. What are you saying, you little brat? I will kill you. With a roar, Vegeta concentrated his energy into a blast, employing his prince's combat technique, relentlessly launching attacks at Biddy. Humph, if you have the ability, come at me. Biddy gathered her energy for a technique she admired, now enhanced, her concentration time significantly reduced. Whoosh. After unleashing her energy slash, Biddy soared into the air. Vegeta followed suit, evading the energy attack as he charged towards her. Bang! Vegeta's combat experience exceeded that of Biddy. Despite her enhanced power from the Elder's training, she still fell short of Vegeta's prowess. Biddy understood this all too well, hence her determination. Her youthful fist struck Vegeta with no semblance of defense. Her defiant eyes locked onto him. What on earth has happened to you, little brat? That Namekian can now contend with Frieza, and even you, a mere child, can face me? Vegeta felt his composure nearing its breaking point. Sun Wuling and Son Goku loomed over him like colossal mountains, and now Piccolo, along with this 5-year-old girl, could challenge him as well. Curious? Dream on, for dreams hold everything. By the way, I am Biddy, Wuling's disciple. You big bad guy, should take your grievances to Frieza. With that, Biddy once again gathered her energy for another attack. Here it comes again. Vegeta, filled with rage, concentrated his energy into a luminous orb, unleashing a powerful energy blast that struck the edge of the energy blade, sending it flying. Kamehameha. Biddy, with both palms raised, summoned the Kamehameha wave directed at Vegeta. Final flash. Vegeta did not flinch. The two tremendous forces collided, creating a violent tumult. Despite her inexperience, Biddy managed to force Vegeta into a precarious position through a strategy of trading blows, rendering Vegeta's vast combat experience nearly ineffective. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, momentarily stunning both Vegeta and Biddy, even momentarily halting Piccolo in his battle against Frieza. This is Gohan. Piccolo felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained his focus against Frieza's second form. Now stripped of his gravity training gear, he pressed on, appearing somewhat disheveled amidst the swirling dust. Frieza, in turn, was not faring much better, having failed to subdue Piccolo in his second form. Ah, how fortunate for you. This is the first time witnessing my transformation, he sneered. His energy swelling as he prepared to shift into his third form, his entire physique morphing, his head enlarging grotesquely, and his power multiplying exponentially, sending a chill down Piccolo's spine. At that moment, Gohan's latent power was awakened by the Elder. Is this Gohan's energy? How formidable! Goku exclaimed, rushing toward the Elder. Elder, I implore you. The Elder nodded with a smile, beginning to unlock Goku's latent abilities. Is this truly me? Gohan gazed at his hands in disbelief. He felt transformed, his strength magnified several times over. This was all thanks to the natural energy of Son Goku, a vitality reminiscent of divine power. I merely excavated the strength that resided within you. Divine? Son Goku murmured softly, his thoughts drifting to the Super Saiyan God and the Destroyer, Beerus. along with the Ultra Instinct. The Elder's words seemed to illuminate a path for him. Suddenly, Frieza's energy surged, interrupting Son Goku's reverie, causing even Goku to widen his eyes in astonishment. Gohan, hurry and assist Piccolo. Yes, Uncle Goku. Without hesitation, Gohan vanished in an instant, his strength exceeding that of the previous Piccolo, matching Frieza's current power. Bidalai, sensing the ongoing struggle with Vegeta, felt a twinge of worry. Goku was still unlocking his potential, while Piccolo had drawn Frieza far away. After leaving a few words, Son Goku sped toward the battleground between Bidalai and Vegeta, concerned for her safety. At that moment, Bidalai clung tenaciously to Vegeta, her life-for-a-life tactic rendering Vegeta's combat experience utterly futile. You wretched girl. How could I, the Prince of the Saiyans, possibly be defeated by you? Hand over the Dragon Balls at once. Vegeta's battle suit lay in tatters, as did Bidalai's martial arts uniform, which was completely destroyed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her clear eyes fixated intently on Vegeta, showing no sign of retreat. You can forget it. I am a disciple of Master Wuling, and I will never let him down. Even if it means breaking everything here, I will not allow you, the great villain, to obtain the Dragon Balls, not even one. Chapter 28, The Soul Barrier. Her resolute words made Vegeta clench his fists in frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How infuriating. Vegeta's furious cries could have slain Bidalai 1,000 times with his penetrating gaze. Why am I not a Super Saiyan? Why am I so weak? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, yet I cannot even defeat a mere 5-year-old. Suddenly, the overwhelming energy surging from Frieza and Gohan startled Vegeta. Reluctantly, he clenched his fists and withdrew, stepping back from Bidalai. She was fearless, but he was terrified. Realizing he could not overpower her, he refused to stake his life here. There must be some secret on Namek, and that Earthling named Wuling must have discovered something extraordinary there. Vegeta longed to rush toward Gohan, who was unleashing energy, but he was no match for him. As for concealing his own energy, those abilities were learned from Wuling and his companions. How could such a powerful presence possibly overlook him? Moreover, it seemed he would have no further opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls. No, I will not surrender. The Dragon Balls will belong to me, Vegeta. Immortality will ultimately be mine. Let Kakarot and Frieza clash. In the end, it will be I, the great Vegeta, who triumphs. Vegeta concealed his energy and erupted into laughter, refusing to relinquish his pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Bidalai, filled with exhilaration, watched as Vegeta retreated, her youthful face aglow with a smile. She had succeeded. She had driven Vegeta away and completed the task entrusted to her by Master Wuling. Master Wuling, I did it. Hee. At that moment, Gohan, who had just flown out of the mountain cave, came to a halt. Well done, Bidalai. You truly are my disciple. Quickly, eat this senza bean. Wuling handed Bidalai a senza bean, knowing that the Namekian named Dend could heal, but he had never utilized it himself. Besides, Bidalai was his student. One should not delay using healing resources, lest doubts arise in the future. After chewing and swallowing the senza bean, Bidalai felt an instantaneous relief from fatigue and pain. Even her injuries healed completely. I'm all better. Master Wuling, this senza bean is amazing. All my wounds are healed. Of course. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a senza bean, would it? Wuling suddenly recalled that Bidalai had seemingly used her energy to levitate the Dragon Balls and carry them with her. He realized he had never taught her such a technique, though it resembled manipulating energy blasts. With a flourish reminiscent of the techniques of the past, Bidalai manipulated her energy, causing the 6 Dragon Balls to levitate as if by telekinesis. Master Wuling, I just witnessed Frieza using his energy to lift the Dragon Balls. You have taught me that energy can accomplish unimaginable feats, so, Master Wuling, look. Bidalai appeared as if she had discovered an incredibly delightful toy, eager to impress Son Wuling. Son Wuling, not one to hide his admiration, chuckled. Well done. You have already grasped the concept of applying what you have learned. You no longer require my guidance. Bidalai, you might consider attempting to use this energy control technique to direct energy blasts at your adversaries. Energy blasts. So this technique is called energy blasts. Bidalai nodded, her mind racing as she envisioned employing this method to manipulate the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Son Goku emerged from the cave, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded Son Wuling and Bidalai, entirely devoid of the earlier intensity exhibited by Gohan, Bidalai, and Piccolo. This is truly incredible. The Grand Elder is remarkable. Wuling, it's your turn. I can hardly wait to confront Frieza. Son Goku exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, his power surging beyond mere multiples. However, his temperament and adaptability enabled him to control this newfound strength without letting it explode forth. Hurry, Frieza's energy is surging once more. That fiend seems limitless. Gohan, Piccolo are in peril. Son Wuling urged as he led Bidalai back into the cave, while Son Goku wasted no time and quickly soared towards Frieza. Inside the cave, Bulma, Nail, and the Grand Elder turned their attention to them. Dondi, look at the 6 Dragon Balls in Bidalai's possession. Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wonderful. We finally have all the Dragon Balls. Dondi exclaimed, arms wide open in jubilation. Bidalai, you are amazing. Bulma cried as she embraced the one-star Dragon Ball, placing it alongside the remaining 6, finally uniting the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek. At that moment, Sun Wuling stood before the Grand Elder, who extended his palm towards him. An invisible wave of energy surging into Wuling's being. Sun Wuling, you must have learned some soul techniques that seal memories, the Grand Elder remarked. Realizing he was unable to penetrate Wuling's thoughts or memories, an invisible barrier thwarting his efforts completely. I apologize, Grand Elder. Back on Earth, Goku and I encountered some individuals capable of using soul curses, which prompted me to learn a few techniques regarding souls from the fortune-telling elder, Sun Wuling explained. Wishing to keep his memories private, while simultaneously curious about the characters he had read about in Dragon Ball fan fiction, particularly concerning the Grand Elder of Namek unlocking potential and his encounters with Master Karen, seemingly unguarded. Did they not anticipate that beings like the Grand Elder and Master Karen could discern their memories? Chapter 29, Frisia's Final Transformation. Though the Grand Elder found it peculiar, he acquiesced and began to unlock Wuling's power, his palm outstretched towards him. It matters not, Sun Wuling, for I can sense the warmth akin to the sun concealed within your icy and piercing aura. Are you and your companions faring well? Sun Wuling has cultivated the energy of nature for a longer duration than others, swiftly surpassing Piccolo in a mere moment, and his power continues to ascend. He promptly concealed his surging energy, much like Sun Wukong, having established a robust foundation through similar training. Indeed, Sun Wuling pondered whether the original Vegeta from the Dragon Balls had always lagged behind Sun Wukong due to a lack of gradual foundational training, which had perpetually kept him at a disadvantage. Yes, they are my family, companions with whom I would stake my life. His martial arts attire lay tattered, purple blood seeping from him, his aura waning ever further. What is amiss? That Namekian cannot move any longer? Speak. What did you consume just now that allowed you to recover in an instant? Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with true suffering. Frisia emitted his signature laughter, observing with delight as Piccolo's energy dwindled, relishing the sensation of playing with life. His third form bore a wickedly grotesque smile. Cease. A youthful voice, tinged with madness, caused Frisia to momentarily pause as Son Gohan surged toward him like a stream of light. Another little brat, is it? Frisia raised his hand, and Son Gohan collided directly with it. Ouch, that hurts. Frisia's hand felt as if it might fracture, prompting him to abandon his earlier disdain. Son Gohan pounded his fists relentlessly against Frisia's abdomen, his fury amplifying the force of each blow. Aya! Frisia cried out in agony, as if Son Gohan might pierce through him. Hiya! Son Gohan struck Frisia on the head, sending him crashing into a distant peak, unleashing a tremendous roar. Magic Flash. This technique, imparted to him by Piccolo, involved placing both palms on his forehead, as a robust beam of energy illuminated the surroundings in crimson, striking Frisia. Maximum power. Son Gohan shouted in rage, as the magic flash intensified dramatically, crashing into Frisia's form. Piccolo, with blurred vision, was awestruck. Although he had sensed Son Gohan's energy surpassing his own, witnessing it firsthand filled him with shock and disbelief. Wuling was correct, Gohan. You possess a potential that we cannot match. As the magic flash ceased, Frisia lay on the ground, blood spilling forth, still reeling from the impact of Gohan's prior assault, which had inflicted substantial damage. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan rushed to Piccolo's side, assisting him to a mountain peak, quickly retrieving the senzu beans that Sun Wuling had prepared in advance. Uncle Piccolo, eat the senzu bean. Without hesitation, Piccolo chewed and swallowed. His injuries and strength miraculously restored in an instant. Seeing Piccolo revived, Son Gohan beamed with joy. Uncle Piccolo, this is wonderful. Thanks to Uncle Wuling. Each of us received 5 senzu beans. Piccolo gazed at Gohan with a sense of relief and remarked, I have exhausted all my senzu beans. However, Frisia, eager to uncover the secret of these beans, spared my life. At that moment, Frisia rose to his feet, his attention drawn once more to the Namekian known as Piccolo, who had astonishingly regained his strength. What is that? To recover in an instant. Infuriating. I must extract the truth behind this phenomenon. Yet he noticed the boy, with a tail, an indication of his Saiyan heritage. A sense of foreboding washed over Frisia as he muttered to himself. While still on Earth, Gohan's tail had grown back, and Piccolo, intending to sever it, was stayed by Gohan's plea, allowing it to remain. Whose child could he be? He bears no resemblance to Raditz or Vegeta. Could he possibly be Raditz's offspring? Unthinkable. How could a Saiyan possess such formidable power? Frisia's thoughts spiraled into a mix of astonishment and anger. A tribe of wild monkeys, solely dedicated to battle and destruction, now posed a threat to him. Frisia recalled a long-held legend among his frozen demon race, the Super Saiyan. Could this boy truly be the fabled Super Saiyan? His energy surged once more, causing fissures to appear across his body. If that is the case, allow me to unveil my ultimate power, the true me. Piccolo and Gohan stood utterly astonished as Frieza's aura intensified. Is this Frieza's final transformation? Piccolo gasped, trembling uncontrollably. Frieza, does his power know no bounds? With a violent explosion, Frieza unleashed a tempest of dust, his energy escalating to reveal his ultimate form, his true self, before Piccolo and Gohan. In contrast to his previous appearance, Frieza's current form was devoid of embellishments, appearing more streamlined and compact. His body, adorned with patches of purple skin on his head, shoulders, chest, wrists, and ankles, presented a strikingly minimalist, sci-fi aesthetic. Is that truly Frieza's real form? Gohan instinctively recoiled, feeling that while he appeared less terrifying, his power remained overwhelming, suffocating them with a palpable pressure. Frieza raised a finger delicately, sending a deadly beam of energy hurtling toward Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan reacted swiftly, intercepting Frieza's death beam with a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, Frieza's energy beam collided with a distant hill, transforming the serene Namek into a tempestuous landscape cloaked in dark clouds. The earth quaked violently, the entire planet trembling under the explosive force of the death beam, which painted the scene like an apocalyptic vision, magma erupting and a colossal shockwave spreading. Instinctively, Piccolo and Gohan braced themselves, determined to withstand the onslaught and avoid being swept away. Frieza cast a cold gaze upon Gohan, who stood unwavering amidst the tempest, embodying the spirit of a king amidst the storm. As the shockwave subsided, Gohan felt the numbing ache in his arm from deflecting Frieza's deadly beam, yet he remained resolute, displaying no sign of surrender. Chapter 30, Vegeta's Despairing Tears. You little Saiyan. Not too shabby, are you? Frieza's form vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gohan and Piccolo. What? Gohan crossed his arms defensively over his chest and head as Frieza's forceful kick threatened to shatter his bones, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo was sent flying, crashing into a mountain, causing a violent upheaval. Boom. The rocks shattered, leaving Piccolo feeling as if his body was on the verge of disintegration. Utterly devoid of strength and unable to move. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan cried out in distress, eager to rush to his side, but Frieza's swift strike came down upon him. Gohan hastily evaded, continuously dodging Frieza's relentless attacks, desperately avoiding direct confrontation. Little Saiyan, rather than worrying about that Namekian, you should focus on yourself. Frieza's unyielding assault forced Gohan into a defensive stance until, ultimately exhausted, he was struck on the head by Frieza's hand. The sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Ah! Gohan clutched his head in agony, blood oozing from his orifices as he collapsed to the ground. Gohan! Piccolo, nearly spent of his strength, reached out with trembling hands. Through his blurred vision, he glimpsed a figure clad in an orange GI. Piccolo, wake up! Eat the senzu bean. Goku had arrived, placing a senzu bean in Piccolo's mouth. Is it, Goku? Piccolo bit down and swallowed the bean, instantly revitalized to his peak condition. Goku! Quickly save Gohan. He is on the brink of death. Piccolo shouted urgently. Leave this to me. Goku's energy surged as he charged at Frieza. What? Frieza was momentarily stunned as Goku's fist collided with his face, sending him reeling. Goku promptly placed a senzu bean into the barely conscious Gohan's mouth. Gohan, quickly eat this. Gohan, unable to speak, was nearing the end of his strength, yet with his last ounce of energy, he chewed and swallowed the bean. A surge of vitality coursed through him, his injuries mending instantly. Not only was he revived from the brink of death, but his power swelled, nearly rivaling that of Goku without the Kaioken, an astonishing feat for one so young. Dad, he is too strong. I can't possibly defeat him. Gohan rose to his feet, his tail instinctively wrapping around his waist like a belt. Goku smiled as he brushed the dust from Gohan's hair, saying, You did well, Gohan. Leave this to me. As the energy surged within him, he approached Frieza. Are you Frieza? You're much smaller than I imagined. Goku regarded Frieza with a cold demeanor, exhibiting a maturity and steadiness that inspired a sense of trust, in stark contrast to his usual banter. Frieza sneered at Goku, questioning whether any trash had yet to make its entrance. Suddenly, Frieza's gaze lingered on Goku, as if recognizing something familiar. With a hint of surprise, he remarked, You seem oddly reminiscent of someone. In a flash of insight, Frieza recalled the last Saiyan who had dared to resist him on planet Vegeta, realizing that Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Ah, so it is. Just like Raditz, you must be that Saiyon's son. Indeed, not a single Saiyan shall be spared. Just like those fools on planet Vegeta, death is their only fate. Vegeta, lurking in the shadows, erupted with fury, especially upon hearing Frieza's mention of planet Vegeta. Unable to contain his rage, he charged forward. Well, if it isn't Vegeta, I thought you were dead. Let me tell you, I personally obliterated your precious planet Vegeta. Aside from that fool's father who dared to resist me, all the other Saiyans perished there. Frieza's iconic laughter rang out, his chilling demeanor rendering Vegeta momentarily paralyzed. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Presently, Vegeta's strength had not seen significant enhancement nor explosive growth. You scoundrel! Vegeta exclaimed. I will deal with you later. Frieza, dismissing Vegeta entirely, shifted his focus to Goku. He recalled how Gohan had deflected his earlier attack and unleashed a relentless barrage of death beams toward Goku. Goku dodged. Piccolo shouted in alarm. Yet, Goku did not evade. With his left hand, he struck down the incoming death beams with precision. Each beam that met its demise triggered a series of violent explosions upon impact. Vegeta felt the rush of a death beam whiz past his forehead, crashing into the ocean and stirring a tumultuous tsunami. As he landed on the ground, sweat beaded on his brow. Had that strike connected, it would have surely meant his end. Why are Kakarot and that half-breed Saiyan so powerful? I am the prince of the Saiyans. How can a lowly warrior like Kakarot surpass me? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, his heart ablaze with rage, silently screaming in despair and resentment. Tears welled in his eyes, glistening as they slid down his cheeks. As the tension dissipated, Frieza regarded Goku with astonishment. The latter remained unscathed, having deflected all the attacks with a single hand. Ha! Suddenly, from a distance, Vegeta, tears in his eyes, erupted into maniacal laughter, which caused Frieza's expression to grow cold. Frieza, I suggest you unleash your full power, for Kakarot stands before you, the Super Saiyan you dread most, the legendary warrior of the universe. Frieza, your end is nigh. You have brought this upon yourself. Vegeta's laughter caused Frieza's eyes to narrow, and with a mere flick of his wrist, a death beam pierced through Vegeta's chest. In the astonished gazes of Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, Vegeta's smile froze as he collapsed to the ground. You see, Vegeta, I detest such frivolous jesting. The Super Saiyan is merely a tiresome myth, and you, like an incessant mosquito, are bothersome and loathsome. You should have remained hidden like a mouse. Yet you chose to emerge, roaring and blustering. Frieza's signature laughter echoed as he cast a disdainful gaze upon Goku and Gohan, treating Vegeta with the contempt reserved for refuse. Chapter 31, Frieza and Goku. You, Frieza? Goku clenched his fists, fury radiating from him. Vegeta's vision grew increasingly blurred as he fixated on Goku and Gohan, the Super Saiyan he had long idolized, almost an obsession. Kakarot, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. I believe that if you cast aside your naivety and harden your heart, you shall indeed become a Super Saiyan. Coughing, he continued, Kakarot, you have heard that our home planet, Vegeta, was destroyed by Frieza. Tears streamed down Vegeta's face. An embodiment of his bitterness and despair, the heart-wrenching pain nearly unbearable, dampening the ground beneath him. We Saiyans have toiled under his command, while others perished, including your father and my king. Frieza fears the true emergence of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice quivered with emotion as he gazed tearfully at Goku. Please, defeat Frieza. I implore you, you must vanquish him. Blood trickled from Gohan's lips as he witnessed Vegeta's plight, his heart aching with compassion. Just as he moved to assist, Frieza unleashed another death beam upon Vegeta. Vegeta's form disintegrated into dust, leaving only a puddle of blood. Oh, I nearly forgot that you possess something that can restore you in an instant. How delightful, Saiyans. Frieza laughed, yet his eyes brimmed with icy malice. Goku glared at Frieza, his expression resolute and grave. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Vegeta, lend me a fraction of your pride. I have come here from Earth to avenge the Namekians you have slaughtered. I shall defeat you, Frieza. With a leap, Goku surged forward, clashing with Frieza in a flurry of blows, each strike unyielding, each kick imbued with fierce energy, as if they could pierce the very fabric of reality. The energy blasts collided, sending shockwaves through the mountains and earth, fissures cracking the ground, while the air resonated with the relentless sounds of battle. Is this truly the extent of Goku's power? Piccolo could no longer perceive Frieza or Goku. Their forms had become mere indistinct shadows, blurred and elusive. At this moment, Gohan could scarcely discern the figures of Goku and Frieza amidst the tumult of battle. A crimson aura enveloped Goku, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. He had unleashed the Kaioken times 10 to confront Frieza, yet even this formidable power proved inadequate. How pitiful, Saiyan. Is this all the strength you possess? Frieza's gaze was piercing, unleashing two beams of red energy that collided with Goku's palm, followed by a devastating punch to his abdomen. Goku gasped in agony as Frieza's face contorted, his appearance disheveled and chaotic, his tail lashing like a whip, striking relentlessly at Goku. Goku raised his arm, but Frieza's tail struck his wrist, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him. With a surge of energy, Goku's power exploded outward, shattering the land for hundreds of miles around him, stirring a tempest of dust and debris. Frieza, spinning like a top, landed gracefully on the ground, swiftly lifting his head. His gaze sharp, two beams of red energy shot from his eyes, piercing through the swirling dust. Swish, swish, swish. Frieza's beams darted erratically around him, catching Goku off guard. So that is how it is. This fiend cannot sense energy. Goku realized. Turning swiftly, Goku saw Frieza soaring behind him, now fully within his line of sight. Ah! Frieza bellowed, His hand raised high as a massive energy sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter, coalesced and hurtled toward Goku. With agility, Goku leaped, conjuring his own energy sphere to counter Frisia's assault. As Goku's sphere neared Frisia, the latter waved his hand dismissively, deflecting it effortlessly. Boom. The collision of their energy spheres erupted against the distant mountains, Frisia's blast detonating with a cataclysmic force, transforming the sky red and altering the very fabric of Namek. As Frisia and Goku landed steadily on the ground, they remained locked in a fierce gaze, the surroundings in utter disarray, almost devoid of any intact earth. In the distance, Gohan and Piccolo stood, awestruck. The battle between Goku and Frisia was beyond their comprehension or capability to intervene. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He had not anticipated that, even after the Elder's enhancements, he would still fall short against Frisia. Gohan anxiously looked ahead, whispering Dad. Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration. Wuling, where are you? Is he not ready yet? The situation was dire. Goku's Kaioken times 10 was still not enough against Frisia. Goku, however, wore a smile. Undaunted despite his disadvantaged position, his fervor for battle igniting his spirit. Meanwhile, Wuling was still undergoing the Elder's process of unlocking his potential. Vegeta's energy has vanished. I never expected he would fall, Goku mused. Is my Kaioken times 10 also insufficient? The tremors shaking Namek had surely drawn the attention of Dilly and Naru, who remained on high alert. Elder, is there no progress yet? Son Wuling felt a sense of urgency rising within him and inquired anxiously. The Grand Elder shook his head and replied, the natural energy within you surpasses that of others. It will soon accelerate. Please, wait a moment longer. Understood. Son Wuling took a moment to steady his emotions, striving to maintain control over his burgeoning power. He sensed the energy around him swelling exponentially, surpassing both Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong. Yet, he did not relent. His strength continued to rise steadily without any sign of abating. Sun Wukong and Frisia exchanged glances. The tension palpable. Frisia chuckled. Ho ho ho, Scion Sun Wukong. I must admit, you are more formidable than I anticipated. However, you shall not emerge victorious. Unfazed, Sun Wukong responded. Perhaps, but the outcome remains uncertain. Ha ha ha. I am aware, Frisia retorted. His demeanor laced with a hint of disdain as he focused intently, a ripple of energy coalescing at his brow. In an instant, Sun Wukong, ever vigilant, seized the moment when Frisia hesitated. He soared above Frisia, executing a maneuver reminiscent of Frisia's own, striking him forcefully. As they plummeted toward the ocean's depths, the surge of energy caused the sea surface to erupt in a whirlpool. Boom! A violent torrent of water surged forth, akin to a tsunami, tumultuously roiling the ocean. Chapter 32. The power of Sun Wuling. Suddenly, a relentless barrage of energy blasts hurtled towards Sun Wukong. He deftly deflected Frisia's energy projectiles with both palms, the resulting explosions scattering debris like a battlefield. Having swatted away the last of the energy blasts, Frisia leaped into the air. In a shocking twist, he delivered a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's face. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out in agony as he fell into the depths of the ocean. Frisia laughed heartily, observing the ripples on the water's surface, taunting, come on up, you wouldn't be given so easily. At that moment, beneath the waves, Sun Wukong sensed Frisia's energy lingering above. He crossed his arms protectively, opting not to ascend just yet, and began to formulate a strategy. That scoundrel's speed is extraordinary. How should I counter it? Sun Wukong reflected on the recent battle, attempting to pinpoint any flaws in Frisia's technique. It seemed Frisia relied solely on sight rather than energy to gauge his opponent's position. Perhaps that could be exploited. Raising both palms, Sun Wukong concentrated his energy before him, forming 2 Kamehameha blasts. Excellent, just as I planned. He cautiously swam a distance away, attuning himself to Frisia's energy, and prepared to launch his attack. Now, Sun Wukong unleashed one of the Kamehameha blasts toward Frisia. Above the water, Frisia noticed the tumultuous sea, ready to release his own energy blast, only to realize it was not Sun Wukong, but rather a blue energy sphere approaching him. Not here. Frisia evaded the Kamehameha blast, eyeing the ocean's surface warily. Once more, from beneath, Sun Wukong conjured another energy blast, propelling it toward Frisia. Upon sensing a sudden surge of energy, Frisia directed his palm forward, ready to unleash a powerful energy wave. The moment he caught sight of Goku, with a swift motion, the Kamehameha surged forth towards him. However, unexpectedly, the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Goku emerged from the ocean, enhanced by the Kaioken tenfold. He struck downward fiercely, delivering a devastating kick to Frisia's face. The impact left a significant indentation, nearly distorting Frisia's visage, even causing saliva to be expelled from his mouth as his body plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Frisia's form descended into a valley, shattering the earth beneath him. He broke through the ocean's surface, cascading down onto the mountains on the opposite side, where stones splintered upon impact, burying him beneath a cloud of dust and debris. a testament to Goku's immense strength. In the distance, Piccolo and Gohan stood in awe, completely mesmerized. "Incredible, Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Suddenly, Frieza, trapped beneath the rubble, gathered his energy, shattering the stones that confined him into mere fragments. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his shoulders, his expression unchanged. "Is this truly ineffective?" Goku smiled faintly, displaying no signs of discouragement. Frieza remarked, "You are quite the capable one, aren't you? Besides my father, you are the first to soil me." Trembling slightly with excitement, he gazed at Goku and added, "This is the first time I've felt such exhilaration. How shall I deal with you now?" Goku replied, "This is quite unfortunate. I expected it would have some effect." With that, Frieza and Goku launched into a new round of fierce combat. Meanwhile, Sun Wuling was undergoing potential development under the guidance of the Elder. A silvery aura enveloped him like a delicate membrane, imparting an ethereal and sacred quality to his presence. "Thank you, Elder," Wuling exclaimed, clenching his fists as the energy surged within him. This sudden influx of power explained why Piccolo, Gohan, and even Biddy struggled to contain their excitement. He now understood that feeling. Wuling attempted to temper his exhilaration, knowing that Goku maintained calm control over his strength, and he too aspired to achieve similar mastery. Exhaling deeply, he sensed that his energy remained unrestrained, indicating he had yet to reach his limits. "I'm off now, Elder, Nail, Bulma, Biddy." With his heart settling into tranquility akin to the vast sky, he leaped forth, charging towards Frieza, uncertain of his own battle prowess. Wuling felt that Frieza no longer seemed as insurmountable as before. This implied that the gap between them had narrowed. Even with Goku's Kaioken multiplied tenfold, he sensed that he had surpassed that level. To ascertain the true extent of his strength, he knew he must engage in battle. In mere moments, Sun Wuling arrived at the battleground where Frieza and Sun Wukong were locked in combat. Despite having taken flight using the technique of void dance, he exuded an aura of complete restraint, concealing any trace of his presence. At that moment, Sun Wukong had consumed a Senzu bean, restoring his full strength, leaving Frieza on the brink of fury. Once again, an unknown entity had emerged, Wuling. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo gazed at him with excitement. Frieza raised an eyebrow, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger reaching a peak upon seeing Sun Wuling. Another nuisance had appeared, an incessant annoyance. Frieza conjured a deadly beam aimed directly at Sun Wuling. "Humph," Sun Wuling scoffed, instantly forming a Chi Yuan slash, which surged toward Frieza. The deadly beam was effortlessly cleaved in two by the Chi Yuan slash, falling harmlessly to the ground on either side. "What?" Frieza felt a sense of peril emanating from the golden circle of energy. He leaped into the air, retaliating against the pursuing Chi Yuan slash with a powerful energy blast, resulting in a tremendous explosion. "Begin the plan, Wukong. Leave Frieza to me. I am eager to test the extent of my current power." Sun Wuling's aura surged, pressing against Frieza with unrestrained might, leaving Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo wide-eyed, while Frieza himself sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Wuling. "Remarkable, Wuling. I feel as though even the tenfold Kaioken pales in comparison to your strength." Chapter 33, Sun Wuling vs. Frieza. Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong withdrew from the fray, Sun Wuling launched the first attack, a blue energy blast hurtling towards Frieza as he charged forward, his expression filled with fervent excitement. The thrill of battle ignited within him, setting his spirit ablaze. After deflecting Wuling's Kamehameha, Frieza engaged in combat with him. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The two clashed mid-air, Frieza's tail darting with agility towards Sun Wuling. Chi Yuan slash. Sun Wuling instantly manifested a golden ring of energy, striking at Frieza. What? Frieza formed an energy wave in his palm, the immense recoil forcing him to retreat and evade Wuling's attack. However, Sun Wuling remained relentless, keeping the Chi Yuan slash in hand as he pursued Frieza. After defeating Tao Pai Pai, Sun Wuling had developed a fondness for the Chi Yuan slash, particularly relishing the sensation of cleaving through enemies. He felt akin to a radiant titan from his previous life, yearning to see if Frieza's neck would yield as easily. Curse you. Frieza was now on the run, barely pausing for a moment before Sun Wuling closed in, ready to strike with the Chi Yuan slash. While evading, Frieza also summoned a cutting energy disc, mimicking Sun Wuling's technique, and engaged in a clash of their attacks, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. Both combatants summoned energy blasts with their other hands, propelling them towards one another. Whoosh! Frieza and Sun Wuling released their attacks, and as the energy blasts collided, their figures soared through the air, engaging in another fierce clash, their fists and feet moving like shadows. Boom! Uncle Wuling is amazing, Sun Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed ahead. Piccolo nodded in agreement, recognizing that Sun Wuling's strength had far surpassed theirs. At that moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, focusing on making contact with King Kai. Although he yearned to witness the battle between Sun Wuling and Frieza, the sanctity of life took precedence. "King Kai, King Kai, can you hear me? At the Kame house. It was noon on Earth. Krillin, who had just finished his meal and was preparing to continue his training, was startled by a voice that resonated in his mind, causing him to question his sanity. Krillin, it's me, King Kai. Ah, King Kai. Is something wrong with Wuling or Wukong? Krillin pondered, recalling the Dragon Balls that son Wuling had entrusted to him. If something were amiss, it would warrant King Kai's urgent communication. A week had already passed, indicating that something grave must have transpired on Namek. King Kai's voice echoed in his mind. Krillin, Namek is facing a dire crisis. Frieza and his minions are intent on exterminating the Namekian people. A significant number of Namekians will soon need refuge on Earth. King Kai admired son Wuling's foresight, recognizing his meticulous planning. Although Wuling and Frieza were currently locked in a fierce struggle, the gravity of Frieza's malevolence was well known, compounded by the existence of King Cold above him. Yes, I will retrieve the Dragon Balls immediately, Master Roshi. On Namek, the battle between Frieza and son Wuling raged intensely, with the landscape undergoing drastic alterations. As time wore on, son Wuling exposed a vulnerability, allowing Frieza's tail to strike him down, creating a violent crater upon impact. Yeah, a barrage of death beams surged relentlessly towards him. Son Wuling crossed his arms to shield his chest and head as the beams battered him, causing his martial arts uniform to tear. Despite the onslaught, his physique remained remarkably resilient. Frieza's relentless attack left only bruises on his body. Even when a beam pierced through him, it failed to inflict fatal damage. Frieza ceased his barrage, observing son Wuling, now bloodied and riddled with holes from the death beams. Ha ha ha, don't be hasty. This is merely the beginning of a terrifying game. There is much more fun to come. Ha ha ha, Frieza proclaimed, reveling in his triumph. Son Wuling wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by his injuries, as if savoring something in his mouth before swallowing. Buzz. Frieza's smile abruptly faltered, veins bulging on his forehead. Not that again. That Namekian, and that little Saiyan brat. What are you? Frieza seethed, watching as son Wuling regained his composure, his fury reaching a boiling point. Frieza possesses an innate superpower, and as his abilities surged, Namek trembled violently. What is happening? Son Wuling furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Having engaged in several skirmishes with Frieza, he had developed a fair understanding of Frieza's capabilities and techniques. Presently, Frieza was unleashing his innate powers, which could also be described as telekinesis. In the distance, son Wukong, engaged in conversation with King Kai, was interrupted by the tremendous commotion caused by Frieza. Both Piccolo and Son Gohan were consumed with anxiety. In a mountain cave, Bulma was trembling with fear, clutching the 5-year-old Biddy tightly, unwilling to let go. What is happening? Why hasn't it been resolved yet? Biddy, attempting to reassure Bulma, said, Master Wuling is currently battling that wicked Frieza, but this scene is not conducive to revival. Nail stood guard over the elder, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He sensed that Frieza's forthcoming assault would be formidable, praying that Frieza would not annihilate Namek, for that would spell doom for them all. The elder retained his usual demeanor, benevolent and serene, showing no signs of panic despite the earth shaking and the imminent danger facing Namek. Chapter 34, The Death of Son Wuling. Frieza raised his palms, filled with madness. And before the eyes of son Wukong, son Wuling, and others, a colossal mass of earth floated under Frieza's control, casting a shadow over the land. How exaggerated. Son Wuling's lips twitched involuntarily. Frieza's superpower was truly terrifying. He sensed that the floating mass of Earth was likely half the size of the planet itself, and more critically, it was enveloped in Frieza's energy, potent enough to easily obliterate Namek. Frieza, do you intend to destroy Namek? Son Wukong shouted at Frieza. Upon realizing the situation, King Kai swiftly contacted Krillin, urging him to refrain from summoning the dragon. If son Wuling and the others could not withstand Frieza's onslaught, reviving the Namekians would be futile. Roar. Hide. If you dare to evade, Namek will turn to cosmic dust. Let me tell you, our Frost Demon clan can survive even in the vastness of space. You shall perish along with Namek. Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed as the relentless appearances of son Wuling and son Wukong drove him to the brink of madness, causing him to forget the purpose of his arrival on Namek. Son Wuling's gaze remained vibrant. Even so, he wore a faint smile, completely devoid of the panic exhibited by Piccolo, son Gohan, and the others. Frieza, do you not desire immortality? Do you not wish for the Dragon Balls? You must know that if the Elder perishes, the Dragon Balls will vanish along with their creator. Frieza seemed to have anticipated this moment, emitting his characteristic laughter. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, I knew you would say that. However, I have already learned of the Dragon Ball's location from Vegeta's scouter. They are on the third planet of the solar system, Earth. Moreover, I plan to eradicate every single human being on that planet. Ha ha ha. In a fit of rage, Son Goku shouted furiously at Frieza, joined by Piccolo and Gohan at Son Goku's side. Son Goku's fury was halted by Son Goku, who appeared to have the upper hand over Frieza, laughing heartily at the villain. What are you laughing at? Frieza roared in anger, glaring at Son Goku's accusatory question. Son Goku replied, "Can you not see that Piccolo is also a Namekian? Naturally, he knows how the Dragon Balls on Earth came to be, you fool." "What?" Frieza froze, his tremendous anger extinguished by Son Goku's words. He glanced at Piccolo, who was indeed a Namekian, standing alongside them. Son Goku continued, "When the time comes, you can forget about your immortality. Oh, by the way, your final form looks rather short. Perhaps you should wish to grow 5 centimeters taller with the Dragon Balls. That way, no one would suspect a thing, thinking you are still developing." Son Goku's remark sent Frieza into a rage once more, wishing he could silence Son Goku forever. A massive continental plate, nearly the size of half the Earth, was hurled towards Son Goku and his companions, yet Frieza withdrew the energy concentrated upon it, clearly opting to preserve the destruction of Namek for the sake of the Dragon Balls. With his palm raised high, Son Goku formed a colossal energy slash, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter, and launched it towards the continental plate. "Goku." Son Goku promptly nodded, mirroring Son Goku's stance. Kaioken times 10. Together, they charged their Kamehameha wave, and as the energy slash cleaved the continent in two, they unleashed their combined attack towards Frieza. "What?" Frieza desperately attempted to evade, but his tail was nonetheless struck by the massive energy slash, severing it with a painful cry. "Huh." Two powerful Kamehameha waves shattered the split continent, relentlessly advancing towards Frieza. "What?" Frieza conjured 2 beams of death energy from his palms, colliding them with Son Goku's and Son Goku's Kamehameha waves. In that moment, the world was engulfed in darkness, as the clash of the Kamehameha and death beams nearly sent Piccolo flying from the sheer force. "Huh." Son Goku and Son Goku shouted in unison, as the center of the collision erupted in a colossal explosion. Time and space appeared to freeze in that instant. With the fiery aftermath engulfing Frieza, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan alike. Boom. Namek trembled violently, the ground and mountains crumbled, and everything in the wake of the shockwave was reduced to mere dust, dissipating into oblivion. The once vibrant land has been utterly transformed into a desolate desert. Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling's martial arts attire is in tatters, emerging from the sands, while Sun Wuling and Sun Gohan are left spitting out mouthfuls of sand. "How is everyone holding up?" "I'm fine." "Hee. Wuling, you truly are remarkable. Otherwise, that Frieza would have undoubtedly annihilated Namek." At this moment, Sun Wukong's orange martial arts uniform is nearly non-existent, revealing his blue undershirt. As long as he desires the Dragon Balls, he must avoid danger. Suddenly, Sun Wuling's expression shifts dramatically. He senses Frieza's formidable power rapidly approaching from underground, targeting Sun Gohan and Piccolo. "Get back." Sun Wuling expands his aura, propelling Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Piccolo to safety. In an instant, Frieza's hand pierces through Sun Wuling's chest, his muscles swelling as he unleashes his full strength. Roar. "I initially intended to deal with that little Saiyan first, leaving you for later enjoyment. However, since you are so foolish, I shall send you off in your final moments. Let us see how you manage to revive this time." With a flick of his superpower, Frieza lifts the barely breathing Sun Wuling into the sky, leaving no words behind as he disintegrates into ashes. Blood rains down like droplets upon the yellow sands, eliciting Frieza's signature laughter. Suddenly, a small, seed-like object strikes Frieza on the head. Instinctively, he catches it, assuming it to be Sun Wuling's corpse, only to discover otherwise. "Wuling, Uncle Wuling." Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan grit their teeth, unable to believe the scene before them, as darkness and rage consume their hearts. Wuling. Piccolo, too, clenches his fists in defiance, gazing at Frieza, whose anger is palpable. Chapter 35, Transformation, Dual Super Saiyans. You actually killed Wuling." Sun Wukong's eyes widen in disbelief. The pain is excruciating. Memories of every moment spent with Sun Wuling flash in his mind, like a slideshow. He is Wuling's elder brother, the one their grandfather had cheerfully instructed to look after his younger sibling. Yet, it has always been Wuling caring for him, considering every detail, even orchestrating his wedding with Chi-Chi, urging him to take initiative by showing him so-called educational tapes. They embarked on adventures together, and in moments of peril, Wuling aided him in climbing Korin Tower. At every turn, it seemed as though he, the elder brother, was the one in need of care. Tears fall as the fury within him can no longer be contained. His aura surges, causing the surrounding debris and sand to stir as the essence of a Saiyan ignites in a tempest of rage. Roar. Frieza suddenly realizes what he has, popping the object into his mouth, crushing it before swallowing. Instantly, a wave of vitality floods his body, even his wounds vanish, and his severed tail regenerates. The Earth, indeed. Although the forthcoming times may diminish much of the delight, I shall accompany you, my little band of monkeys, at a leisurely pace. Frieza gazed at Goku and Gohan, the two Saiyans, a towering figure and a small child, feeling an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. You have killed Uncle Wuling." Gohan's youthful voice trembled slightly, tears cascading down his cheeks. Unforgivable. I shall slay you." Gohan's spirit began to transform, the energy around him shifting to a radiant gold. His black hair shimmering with golden highlights. Boom. Goku and Gohan's auras erupted, their appearances drastically altered. The once black hair now glimmered golden, and their emerald green pupils shone fiercely. Their energy surging forth, the golden locks standing on end. Super Saiyan, born anew. Both Frieza and Piccolo were taken aback by the metamorphosis of Goku and Gohan, who now bore a wild, beast-like ferocity. With Wuling's demise, the fury of Goku and Gohan had catalyzed their transformation into Super Saiyans. Gohan let out a heart-wrenching scream, his golden aura surging with primal brutality, tears streaming down his face. Dad, you've changed. This must be what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan. It's truly disturbing. Goku, filled with icy resolve, fixed his gaze upon Frieza and declared, I feel the same, Gohan. No longer do I care about the definition of a Super Saiyan. I am overwhelmed by an uncontrollable urge to obliterate this scoundrel. Unforgivable. How dare he kill Wuling? Beast. Super Saiyan. Frieza and Piccolo were momentarily stunned by Gohan's proclamation. What is this Super Saiyan nonsense? Merely a bunch of filthy monkeys. Frieza pointed menacingly at Wuling's corpse, a death ray coalescing at his fingertip, when Gohan suddenly appeared before him in an instant. What? Gohan seized Frieza's wrist, the immense force causing Frieza to feel as if his bones were shattering. You used this very hand to murder Uncle Wuling, didn't you? Gohan's grip tightened, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Even Piccolo questioned whether the Super Saiyan before him was truly Gohan. Let go. Release me, you Saiyan brat. Let go. Frieza gritted his teeth in agony, while the 5-year-old Gohan stood diminutive beside him. A cruel smile spread across Gohan's youthful face. Fear not. I shan't allow you to perish so easily. You enjoy games, do you not? I wish to play too. With that, Gohan's other fist struck mercilessly into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza was sent hurtling backwards, saliva expelled from his mouth, crashing through several hills before continuing his descent. Whoosh. Goku halted, moving towards the direction of Frieza's fall, delivering a fierce blow to Frieza's lower back. But the assault did not cease there. Goku grasped Frieza's tail and swung him like a whip, ultimately hurling him towards Gohan. Demon Flash. Gohan positioned his palms against his forehead, unleashing a golden energy wave that collided with Frieza's form. Frieza spun through the air like a top before stabilizing his form, leaping to evade Gohan's special beam cannon. The attack struck the distant sea, erupting in a spectacular display of water, as Frieza, seething with rage, glared at Goku and Gohan. Are you furious? You Saiyans have slain more than anyone else. Such events unfold daily as long as your kind exist. I have dispatched them because I detest monkeys, and I harbor the same disdain for you. Gohan shouted angrily, launching himself forward, his fists and feet striking like shadows as he attacked Frieza. Goku joined him, and together they confronted the tyrant. Gohan's strength, while comparable to Goku's without the Kaioken, was formidable enough as a Super Saiyan, surpassing Frieza's current power by a significant margin. Bam! Goku and Gohan's fists struck fiercely against Frieza's eye socket. It seemed that even Goku alone was sufficient to challenge Frieza, let alone with Gohan, a Super Saiyan nearly equal to him. Meanwhile, Piccolo silently withdrew from the battlefield, recognizing that the conflict had escalated beyond his capability. He flew towards the location of the Elder and others. In the mountain cave, sensing the disappearance of Goku's energy, Bidalai fell to her knees in disbelief, her tears falling onto the ground. Even Nail and the Elder shared her incredulity. Master Goku, how could this be? How could such a powerful Master Goku perish? Bidalai's eyes welled with tears, the anguish overwhelming her, even more so than when she had been beaten by Vegeta. Goku, don't jest. How could Goku possibly die? He always plans for every eventuality. Bulma forced a strained smile, speaking softly. Chapter 36, The Underworld. Bulma felt an overwhelming sadness, nearly succumbing to tears. Her first encounter with Goku took place on the sacred land of Korin, where she sought the Dragon Balls, leading them to adventures together until now. Though they had not become lovers as she had once imagined, they had forged a bond as partners. Now, hearing of Goku's demise, she found it hard to accept. Master Goku. Bidalai's fingers dug into the earth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Frieza is truly a great evil. The Elder sighed. Have Goku and Gohan transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Now, Namek is truly saved. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai was stunned to learn of Goku's death, especially when he witnessed Goku and Gohan transforming into Super Saiyans. In that moment, he momentarily forgot his intention to contact Krillin. Super Saiyans? Frieza is doomed. Goku and his son have both become Super Saiyans. It's truly the end for Frieza. Goku, Gohan, give it your all. The North Kai shouted with excitement, oblivious to whether Goku and Gohan could hear him. In the realm of the underworld, Sun Wukong slowly regained his consciousness, only to discover that he was ensnared by some unseen force, utterly unable to move. Before him loomed a giant, standing at least 30 to 40 meters tall. clad in a resplendent purple suit and adorned with a striking red tie. His bushy beard framed a face crowned with a horned hat, emblazoned with the character yen. His skin glowed a fiery red, marking him as none other than King Yama of the underworld. Are you truly the King Yama that Wukong spoke of? Sun Wukong gestured dismissively. Now fully aware, he regarded the towering figure with a sense of reverence. As he understood that all souls departed from the universe would ultimately face Yama's judgment, he would not underestimate the entity before him, regardless of any perceived lack of power. Sun Wukong, your merits are sufficient for an easy passage to paradise. Securing a position in the underworld would pose no challenge. However, I sense your desire to meet with Lord Kai. Is that not so? King Yama observed Sun Wukong with a knowing gaze, aware of his restless spirit and relentless pursuit of martial prowess. As anticipated, Sun Wukong declined the offer. Lord Yama, there exists a mystical object on Earth known as the Dragon Ball. I suspect I shall soon be resurrected. Might I request your assistance in introducing me to Lord Kai? Sun Wukong bowed slightly, placing his left hand over his heart in a gesture reminiscent of a noble knight. After a brief contemplation, King Yama ultimately acquiesced to Sun Wukong's request, signaling an attendant to escort him along the Serpent Road. Thank you, Lord Yama. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude with a wave, following the underworld employee down the path. Haha, you're welcome, Sun Wukong. Do visit often. Of course, Sun Wukong responded, momentarily frozen in realization. Who would willingly return to the underworld? He had no desire to experience that sensation of death again, especially one as brutal as his previous demise, where his body was reduced to mere fragments. Upon reaching the Serpent Road, he soared through the air at full speed. In less than a minute, he beheld the planet of King Kai. He wondered about his friends. Would Goku transform into a Super Saiyan due to his demise? As Sun Wukong landed on King Kai's planet, he felt unfazed by the tenfold gravity. It seemed to harmonize perfectly with his being. The North Kai remained as he remembered him. King Kai? King Kai? It is I, Sun Wukong. His voice startled North Kai, who glanced at the halo above Sun Wukong's head, the mark of death, and quickly inquired, Wukong, how did you arrive here? I implored Lord Yama for assistance and traversed the Serpent Road. King Kai, what has become of Goku and Gohan on Namek? Sun Wukong asked, a note of worry in his voice. North Kai burst into laughter. Fear not. Goku and Gohan have both become Super Saiyans, and Frieza is no match for them now. The mention of Gohan took Sun Wukong by surprise, but he felt a swell of pride. His mentorship had not been in vain. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the essential matter. King Kai, has Krillin made his wish yet? Sun Wuling gazed at the halo upon his forehead and inquired. The North Kai's smile abruptly froze, as he had completely forgotten the intense battle between Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan against Frieza on Namek. Sun Wuling clasped his hands protectively over his chest, a hint of inscrutable amusement gracing his features, while the North Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, flushed slightly. Let me speak with Krillin, Mr. Kai? On Earth, at the Kame house. Krillin, Videl, Master Roshi, and Oolong were gathered together. Videl stepped forward, adorned in a flowing white beach dress, and said, Krillin, do not fret. Are you not aware of Wuling's and Wukong's capabilities? Surely, something must have delayed them. Thank you, Videl. Krillin replied, casting a smile in her direction. Their eyes met, creating an atmosphere tinged with subtle intimacy. Master Roshi, Oolong, and the turtle all widened their eyes, having long sensed that the relationship between the two was rather special, though they had refrained from addressing it directly. Krillin, can everyone hear me? Suddenly, Sun Wuling's voice resonated, igniting cheers of joy from Master Roshi and Krillin. It's Wuling. We can all hear you. How are things on your end? Krillin hurriedly inquired, his heart easing as they had felt unease since the North Kai had suggested preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. Not too well, for I have already perished and am currently communicating with you from the North Kai's realm. Sun Wuling's nonchalant demeanor caused Krillin and the others to freeze in shock. What? Wuling, how could this happen? Krillin quickly pressed for answers. It's nothing serious. Just use the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon to revive me alongside the Namekians. Go ahead and summon him, Krillin. I shall contact Elder Guru and the others immediately. Sun Wuling urged the North Kai to reach out to Elder Guru and the others on Namek, instructing them to summon the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 37, The Dragon Ascends. In the cavernous lair, Elder Guru, Nail, Dend, Bulma, and Videl all heard Sun Wuling's voice clearly. Master Wuling, is that you? Videl exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Overwhelmed with joy. It is indeed me. I am currently communicating with you through the North Kai. The sensation of death is quite unpleasant. Thankfully, with the Dragon Balls, I will soon be revived. Sun Wuling reassured them, eliciting smiles from Bulma, Videl, and Dend. Master Wuling, you can come back to life? Videl's cheeks flushed with excitement. Elder Guru, summon the Eternal Dragon now. Once we are revived, you shall use your wish to transport us to the Kame house on Earth. Elder Guru nodded vigorously. Understanding the urgency, we must not delay. Let us commence at once. Upon concluding his words, Sun Wuling, through the North Kai, Observe the battlefield where Super Saiyan Son Wukong and Son Gohan were relentlessly pummeling Frieza, even as Frieza unleashed his full power, transforming into a grotesquely muscular form. Especially Son Gohan, who spared no effort, landing blows that left marks on Frieza's body. Frieza certainly had remarkable resilience. Son Goku couldn't help but exclaim, when suddenly, darkness enveloped his mind, and the environment transformed into a dreamlike haze. Even King Kai and his pet gorilla, Bubbles, along with his other pet, Gregory, vanished from sight. Boom. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black, and light receded. In Son Goku's line of sight, a colossal figure loomed over Namek. Was that the dragon of Namek? It appeared vastly different from the dragon on Earth. Son Goku suddenly sensed a multitude of unfamiliar life forces emerging on Namek. Alas, Vegeta had been resurrected as well. What incredible luck! Son Goku realized that due to his demise, Krillin and the others' wishes must have changed, resulting in Vegeta's revival. On Earth, at the Kame House. With Krillin's call, the dragon ascended, casting the world into shadow, and the dragon on Earth resembled the totem from Son Goku's previous life. Dragon, can you revive those who were slain by Frieza and his crew on Namek? Krillin wished aloud, while Videl, Master Roshi, Wuling, and others gazed at the dragon with eager anticipation. Buzz. The dragon's crimson eyes glimmered with a mysterious light, and in a voice tinged with ancient wisdom. It declared that all those slain by Frieza's party on Namek were revived. Ah, splendid. What of Son Goku? Has he been resurrected as well? Wuling shouted excitedly at the dragon. Indeed, your wish has been granted. Now, I must take my leave. The ancient and enigmatic voice resonated as the Dragon Balls began to scatter across Earth. Krillin, utilizing his instant transmission, secured the 4-star ball, which held special significance for Son Goku and Son Gohan. The dragon's words allowed Krillin, Master Roshi, and others to exhale in relief. They had succeeded. By the way, many Namekians will be arriving soon. I wonder if there will be some charming Namekian ladies among them. Haha. The mere thought excited Master Roshi, who had grown unsatisfied with earthly girls. After Son Gohan introduced him to various exotic beings, his desires expanded, leading Son Gohan to ponder whether Master Roshi might transform into an Indian from his past life should he venture into a zoo, making him regret the peculiar companions he had conjured. Beside them, Krillin covered his face in exasperation. Yet, despite his inner anticipations, he found himself unwilling to act as he once did in front of Videl. He longed to present his finest self before her. On Namek, the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, gathered together as Din summoned the dragon of Namek in the Namekian tongue. Compared to the dragon on Earth, this one appeared more robust and imposing, its green scales resembling those of a lizard. Let us commence, the elder said to Din. Wait. Suddenly, Son Goku's voice echoed in the minds of King Kai and the elder. We need to change the wish. Except for Frieza and myself. Everyone else should relocate to Master Roshi's house on Earth. Gohan shouted in fury. I want to stay? Grasping Frieza's tail, Gohan swung him around wildly. His muscles swelling as the power of a Super Saiyan surged forth, a force mirrored by Goku. Gohan, you must leave as well. I will handle this. I intend to confront Frieza alone here on Namek. Goku immediately retorted. Mr. Kaioshin, Elder, Gohan, it would be best to comply. This battle is entrusted to Goku. Suddenly, the voice of Goku's uncle, Goku's spirit, resonated, leaving King Kai and the Elder momentarily stunned. Uncle Goku, that's wonderful. You really have returned. Gohan exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. In that instant, Goku's uncle produced a universal capsule containing a spaceship, carefully placing it upon the sandy plains, leaving the vessel on Namek. Very well, Uncle Goku. Gohan glared coldly at Frieza, noting that despite facing both him and Goku simultaneously, Frieza still appeared resilient. After Goku's uncle spoke, the elder nodded, signaling Din to summon the Eternal Dragon. Frieza, engaged in combat with Goku and Gohan, noticed the darkening sky, where the Eternal Dragon of Namek loomed, exuding an ancient aura. Ah, the Dragon Balls, it must be. Those bastards. Frieza's body erupted with energy as he surged toward the dragon. In your dreams, Gohan swiftly dodged and leapt, positioning himself before Frieza to engage in battle. With Goku soon joining him, the 2 Super Saiyans unleashing a combined onslaught upon Frieza. Chapter 38, Return to Earth. I thought I was dead. Where's this? Vegeta stared at his hands, recalling his demise at Frieza's hands, bewildered by his sudden revival. The overwhelming auras of Frieza, Goku, and Gohan enveloped him, leaving him momentarily speechless. That's Kakarot and Frieza's energy. And one more, could it be Kakarot's son? Vegeta ascended into the air. The sight of the Namekian dragon Purunga alongside Frieza, Goku, and Gohan left him utterly astounded. Is that a Super Saiyan? No, it can't be. Kakarot, perhaps. But why can that brat transform as well? Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. The legendary status of Super Saiyan had always been his pursuit. Witnessing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan caused him to question his own existence. Suddenly, his body transformed into a streak of light, as Gohan, Goku's uncle. And the revived Namekians, Bulma, and Chi-Chi departed from Namek. The eternal dragon Purunga transformed into 7 beams of light, soaring toward Earth alongside the Elder, its creator. At that moment, Namek was left with only Goku and Frieza. What? Frieza lifted his head, unwilling to accept defeat, extending his hand toward the Dragon Balls, his immortality, his desires. What have you done? Where has that Saiyan brat gone? Frieza seethed with fury, realizing the Dragon Balls were gone, along with his hopes for immortality. In his rage, he yearned to devour Goku whole. The Dragon Balls on Earth have resurrected all those who perished at your hands. And the Dragon Balls of Namek have transported everyone on this planet, save for you and me, back to Earth. Frieza, your ambitions shall not come to fruition. Goku's voice crescendoed, almost erupting into a roar. You, Saiyan, foul monkey Earth. As his emotions surged, Frieza's aura swelled dramatically. His palms raised as he conjured a ki blast capable of blotting out the sun. In an instant, Goku sensed Frieza's intent, having been forewarned by Wulings. No, he exclaimed. The colossal ki blast hurtled toward the ground. Goku swiftly descended, deflecting Frieza's attack. Boom. The ki blast detonated, scattering the clouds above Namek. The explosion illuminating the entire planet in a fiery glow. Had it detonated at the core of Namek, it would have spelled utter annihilation for the entire world. The immense shockwave lifted Goku's golden hair, revealing his bare upper body, muscles defined not by mere gym training, but radiating explosive power, exuding a sense of graceful might. You scoundrel, Wulings was right after all. You will destroy Namek. Goku's expression remained stoic as he fixed his gaze on Frieza. Ha ha ha, Wulings. The Earthling who fights alongside me, ha ha ha. Frieza's signature laughter echoed as he descended slowly, gritting his teeth, declaring, Next, I shall entertain myself thoroughly with you, Saiyan. Goku. With a whoosh, the fists of Frieza and Goku collided, transforming the entirety of Namek into a battlefield. Their ki blasts and waves unleashed catastrophic devastation. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Kame House, the abrupt transitions left Wulings feeling disoriented. The familiar sea breeze welcomed him, prompting him to spread his arms wide in joy. The past 8 days traversing the cosmos had been less than enjoyable, especially the 2 spent on Namek, where the eternal daylight had utterly disrupted the natural rhythms of life, even causing Bulma and Biddy to forget the night. By the time they realized, a whole day had slipped away. Wulings shouted with exuberance, he is an Earthling, both in this life and the last, with blood coursing through his veins that is eternally tied to the earth. Master Wulings, Uncle Wulings. Biddy and Gohan rushed toward him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. I'm so sorry, Uncle Wulings. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. I'm so sorry. Gohan sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Wuling smiled as he gently set Gohan and Biddy down. Nearby, Piccolo, the elder Namekian, Nail, and Bulma nodded approvingly, while Dandy, of a similar age to Gohan and Biddy, discreetly wiped his tears. All right, Gohan, see? I'm perfectly fine. No more tears, and that goes for you too, Biddy. Son Wuling offered comfort for a while, and son Gohan, along with Biddy Lee, finally managed to cease their tears, though they still trembled slightly, on the verge of weeping once more. Wuling, Gohan, Bulma, are you all well? Kuririn, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Violet emerged together, calling out loudly. The entirety of the Kame House was now filled with Namekians, but fortunately, the spaciousness of the Kame House could accommodate hundreds of them. Kuririn, Master Roshi, Oolong, Violet. Son Wuling waved his hand in greeting. He then explained the situation and turned to the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder, it seems that Namek is no longer a suitable place for you to reside. During the battle with Frieza, he had a father as well. With such a flawed character, one can only surmise that his progenitor is equally reprehensible. Consequently, you may find yourselves targeted by them in the future. Nelu, Dondi, and the other Namekians looked anxiously at the Grand Elder. Son Wuling's words genuinely concerned them about encountering such circumstances again. Had it not been for Son Wuling and his companions, they might have faced extinction. Perhaps you all should remain on Earth, Grand Elder. Son Wuling directly invited the Namekians to reside on Earth, noting that it was improbable for Earthlings to have fully developed their planet. The Grand Elder displayed a warm smile, responding, Wuling, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. But while Earth is indeed wonderful, it is not our home. Likewise, no matter how splendid Namek may be, it is not your home. Wuling. Son Wuling nodded in agreement, understanding the Grand Elder's sentiments. Just as he found it difficult to adapt to Namek, so too did the Grand Elder and the Namekians feel a certain discomfort on Earth. In that case, I shall not press the matter. Grand Elder, you are eternally welcome among us, sharing the same feelings. Son Wuling smiled and extended his hand to shake with the Grand Elder. Namek will forever welcome friends as guests. Chapter 39. Frieza's plea for help. Namek. At this moment, Namek was riddled with devastation. The landscape had irrevocably changed due to the battles between Son Wukong and Frieza. I cannot possibly lose to a mere monkey, just a Saiyan. Frieza had reached his limit, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong appeared to be effortlessly dominating the conflict. Every time Frieza attempted to destroy Namek, he was thwarted by Sun Wukong, leading to a situation heavily skewed in Sun Wukong's favor, mercilessly overpowering Frieza. With a sudden opening, Frieza was struck on the head by Sun Wukong, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a vast crater. Ugh! Frieza stood up, spitting out the blood from his mouth, and glared furiously at Sun Wukong. Raising his palm, he gathered a disc of cutting energy. Ho ho ho, Saiyan. Now you shall experience the taste of being severed. Recalling the moment when Sun Wuling had severed his tail with that immense energy slash, Frieza mimicked Sun Wuling, enlarging the disc of cutting energy in his palm. Though he could not replicate Sun Wuling's prowess, it now measured a full meter in diameter. The slicing sound of the energy disc surged towards Sun Wukong. Ah, how familiar the Chi Yuan slash was to him. It was a technique that Sun Wuling cherished, and it had become his signature move. Is this your ultimate technique, Frieza? Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly as he soared through the sky, unfazed by the energy disc trailing behind him. Having sparred countless times with Sun Wuling, he was acutely aware of the weaknesses and shortcomings of the Chi Yuan slash. Any technique capable of ending you is a worthy one. Frieza manipulated the energy disc with his formidable abilities, pursuing Sun Wukong relentlessly. Humph. Do you truly believe I am a fool? You think such tricks can deceive me, Saiyan? Frieza's hands worked in unison the moment Sun Wukong attempted to rise. He altered the trajectory of the energy disc, convinced that it would slice Wukong asunder. Just as Sun Wukong approached Frieza, he pressed his hands to his forehead, under Frieza's watchful gaze. Solar flare. The blinding radiance compelled Frieza to shield his eyes in agony. No, this is bad. With the slicing sound drawing ever closer, Frieza hastily ascended into the sky. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a powerful elbow strike to Frieza's head, creating a deep indentation, before swiftly retreating. Ack! Frieza spat blood, the 1 meter diameter energy disc cleaving him in two. How does it feel to be struck by your own technique, Frieza? You wretched monkey, merely a Saiyan. Frieza's upper half floated slowly, his furious gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, his fists clenched tightly as he gasped for breath. The winds of Namek tousled Sun Wukong's golden hair, his verdant eyes locking onto the half-dismembered Frieza. I shall not continue this fight. Frieza froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend Sun Wukong's words. What do you mean, not continue? Sun Wukong stood tall and declared, though you have exerted all your power, you are beginning to falter with time. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Wuling has been resurrected. My energy is depleted, and you cannot fathom that there exist beings capable of surpassing you in this world. A subtle smile graced Sun Wukong's lips, his words laden with implication, and they are also Saiyans. Your fear is now meaningless. You may continue to survive in misery, Frieza. You. Frieza's fists tightened. Sun Wukong's words pierced deeper than any wound. What jest is this? How could I possibly lose? Frieza roared in fury, raising his finger to conjure a massive energy sphere and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Indeed, you are an irredeemable scoundrel, Frieza. Sun Wukong formed a Kamehameha wave, shattering Frieza's energy sphere and striking him directly. Frieza, now severely injured and only half of his body remaining, emitted a wretched cry of pain. You, wretch, remain unrepentant. Sun Wukong's palm struck Frieza's face with tremendous force, distorting it grotesquely. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's fist connected fiercely with the crown of Frieza's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Cursed, scoundrel, fiend. Frieza's consciousness began to wane. The depletion of his strength, compounded by Sun Wukong's recent ferocious assault, left him in a state of despair. The sensation of life ebbing away was excruciating, and with his last vestiges of strength, he extended his hand, yearning for survival. The agony of awaiting death was unbearable. Sun Wukong descended gracefully before Frieza, gazing down upon him, and stating, witnessing your life diminish in suffering, this fate suits you well. Frieza, were Wuling here, he would likely declare that you die with unfulfilled grievances. Turning away, Sun Wukong soared into the sky with his flight technique. Frieza, in his current state, was incapable of even flight. This demise, far worse than mere annihilation, was profoundly tragic. Help, save me, please. Frieza pleaded, his voice trembling. Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth in fury, shouted, You vile creature, you have slain countless innocents. Have you ever spared them? Frieza writhed in agony, desperately clinging to life as the sensation of his vitality waned. Please, save me. I beg you, save me, he cried, his pleas laced with desperation. Sun Wukong concentrated his energy, channeling it into Frieza's being. Suddenly, Frieza, who had felt only torment, found himself revitalized, bewilderedly ascending into the air, gazing at Sun Wukong in disbelief, grasping the gravity of the situation. Chapter 40. The Death of Frieza on Earth, at Kame House. Sun Wuling, having spotted Vegeta, remained silent, visibly shaken, occasionally casting glances at Son Gohan, clearly struggling to accept that Gohan had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wuling, indifferent to Vegeta's current sentiments, was unperturbed by the fact that Vegeta was a key figure in the Dragon Ball saga. He would not bow to him. Conversely, if Vegeta continued to act presumptuously, he would receive no leniency. With a mischievous grin, Son Wuling approached Son Gohan, teasing, "Gohan, you are truly remarkable. You have transformed into a Super Saiyan just like Wukong, completely surpassing me." His voice resonated loudly, piercing Vegeta's ears like a dagger. Yet, the memory of Gohan's golden form back on Namek caused Vegeta to helplessly unclench his fists. Super Saiyan, why? I am the Prince of Saiyans. It should be I who becomes a Super Saiyan. Why, aside from Kakarot, can even that brat achieve this transformation? Vegeta's heart seethed with indignation, yearning to unleash his pin-up fury. Ah, Bulma. A sudden realization struck Son Wuling, transforming his expression dramatically. Bulma shook her head. And in that moment, it dawned upon her that Son Wukong remained on Namek. Ah no, what should I do? Wuling, Son Jun is still on Namek, and he cannot pilot a spaceship. Bulma hurriedly approached Son Wuling, her expression filled with concern. Son Wuling recalled the somewhat unreliable demeanor of North Kai and acknowledged his oversight. However, he pondered whether Son Wukong would revert to his original path of action. Meanwhile, on Kai's planet, North Kai was intently observing the battle between Son Wukong and Frieza on Namek. Had he known about Son Wuling's predicament, he would undoubtedly have voiced his frustration. "Wukong, why must you act in such a manner?" North Kai exclaimed passionately upon witnessing Son Wukong transfer his energy to Frieza. On Namek, Frieza gazed at himself in disbelief, astonished that Son Wukong had indeed shared his energy, truly saving him. "This is utterly unexpected. You really gave me your energy, you insufferable monkey." Frieza was at a loss for his own feelings. Gratitude was unfathomable. He, Frieza, could never harbor such sentiments, especially towards the Saiyan he loathed most. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you capable of surviving in the universe? And your minions can come to your aid. From now on, cherish your existence as you cling to life." He soared toward the spaceship, gathering energy for the Kamehameha technique, recalling how Son Wuling had dealt with Raditz. Should Frieza make any aggressive moves, he would unleash the Kamehameha without hesitation. Frieza gritted his teeth, watching Son Wukong's retreating figure and recalling Wukong's previous words, "No more fighting." Son Wuling, in his golden Super Saiyan form, had spoken with such disdain. It was neither contempt nor scorn. During their battle, Frieza had gleaned what kind of individual Son Wukong truly was. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that fueled his hatred. He, the Emperor of the Universe, had been defeated. He acknowledged his loss. "But, you insolent monkey, I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. You must perish at my hands. I will personally end your life, Son Wukong." Frieza gathered his energy into a sphere and hurled it at Son Wukong. However, it lacked the ferocity of before, appearing more as an expression of his own inadequacy. Fool. Kamehameha. The robust blue energy wave surged forward, swiftly overpowering Frieza's attack without restraint. Ah! The Kamehameha enveloped Frieza, and with one final cry, his form disintegrated beneath its might. As Frieza's energy dissipated entirely, Son Wukong rushed toward the spaceship left by Son Wuling. "Oh no, how do I operate this ship?" Son Wukong's mind raced as he recalled Son Wuling explaining how to pilot the spaceship and set the coordinates. Buzz. The cabin sealed shut, and the spaceship began to ascend, lifting off into the sky. "Oh, it's moving, right? There will be turbulence when we pass through the atmosphere." Son Wukong hastily took his seat and fastened his safety belt, completely oblivious to the fact that the spaceship was not headed towards Earth. The natural energy bestowed upon him by Son Wuling allowed him to maintain his youthful appearance, yet fundamentally, he was nearing his end. Apart from the one Dragon Ball safeguarded by the Grand Elder, the remaining 6 were under the guardianship of the elders of each tribe. Elder Muley, however, was still without one. At this moment, Vegeta sat atop the Kame house, sneering. "Perhaps it's because that village was obliterated by me." The wish of the Dragon Balls was to resurrect those who had been slain by Frieza and his cohort. How utterly misguided. "I have come back to life, and I am not one of Frieza's lot." Vegeta's words caused the Namekians to clench their fists, glaring at him in fury. Son Wuling narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled coldly. "Is that so? No matter, do not forget the Dragon Balls. Those Namekians you murdered can be revived at any time. However, as for you, your wish for immortality has come to naught, Vegeta. Even your longed for Super Saiyan status has nothing to do with you. You scoundrel." Vegeta stammered, his voice trembling, cold sweat forming on his forehead. When? Just then, Son Wuling stood behind Vegeta, the energy blade in his hand pressed firmly against his head, the sound of it slicing through the air akin to a deathly nightmare. Chapter 41, The Prelude to the Duel. Wuling, Uncle Wuling, Son Gohan, Videl, Bulma, Krillin, and others looked on at Son Wuling. Son Wuling regarded Vegeta, his voice frigid and devoid of any emotion. "If my energy blade were to lower by half an inch, your head would explode on the spot. If you do not wish to witness your own brain matter, behave yourself. Any further provocation, and my energy blade shall relocate your head." Vegeta fell silent, seething with rage and resentment. If he could engage in combat with Son Wuling, He would strike without hesitation. Yet he could not. His pride and dignity had been shattered by Frieza. Still, he would never beg for mercy. Humph. If you wish to kill me, then do so, son Wuling. After all, it is because of you that I am still alive. Vegeta was about to gather his energy to retaliate when Son Wuling delivered a kick to his back, causing his accumulated energy to dissipate in an instant. He fell awkwardly onto the sand, Son Wuling stepping firmly upon him. You scoundrel, I do not know what your future holds, but I despise you now, Vegeta. Son Wuling looked down at Vegeta beneath his foot, speaking coldly. Whether it is you or those two fools, Raditz and Nappa, who revel in killing. Slaughtering the indigenous inhabitants of various planets only to sell those planets at a high price to developers and settlers, serving as Frieza's executioners. You Scions truly deserve the fate that befell planet Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta felt the sting of Son Wuling's words strike at his sensitive heart. His energy flaring with emotion. Boom. Son Wuling's foot struck Vegeta's back once more, then pressed his head into the sand, causing Vegeta's energy to collapse again. Is it not so? Son Wuling's voice grew colder as he released Vegeta. The current Vegeta was someone he could not bring himself to like, arrogant, self-important, and dismissive of everything around him. Even after being reduced to tears by Frieza, he showed no sign of change. However, he certainly possessed some merits, or he would not have garnered such a large fanbase. Yet, the future is the future, and the present is the present. The current Vegeta is capable of annihilating your entire family, and then selling your home at a high price to a wealthy merchant or similar executioner. Essentially, anyone with a modicum of common sense would not favor Vegeta at this moment. Son Wuling crossed his arms protectively over his chest. His words pointed as he regarded the immobile Vegeta and remarked, having observed you, Raditz, and that fool, I have come to understand why Goku and Gohan can transform into Super Saiyans, while the three of you are relegated to being Frieza's lackeys. Why? Tell me. Why am I inferior to Kakarot? Why can even Kakarot's son become a Super Saiyan, yet I cannot? Vegeta lifted his head, all thoughts of anger and Saiyan pride forgotten. This was the answer he desperately sought. Son Wuling did not keep him in suspense, stating, firstly, you have not laid a solid foundation for yourself like Goku and Gohan have. However, at your age, it is too late. Even if you attain comparable power to Goku in the future, you will always remain one step behind. Foundation. Vegeta glanced at Master Roshi, Krillin, and then back at Son Wuling, deep in thought. Of course, self-power is paramount. I estimate that Goku and Gohan's strength is at least around 3 million before they can enhance themselves. However, the most crucial element is this, a tranquil heart. Son Wuling jestingly belittled the Scions, saying, you should know what kind of individuals Goku and Gohan are, Vegeta. Calm your heart like the serene sky. Then concentrate your power in your back. You think too much, Vegeta. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Son Wuling could not help but express his exasperation. I noticed that Goku and Gohan's Saiyan power first expands from their backs. As for why I could easily disperse your energy with a single kick, it is simply because I am stronger than you. From the back, Vegeta stood, a cold smile gracing his lips as he looked at Son Wuling. Why tell me the method to transform into a Super Saiyan? Aren't you afraid? What are you looking at? Vegeta noticed Son Wuling gazing skyward and instinctively lifted his own head. 7 Dragon Balls were descending from the heavens. Due to only one wish being granted, they had not turned to stone. What? Vegeta exclaimed. His voice mingling with the remnants of the energy Son Wuling had just dispersed. The 7 Dragon Balls seemed to have predetermined their landing, falling directly toward Vegeta, with the 4-star Dragon Ball striking him squarely on the head. A piercing scream erupted as Vegeta was knocked down, a prominent bump forming on his forehead, creating a comically absurd appearance in conjunction with his current state. The Grand Elder burst into laughter, exclaiming, the Dragon Balls have come along with us. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others erupted into laughter at the sight of Vegeta, even Piccolo, crossing his arms and smirking slightly. Haha, Vegeta. Isn't the Dragon Ball you long for right here? It must be quite an unpleasant experience for you. Oh, and why is there a Dragon Ball on your head? Sun Wukong manipulated the energy blast to levitate the Dragon Ball, letting it land beside the Grand Elder, and then reached out to poke the lump on Vegeta's forehead, causing him to wince in pain. Ouch, you bastard. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will make sure to knock all your teeth out. Vegeta roared at Sun Wukong while clutching the painful bump on his head. I'm looking forward to it, Vegeta. Sun Wukong replied confidently, spreading his arms wide and smiling. I found my path, Vegeta. Don't think that being a Super Saiyan makes you truly invincible. If you lose, you'll have to dress as a woman for a day. How about that? The exclamations of Krillin, Son Gohan, and the others erupted into a cacophony. Even Piccolo stifled a laugh at the thought of Vegeta in women's clothing. De-dress as a woman? Vegeta's expression changed drastically as he glared at Sun Wukong, feeling an inexplicable chill and fear wash over him. Indeed, there's a wager. If I lose, I'll pull out all my teeth, and if you lose, you'll dress as a woman for a day. You wouldn't dare back down, would you? After all, you are the prince of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong crossed his arms defiantly, dismissing the concern with a smirk. Regardless, even if he lost all his teeth, he would still have the healing beans to restore everything. Adding a bit of pressure on himself. Fine. I accept. Just you wait. Once I become a Super Saiyan, we shall have our duel. However, when faced with me as a Super Saiyan, you won't stand a chance. Vegeta and Sun Wukong established this wager under the watchful eyes of their companions, both brimming with confidence as they prepared to resume their training. Chapter 42, Finding One's Own Path. The Grand Elder of Namek has passed away, and before his death, he entrusted his legacy to Elder Wuling. The Namekians were engulfed in sorrow. Even the excitement from Sun Wukong and Vegeta's earlier wager was overshadowed. Farewell, Grand Elder. It is thanks to you that I have found my own path to cultivation, freeing me from aimless wandering. Sun Wukong bid farewell to the Grand Elder as he departed this world. Naturally, after a Namekian's death, their body would dissipate like foam. Since the teachings of his grandfather. For over a decade, Sun Wukong had been exploring a cultivation method suitable for Earthlings within the Dragon Ball world, aiming to break free from the shackles of life. Earthlings, in their original Dragon Ball form, with Krillin and Tien Shinhan striving to catch up, yet their potential was limited. Yamcha had abandoned martial arts in the later stages, while others remained ignorant, confined to a small circle, oblivious to the vastness of the world. As for the androids, it goes without saying. Even Piccolo found himself powerless to stand in the back. The stage was dominated solely by Goku and Vegeta, leaving the Earthlings as a mere joke. Without a system and devoid of any external aids, Sun Wuling had never uttered a complaint nor entertained the thought of making wishes to the eternal dragon for a change of blood. He sought to carve out a path in martial arts that belonged to the people of Earth, and at this moment, after more than a decade of exploration, he had finally discovered it. Meanwhile, the new Grand Elder of Namek, Wuling, suppressed the pain of the Grand Elder's departure and rallied the remaining Namekians to shoulder their current responsibilities. News from King Kai arrived, announcing that Sun Wukong had vanquished Frieza and departed from Namek aboard a spaceship, albeit not in the direction of Earth, leaving Sun Wuling, Bulma, and others speechless. He had indeed spoken the truth. The Kame house was too small to accommodate everyone, so Bulma took all the Namekians to her residence. Additionally, Vegeta joined them, and Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, used their spaceship as a template to construct a new vessel, complete with a gravity chamber that, while smaller, mirrored the original. Following Sun Wuling's suggestion, the new Grand Elder Wuling modified the Dragon Balls, while the Dragon Balls on Earth could resurrect multiple individuals at once. The Namekian Dragon Balls were not capable of such feats, necessitating this enhancement. Daddy, cried Biddy Lee Mom, exclaimed Son Gohan. I missed you so much. Gohan, your clothes are in tatters. Wuling, how could you let Gohan wear so little? He.S. only 5. Chi-Chi observed that Sun Wuling's martial arts uniform was also in disrepair. All the Namekians and Vegeta had followed Bulma, and even Piccolo had ventured over, seemingly eager to share words with his kin. As for clean clothes, they remained on the spaceship, an oversight on Sun Wuling's part. In the future, he resolved to carry a change of clothes in the Universal Capsule. Even Biddy Lee's purple martial arts uniform was in shambles. Mom, it has nothing to do with Uncle Wuling. It's my own inadequacy that led to this. Uncle Wuling sacrificed himself to protect me from that villain Frieza. Son Gohan retorted, clenching his fists in defiance. At that moment, he fully comprehended the pain and fury that Sun Wuling had previously described. With newfound determination, his voice rang clear and strong, tears glistening in his eyes as he lamented Wuling's death. Mom, Uncle Wuling, Biddy Lee, and Dad, I must become stronger. I do not wish to witness any more of you vanishing before my eyes. I feel the same way, Biddy Lee declared. Her fists clenched tightly as she looked earnestly at Sun Wuling. Master Wuling, Dad, everyone, I want to grow stronger. Please continue training me, Master Wuling. I want to surpass Vegeta and that villain Frieza. Very well, Sun Wuling quipped, casting a playful glance at Satan. Biddy Lee, you can now assist me in training your father. Let him witness your growth. Yes, Biddy Lee exclaimed, her fists raised in excitement, akin to a child receiving a beloved toy, brimming with eagerness to showcase her progress. Wuling, you died. Master Wuling, you. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Ox King, Chi-Chi, and Satan gazed at Sun Wuling with a look of deep concern. Satan, having learned about the Dragon Balls, refrained from conjuring any spirits, as he remembered the time when darkness enveloped the world, realizing that Krillin had summoned the Dragon Balls. Indeed, I have died, Sun Wuling remarked with an air of nonchalance while looking at Sun Wufan. He pointed to his tattered martial arts uniform and chuckled. It was Krillin who resurrected me with the Dragon Balls. The experience of death is quite unpleasant, and I would rather not endure it again. As for other matters, let us discuss them later. First, let us change our attire. After 130 days, Satan finally mastered the art of flight. On this particular day, Sun Wuling, Sun Wufan, Biddy Lee, Satan, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King arrived at Bulma's residence. Thanks to this twist of fate, the original Tien Shinhan, Chaozu, Yamcha, Krillin, and Piccolo were all alive, while Sun Wuling had experienced death once himself. Even with the foreknowledge of what might transpire next, Sun Wuling remained composed as Dandy summoned the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and the blue-haired Lan Chi were also present. With all the warriors gathered here except for Tian Shinhan and Chaozu, the sky darkened as the Namekian dragon loomed over West City, inciting a wave of panic among the citizens. However, an announcement was made, stating that the Capsule Corporation was testing new high-tech products, which restored a sense of normalcy to the city's inhabitants. Sun Wuling addressed Dandy. All right. Dandy replied in the Namekian tongue as the dragon's eyes glowed a crimson hue. What? Chapter 43, The Creation of the Immortal Path. I intend to continue my training on other planets to grow stronger. Thus, I cannot remain idle any longer, and I must fulfill my promise to Sun Wuling. Vegeta remarked, glancing at Sun Wuling. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he piloted the spaceship constructed by Dr. Brief. Departing from Earth, the ship's launch created a shockwave in the vicinity. Sun Wuling turned to Elder Mu Li and inquired, "Is that not a problem?" "Of course not. The Namekian Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes in total," Elder Mu Li assured him, along with the other Namekians, who regarded Sun Wuling as their benefactor. "It is quite rare to see you make a wish for yourself, Wuling." Bulma, Krillin, and others expressed their astonishment at Sun Wuling's request. "Thank you," Wuling replied humbly, lowering his gaze towards Dandy. "Dandy, could you kindly ask the dragon whether the martial arts training methods I have devised are indeed correct?" Sun Wuling felt uncertain. He had explored for a long time, striving to carve a path for Earthlings, yet he had faced many failures. It was only after he had accepted the Elder's potential development that he discovered his own training method. However, having failed for so long, he urgently sought validation. And who better to consult than the Eternal Dragon? Dandy nodded and relayed Sun Wuling's inquiry to the dragon Purunga in the Namekian language. Purunga's eyes gleamed with red light as he gazed at Sun Wuling, remaining silent for a long while. "Your heart already holds the answer, does it not?" Sun Wuling. "In my view, your martial arts philosophy is exceedingly sound. As long as you do not relinquish your efforts, the future holds boundless possibilities." Indeed. Sun Wuling's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. The essence of the Shenlong Barunja was indeed correct. He had succeeded. Splendid. Sun Wuling could no longer contain his joy and burst into hearty laughter. "Master Wu Tian, Bulma, Krillin, Yamchu, Piccolo, everyone. I have finally discovered a brand new path in martial arts. It harmonizes our inner selves with the natural energies of the world, unveiling the mysteries of the universe. I have triumphed. Congratulations, Wuling," Krillin exclaimed, having heard Sun Wuling mention this numerous times before. Regrettably, they were unable to learn it themselves. They lacked the destiny to assimilate the natural energies as Sun Wuling did. "Congratulations." Yamcha, Bulma, and the others echoed, gazing at Sun Wuling with admiration. Piccolo, crossing his arms, inquired, "Wuling, is this what you spoke of earlier?" "Indeed," Sun Wuling affirmed, nodding earnestly, infused with unwavering confidence. "I have named it Lingxian Flow, for it draws upon the strengths of various schools, comprehending the world and the cosmic principles. Master Wu Tian, everyone, just wait for the day when Vegeta dons women's attire." "Oh." Krillin, Bulma, Yamcha, Son Gohan, and all the Namekians erupted in enthusiastic cheers, relishing the thought of Vegeta in women's clothing. A prospect that would surely amuse them for years to come. The Namekians bid farewell, and Dandy, Son Gohan, and Bidalai, 3 peers of similar age, tearfully expressed their second wish. Aside from Piccolo, all the other Namekians departed from Earth. The second wish was for the Namekians to migrate to another planet more suitable for habitation. Suddenly, Bidalai tugged at Sun Wuling's sleeve and curiously asked, "Master Wuling, why don't we wish for something like invincibility? With such a wish, wouldn't Frieza and Vegeta be surpassed?" Bidalai's inquiry silenced the group momentarily, and Sun Wuling was taken aback. However, considering that Bidalai was only 5 years old, he thought that if Satan had uttered such words, he would surely learn what true power means. The wishes of the Dragon Balls cannot surpass those of the Creator, but the most crucial lesson is this: Bidalai, the wise seek strength within, while the unwise seek it externally. Bidalai nodded, though her young mind struggled to grasp the meaning of his words. As everyone departed from Bulma's home, Sun Wuling had indeed established his own school. As for the name Lingxian Flow, it was primarily due to his reluctance to devise another title. The concept of inner and outer energies refers to the inherent ki possessed by individuals like himself, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vegeta. Every race, much like humans on Earth, is bound by a certain limitation, leading to disparities among them. The external aspect is represented by Sun Wuling's natural energy, which he meticulously combined through a decade of exploration reminiscent of his cultivation experiences. Today, he had finally succeeded in the establishment of his own sect. Although he had only Satan and Bidalai as disciples, Sun Wuling had procured a unified purple martial arts uniform. For formal occasions, he donned a striking crimson cloud robe, complemented by a hooded cloak, presenting an image that commanded attention. This attire not only exuded an air of mystery, but also highlighted his undeniable charm, coupled with nostalgic reminiscences of his youthful bravado. At Baobao Mountain, Sun Wuling constructed a martial arts hall adorned with the character Ling, a motif that was also emblazoned on the chest and back of the martial arts uniforms. He summoned Satan and Bidalai, and even Sun Wufan joined the gathering, clad in the same purple martial arts uniform along with the crimson cloud robe. Today marked the official founding of the Lingxian sect. Satan, Sun Wufan, and Bidalai clapped their hands in excitement. Sun Wuling turned to Satan, saying, "Satan, I entrust you with a mission, to make our Lingxian sect renowned and become the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Certainly, Master Wuling," exclaimed Satan, dressed in the purple uniform beneath the crimson robe. He was acutely aware of his limited talent, yet he felt that with Sun Wuling and the others backing him, securing the championship would be a mere formality. Sun Wuling handed the Dragon Ball radar to Bidalai, thinking to himself that with disciples now at his side, it was only fitting to delegate such mundane tasks to them. As for Bidalai, despite being only 6 years old, her battle prowess had already surpassed that of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, rivaling even the formidable Captain Jinyu from Namek. "Yes, Master Wuling," Bidalai declared, taking the radar and soaring into the sky. Satan also departed to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. "Wufan, come, let us train, and I shall witness the power of a Super Saiyan." "All right, Uncle Wuling," Sun Wufan responded. They made their way to the grassy field, where Wufan carefully folded his crimson robe, fearful of soiling or damaging it, a sight that caused Sun Wuling to chuckle. It seems Wufan joined the Lingxian sect because he adores this outfit. Thankfully, his taste is far more refined than that garish green ensemble. Chapter 44, Lower Dantian. "Wufan, you seem quite fond of that outer garment," Sun Wuling teased. "Hee. Yes, Uncle Wuling. I feel so cool in our Lingxian sect's attire. It gives me an inexplicable sense of confidence. It's just so cool." Wufan scratched his head and smiled. Sun Wuling casually tossed his crimson robe onto the ground. This was the attire of the Akatsuki from Naruto. If it weren't so striking, it wouldn't have garnered such admiration, nor would he have chosen it as his ceremonial garb. "Transform into a Super Saiyan, Wufan. My strength now far exceeds what it was on Namek. Come, have no fear." As Sun Wuling unleashed his energy, his handsome visage turned fierce, and even his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Wufan instinctively took a step back, startled by the intensity of Sun Wuling's power. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Dend all sensed the formidable energy emanating from Sun Wuling. "Piccolo, this is Goku's energy. It's astonishing, surpassing even Frieza." "Yamcha, Goku, you are truly remarkable. Only you have consistently stood shoulder to shoulder with Goku, unlike me, who was on the verge of giving up." Poor, flying beside Yamcha, offered comforting words. "Yamcha, don't give up so easily. Goku will undoubtedly assist you." Yamcha shook his head, clenched his fists, and replied with determination, "I certainly won't give up. I will carve out my own path. Goku, as your partner, I don't wish to fall too far behind." "Tien, it seems Goku is not merely speaking idly. Kaiatsu, we must strive harder." "Kaiatsu, indeed. Haha, Tien, rest assured in your training. If you get injured, I will take care of you." "Thank you, Launch." Tien smiled and nodded, causing the golden-haired Launch to become uncharacteristically shy. Kaiatsu, feeling an odd atmosphere, sensed the peculiar tension in the air. At that moment, Gohan gazed at Goku with wide eyes, filled with admiration. "Amazing, Uncle Goku. How did you become so strong in such a short time?" Goku's words caused Gohan, who was preparing to gather energy, to burst into laughter. The anticipation for the upcoming duel between Goku and Vegeta filled them with excitement, and Gohan even contemplated bringing a camera along. Gohan's energy surged, transforming him into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair flowing with his aura, the impact on the surroundings diminishing, and his face no longer bearing the brutality of his initial transformation. "Uncle Goku, I haven't been idle this past year either." Whoosh, whoosh. Goku and Gohan's figures intertwined in the air. The sound of their fists colliding reverberated like thunder. Naturally, Goku possessed far more battle experience than Gohan, and his current power exceeded that of Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. Goku had a reference for his strength and seized an opening, landing a punch on Gohan's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Gohan adeptly rotated in the air, landing smoothly, ready to counterattack when suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped his neck. Goku's fingers brushed against it, the icy touch being his nails. "I concede, Uncle Goku. Gohan, you must continue to push yourself, or be wary of being surpassed by Videl." After dinner, Gohan and Videl attentively listened to Goku as he explained the cultivation methods of the spirit realm in his dojo. Goku produced a diagram of the human body, highlighting the locations of the 3 Dantian. These 3 locations are the lower Dantian, middle Dantian, and upper Dantian. When one reaches the limits of their cultivation, they must draw upon external energy into their Dantian, in the order of lower, middle, and upper. By storing the natural energy from the outside world in one of the Dantian, one can break free from the shackles of life and undergo a complete transformation. Sun Wuling patted his chest with a smile, proclaiming, "As for me, I have already filled the position of my lower Dantian, breaking through the first shackles of life. I now feel a sense of liberation during my cultivation. How impressive. Master Wuling, can I be as strong as you? Exclaimed Biddy, her eyes sparkling with admiration for son Wuling. Of course, but Gohan, it is not feasible for you. The Super Saiyan transformation enhances your combat power, yet it does not significantly alter your body's original strength. If you truly wish to pursue the path of the spirit immortal flow, you will no longer be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Wuling's words prompted Gohan to ponder deeply. The Super Saiyan, the spirit immortal flow of Wuling. He was reluctant to relinquish either of these paths. Gohan, your potential far exceeds mine, Piccolo's, and even Goku's and Vegeta's. First, follow the path of the Super Saiyan like Vegeta and Goku. Son Wuling thought of the mysterious Gohan developed by the old Kaishin. He felt that the spirit immortal flow he had created bore a striking resemblance to Gohan's state. However, without confirmation, all was in vain. As Gohan and Biddy retired for the night, Son Wuling remained alone in the martial arts dojo, floating in the air, absorbing the essence of nature as he began his cultivation. His lower dantian had been filled, breaking the first life shackle that bound him. He had devised a method capable of rivaling the Super Saiyan, eagerly anticipating his duel with Vegeta. Chapter 45, The Attack of King Cooled. At Bulma's residence. Bulma had adopted a new explosive hairstyle, while Oolong, Pu'er, and Yamcha gathered together. Yamcha took a sip of juice, exclaiming with pleasure, "Ah, how wonderful are these peaceful days. By the way, where did Vegeta go?" Bulma inquired, and upon hearing this, Yamcha's face lit up with excitement as he began to fantasize about what kind of women's clothing Vegeta might wear, convinced he could not miss the opportunity. Women-esque clothing. Wuling's Beast Girl Compendium has a plethora of stunning beauties. Hee, but my favorite is still this bunny girl's alluring black stockings, Oolong remarked, a lewd grin crossing his face, which, combined with his pig-like appearance, made one want to punch him. Bulma, angered, clenched her fists and retorted, that Wuling fellow. I always thought him to be a stoic male deity, yet it turns out he is just as lecherous at heart. What infuriated her most was that, despite being just as lascivious as the likes of Master Roshi and Oolong, he showed her no interest whatsoever. Unlike them who sometimes seize the opportunity to take advantage of her. This realization was a blow to her confidence. It wasn't until the World Martial Arts Tournament, where she delivered a formidable blow to Lan Fong without a change in her expression, that she felt somewhat better. It dawned on her that it was not her beauty that was at fault, but rather Son Wuling's shortcomings. Indeed, it was all Son Wuling's fault, and had nothing to do with her status as a super genius beauty. This thought eased her mind, yet whenever she spotted Master Roshi or Oolong indulging in such antics, her ire would flare once more. On Earth, at this moment, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others sensed the formidable energy of Vegeta. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze to the sky, reflecting inwardly. At this time, Videl was busy tidying the martial arts dojo. As for employing child labor, under his guidance, Videl had already reached a level where she could spar with Son Gohan without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Surely, she could manage some tasks as a disciple. Satan had begun to establish his reputation for martial arts on Earth, and as a result, Sun Wukong's own renown was magnified by Satan's notoriety. Videl paused her work. Deeply concerned about her first opponent, she had been thoroughly overwhelmed during their encounter on Namek and had since dedicated herself to relentless training. She yearned to defeat him personally. Indeed, you have surpassed him now. However, Vegeta's strength was also rising rapidly. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Videl, you would no longer be his match. Yet, if Vegeta could achieve Super Saiyan status, he would indeed prove to be a worthy adversary for me. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. I have surpassed him, Sun Wukong expressed. Pleased with Videl as his disciple, her tenacity was commendable. Furthermore, Videl's growth had spurred Gohan to train more diligently, fearing the possibility of being outshone by Videl. Just don't hit too hard. If you leave Bulma unrecognizable, how can she wear women's clothing? Sun Wukong jested, prompting Videl to laugh heartily, clutching her stomach. I understand. Master Wukong, I will make sure Bulma is unrecognizable. Haha. Videl recognized the underlying meaning in Sun Wukong's words. Everyone instinctively emulates those they admire in various ways, whether in attire or subtle gestures. Even now, Videl had begun to adopt some of Sun Wukong's sharp wit. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, causing the smiles of Sun Wukong and Videl to freeze. Beyond the solar system, an extraordinarily potent energy was approaching Earth. At this moment, at the Kame house, Krillin felt this anomalous and powerful energy, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Is this the Frieza Wukong spoke of? Incredible. It feels almost on par with Wukong's. Clenching his fists, Krillin realized that there were still many formidable foes in this world, yet he felt insignificant. Hardly a match for Sun Wukong or Son Goku. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo also sensed this energy emanating from the cosmos. Wait, this isn't Frieza. This presence is even more terrifying. Piccolo, having encountered Frieza and battled him, was intimately familiar with his energy. A figure from his memory surfaced, the father of Frieza, mentioned during the battle on Namek. Could it be that Frieza's father has come to avenge him? Piccolo swiftly deduced this possibility. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta had changed into a new outfit. His previous battle attire had been washed. He donned yellow trousers, a white undershirt, and a pink short-sleeve shirt. This could only mean one thing. Frisia's father, King Cold, had arrived. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. After hearing the words of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, he conducted a brief investigation in the cosmos and learned of Frisia's father. To his astonishment, he had arrived so swiftly. How infuriating. Kakarot is absent, leaving me with that detestable human and, I fear, Kakarot's son as well. How vexing. At Sun Wukong's martial arts dojo, Son Gohan hurriedly donned a purple GI and arrived. Uncle Wukong, you sensed it too, didn't you? Sun Wukong nodded and replied with a smile. It must be Frisia's father. However, it's all right. Both you and I can easily handle him. Let us go together, everyone. Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Bulma flew toward the location where the spaceship had crashed. The absence of Frisia's energy surprised Sun Wukong. It seemed that Frisia had indeed been slain by Sun Wukong. This was a significant change brought about by him. He pondered whether Trunks would make another appearance soon. As they flew, they encountered Krillin, Vegeta, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Wukong, you were right. Frisia's father has indeed arrived. Piccolo exclaimed to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded, his expression calm and serene, a sentiment shared by Bulma and Son Gohan, who exhibited no signs of anxiety. Vegeta, have you heard anything about Frisia's father in the cosmos? Sun Wukong inquired. Chapter 46, The Unknown Girl. King Cold, Frisia's father, huh? He is also the leader of the Ice Clan. After overhearing your conversation with Piccolo, I found information about him in the universe. King Cold, you say? Piccolo muttered softly. As Sun Wukong landed smoothly, he noticed Vegeta's attire. Vegeta, what are you wearing? Vegeta was instantly provoked by Sun Wukong's remark. His battle suit had been washed by Bulma, resulting in this utterly unfashionable outfit. Yamcha had laughed hysterically at the time, and Vegeta feared the prospect of Sun Wukong seeing him in such a state. However, the arrival of King Cold had made him forget his embarrassment. Shut up. That Earth woman washed my clothes against my wishes. What do you want, Sun Wukong? Why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Sun Wukong disdainfully pulled Son Gohan closer, while Bulma subtly distanced herself. With a serious expression, Sun Wukong addressed Bulma and Son Gohan. Children, do not emulate this strange uncle's flamboyant attire, understood? Gohan, Bulma. Yes, Uncle Wukong. Yes, Master Wukong. Son Gohan and Bulma nodded silently, their gazes towards Vegeta mirroring Sun Wukong's earlier disdain, which drove Vegeta to the brink of madness. Sun Wukong humph. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, scoffing, I will not be provoked by your words. Oh really? Sun Wukong smiled, wondering whether our Saiyan prince would deny the embarrassment of being seen in women's clothing. Vegeta's irritation was once again ignited by Sun Wukong's words. You dimwit. What I meant was that I would only wear women's clothing if I lost after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's comment elicited laughter from Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, who could not contain themselves. However, upon catching a glimpse of Vegeta's menacing gaze, they quickly stifled their laughter, hands clasped over their mouths. Suddenly, Piccolo's urgent shout commanded the attention of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, prompting them to silence themselves. From within the clouds, a colossal spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, beginning its descent. Beidili, Gohan, follow me closely and stay alert, Sun Wukong instructed, his gaze fixed on the descending vessel. Just as he contemplated taking Beidili and Gohan with him, a figure clad in a purple martial arts outfit approached, sporting a wild, explosive hairstyle. Satan, what brings him here? Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback, both frightened and impressed by his arrival. It was a pleasant surprise that reaffirmed his judgment of the man. Beidili's father, too, widened his eyes in astonishment. The other warriors, aside from Vegeta, were familiar with the figure now gracing the silver screen. He was one of Sun Wukong's chosen disciples, his reputation bolstered by Satan's publicity. He had become a guardian of Earth, garnering numerous fans in the process. Master Wukong and esteemed seniors, although my combat skills may be lacking, I have never forgotten the responsibility of protecting Earth and the world. I remember your words well, Master Wukong, Satan declared earnestly as he landed, offering a smile to Beidili before continuing with sincerity. Then let us proceed together, he urged, following closely behind the others. Sun Wukong nodded in approval, leading Beidili and Gohan as they soared forward. Satan trailed behind Piccolo and the others, regardless of the sincerity of his intentions. The fact that he showed up without hesitation earned him the favor of Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo. In the distance, a massive circular spaceship descended, its doors swinging open to reveal a towering figure stepping forth, followed by a swarm of smaller soldiers equipped with scanners. King Cold bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's second form, with his horned head and a robust physique exceeding 2 meters in height. This planet appears quite beautiful. It could be worth a considerable fortune, King Cold remarked, crossing his arms with a cold gaze surveying the surroundings. Is the Super Saiyan who killed Frisia residing here? An eager soldier approached, having survived by chance during the Namek battle, and he had witnessed the conflict through his scanner. Indeed, King Cold. We have tracked the trajectory of the Dragon Balls to this very location. The soldier reported. King Cold smirked. Dragon Balls. I never expected such artifacts to truly exist. Suddenly, a radiant figure descended gracefully from the heavens before them. Golden shoulder-length hair, blue eyes, exquisite features, and clad in a form-fitting purple outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Draped in a blue vest and clad in striking red flat boots, she exuded an air of vibrant competence. Who are you? King Cold gazed in astonishment at the golden-haired maiden before him, his detector utterly oblivious to her presence. No, it cannot be. King Cold, combat power at 0? Impossible. How can this be? Suddenly, a soldier, observing the detector's reading, exclaimed, 0. It's as if she is a mere illusion, non-existent. 0? Is the detector malfunctioning? King Cold furiously seized the soldier, exclaiming, I feel an immense pressure from this woman, and you dare tell me it's 0? Is she merely air? King Cold. I assure you, the detector reads 0, it is not mistaken. Releasing the soldier, Cold's countenance grew pale with cold sweat. He sensed fear emanating from the golden-haired girl, a suffocating aura akin to that of a superior being, rendering his breath labored and unnatural. The golden-haired girl casually flicked her golden locks and remarked, Cold, Frisia's father. Though you have lived a life of luxury, your potential has languished. While you may not rival Frisia, with consistent training, you could pique my interest. Grinding his teeth, King Cold surveyed his trembling soldiers and commanded, attack. Kill her. What? King Cold. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Do you dare disregard my orders? Cold seized a retreating soldier and, without hesitation, obliterated him with a ki blast, silencing the others who contemplated flight. Humph. The golden-haired girl observed the scene with a cold smile, her demeanor calm and detached, as if regarding mere jesters. Chapter 47. The Name of the Maiden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of soldiers, under King Cold's oppressive command, charged recklessly towards the golden-haired girl, their frenzied shouts echoing as they sought to bolster their courage. Combat power at 0. A mere figment, a falsehood, and yet, they had no choice but to advance, fear propelling them towards her. The girl's exquisite visage reflected disdain and revulsion. She raised her right palm, summoning a keyblade. Whoosh. The sound of cleaving flesh resonated. Before King Cold could react, his hundreds of soldiers were mercilessly dispatched by the girl's keyblade, their dismembered bodies strewn across the ground, eyes wide in death, unseeing. Purple blood soaked the earth beneath them. The golden-haired girl dispersed the keyblade with an air of nonchalance, undisturbed by the chaos of severed limbs surrounding her. Her bright blue eyes fixed steadily upon King Cold. How can such a horrifying creature exist in this remote place? Though the detector failed to register the girl's presence, the inexplicable pressure she exuded felt like a terrifying legend come to life, a presence he had witnessed before, and the sensation was strikingly familiar. What has transpired? The illustrious King Cold, the supreme sovereign of the cosmos, appears as startled as a frightened rabbit. The golden-haired maiden gently brushes aside her bangs. Her cerulean eyes fixated intently upon King Cold, devoid of any emotion. With a mere wave of her hand, she unleashes an energy wave, reducing the remnants of dismembered corpses to mere ash, scattering them into oblivion. What? Sun Wuling, Sun Wufan, Biddy Li, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tianjin Fan sensed the presence of hundreds of life forces, which vanished in an instant. Sun Wuling thought to himself, accelerating his flight speed slightly, while Sun Wufan and Biddy Li paused momentarily before trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the site of the spacecraft's descent, Sun Wuling beheld the scene where the golden-haired maiden obliterated the remains with her energy wave. How could this be? Sun Wuling nearly exclaimed Android 18 in disbelief. He had considered numerous possibilities, pondering whether it might be Trunks or Sun Wufan. Yet he never anticipated that it would be Android 18. The android, with her striking golden hair and azure eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl before him, save for the length of her hair. No, that's not quite right. Perhaps she could be the daughter of Krillin and Android 18, Marin? Sun Wuling found it hard to believe, and simultaneously felt a sense of incredulity towards Krillin. Even after marrying Android 18, he had named his daughter after his former girlfriend. What was that former girlfriend like compared to Android 18? Sun Wuling could not help but compare Krillin's ex, Marin, to Android 18, finding the latter superior in every conceivable way. Yet, after their marriage, Krillin seemed unable to forget her. However, at this moment, Sun Wuling did not see Krillin's former girlfriend. He could not shake the feeling that Krillin had a certain inclination towards the former commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Shaking his head, Sun Wuling dismissed the thought. No, let us not dwell on Krillin and Android 18's daughter. As a child, she was merely a miniature version of Krillin with golden hair. Could it be that this golden-haired maiden is indeed Android 18 herself? Daddy. At that moment, the golden-haired maiden sensed Sun Wuling's energy and instinctively called out. Her cheeks flushed, exuding a youthful shyness. Her once trembling blue eyes now sparkled with life. However, the distance was too great for Sun Wuling to hear her words. Yet King Cold heard her clearly. Daddy? King Cool did not believe the golden-haired maiden was addressing him. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Sun Wuling. Did you hear that, Cool? The golden-haired maiden's expression turned colder, contrasting starkly with her earlier bashfulness. She reverted to her prior demeanor, efficient and ruthless. I heard nothing. Please spare me, my lady. King Cool fell to his knees, pleading for mercy from the golden-haired maiden, leaving Sun Wuling utterly bewildered. His mind struggled to comprehend the scene. How could King Cool be so spineless as to kneel? Whoosh, whoosh. As Sun Wukong's son, Sun Gohan, and Bai Dili arrived at the scene, they were equally mesmerized, rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. That must be King Cool, Bai Dili inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. But why is King Cool kneeling before that golden-haired young lady? Sun Gohan, much like Sun Wuling, found his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. The fact that King Cool was begging for mercy was unfathomable. Even Frieza from planet Namek would never concede, no matter how dire the circumstances. If only Sun Wuling could share his thoughts with Gohan, he would reveal that Frieza had once cried for help from Sun Wukong, showcasing a rare moment of vulnerability and admitting defeat. This admission, perhaps, was the reason for Frieza's enduring obsession with Sun Wukong. Yet, in this realm of despair, there existed a brighter reality where everything remained beautiful. Sun Wukong had not succumbed to a viral heart disease, and all their loved ones were still alive. Trunks was no longer a solitary warrior engulfed in despair. Sun Wuling mused quietly. The golden-haired girl manipulated energy orbs as King Cool hovered helplessly in the air, desperately pleading for mercy. My name is Rose, the destroying angel of the entire universe. Even if the god of destruction Beerus or Whis were to come, they could not save you, Cool. You have heard things you should not have, and now you shall perish under this divine power of ultimate freedom. The girl named Rose summoned a silvery wave of energy from her pineal gland. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The cries for mercy from King Cool faded as his form slowly disintegrated into a brilliant silver ash, scattering to the ground and drifting away with the wind. This spectacle was witnessed by the late arriving Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, who beheld the destruction of King Cool by the girl named Rose. Huh. You are nowhere near as formidable as your son, Frieza. Cool, you have fallen far short. Were it not for the remnants of your cells still holding some value, I would have obliterated your very soul, rendering you irretrievable even by the Super Dragon Balls. The golden-haired girl scoffed, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated King Cool's spaceship. As she watched the ashes scatter, a smile graced her lips. Next, she thought, she must speak with Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and Uncle Vegeta. However, she knew she must keep this from her father. Should he find out, the existence of her temporal self could be jeopardized. Chapter 48, The Return of Sun Wukong. That golden-haired girl defeated Frieza's father with such ease. Piccolo exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Vegeta, standing nearby, wore a similarly shocked expression. They had both experienced Frieza's formidable power firsthand. Now, the mightier King Cool had been effortlessly vanquished by another. In that moment, they pondered many questions. Who was this golden-haired girl? What were her intentions? Did she harbor plans to eliminate them as well? An unnatural sense of fear began to creep in. The essence of life is often rooted in fear, which predominantly arises from the unknown. The golden-haired girl turned to Sun Wuling and the others, offering a gentle smile. I am about to meet Mr. Goku. Would you care to join me? The golden-haired maiden promptly corrected her words, narrowly avoiding an inadvertent slip. What? Piccolo and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Sun Wuling mused inwardly, slightly furrowing his brow. He was the first to follow the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Android 18, soaring into the sky. Wuling you. Piccolo watched as Sun Wuling boldly advanced, intending to intervene, but gritted his teeth and chose to trust him, following suit. Vegeta and Sun Gohan closely trailed behind. The golden-haired girl landed on a mountainous terrain, producing a universal capsule that revealed a refrigerator filled with beverages. Smiling at the arriving Sun Wuling and the others, she remarked, Mr. Goku 1T arrived for another 3 hours. There are plenty of drinks here. Feel free to help yourselves. No one dared to move. Even as the golden-haired maiden opened a bottle, they remained still. The earlier scene of the annihilation of King Kurd had cast a significant shadow over them, until Sun Wuling stepped forward. Piccolo quickly followed suit, exclaiming, Wuling. Sun Wuling's final words resonated with unwavering resolve, his dark eyes causing the golden-haired girl to avert her gaze. Trembling slightly, her cheeks puffed, as if holding her breath. A realization seemed to dawn on her, and she struggled to suppress a smile. Upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, the others lowered their guard. Fear stemmed from the unknown. Sun Wuling was right. If they truly intended harm, there would be no means to resist. Sun Gohan approached the golden-haired maiden and inquired, sister, how do you know about my dad? Sister? She responded, uncertain. Sun Wuling pointed skyward, where a massive spherical spaceship pierced through the clouds, descending through the atmosphere. What? The girl's expression froze in an instant, utterly dumbfounded. She covered her head, unable to believe what she was witnessing, her mind racing. Yamcha exclaimed excitedly, Goku has become even stronger. Tien, Kaiatsu, and the others followed Son Gohan and Piccolo, while Vegeta strolled leisurely towards them. Observing the nearly petrified golden-haired maiden, Sun Wuling chuckled and gently patted her shoulder. In her dazed gaze, he said, "My dear, do you have a multitude of questions?" Haha. After poking her cheek playfully, he dashed away, laughing. The golden-haired maiden, clutching her cheek where Sun Wuling had playfully prodded, felt a blush rise, her demeanor shy. Internally, she nearly screamed in fury. What? Has my presence altered the course of history? No, that can't be. Suddenly, a thought struck her, her face flushing with anger as she grasped the truth. This information was imparted by her mother, indicating a deliberate miscommunication regarding time. Oh, mother. How could you be so cruel, conspiring with father to deceive me, causing me such embarrassment? I must tell uncle and aunt. This is infuriating. Emerging from the spacecraft, Sun Wukong had undergone a transformation. He was clad in a white long-sleeve shirt, black shoulder armor, and red trousers, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a crab. Sigh. Why are you all here? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wuling and the others with confusion. Yamchu, Dend, and Krillin erupted in cheers, while Piccolo and Tien Shinhan displayed faint smiles. Sun Wuling stepped forward and said, "Because she informed us that you would land here, although the timing was off." Wukong. Who is she? Following Sun Wuling's gesture, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the golden-haired girl, exclaiming, "Wow, there's actually another person." "What do you mean, another person?" Sun Wukong's words caused the golden-haired girl to clench her fists in response. Unfamiliar? Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Vegeta, and Piccolo stared at Sun Wukong in disbelief. The golden-haired girl composed herself, reverting to her earlier, aloof demeanor. "Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Piccolo, Mr. Krillin, I have some very important matters to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time?" "What?" Sun Wuling was taken aback, calling out to Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Piccolo, yet he was notably excluded. Was he unreliable or simply too talkative? Sun Wuling scrutinized Krillin, surprised that he was included. Could it be that this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Android 18, was truly the daughter of future Krillin and Android 18, named Marin? Was she planning to directly reveal her intentions to unite her parents? Sun Wuling pondered silently. Chapter 49, The Future Destroyer Angel. I understand. Piccolo then followed suit, while Krillin cast a curious glance at Sun Wuling, puzzled as to why he was mentioned, but soon jogged over. Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, snorting, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a thirst for knowledge as he approached. Yamcha remarked, "Still keeping secrets from us. What could it possibly be? Who knows? Perhaps it has something to do with Krillin?" Sun Wuling crossed his arms, realizing he had made a partial guess, utterly unaware of the events that would soon unfold. The golden-haired girl led Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Sun Wukong to a distant open area. She raised a shimmering silver transparent barrier, enveloping them, startling Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin. Sun Wukong surveyed the spherical barrier, which had a diameter of 20 meters, and sensed that even the ground beneath them was cut off from the outside world. Yet he appeared entirely unfazed. Sigh. It's just like the protective barriers set up in Wuling's cellar. The golden-haired girl nodded and said, "I apologize for startling you. I was concerned about my father overhearing. So I created this protective barrier." Krillin inquired curiously, "Your father?" Instant transmission. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin turned to look at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and chuckled. "Yes. You know about that. Wait a minute. Did you just call me uncle? Are you?" "What?" The astonished exclamations of Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong echoed, nearly reverberating throughout the valley had it not been for the protective barrier. Even the distant Sun Wuling and others caught sight of the exaggerated expressions of surprise on the faces of Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Yamcha gazed at the protective barrier containing Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the other two, inquiring, "What on earth has transpired? What did that girl say to frighten Piccolo so much that it turned his face green?" Sun Wukong, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, retorted without hesitation. "Piccolo's face has always been green." Yamcha chuckled apologetically, while within the barrier, Piccolo sneezed unexpectedly. Curious, why am I catching a cold?" he mused, gently rubbing his nose. Yet feeling no discomfort, he dismissed the thought. You are the daughter of Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong stared incredulously at the golden-haired girl, Rose. In his mind, nothing could be more astonishing than the revelation that Sun Wukong had a daughter. How perplexing it was that Wukong, who had always proclaimed his pursuit of martial arts and cherished his freedom, had settled down and had a child. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin nodded in agreement. Even Vegeta, who had spent little time with Sun Wukong, found a profound impression of him as a remarkably powerful Earthling. Indeed, a standard-bearer for Earth's warriors. Indeed, Rose affirmed, in 3 years. On a small island in South City, 2 androids will emerge, wreaking havoc. One of them is Dr. Gero, who has transformed himself into an android in his quest for immortality. However, the true focus lies with the androids he created, Android 17 and Android 18. Androids. Like the ones from the Red Ribbon Army? Sun Wukong pondered aloud, propping his chin with his thumb. The first thought that crossed his mind was the Red Ribbon Army. which he and Wukong had dismantled together. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard, recalling the moment when the Red Ribbon Army had reigned supreme. Violet had been a former colonel of that very army, which explained her perilous past. Krillin uneasily asked, "Are they very powerful?" Rose nodded. "Indeed, they are formidable. Android 17 and Android 18 are a pair of twin siblings, and even if Uncle and Gohan transform into Super Saiyans, they would not stand a chance against them." "Wow. I didn't expect such formidable fighters to exist on Earth." Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands. Unlike the somewhat apprehensive Krillin, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt no trepidation towards the impending androids. Even Piccolo seemed eager, having thought that after Frieza, no enemies would arise. Rose glanced at Krillin before continuing, "And among them, Android 18 is my mother." Silence enveloped the group. The fervor that had ignited within Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo was abruptly extinguished by Rose's revelation. This unexpected twist nearly left them reeling. "Sigh." Sun Wukong murmured, "Android 18, and Wukong." Vegeta scoffed. "Humph." Piccolo inquired, "What is the reason you specifically traveled through time from the future to come here?" At this moment, Krillin inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood why the golden-haired maiden, Rose, did not summon Sun Wuling to join the conversation. Yet he could not fathom why the future daughter of Sun Wuling would call for him. The smile on Rose's face vanished, and her serious demeanor inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure in Sun Wukong and the others, evoking a faint sense of fear, as if they were confronting a formidable adversary. Lord Zeno? High Priest? The mention of these two names left Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and others bewildered. If Sun Wuling had heard this, it would undoubtedly have stirred a tempest of emotions. Rose, recalling her earnest declaration of possessing foresight into the future, felt a pang of indignation as she was swiftly contradicted. "At last, I have awaited this day. I am truly a being from this primary timeline, having arrived over 20 years later. My existence is the inevitable outcome of this world. Henceforth, I require the assistance of Uncle Wukong and the others. Otherwise, it is highly probable that I may never be born, resulting in the emergence of a flawed parallel timeline." Upon finishing her statement, Rose cast a pointed glance at Krillin, leaving him feeling perplexed, as if her words were intended specifically for him. Chapter 50. The Future Warrior of the Parallel Timeline. Outside the protective barrier, Sun Wuling and the others had been waiting for over an hour, yet the golden-haired maiden had yet to conclude her discussion with Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wuling felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he were being deliberately kept in the dark. Could it be that his existence, being an anomaly, had caused some alteration, prompting an intention to eliminate him? At this moment, Sun Wuling's heart mirrored the trepidation previously felt by Yamcha and Piccolo. He harbored a secret. He did not originally belong to this world. Particularly, the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Android 18 had deliberately erected a protective barrier to prevent eavesdropping. Coupled with the glances from Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo, he found himself burdened with troubling thoughts. Sighing, he pondered, "What is that sister doing to my father?" Son Gohan's words interrupted Sun Wuling's reverie. Under the gaze of the crowd, within the protective barrier, the golden-haired maiden Rose unleashed a stream of silvery, tangible energy from her fingertips, flowing like water, and infused it into Sun Wukong's body. Inside the protective barrier, Rose proclaimed, "Uncle Wukong, your viral heart disease has vanished. You need not worry. In about a year, my father will have developed a technique called Spirit Eye, which not only allows one to see their own physical condition, but also the spiritual state of others. I shall entrust this to you when the time comes, Uncle Wukong." At this moment, Sun Wukong bore a serious expression. "I understand. I will surely master the Spirit Eye. I will not allow Wuling to perish again." Vegeta crossed his arms, observing Sun Wuling outside the barrier, scoffing. Who would have thought that in a parallel timeline, Sun Wuling and Kakarot would succumb to viral heart disease? It is less a matter of viral heart disease and more a manifestation of inner demons. Piccolo, with a protective embrace, chuckled. "As for that fellow Wuling, let us not dwell on him. I never imagined you, Goku, would also be plagued by inner demons." Son Goku offered an awkward smile. "Hee, perhaps Wuling and I made some errors during our training without realizing it. However, I shall never allow Wuling to perish again." As he spoke, Goku's demeanor grew resolute and earnest. The haunting memory of the events on Namek lingered in his mind, sparking anger at the mere thought. The golden-haired maiden, Rose, cast a glance at Vegeta, her spirit dampened. In another timeline, viral heart disease manifests 3 years later. Yet, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Goku, you all fall victim to the androids. My father, enduring the torment of the disease, ultimately succumbed to the anguish, complying with the last wishes of the final Saiyan warrior to eliminate my mother and uncle, sacrificing himself in a cataclysmic confrontation with the ultimate android, Cell, that last Saiyan warrior. Following my father's final directive, sought out Namek. The remaining warriors were resurrected, yet my father's soul had departed. It was only later, Uncle Goku and Uncle Vegeta, upon discovering the Super Dragon Balls, that my father was revived. The haunting revelations of that parallel timeline had left a profound psychological impact on Rose. The memory of her father, Sun Wuling, Committing the grievous act of slaying her mother and uncle, despite their villainy, was a shock she could not comprehend. It rendered her acutely aware of the beauty of her current timeline. Moreover, she deliberately refrained from mentioning Son Gohan's name to avoid raising Vegeta's suspicions, especially since Trunks' name had yet to exist. Even Piccolo remained oblivious to Rose's intentions, mistakenly believing she referred to Son Gohan. Suddenly, a watch on Rose's wrist emitted a ringing alarm, interrupting her thoughts. Oh no, it's almost time. Uncle Goku, I beg of you, be cautious of that cell, which is based on my father's cells. A warrior from a parallel timeline is also on their way. I must take my leave. Clenching her fists, she gathered silver energy, forming a swirling vortex of silver light before vanishing into the shimmering portal. In another parallel timeline, Wuling and Goku met their demise 2 years later due to viral heart disease, while androids 17 and 18 wreaked havoc. Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku, and Krillin were still processing the weight of Rose's revelations regarding androids 16, 17, 18, and the ordinary yet ultimate android, Cell. Alongside another version of Cell based on Son Wuling's cells, I feel utterly bewildered. I don't know how to convey this to everyone. The future, androids O, and there's another android who will eventually be with Son Wuling, haha. Krillin forced a strained smile, clearly struggling to grasp the complexities of alternate timelines and the concept of future Saiyan warriors approaching from another parallel realm. It is easy to say, but how can we conceal Son Wukong's revelation to everyone? Otherwise, if we truly prevent Son Wukong from being with Android 18, we may inadvertently create a parallel universe, which could potentially lead to our own destruction by her. Piccolo contemplated this. The destroyer angel reminded him of the irreversible destruction of time spoken of by the golden-haired girl, Rose. In other words, if Son Wukong does not unite with Android 18, this world could very well be obliterated by his future daughter. Vegeta shared similar thoughts, nodding in agreement, his mind racing with the gravity of the situation. The mention of the destroyer angel evoked childhood fears within him, particularly the notorious Beerus, who bore the title of destruction and likely had some connection to it. Hadn't Rose just instructed us on what to do? Soon, a future warrior from a parallel universe would arrive, and due to his identity, he would surely summon both me and Wukong. At that moment, you could take the opportunity to explain the situation to everyone. Son Wukong's words caused Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin to widen their eyes, not because they doubted his statement, but rather due to the fact that these words had just been uttered by him. Indeed, it was logical for Rose to consult Wukong, as he was her father. Furthermore, since Rose had set an alarm, it indicated something significant. As Piccolo finished speaking, a spherical glass-covered spacecraft suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by 4 energy blocks resembling projectiles. Trunks had arrived. Piccolo crossed his arms and looked curiously at Krillin, perplexed as to why the golden-haired girl, Rose, had summoned Krillin to join their discussion. Chapter 51, Trunks. Sighing, Trunks remarked, if it weren't for the unexpected turbulence, I wouldn't have arrived an hour and a half late. Unbeknownst to him, his tardiness was due to the future destroyer angel, Rose. He had assumed it was merely a mechanical malfunction. In the original timeline, Trunks had simply and directly defeated Frieza and King Cold. However, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Son Wukong, Frieza had been eradicated by Son Wukong on Namek, and King Cold, seeking vengeance on Earth, was slain by the future destroyer angel, Rose. Now, with the earlier encounter with the girl reminiscent of Android 18, coupled with Trunks' arrival, Son Wukong sensed that the forthcoming events surrounding the androids would unfold differently. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. Though he approached tasks with caution, he was equally eager for battle, albeit not as combative as a Saiyan. Trunks felt somewhat awkward at this moment, not wanting to transform into a Super Saiyan before everyone. With a hint of persuasion, he beckoned Son Wukong and Son Wukong. As Son Wukong followed, he gestured to Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin to accompany them. As Trunks departed with Son Wukong and Son Wuling, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin exchanged glances with Yamcha, Tien, and the others, seizing the opportunity to relay the words and origins spoken by the future destroyer angel, Rose. What? You are Vegeta's son? Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Son Wuling turned to see Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin conversing with the others, causing him to pause in bewilderment. A thought crossed his mind, tinged with suspicion. Were these individuals concealing something significant from him? Indeed, that does seem quite plausible, Son Wuling remarked in agreement. I can't believe that fellow is capable of being a father. After observing Vegeta, Son Wukong cast a furtive glance at Son Wuling, realizing the predicament they found themselves in. I was born 2.5 years later, Mr. Wukong, Mr. Wuling. In 3 years, on a small island in the South City, 2 exceedingly formidable creatures will emerge, twin siblings who are androids. In the future, my father, Yamcha, and even brother Gohan will. Trunks clenched his fists, the overwhelming sense of despair nearly driving him to madness. Calm yourself, Trunks. Are the androids you speak of remnants of the Red Ribbon army that I and Wukong obliterated? Son Wuling's words allowed Son Wukong to breathe a sigh of relief. The future destroyer Angel Rose had divulged everything to him, yet he was compelled to feign ignorance. Not only to conceal this from Sun Wuling, but also from the future warrior Trunks from another timeline. Fortunately, Sun Wuling remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. Indeed. Sun Wuling nodded, gazing at his hands with a smile. I never anticipated I would succumb to viral heart disease, haha. Trunks handed the special medicine to Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling, stating, Mother mentioned that Mr. Wuling neglected his health. Otherwise, if you had taken care of yourself, Mr. Wukong would not have perished from viral heart disease. Thank you. Although he thought this, he remained cautious and prioritized prevention, especially concerning Sun Wukong's well-being. Brother, I will ensure you take your medicine. Sun Wuling often referred to Sun Wukong as brother during pivotal moments. Me too, Wuling. Sun Wukong replied, stowing away the special medicine. Yet, inwardly pondering, Rose had already cured me, and this viral heart disease is primarily a manifestation of inner demons. I need to be vigilant about this. However, Sun Wuling's inner turmoil is far more profound than mine. I must master the Spirit Eye technique to aid Wuling. Meanwhile, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and others, after hearing the accounts from Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta, widened their eyes in disbelief. This was especially true for Son Gohan and Biddy, who at 6 years old, were overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Son Gohan, and Den were nearly compelled to exclaim in astonishment, but were quickly silenced by Vegeta and Piccolo, who gestured for quiet. In 3 years, one of the androids will be my master's wife? Den exclaimed in disbelief. I find it hard to fathom. Yet it appears to be true. Krillin shrugged, smiling. In the distant future, it appears that Goku's counterpart has ascended to become the second most powerful entity in the entire universe, an existence that even the Omni King cannot obliterate. Tianjin Fan murmured softly, unaware of who the Omni King truly is, or even the concepts of the universe and the world. The second most powerful being in the universe, when combined with the future destruction Angel Rose's demeanor, suggests the reality is far more complex than one might imagine. The future Son Goku has achieved remarkable success. And as a friend, Tianjin Fan feels a deep sense of joy. However, the current Son Goku has already become somewhat elusive to them. He is eager to learn what the second most powerful being in the universe will ultimately become. Floating in midair, Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan with concern. I'm fine. Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan replied with a reassuring smile. I am merely delighted for Goku's future. We must not miss the significant events that lie ahead for him. Indeed, who would have thought that Goku would one day marry and have a beautiful daughter? Haha, Bulma would surely be in tears upon hearing this. Yamcha imagined Bulma's reaction vividly. Before their separation, he had often heard her vent frustrations about Goku, and if she learned of Goku's impending marriage, it would undoubtedly lead her to question her existence. Piccolo crossed his arms protectively and cautioned, when the time comes, we must all know how to act. It is imperative that Goku remains unaware, otherwise, we risk creating a flawed parallel timeline. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Visitor. After Trunks had shared everything, he departed in his time machine. Goku found it impossible to forget the moment when the future destruction Angel Rose conjured a swirling vortex of silver energy and vanished within it, a scene that left a profound impression on him, reminiscent of the omniscient beings in Ultraman. Yet, he sensed that the striking resemblance to Android 18 was even more formidable, and he could not quite articulate the inexplicable feeling she evoked in him. In a moment of impulse, he had even poked her cheek. Oh, she is indeed akin to Trunks, a warrior from the future. Not only that, but she is also the future Android 18. However, unlike the androids Trunks spoke of, she is not malicious. Her arrival serves as a warning. Our timeline is threatened by a perilous ultimate android named Cell, created by Dr. Gero, using your cells as the core, embodying your intellect and personality. Goku, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed that this task seemed overwhelmingly difficult for him. He desperately relayed every word Rose had shared with him. Typically, Goku would have recognized that Goku was speaking, but he was utterly bewildered by the mention of Cell being derived from his cells. What? Goku, what did you just say? Derived from my cells? Son Goku nearly plummeted from the sky, questioning whether he had misheard. He recalled that the original complete form of Cell was crafted by Dr. Gero in his youth, containing the cells of Science, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan among all the warriors. Now, Frieza has been directly vanquished by Goku on planet Namek, and even Cell must undergo a transformation, guided by his own nature and intellect. One cannot help but wonder who Trunks' mother might be. I almost forgot to ask. Goku found himself lost in contemplation, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Just moments ago, Trunks had been conversing with Goku's son, and in his attempt to avoid revealing too much and causing embarrassment due to their disparity, he had neglected to inquire. Ah, Bulma, Goku exclaimed, startled, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the ground, creating a sizable crater. It is utterly astonishing that Bulma, after her breakup with Yamcha, would end up with Vegeta. Goku's son effortlessly manipulated the energy sphere, skillfully lifting the fallen Goku to his feet. Goku dusted himself off lightly, and, with a smile, flew over to his son, saying, "Thank you, Gohan. Your control over the energy sphere has become remarkably adept." Indeed, Goku smiled in agreement, recognizing the truth in that statement. In combat, when both sides are evenly matched, it ultimately hinges on the application of their respective techniques. Gohan, were you contemplating using the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero and eliminate him beforehand? Upon landing, Piccolo questioned him. Gohan's words relieved Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, and Goku, who genuinely feared that Gohan might preemptively eradicate Dr. Gero. After all, his cautious nature certainly implied such a possibility. Gohan's leniency was primarily due to the existence of the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would be more intrigued by what cell, a being derived from his own cells, truly is. Nevertheless, a precautionary measure was still warranted. Suddenly, a sensation surged forth. The protective barrier Gohan had established in the cellar was under attack. Oh no, the protective barrier has been triggered. Everyone, we shall regroup later. I must leave at once. Goku declared. Wait, Gohan. I learned a technique for instant transmission from the Yard Rats. I can take you with me. Goku added, before vanishing. Yamcha stared in disbelief at the spot where Goku and Gohan had disappeared. The energy of my father, as well as Uncle Gohan's, is truly present at Boo's house. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta let out an annoyed snort. Goku had grown even stronger and had mastered the instant transmission technique. Piccolo crossed his arms, addressing everyone. In 3 years, those lacking confidence should not even bother showing up. Even the future Rose has labeled him a troublesome opponent. That cell, derived from Gohan's cells, will undoubtedly be formidable. It would be unfortunate if he were to hinder us. Yamcha, Krillin, and Mr. Satan exchanged awkward smiles. Videl sprinted toward Vegeta, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Oh, you little brat, what do you want? Vegeta said, crossing his arms and gazing down at Videl, who barely reached his thigh. I want to fight you, Videl declared, releasing her energy. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, and even Vegeta were taken aback by the intensity of her aura. Is this Videl's energy? Mr. Satan suddenly felt as though his cherished daughter had completely flown away. Is she a disciple of Sun Wukong? Remarkably strong as well. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin clenched their fists. As fellow Earthlings, they found themselves gazing up at Sun Wukong, who had already surpassed them, and now his disciple had outstripped them too. The power that Biddy Lee currently possessed indicated the success of the spiritual transformation that Sun Wukong had initiated. Yet, an inexplicable sense of loss lingered in their hearts. Vegeta observed Biddy Lee with keen interest, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. So, Sun Wukong's disciple, little girl. Do you think you've had enough of being beaten on Namek? Very well, I'll first give his disciple a lesson, and then I shall strip him of his pride. Biddy Lee admired Sun Wukong, not only for his attire and love of combat, but also for his sharp tongue. She was not at all offended by Vegeta's words. Instead, she smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seems that there is nothing too serious with Master Wukong. In that case, I feel reassured. Ever since Namek, I have been training diligently, yearning for a chance to battle you. As for fighting Master Wukong, Biddy Lee's smile faded, replaced by a look of scorn. If you're so eager to wear women-esque clothing, I would be quite entertained to see that. A burst of laughter erupted from Gohan, Yamcha, and Krillin at Biddy Lee's remark, as the image of Vegeta in a dress was simply too vivid to resist. You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart. Vegeta exploded in fury, his sensitivity triggered. He often regretted the wager he had made with Sun Wukong, a regret that haunted him and sometimes even woke him from nightmares. Chapter 53, The Pilaf Gang. In a flash at Paozi Mountain, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong appeared just as Sun Wukong intended to check the cellar. The Ox King and Chi-Chi were each holding a few individuals. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi cast aside a woman with long, wavy purple hair, who let out a shriek as she hit the ground. Chi-Chi, with a scoff, separated from Sun Wukong and pointed at the woman she had just discarded, as well as the 3 individuals held by the Ox King, stating, "These thieves broke into Wukong's home and were caught red-handed. Don't forget, my father and I are also disciples of the Turtle School. Pilaf, Majin Buu, and Shu, is it really you 3? Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong recognized the trio held by the Ox King. The diminutive figure with blue skin and pointy ears, wearing a hat, was Pilaf. The one clad in purple with brown fur was Majin Buu, and the woman with long black hair, dressed in military attire and skilled with various firearms, was Shu. What a nostalgic surprise to see you. Haven't you given up yet? Still dreaming of the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong crossed his arms over his chest. Recognizing these 3 as the first major antagonists he and Sun Wukong had encountered after leaving Paozi Mountain with Bulma, Sun Wukong chuckled, still plotting to conquer the world. Are we? Sun Wukong, of course, would eliminate them. Yet, they managed to escape. In their second encounter, they fled once more. And even during the revival of Demon King Piccolo, they still evaded him. Now, Sun Wukong found himself lacking any interest in ending their lives. Upon seeing the familiar trio, he was filled with nostalgia for the days of his first quest for the Dragon Balls. Ah, Sun Wukong. My dream of conquering the world is utterly dashed. It's over, completely over. The god of death is here. Pilaf exclaimed, collapsing at the sight of Sun Wukong, having been relentlessly pursued by him. Pilaf and his companions feared Sun Wukong far more than they did Goku. Do not be afraid, Lord Pilaf, a voice chimed in defiantly. Sun Wukong, do as you please, kill or maim, it's your choice. Xiao Wu glared at Sun Wukong in fury, her voice ringing out. Oh, Sun Wukong feigned a menacing smile, inquiring. Are you truly unafraid of death? Of course we are, Pilaf retorted, his sword discarded by the Bull Demon King. But what good is fear? You won't let us escape. Sun Wukong shot a disbelieving glance at the trio, astonished they dared to call him the god of death. Pointing to the lifeless purple-haired woman nearby, he asked, is she one of your companions? Pilaf, filled with indignation, snapped back, if it weren't for her. How could we have been discovered by the Bull Demon King and that old hag? Old hag. Kiki fumed internally, while Sun Wukong acted even faster, delivering a swift chop to Pilaf's head, causing him to bite his tongue and tear up from the pain. That was deserved. Sister-in-law, don't heed this fool's words. You've been so focused on your brother and Gohan that you've neglected your own appearance, Sun Wukong said sincerely. Beside him, Goku chuckled awkwardly, producing a universal capsule. Kiki, my apologies, you've truly worked hard. Aside from the clothing gifted by the Yardrat people, I also have some beauty products that I think you'll appreciate. Yardrat people? Kiki wondered, taken aback. She now realized that Goku had traveled far and still remembered to bring her a gift. When genuine affection exists between two individuals, everything seems delightful. Even the most cliché phrases become romantic in the eyes of the beloved. Conversely, if someone dislikes you, no effort will suffice. Suddenly, Sun Wukong and Goku sensed the energies of Biddy, Lee, and Vegeta clashing. What on earth is happening between Biddy, Lee, and Vegeta? Goku queried in confusion. Sun Wukong jested. Where's Gohan? No need to worry. With him around, Biddy Lee will be safe. He approached the purple-haired woman, observing her stillness, and said, how long will you feign death? Who are you? What brings you to my home? Oh, my once little brother has grown into quite the handsome young man. But Sun Wukong, I wonder if you are still a man. The woman gradually rose to her feet, her voice delicate and enchanting, evoking a profound sense of allure in the man. The Pilaf trio, held in the grasp of the Bull Demon King, clumsily fell to the ground, rendered unconscious, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. A vixen devoid of shame, Kiki exclaimed as she beheld her father's bewildered expression, yet upon noticing Sun Wuling's unperturbed demeanor, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, my Wukong is not like Yamchu, Krillin, or Master Roshi. The woman turned, dressed in an ordinary short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans, yet exuding an irresistible charm that ignited the imagination of men. With her crimson lips and a visage that was both alluring and enchanting, every movement seemed to beckon. It has been a long time, Sun Wuling. You are truly captivating now. I often wished to embrace you tenderly when we were younger, and now, dear brother, I find myself losing composure. Sun Wuling stared in confusion at Sun Wukong, unable to recall having met such a striking beauty with cascading purple waves of hair. Sun Wukong shook his head, palms open in bewilderment. He too could not remember her. The woman with the purple waves, undeterred by Sun Wuling's forgetfulness, took graceful strides towards him, her every step seemingly designed to entice. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignited in Sun Wuling's mind. He realized who she was. He shot a glare her way, crossing his arms defensively, his tone laced with chill. Please refrain from making ambiguous remarks. Then, with a playful tone, he added, I almost didn't recognize you in those clothes. Speak plainly, what do you seek from me? Chapter 54, The Prince on Horseback. Kiki, the Bull Demon King, and Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wuling in astonishment. He truly knew her. Wuling, when did you become acquainted with such a stunning woman? The Bull Demon King inquired, his surprise evident. Sun Wukong, clutching his head in exasperation, thought to himself, oh no, this cannot be happening. Who is this woman? Wuling actually has a woman in his life. This is catastrophic. The existence of a rose may lead this world into an erroneous timeline, spawning new parallel realities. This is dire. Kiki was equally stunned. Although she understood that Sun Wuling was quite the flirt, she had always perceived him as emotionally reserved, making the notion of him being interested in someone highly improbable. Sun Wuling turned to Sun Wukong with a smile. Do you recall? It was during our first participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, during the quarterfinals, when she was my opponent. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in realization, and he sighed in relief. Ah yes, she is the one who fought you, the woman who disrobed. The disrobing woman, Sun Wuling mused, approving of Sun Wukong's unique way of remembering people. Indeed, it was quite distinctive. He recalled that during their inaugural participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, his opponent in the quarterfinals was Lan Fong, a description Sun Wukong had aptly given. Upon hearing their exchange, Lan Fong displayed no sign of anger. Instead, she cast a flirtatious glance, veiled in seduction. It seems that you require my sister to disrobe in order to recognize me, dear Wuling. Could you assist her in shedding her garments? She longs to establish a proper acquaintance with you. Please, I implore you. Neo Wang covered his nose, as such provocative words, coupled with Lan Fang's alluring figure, nearly ignited the long-dormant flames within him, for he too was a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Sun Wuling clenched his fists, seemingly suppressing some profound emotion. His voice low and somber. It appears you are not inclined to engage in a civil conversation, Lan Fang. I am a staunch advocate of gender equality. I treat all individuals, regardless of gender, with the same respect. Lan Fang remained unfazed, drawing closer to Sun Wuling, allowing him to catch a whiff of her enticing fragrance. Brother, did you not say that I am unrecognizable while clothed? She gently lifted Sun Wuling's chin with her finger, her crimson lips curving into a playful smile. Imbued with boundless imagination, I too uphold the principle of gender equality. Please do not regard me as merely human, dear Wuling. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sun Wuling let out a cold chuckle and, under the astonished gazes of Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Neo Wang, delivered a swift chop to Lan Fang's head. Ouch, that hurts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, Yamchu, Krillin, Tianjin Han, and Dumpling sat together, resembling spectators at a show, popcorn in hand. At this moment, Biddy Lee and Vegeta were both out of breath, looking particularly disheveled, with Biddy Lee's left eye bearing a bruise, while Vegeta was equally battered. Despite their struggles, neither side had truly gained the upper hand. They were evenly matched, unable to best one another. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere girl with incomplete teeth? This is absurd. Vegeta seethed, his rage boiling over. His pink top and yellow pants torn to shreds, while Biddy Lee's martial arts uniform also bore signs of damage. Neither had managed to gain any advantage over the other. Prince, are you riding a horse, Vegeta? Biddy Lee stared defiantly at him, displaying no sign of yielding, her fighting spirit ablaze. Dajan, watching from a distance, felt the urge to intervene multiple times. If Sun Wuling had heard Biddy Lee's remark, he would certainly have scoffed internally, for Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, would undoubtedly ride a horse in the future, one ridden by Bulma. Vegeta had nearly built up an immunity to Biddy Lee's sharp tongue, sneering at her. You are merely fortunate to have caught Sun Wuling's eye, Biddy Lee. Do not become too conceited. Neither you nor Sun Wuling will ever surpass us Saiyans. Previously, Vegeta had learned from the god of destruction, Rose, that the future Sun Wuling would rank second in the universe, a being even the mightiest Xeno could not eradicate. He was unaware of who Xeno was, but knowing Sun Wuling would be the second strongest in the cosmos, Vegeta resolved to claim the title of the first. At this moment, Videl, having listened to Vegeta's words, began to applaud, raising a thumb in approval while an inexplicable smile graced her delicate face. Looking at Vegeta, she exclaimed, "The sky has cleared, the rain has ceased, and our Saiyan Prince feels invincible again." With that, Videl stuck out her tongue in mockery, turning her thumb down in disdain. You impertinent girl. Vegeta's rage surged, his strength seemingly intensifying further. He realized he had overestimated his own patience. All he desired now was to silence Videl's incessant chatter. Come on, Vegeta. If you can't even defeat me, then you can forget about besting Master Goku. At that point, you might as well dress as a woman. Videl, undaunted, engaged in combat with Vegeta, her fists and feet moving like the wind. Apart from Gohan and Piccolo, the others could barely perceive the fleeting images of Videl and Vegeta. Videl, close your mouth. Final flash. Kamehameha. After a fierce exchange of blows, the tremendous impact forced them apart, each gathering their energy for a powerful technique. Boom. The Kamehameha collided with the final flash, with Vegeta's attack overwhelmingly dominating Videl's. Gritting her teeth, Videl acknowledged her defeat. Vegeta had grown even stronger during their battle. This left her quite discontented, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she muttered, that insufferable Saiyan. The final flash pierced through Videl, and Vegeta's demeanor had shifted. Furthermore, he had come to acknowledge Goku's disciple, whose incessant chatter was as grating as Goku's. Grabbing the unconscious Videl, he tossed her into Mr. Satan's arms. Mr. Satan anxiously gazed at the exhausted, unconscious Videl, quickly grasping her wrist to check her pulse. Finding it steady, he breathed a sigh of relief. She just exhausted herself. I didn't kill her, hum. Vegeta scoffed, yet internally, he was elated. He had just made significant progress, feeling as though he had broken through a barrier. His power level surging dramatically. Moreover, Videl, being Goku's disciple, had provided him with insights into Goku's techniques, and more importantly, he was drawing ever closer to achieving Super Saiyan status. Clenching his fists, unable to suppress his grin, he declared, Goku, just you wait. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I shall take all your teeth. Chapter 55, Krillin and Violet. At Paozi Mountain, Launch covered her head, tears in her eyes. Looking utterly pitiful with a conspicuous bump atop her head. Why couldn't we just talk it out? Did we really have to resort to smashing into walls? Goku and Chi-Chi, observing Sun Wukong's actions, gave him a thumbs up. While their actions mirrored one another, their thoughts diverged. Chi-Chi thought, impressive, Sun Wukong is still the same. He fought well. That shameless vixen deserved it. Goku mused, I really thought Sun Wukong was with some stripper. Thankfully, he remains true to himself. But how on earth did he end up with that android? Goku pondered curiously. The pain is excruciating, Sun Wukong Ling. You remain as merciless as ever. Lanfang pouted and stood up, refraining from her usual flirtatious antics. In truth, upon witnessing Satan extolling your celestial prowess on television, I contemplated seeking you out as a mentor. However, it would have been even more delightful to become Satan's mistress. Observing the concentrated energy blade forming in Sun Wukong Ling's hands, Lanfang quickly shook her head, suppressing her smile. Dissipating the energy blade, Sun Wukong Ling remarked, if that is the case, you must be acquainted with the Galinta. I have expressly instructed Satan to clarify matters regarding the Galinta. I ascended it. Lanfang produced a photograph featuring herself alongside the Galinta immortal. By the way, I also have this, she exclaimed, retrieving a bag containing 5 celestial beans, which she had obtained from the Galinta immortal. Exercising prudence akin to not placing all eggs in one basket, Sun Wukong Ling refrained from taking all the celestial beans. A few would suffice. If he were to hoard them all, he would only use a fraction, and there remained a jarful at the Galintas. Now, given that the Galinta immortal had provided Lanfang with celestial beans, it appeared that the supply had not reached a state of memory depletion. Celestial beans, it seems, are indeed genuine? Sun Wukong Ling inquired, looking at Lanfang. If so, why not simply declare your desire to be my disciple instead of enduring a beating from Uncle Bull Demon King and Auntie? Lanfang responded with a hearty laugh. Because I aspire to be a mentor's wife. Alas, it seems that opportunity has passed, Master Wukong. Her address had shifted, and she no longer sought to flaunt herself before him. Sun Wukong Ling fell into contemplation, reflecting on his disciples. He had but one, Sun Wufan, alongside Bidalai and Satan. Although he had established a reputation for the celestial prowess, his disciples were limited to Bidalai, Satan, and Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan and Bidalai were still quite young, at times. When he observed Bidalai serving tea or sweeping the floor, he couldn't shake the feeling of employing child labor. Most importantly, Lanfang had scaled the Galinta and possessed an appealing appearance. During moments of ennui, it would be delightful to see her in various outfits, such as bunny or fox costumes, to indulge the eye. Very well, since you have ascended the Galinta, I shall grant you acceptance, Lanfang. Sun Wukong Ling welcomed her. She was akin to Violet, a character who would scarcely reappear, much like Lan Chi, fading into obscurity. By the way, there was also that unfortunate King Gappa, whom Sun Wukong had encountered thrice at the World Martial Arts Tournament. In Sun Wukong Ling's memory, after the conclusion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, the minions of the Demon King Piccolo wreaked havoc, leading to the emergence of the new generation of Piccolo in the subsequent 23rd tournament. This chain of events resulted in the original martial artists never returning to compete, which was part of the reason the tournaments became increasingly farcical, allowing even someone like Satan to claim victory. However, times have changed. Even the lascivious woman spoken of by Lanfang and Sun Wukong has ascended the Galinta. Sun Wukong Ling pondered whether King Gappa and others still pursued martial arts, just as he did. The Pilaf trio was left behind by Sun Wuling, and their existence became rather miserable. As for their aspirations to conquer the world, they were swiftly dampened by Sun Wuling's ominous remark, warning them that he would promptly pull them down from their lofty ambitions. Utilizing their talents, Aishio was relegated to the role of a doorkeeper. Stationed at the entrance of his martial arts dojo, Pilaf and Sun Wuling both recalled that his intellect was quite valuable, akin to Bulma's inventive genius. Yet his overwhelming ambition led to his current station of merely relaying messages. As for Xiao Wu, she busied herself with serving tea, sweeping, and occasionally donning enchanting outfits reminiscent of bunny girls or fox girls, pleasing to the eye, given her undeniable beauty and fighting prowess. Bai Li was liberated from menial tasks, only occasionally assisting Sun Wuling with errands. After a day of training, Bai Li and Lanfang would attend to Sun Wuling's needs, pouring tea, massaging shoulders, and kneading legs, sometimes even dressing up in alluring costumes. On occasion, Xiao Wu would join in, creating an atmosphere far superior to any comic convention he had attended, where heartbreak had been his only companion. Upon learning about Sun Wuling from Sun Wukong, Master Roshi felt envious, drooling at the thought of such enjoyment, lamenting the lack of beautiful girls in his own turtle school. Time flowed by, and a year had passed. At this moment, in the turtle house, dusk fell, casting a crimson glow over the coastline. Under the brilliant hues of the sunset, Violet stood on the beach, troubled by the news she received from Krillin regarding the upcoming androids. Her long purple hair danced in the wind, creating a picturesque scene. Dr. Gero and the androids. Every time she heard these words, fear gripped her heart. As a traitor to the Red Ribbon Army, she trembled uncontrollably, even waking from nightmares despite Krillin's reassurances. Violet. Krillin approached her, clad in his martial arts uniform. Are you still afraid? He asked. I'm sorry, I feel so weak. Krillin forced a smile, admitting, though we are both Earthlings. I lack the innate talent of Wuling to create my own martial arts techniques. If I were as strong as him, perhaps you wouldn't have to be afraid. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Krillin continued, it's nothing, really. It just happened that Yamcha and I crossed paths. Violet grasped Krillin's hands, her clear eyes trembling as she gazed at him, devoid of her usual boldness. Krillin, I like you. Let us get married. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed crimson, nearly reaching her neck, as if she had summoned all her courage. Krillin was taken aback, his mind swirling with excitement and delight. Unlike Sun Wuling, who relentlessly pursued martial arts, he could not deny his feelings for Violet. However, his innate shyness and reserve left him unsure of how to respond. Until now, he had received a confession from Violet. Marriage? Krillin forced himself to remain calm and said, Violet, please compose yourself. I understand that your fear of the artificial beings to come has led you to this moment. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to Wukong's martial arts dojo. With him by your side, your fears will surely dissipate. Violet shook her head. Although Sun Wukong was exceptionally handsome, in her eyes, he was the embodiment of a merciless warrior, having ruthlessly obliterated the Red Ribbon Army's base. The image of Sun Wukong dismembering soldiers with his energy blades haunted her. She had witnessed it all, and in the end, he had piled the corpses together and incinerated them with a powerful energy wave, leaving not a single one to escape. Apart from her, no soldier from the Red Ribbon Army had survived. I am serious, Krillin. Violet gazed at him, awaiting his response. At that moment, in the martial arts dojo on Bao Mountain, Sun Wukong concluded a day of rigorous training. Upon learning that he was also destined to succumb to a viral heart disease like Sun Wukong, he utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for immunity from ailments for himself, Sun Wukong, and his companions. Yet, even after making that wish, Sun Wukong remained vigilant. After his training, he sought the assistance of Bidalai, Lan Fong, and Xiao Wu to massage him, ensuring he was in peak condition. Today, it was solely Bidalai who donned a sailor outfit. Though bashful, she diligently massaged his limbs and applied pressure to beneficial acupoints, helping his body to relax and stretch. Bidalai paused, pouting slightly in irritation. Master Wukong, do you not like how I look? Not at all. You look quite adorable. Humph, it's because you've been so morose, Master Wukong. Otherwise, why would I wear this? Bidalai replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sun Wukong forced a smile, saying, one future warrior claims I will perish from viral heart disease in 2 years, while another suggests it will be 3 years hence. How could I be in good spirits, Bidalai? With a thoughtful expression, Bidalai recalled her father, Satan. Speaking of the notorious Red Ribbon Army, a formidable force capable of dominating the world. Master Wukong, could you share with me the tale of the Red Ribbon Army? How did you and Uncle Wukong dismantle it? The Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong contemplated his fingers, summoning a miniature energy blade. It was during that fateful time beneath the Korin Tower that he had used this very technique to eliminate Tao Pai Pai. After reducing Tao Pai Pai's remains to ashes, he had carried Sun Wukong up the tower. It was then that his perspective shifted towards his enemies. His energy became as sharp as the energy blades he wielded, and he vanquished them all. Nearly millions of Red Ribbon soldiers fell victim to his key blade, a technique that grew increasingly sharp and adept in his hands. Though a few managed to escape, the vast majority met their demise at his hand. Ultimately, he obliterated the Red Ribbon Army's base with a Kamehameha wave. Subsequently, through the Dragon Balls, he discovered the locations of other Red Ribbon bases, which he and Goku subsequently dismantled. Sun Wuling recounted the events to Biddy Li, particularly relishing the admiration reflected in her eyes, which filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Are you not afraid, Biddy Li? He inquired. Not at all. She retorted swiftly. When I was younger, my father told me stories about the Red Ribbon Army. They are terrorists so fearsome that even kings cannot contend with them. Those villains deserve their fate. Sun Wuling chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, and he understood that Biddy Li, being so young, had yet to grasp the complexities of good and evil. Perhaps, as she matured, she would come to comprehend these nuances. Moreover, Master Wuling, she continued, my father always warned me not to wander out alone at night, lest I be captured by the Red Ribbon goons who would rip out my heart. And my neighbors often told me that if I disobeyed my father, he might sell me to those Red Ribbon thugs. Biddy Li, as if a floodgate had opened, regaled Sun Wuling with tales she had heard in her childhood about the Red Ribbon Army while she massaged him. Sun Wuling, it's Krillin's call. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, and Xiao Wu's voice disrupted Biddy Li's chatter, causing her to pout in mild annoyance. All right, Krillin, what brings you to call me at such a late hour? Sun Wuling stretched, having found Biddy Li's massage quite relaxing, and inquired with a yawn. On the other end of the line, Krillin stood outside Kame House, holding the phone. I'm sorry, Wuling, but you are the only one I could think of. I don't know if I can be a good husband. I'm at a loss. I just promised Violet that I would marry her. Marry? Sun Wuling was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Krillin's words. Marriage? ISNT had only been a year? Krillin is getting married? But wait. ISNT he with Android 18? How is he now with Violet? a character who has only been a fleeting presence. Is this a consequence of the butterfly effect caused by my actions? Have I inadvertently disrupted a couple that was originally meant to be together in the Dragon Ball universe? Chapter 57. The duel with Vegeta, is this real? Why is this happening? I haven't engaged in any nefarious deeds. Could it be that my butterfly has altered Krillin's entire life? Sun Wuling pondered, feeling a sense of paralysis overcome him. He realized that he had indeed made significant changes. Tien Shinhan was now deeply involved with Launch, and it seemed unlikely they would part ways. Yamcha had already broken up with Bulma, and Gohan had fully realized his potential and strength. Then there was Biddy Li Dent. Sun Wuling shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing that his butterfly effect had indeed wrought considerable changes. That being, Cell, which was primarily composed of his own cells, appeared to be more complex than he had initially surmised. What am I to do? Wuling, I find myself in a quandary. The only thought that comes to mind is you. Wuling, can you guide me on what I should do? I have agreed to marry Violet, yet I feel utterly aimless. What should I pursue in the future? The thought of marriage fills me with dread. I fear I may not be a good husband. What if Violet suffers because of me? At this moment, Clint is engulfed in confusion, having readily accepted Violet's proposal, yet now gripped by fear of the new role he must assume in life. Please wait for me, Clint. I shall be there shortly. Wuling, without a moment's hesitation, ended the call, placing his fingers on his forehead to sense Clint's aura, and instantly teleported to his side. For him, mastering the technique of instant transmission was not a challenge. After observing Sun Wukong perform it several times, he had effortlessly learned it. At this moment, Wuling was clad in a simple nightgown, his dark hair tousled. On the beach of Kame House, the gentle moonlight seemed to drench the world, enveloping it in a delicate veil. Wuling sighed. Clint turned around, momentarily stunned. Beneath the soft moonlight, Wuling exuded an air of divinity and aloof elegance. His handsome visage, accentuated by the white nightgown, possessed a fragile beauty reminiscent of a goddess, cold and ethereal, leaving Clint momentarily entranced. Clint, what is the meaning of this? You are to marry Violet, yet it appears so sudden and unannounced. Wuling instinctively crossed his arms, observing Clint with curiosity. Clint, now kneeling on the sand, repeatedly struck his head against the beach in a frenzied manner, startling Wuling. What on earth? Clint, have you lost your mind? Calm down, or I shall have to knock some sense into you. Wuling exclaimed, baffled by Clint's frantic behavior. The prospect of marriage had driven him to madness. Many of his former colleagues, friends, and classmates had experienced similar turmoil. The myriad of questions before and after marriage seemed to him nothing but a source of vexation. Clint, I understand your concerns. The fact that Violet has confessed her feelings for you signifies her readiness to face the future together. Wuling continued. Your future together may be filled with sweetness, a desire to proclaim your union to the world, yet there will also be quarrels born from differing opinions. As long as you believe you have found the right person, embrace it with courage and ask yourself. With that, Wuling used his energy to lift Clint to his feet, the smooth surface of his head creating a significant dent in the sand. Wuling couldn't help but think, what a hard head he has. Speaking of the moon, Wuling lifted his gaze. The night sky was adorned with a bright moon. Bulma had made a wish upon the Dragon Balls, claiming that nights should no longer be spent admiring the moon, thus restoring its glow across the land. However, the blinding light that transformed Saiyans into great apes would no longer be emitted. This was a precaution Wuling had specifically requested, and it had occurred long ago. In the year following the departure of the Namekians, before the arrival of King Cold, it was indeed quite beautiful. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, feeling that Bulma's wish to restore the moon was quite commendable. Encountering the right person, perhaps? At this moment, Krillin fell into deep contemplation, bravery, boldness, and his future with Violet surfaced in his mind, along with the fluttering sensation he felt during the twilight hours. Thank you, Wukong. I understand what I must do now. If Violet, a mere girl, can accomplish such feats, what is my excuse? I must come through for you, Wukong. He added apologetically, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Sun Wukong nodded, but, with a hint of uncertainty, continued to inquire, Krillin, have you truly made your decision? Suddenly, a powerful energy surged forth, startling both Sun Wukong and Krillin. It was the energy of Vegeta. A slight smile curved on Sun Wukong's lips as he jested. This energy resembles that of Goku and Gohan. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta has succeeded. It seems he intends to challenge me tomorrow. Oh, Vegeta in women's clothing. Krillin imagined the sight of Vegeta's muscular form adorned in feminine attire, a thought that was both amusing and oddly stimulating. As Vegeta embraced his Super Saiyan transformation, Sun Wukong felt confident in his combat skills, having never faltered in that regard. Vegeta likely still underestimated his strength as a mere Earthling. The eruption of Vegeta's energy naturally caught the attention of Tien, Goku, Gohan, and the other warriors, each recalling the wager Sun Wukong had made with Vegeta. The moment of truth was indeed upon them. At Bulma's residence, Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, surrounded by a whirlwind of golden energy, laughing maniacally. He had finally succeeded. He had become a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, Gohan, I have surpassed you at last, he exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Son Wukong, brace yourself. Tomorrow, I shall knock out all your teeth. The transformation into a Super Saiyan amplifies one's power 50-fold. And this sudden surge sent Vegeta's ego skyrocketing, making him feel invincible. Such a mindset is only natural. It is akin to someone who normally possesses a strength of 5 suddenly amplifying it to 250. Few can maintain their composure in such circumstances. The following morning, as dawn broke, Asu and Pilaf sat at the entrance of the martial arts dojo. Xiao Wu was tidying up the kitchen after breakfast, while Lan Fong swept the floor. At that moment, Biddy was training alongside Sun Wukong on an open plain. Sun Wukong was quite pleased with Biddy's talent, combined with her diligent spirit. She had quickly learned to harness ki and even mastered the flight technique under Gohan's guidance, despite her abilities not measuring up to those of Gohan, Goku, or Vegeta. Suddenly, a formidable energy approached. Vegeta, clad in a blue battle suit, landed confidently before Sun Wukong, a self-assured smile gracing his features. Sun Wukong, I have come to knock out all your teeth. Are you prepared? Chapter 58, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As the laughter echoed, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta felt a familiar yet irritating sensation wash over him. His irritation intensified as he observed the exuberant Bulma, who was rolling on the grass, her distinctive laughter evoking a long-buried memory within him. This insufferable little brat. Vegeta clenched his fists, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. He was a Super Saiyan now and should not be angered by a child with incomplete teeth. To his dismay, he noticed the considerable gathering of onlookers. Were they truly here to witness his humiliation? You, what are you doing here? Did I not expressly forbid you from coming? He nearly shouted upon catching sight of Bulma. With a defiant glare, Bulma approached him without a hint of fear. Vegeta, did I not ask you to carry me here? Why did you leave me behind? Vegeta felt a heat rise to his cheeks, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. You foolish woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Carrying you is far too embarrassing. Bulma's jesting only seemed to deepen Vegeta's humiliation. Meanwhile, the mischievous influence of Sun Wuling had transformed the once gracious and elegant girl from Dragon Ball into an embodiment of chaos. Approaching Sun Wukong, Bulma greeted him warmly. Son, it has been quite some time. Indeed, Bulma, it has been too long. Sun Wukong replied. Beside him stood Chi-Chi, adorned in a purple chi-pao with her hair styled in braids. It's lovely to see you again, Bulma. She chimed in, attempting to bridge the gap. Bulma's smile faltered momentarily, and she forced a gracious laugh. Yes, when the time comes for the wedding, do not forget to attend. Yet, the dimness in her eyes betrayed a lingering sense of loss. Some opportunities, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Chi-Chi wrapped her arm around Sun Wukong, beaming, of course, my husband, Goku, and everyone will certainly be there. From a distance, Krillin, Yamchu, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Mr. Satan, and Gohan observed the scene with a curious sense of intrigue, particularly as Bulma and Chi-Chi flanked Sun Wukong. At that moment, Biddy glanced at Vegeta, then back at Bulma, musing silently. The hair of a Super Saiyan is golden. Would Vegeta's turn green? Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, prepared to engage in battle with Sun Wuling. He understood the magnitude of Sun Wuling's power. Without transforming, victory was beyond his grasp. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence, then opened them wide, conjuring 6 Turtle School energy blasts under his control, directing them toward Vegeta with determination. With a fierce shout, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating Sun Wukong's energy blasts, save for one that was sent flying by Vegeta's fist to a distant mountain. In a voice laced with indignation, Vegeta demanded, "Why aren't you using your energy slash? Do you hold me in contempt?" Sun Wukong spread his fingers, each digit glowing with a minuscule energy slash, which, guided by his will, surged toward Vegeta. Though diminutive, these mini energy slashes possessed an acute sharpness that belied their size. Vegeta's lips curled in a smirk as memories flooded back. It was this very technique that had severed his tail, which had yet to regrow. Final flash. Vegeta roared, unleashing his most formidable energy wave, shattering all 10 of Sun Wukong's mini energy slashes without hesitation, charging forth relentlessly toward him. Protective barrier. Sun Wukong's left hand opened, forming a shimmering silver shield that resembled glass, effectively intercepting Vegeta's final flash. Meanwhile, his right palm coalesced with green energy, crackling with arcs of electricity. In astonishment, Vegeta watched as the energy spread along his final flash, leaving him no opportunity to react. The verdant energy enveloped Vegeta, the electric arcs relentlessly striking him. Ah! Vegeta cried out in distress, completely immobilized. What is this? He struggled vehemently, yet found himself utterly ensnared. The electric arcs continued to assault him, causing immense discomfort. It's Master Matato's universal shock palm. Krillin, Goku, and Yamcha immediately recognized the technique that bound Vegeta. Master Roshi chuckled to himself. and Sun Wukong executed it with one hand. Truly, I am aging. Sun Wukong's talent is indeed remarkable. At that moment, as Sun Wukong restrained Vegeta with the universal shock palm, the scene became clear to Bulma, an ordinary person. Isn't this the technique used against Sun Wukong during the first World Martial Arts Tournament? She pondered. Master Roshi nodded with a slight smile, leaning toward Bulma, only to receive a resounding slap across his shiny head, leaving a distinct mark. Cough. Sun Wukong can bind Vegeta with one hand using the universal shock palm. Now, Vegeta has lost. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he cannot escape its grasp. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, oblivious to Vegeta's near breakdown, while Chi-Chi eagerly pulled out a camera, convinced that Sun Wukong would not falter. Trapped in the universal shock palm, Vegeta felt a chill of despair wash over him. Why, despite becoming a Super Saiyan, can I not defeat you, Sun Wukong? He shouted, his voice rife with reluctance. Upon witnessing Vegeta's acknowledgement of defeat, Sun Wukong dissipated the energy slashes and the universal shock palm, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Chapter 59. The humiliation of Vegeta as you grow stronger. We have not lagged behind, Vegeta. The reason you believe you have surpassed Goku, me, and Gohan is merely an illusion created by your sudden 50-fold increase in power. Sun Wuling, with arms crossed and chest protected, gazed at the visibly shaken Vegeta and articulated the crux of the matter. Vegeta, you have lost. Do you remember our agreement? Kabang. Vegeta was nearly petrified, his expression drastically altered. Transforming once more into a Super Saiyan, he attempted to flee, only to be restrained by Goku and Sun Wuling, who instantaneously appeared at his shoulders. Let me go, Kakarot. Sun Wuling, no? Vegeta protested. Sun Wuling replied, this was your promise to me. If I lose, you extract all my teeth. If you lose, you must dress as a woman for a day. Are you saying our Saiyan Prince is not a man of his word? It's nearly noon. If you dress as a woman today, after a night as sleep, it will be over by tomorrow morning. If you prolong this, well, I can teleport at any moment, and you never know when I might just pop up. Goku added, Vegeta, it's best to honor the agreement. It wouldn't be appropriate to escape now. Please, Kakarot, Sun Wuling, spare me. Dressing as a woman is far too humiliating. Vegeta now pleaded. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Knowing shame yet still agreeing. Vegeta, but fine, brother, let us release him. Sun Wuling declared. Upon hearing this, Goku hesitated momentarily but ultimately let go of Vegeta's shoulders, sensing that Sun Wuling would not let Vegeta off so easily. Our proud Saiyan Prince seems reluctant. We cannot force him, he mused. Otherwise, we might appear too aggressive. Sun Wuling found the title Our Proud Saiyan Prince quite fitting for Vegeta. Yes, I remember. Back then, Bulma was incredibly self-absorbed and infatuated. Sun Wuling silently reflected. Indeed, Bulma, the comedic relief of early Dragon Ball, was almost comparable to the goddess Aqua, which failed to pique his interest. Wait, Aqua? The laughter of Biddy Lee echoed in his mind, and suddenly it all clicked. No wonder it felt so familiar. A pang of concern struck him. He hoped he wouldn't lead Biddy Lee astray. The thought of Aqua, with her blue hair akin to Bulma's, made him feel an odd sense of guilt for Gohan. He wished the original couple could remain together. At this moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, unnerved by Sun Wuling's repeated references to the Saiyan Prince. Upon hearing that Goku might take his place, he erupted in fury. Kakarot, shut your mouth. I do not require your assistance. If I must dress as a woman for a day, so be it. What have I not witnessed? I fear nothing. Sun Wuling, I stand by my word. Lead the way. Vegeta scoffed. His disdain intensified, especially upon noticing Master Roshi and Yamcha, who had brought cameras and were eagerly anticipating the spectacle. As Sun Wukong escorted Vegeta to the dojo, Videl eagerly brought forth an array of female costumes, including Beast Girl outfits and bikinis, leaving Vegeta utterly aghast. Videl, what kind of garments are these? He stammered, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him at the thought of donning such attire. With a mischievous chuckle, Videl exclaimed, I thought you might try to back out. Vegeta, hurry up and choose. These are all girls' outfits. I can't contain my laughter. Wukong-sensei, this is too much. She laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the floor, while Lan Fong and the Pilaf trio stared in wide-eyed astonishment, especially Xiaowu, whose eyes were as large as saucers. Why, you scoundrels, Sun Wukong and Videl. Your hearts are utterly wicked. Kakarot, didn't you agree to wear women's clothing? Come join me, Vegeta declared, dragging Sun Wukong into the fray, unwilling to suffer this indignity alone. Why must I wear it too? Wukong protested. I refuse to be the only one in women's attire. Kakarot, you come here, Vegeta insisted, forcefully pushing Wukong into the changing room. He tossed a bikini top and some shorts inside, opting for a uniform himself, though the remaining bikinis and Beast Girl outfits felt far too shameful. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Videl exchanged astonished glances, while Chi-Chi attempted to intervene but was halted by Bulma. Ah, those were the days when Sun Wukong donned women's clothing, weren't they, Oolong? Bulma laughed, glancing at Oolong, who sulked silently, dissatisfied. Videl, still in shock, remarked, Wukong-sensei, is Vegeta really that foolish? Why didn't he choose a bikini? Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, while Chi-Chi, filled with indignation, questioned, Wukong, why didn't you stop him? Chi-Chi, your brother is naive, but not foolish. You'll understand once he comes out, Sun Wukong explained. Chi-Chi hesitated, but trusting Wukong, she refrained from further protest. When Vegeta and Sun Wukong emerged from the changing room, Wukong remained in his traditional orange martial arts uniform paired with blue undergarments, while Vegeta sported a striking green uniform, leaving everyone speechless. Seeing Wukong unchanged, Vegeta exploded, Kakarot. Where's your women's outfit? Wukong chuckled, pointing to his attire. Of course, it's under my clothes. You can't see the swimsuit beneath them. But Vegeta, why are you wearing a skirt? Wukong's innocent query felt like a fatal blow, plunging Vegeta into despair as he realized the monumental embarrassment he had just incurred, marking a moment that would forever haunt him. Amidst the laughter, Videl burst forth, Wukong-sensei, you didn't even use the bikini you prepared. Her laughter ignited a chorus of mirth from Tien, Wuling, Yamcha, Puar, Chi-Chi, and Bulma, all erupting into uncontrollable fits of laughter. Laughter nearly threatened to lift the ceiling. Sun Wuling spread his hands innocently before the almost petrified Vegeta, exclaiming, you chose this yourself, so don't blame me. I even specially prepared a bikini for you, Vegeta. Chapter 60, The Unfortunate Groom. That day felt exceedingly long for Vegeta. It had been half a month since the incident involving him in women's clothing. At this moment, Sun Wuling gazed at the heavily damaged terrain, the result of his battle with Vegeta, which had yet to recover from its pockmarked state. Relying on the Dragon Balls was not a sustainable solution. He pondered whether there might be techniques capable of trapping an adversary or relocating the battlefield to a different environment. Perhaps a protective barrier or a similar spell would suffice. As a transmigrator, Sun Wuling had no desire to pursue the Saiyan lineage, even without a system. He had never complained. His past life memories provided him with a plethora of possible references. Just as he was deep in thought, Sun Wukong suddenly flew over, interrupting his contemplation. Wuling, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Sun Wukong chuckled. Hee, ever since that last incident with Vegeta in women's clothing. Bulma mentioned that Vegeta's personality has changed quite a bit. However, his pride and self-esteem remain intact, and he has become quite chatty. Sun Wuling tilted his head, pondering whether that experience had impacted Vegeta so profoundly that it altered his character. But he could hardly blame him. Even Sun Wukong was aware of the bikini choice. What else could he expect? Brother, the time for the android's appearance is drawing near, and you appear to be in excellent health. Without any issues. At this moment, Sun Wuling's eyes shimmered with two beams of purple light, as brilliant as the stars. With the insight granted by his spiritual vision, he discerned that Sun Wukong's physical condition, as well as his soul, were remarkably healthy. Sun Wuling had always been curious, and considering he had wished upon the Dragon Balls, it seemed that Sun Wukong's viral heart condition would not resurface. Sun Wukong's eyes mirrored Sun Wuling's, suffused with a soft purple glow. He had not forgotten the words of the Destroyer Angel, Rose. After Sun Wuling developed his spiritual vision, he immediately sought to learn this technique from him. Yours is the same. Wuling, both your body and soul are exceptionally healthy, far from the appearance of someone who would fall ill, Sun Wukong remarked with a calm demeanor. Yet his heart harbored persistent worry. His viral heart condition had long been resolved, and this time, he would ensure that Sun Wuling would not perish. In an instant, Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong teleported to Master Roshi's place. At that moment, aside from the two of them, the gathering included Yamcha, Master Roshi, Vegeta, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Dumpling, all men. Tien Shinhan and Launch had finally found happiness together, which was truly a cause for celebration. Krillin and Violet, along with Vegeta and Bulma, were also to wed, with all three ceremonies taking place simultaneously. The notion of Vegeta consenting to a wedding with Bulma was something Sun Wuling had never anticipated. Good grief. Krillin, how did you end up looking like Mr. Popo? Upon entering the room, Sun Wuling was greeted by the sight of Krillin, resembling a charred head. With even his lips a striking red, he appeared quite miserable. Startled, Sun Wukong gazed at Krillin with astonishment, as if they were two entirely different individuals. Come, have some fruit. Yajirobe tossed some towards Sun Wukong and handed a banana to each of them. Thank you, Sun Wukong said, munching on his banana while curiously observing Krillin. Yajirobe, what prompted you to suddenly invite everyone for a gathering? Even Vegeta is here, and what's the matter with Krillin? Yajirobe stifled a laugh at Krillin's expense. Krillin continued. There's nothing to hide. I went out to see why you hadn't arrived yet, and I got struck by lightning. Yes, the kind that strikes on a clear day. He forced a smile, bewildered by the absurdity of being hit by lightning in broad daylight. Vegeta, irritated by Sun Wukong's earlier comments, angrily tossed a leftover banana peel at Sun Wukong. Why can't I join? Do you have a problem with that, Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong retaliated by throwing his own banana peel back, which collided with Vegeta's and fell to the ground. Yajirobe chuckled. It's because Krillin, Tien, and Vegeta are all getting married. They're under the watchful eye of Chi-Chi, and Wukong rarely gets a chance to come out. After today, they might never have another opportunity to indulge themselves. Cheers to a night of revelry. To revelry. Cheers. After setting the table, Sun Wukong and the others raised their glasses, clinking them together before downing their drinks. This was a gathering of men, a celebration for Vegeta, Tien, and Krillin. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed Tien, after finishing his drink, picking at his teeth, which made him shudder and recall some wedding lore. I've heard that before a wedding. It's bad luck for the groom and bride to move around too much. At that moment, Krillin, transformed into Mr. Popo, paused in surprise. Bad luck, you say? Really, Wukong? Tien, hearing Sun Wukong's words, twitched his mouth, believing some of it to be true. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. That's utter nonsense, Sun Wukong. I've seen weddings before, and none of what you mentioned ever happened. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, silencing the room. Vegeta, stepping on the banana peel that Sun Wukong had discarded, slipped and fell to one knee, colliding his chin with the table. Blast it! Yajirobe exclaimed, as the sound of the fall echoed. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong. And Chaozu managed to catch the drinks on the table before placing them down carefully. Sweating nervously, Sun Wukong remarked, how unfortunate. Speaking of which, before my wedding, there was a massive fire at Chi-Chi's house, nearly burning everything down. Sun Wukong crossed his arms. Indeed, weddings are best kept at a distance. Being single is far less troublesome. One struck by lightning, another picking teeth while drinking, and then one slips on a peel, with their home nearly burned down. Look at these 4 unfortunate souls. He laughed heartily. Dumplings, Yamcha, and Master Roshi seemed to have something to convey, yet find themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, and Goku clenched their fists upon hearing Sun Wuling's words, resolutely making a decision in their hearts. They were united like never before. Even Goku felt the same. Sun Wuling, just wait until your wedding day. We shall see if you can still smile then. Chapter 61, Familiar Melodies at the Wedding. The day of the wedding draws ever closer. Bulma and Vegeta, Krillin and Videl, Tien and Launch, 3 couples are set to wed. Vegeta, too, is getting married. Perhaps the incident with cross-dressing had affected him deeply, as he ultimately agreed to hold the ceremony with Bulma. The wedding venue is a private island owned by Bulma's family. Sun Wuling has been contemplating what gift to present. A monetary gift seems inadequate, as this is not his previous life. When Goku and Chi-Chi wed, he gifted them a pair of silver bracelets. What could express his sentiments? After much deliberation, he recalled the handcrafted music box he had made, which played a melody that he had specially composed, an unforgettable song from his past life related to Dragon Ball. After considerable effort, he finally succeeded. He had learned the basics of craftsmanship from a skilled artisan in his previous life. Although a bit rusty, he managed to create 3 exquisite music boxes in a rush. At last, the day of the wedding arrived. After enjoying a massage from Lan Fong, the Fox Girl, and the Bunny Girl, he indulged in a refreshing sleep, awakening the next morning feeling revitalized. Wuling, are you awake? Goku entered the living room, where 2 cups of medicinal juice, prepared by Videl, awaited on the table. Upon learning of his impending demise due to viral heart disease, Sun Wuling had compelled himself to become a doctor, diligently consuming the special medicine and taking great care of his health. Sighing, Goku pondered, should I tell Wuling that my viral heart disease has been cured by Rose? He lifted his cup, suppressing the pain, and drank the milk-like medicinal concoction, which remained unbearably bitter even after daily consumption. Bitter medicine is beneficial for ailments. It's better to prevent than to suffer the consequences. Surely, you wouldn't wish to fall ill, would you, brother? Sun Wuling, clad in a tailored suit, observed Goku's contorted face, as if his features were about to twist in agony. He filled his cup with hot water, also pouring a cup for Sun Wuling. I understand, but it's just too bitter. After finishing the medicine, he quickly accepted the warm water Goku offered him. Together, Sun Wuling and Goku, accompanied by Videl, Dubra, Chi-Chi, and Gohan, instantaneously transported to their destination. Yamcha, Oolong, Pu'er, Master Roshi, Dumpling, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief had already arrived. Additionally, there was a blonde woman whom Sun Wuling had never encountered before, resembling Bulma. Hello, I am Tai's, Bulma's sister. Tai's introduced herself with grace to Sun Wuling and the others. Bulma's sister. Sun Wukong and his companions were taken aback, even Sun Wuling momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In his memories of the Dragon Balls, Bulma and Vegeta were not yet wed, but now they were. Such a significant event warranted the presence of Tai's, Bulma's sister. Yet, what captured Sun Wuling's attention was a member of the Galactic Patrol named Jack. The Galactic Patrol operates directly under the command of the Galactic King, akin to a law enforcement agency. The wedding venue was filled with familiar faces. At this moment, Vegeta donned a white tuxedo. And despite being linked arm in arm with Bulma, who wore a wedding gown, he showed no signs of embarrassment. It seemed that his previous experience in women's attire had desensitized him. One couldn't help but wonder whether, in the future, He would still resist the idea of merging with Sun Wukong to become Vegeta or Gogeta. Even as night fell, the festivities showed no sign of winding down. Vegeta, Tien, and Krillin had indulged in drink, much of it courtesy of Sun Wuling. Wuling, is this the music box you gifted? Bulma inquired, holding the music box that Sun Wuling had presented to her and Vegeta, adorned with a photo of the couple. Krillin and Tien received identical gifts. The melody, I've never encountered this tune before, Bulma exclaimed as she opened the music box, and the familiar melody that many Dragon Ball fans cherished began to play. Although it was merely a singular note, the instant it resonated, one could recognize it, even hum along. Gradually, she became entranced. Sun Wuling identified the song, leaving Bulma in disbelief, and amidst the playful encouragement of the crowd, she urged him to sing. Meanwhile, in a dark, unknown underground chamber, the events of the wedding were projected onto a large screen, ultimately freezing on the images of Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. In a shadowy corner sat an elderly man, appearing quite aged, with a white mustache and a face twisted in fury, fixated on the screen. Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, huh? You never anticipated that I, Dr. Gero, still live, bringing vengeance upon you with all the spirits of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero's fists clenched tightly, his voice laced with boundless hatred. Having uttered such words countless times, his demeanor bordering on madness. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a humanoid mass within a nearby incubation chamber. Although merely a human, it was capable of overpowering Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others. Sun Wuling, you couldn't have guessed that I used your unique Earthling essence as a foundation to create the ultimate android. The spirits of those who perished at your hands will surely rejoice, Dr. Gero declared, his tone shifting as he manipulated the display, revealing an image of the future destroyer Angel, Rose, interacting with others. Dr. Gero had long felt an unsettling anxiety, yet his hatred for Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong overshadowed all else. Regardless, my vengeance shall not waver, it is imminent. Soon, when the ultimate android cell is completed, it will mark your doom, Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong. Prepare yourselves for your reckoning. He cackled. Chapter 62, The Breathless Android. On the morning of May 12th, the day had finally arrived. Sun Wukong, accompanied by Sun Gohan, arrived at the residence of Sun Wuling. Wuling, are you prepared? At that moment, Bidalai, dressed in a matching purple martial arts uniform, held a tray with a cup of a white medicinal liquid resembling milk. Sun Wukong's expression soured, yet after nearly 3 years, he had grown accustomed to it. He picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Bidalai remarked, Master Wuling left around 5 o'clock. Pilaf mentioned that he happened to see Master Wuling in his martial arts uniform as he was heading out. Ah, so early. Wuling wouldn't have gone ahead, would he? Oh dear, what did Rose say? It's been so long that I've forgotten. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling as though he had overlooked something important. Thus, he entrusted them with the situation. The androids are supposed to appear at 10, right? Dad has already arrived at the scene, ready to organize the local residents for an orderly evacuation at the first sign of trouble. Bidalai suddenly interjected. Is it Satan? He seems quite capable, commanding so many people. Sun Wukong responded. All right, let's head over. Wuling might already be there. Together, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Bidalai soared towards their destination, deliberately controlling their energy levels. Along the way, they encountered Piccolo and Krillin, ultimately arriving at a small island in the southwest of South City. Tien and Yamcha were already waiting there. Is Master Wuling not here? Bidalai asked, surveying the surroundings without a trace of Wuling. Yamcha inquired, what's wrong? Did something happen to Sun Wuling? Sun Gohan explained, no. Uncle Wuling left early, and we thought he might have arrived ahead of us. That's quite strange. Tien and I arrived early as well, but we haven't seen him. If he were here, we would have noticed, Yamcha said curiously. From a higher vantage point, Piccolo surveyed the town on the island and remarked, if Sun Wuling doesn't wish to be found, with his mastery over energy, none of us would detect him. Rose mentioned that the first time they met, Wuling used some technique to trap androids 16, 17, and 18, almost defeating them. Krillin recalled, I think it was called the Extreme Intention Field. Though I'm not entirely sure what it is, it must be something akin to the universal shockwave technique that Wuling developed. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, laughing. Ah, that's it. I thought I had forgotten something. But rest assured, I will teleport over in an instant. I will not allow Wuling to kill Android 18. Strange, it's already past 10. And yet I still sense no particularly powerful energy. Bidalai's words prompted Tien, Yamcha, and the others to gather and look down upon the town from the valley. Nothing. Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and quickly turned to Bidalai, saying, right, Bidalai, let's try using the spirit eye. Wuling once proclaimed that any life endowed with intelligence possesses a soul, and beings such as androids undoubtedly possess souls that surpass those of ordinary humans, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Indeed, it is Master Wukong. Not everyone can emulate Master Wuling, who has the ability to conceal even his own soul behind a barrier. In the vision of Biddy and Sun Wukong, the densely clustered blue light points resembled swarming ants, sending a shiver down their spines. So many. Ah, I found it. It must be that one, Master Wukong. Look over there. Two souls radiate exceptionally strong energy, and a vast vacuum of space surrounds them, devoid of any presence. Biddy suddenly pointed in a direction, and Sun Wukong promptly followed her gaze. Indeed, there was not a trace of aura. Do androids lack a breath of life? Everyone. Biddy and I have located them. Come quickly. Gohan, contact Satan immediately and evacuate the crowd. Yes, father. Sun Wukong and Biddy led the way, soaring through the air with Piccolo and the others in tow. Meanwhile, Gohan made a call to Satan. In the hushed city, two figures strode along the asphalt road like machines. Number 20, 7 unidentified life forms with unusually high energy levels are approaching us. The speaker appeared slightly short and stout, adorned with golden earrings, his skin startlingly pale. A red satin ribbon insignia was imprinted on his forehead, and a circular device designed to absorb energy was situated at the center of his palms. I have also detected them. Number 19, we have been discovered. The one referred to as number 20 appeared to be an elderly man, his skin resembling withered wood, with an inscrutable expression. He donned attire identical to that of Android 19, complemented by golden earrings, and a black hat emblazoned with a red satin ribbon insignia. Android 19, Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong must be among them. Android 20, how astonishing. We intentionally chose this remote island to gather energy. Yet it seems they anticipated our arrival here. Clenching his fist, Android 20 speculated. Is it related to that girl who bears a striking resemblance to number 18? Nevertheless, it matters not. If we have been discovered, so be it. Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, prepare to face the curse of all the red satin ribbon specters. Another unusual surge of energy is heading our way, Android 19 remarked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong, Biddy, and Piccolo descended in succession. And upon seeing the insignia of the red satin ribbon legion, Sun Wukong immediately recognized it. It is indeed you. You are androids. That insignia. Android 20 scrutinized Sun Wukong and the others, searching for a target, and sneered. Where is Sun Wuling? Why isn't that god of death with you? Is he afraid? Moreover, how did you come to know of our presence here? You are the one who should be afraid, you foul old man. Master Wuling would never fear scum like you. If you wish to know why we are here, dream on, you wretched old man and portly fool. Upon hearing the words of Android 20, Bidalai retorted angrily, exclaiming, Humph. Bidalai, the disciple of Sun Wukong, just a mere child with no experience. Nevertheless, it matters not. First, we shall eliminate you, and then we shall hunt down Sun Wuling. Android 20 scoffed, their target being Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. Once, they had jointly vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, obliterating their aspirations of world domination. Ultimately, Sun Wuling's relentless pursuit forced the Red Ribbon Army into hiding, scurrying like rats. Their animosity towards Sun Wuling surpassed even that directed at Sun Wukong. Chapter 63, Sun Wuling strikes deep. Piccolo, crossing his arms, remarked, by the sound of it. You must be Dr. Gero. Android 20 responded, Dr. Gero is dead. What remains is the enduring will of vengeance he left behind, embodied in the immortal android. With a fierce determination, Bidalai summoned an energy slash and hurled it towards Android 20. Boom. Android 19 unleashed twin beams of energy, shattering Bidalai's attack in a violent explosion. Android 19 declared that energy slash, Sun Wuling used it to eliminate countless soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Bidalai, do not act recklessly. These two androids are after me and Wuling. Piccolo, Krillin, leave this to Gohan and me. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan stepped forward. As Dend ensured the surrounding residents were evacuated to the bomb shelter, clearly a premeditated move. How audacious, Sun Wukong. I have monitored every movement of you and Sun Wuling since the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament using miniature probes. Whoosh, whoosh. Androids 19 and 20 lunged towards Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan simultaneously. With a resounding roar, golden energy erupted as Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyans, colliding fiercely with Androids 19 and 20. Boom. As Super Saiyan Gohan landed gracefully on the ground, he remarked, Strange, Dad. I felt as though that android absorbed my energy just now. Sun Wukong replied, Indeed, but the amount absorbed is negligible, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan's demeanor shifted slightly, a smile gracing his face. Let us see who drains energy faster, us or them. At that moment, Androids 19 and 20 regained their footing. Android 20's head was encased within a transparent blue glass dome, revealing a human-like brain within. The Super Saiyan's power exceeds our estimations. 20. It seems we shall meet our demise at the hands of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan today. Despite being battered and bruised, Android 19 exhibited no signs of pain, calmly predicting their next fate. In stark contrast, Android 20, a half-mechanical entity, embodied the very will of Dr. Gero. Curse it. Why were we discovered in such a remote location? How infuriating. Sun Wukong, Sun Wuling. The android number 20, filled with fury and resentment, shouted, Where are you going? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, revealing that Vegeta had appeared at their side. radiating a golden energy aura akin to that of Gohan and Goku. Vegeta, it is you. That unusual surge of energy was indeed yours. Android 20 and Android 19 stood back to back, encircled by Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta. Vegeta, you've arrived. Goku remarked with a hint of a smile as he gazed at him. Where's Goten? What trouble is he stirring up now? Vegeta, having spotted Piccolo and the others in the distance, but not Goten, inquired curiously. I don't know, but there's no need to worry. As soon as a battle breaks out over there, I will teleport immediately to prevent Goten from harming 18 and the others. 18? How could that be? Why do you know all this? By the way, that girl in the photo who looks so much like 18. Ah, I see. So, she is the future version of 18. Android 20 finally grasped what Goku had said, although he still did not fully comprehend the situation. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, chuckling, you have partially guessed it, Kakarot and Gohan. Let us together deal with these two worthless beings. The priority is the ultimate android derived from Goten's cells. Goku nodded, grinning, indeed. If even Rose considers them a nuisance. Let's attack together. Gohan followed closely behind. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta and Gohan forcefully severed the energy-absorbing arms of Android 19 and Android 20. Kamehameha. Final Flash. Special Beam Cannon. The three mighty Super Saiyans unleashed their most potent destructive energy waves. With their last remnants of defiance and fear, Android 20 and Android 19 disintegrated into dust. Oh, that energy. Haha, it's Trunks. He has arrived. Goku exclaimed, looking up at the sky where a purple-haired youth descended gracefully. T-Trunks. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, recalled that he had named his son Trunks with Bulma, coupled with the earlier mention of Rose from the future. It dawned on him that the Saiyan warrior from another timeline was indeed his son. Could Trunks possess the same strength as Goten's future daughter, Rose? Could he traverse time and space freely? Vegeta pondered. As Trunks landed, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Trunks surveyed the scene, astonished, and remarked, Mr. Goku, have you truly eliminated the androids? Vegeta, with a hint of displeasure, curled his lips. Despite being his son, Trunks had the audacity to inquire about Goku first. He was not naive. It was evident that Bulma's fondness for Goku far surpassed anything he could muster, even in the face of imminent danger. Bulma's first instinct was to think of Goku. Piccolo, Biddy, Yamcha, and others soon arrived. There was no need for concealment any longer. Trunks. Our world differs significantly from the one you hail from. Everything must begin with the future, specifically with Son Goku's daughter, Rose. In North City, Son Goku was alone. An icy chill seemingly repelled by an invisible force surrounding him. The frigid air swirled around him. A scientific journal had once chronicled the endeavors of Dr. Gero, whose former laboratory was situated in North City. Goku glanced at the time on his wrist. It was already 9:30. So much time had elapsed. Goku and Piccolo must have arrived by now. Goku surveyed the vast canyons and mountains before him. He had scoured all of North City, leaving only this location unexplored. I apologize, Goku and Vegeta, but I have been plagued by an unsettling anxiety. Whether it be the cell derived from my cells, or the one that Trunks brought from the future, for Cell to attain his perfect form, he must absorb 17 and 18. I shall not allow that to come to pass. Krillin, your marriage to Videl may have arisen from my influence, or perhaps other reasons. Furthermore, Goku mentioned a future version of Android 18. I beg your forgiveness. Ever since I learned of a cell rooted in my cells, my heart has been heavy with foreboding. This time, I will eliminate the threat in its infancy. If it is the desolate future versions of 17 and 18 that Trunks spoke of, I will eradicate them without hesitation, though I hope it does not come to that. With a resolute and steely demeanor, Goku fully controlled his energy, clad in a purple martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for spirit, as he soared towards the last unsearched canyons and mountains of North City. Chapter 64, Androids 16, 17, and 18. In a subterranean laboratory of North City, a petri dish contained a creature resembling an insect, adorned with a pair of black wings. Its hands were human-like, with green skin speckled with dense black spots. The visage was strikingly similar to Son Goku, albeit with a touch of youthful plumpness. With a thunderous crash, a fist shattered the petri dish, spilling the culture medium across the floor, droplets cascading from its body, glistening and smooth, untouched by any impurities. This was the resurrection of Cell, the ultimate artificial being created by Dr. Gero, based on Goku's cells. Goku's cell stared at his palms and body, reminiscent of a 5-year-old child. Suddenly realizing that he had intentionally broken free from his restraints, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he was aware of his weakness. He was insufficiently powerful. This time, 19 and 20 would be my prey. Why does the energy from that location converge? Have I been discovered? As Wuling Shalu sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan in their Super Saiyan forms, he also detected Vegeta soaring through the skies. In that fleeting moment, a potential realization struck him. 19 and 20, his prey, had been discovered. The genetic material and cellular structure of son Wuling had bestowed upon him an extraordinary perception, akin to that of his counterpart, alongside an absolute mastery over Ki. Moreover, he possessed the cells of Piccolo, son Wukong, son Wufan, Vegeta, Yamcha, and Krillin, granting him such unparalleled control that even amidst flight, he could conceal his presence entirely. However, Wuling Shalu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the 3 frozen pods labeled 16, 17, and 18, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. Yet, he pondered, in the heat of intense battle, it was implausible for even the mightiest son Wuling to remain entirely undetected. He sensed the presence of Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Biddy Li, Yamcha, and even the dumpling that had not teamed up with Tianjin Han, all of whom had not engaged in combat. Was it possible that son Wuling himself lingered nearby? This thought caused his heart to constrict. Should he absorb the life force of 17 and 18, his strength would surge, transforming him from his current juvenile form. Yet, the mere notion of son Wuling being in proximity sent shivers of dread and exhilaration coursing through him. The neurotic ramblings of Dr. Gero, filled with hatred for son Wuling and son Wukong, often seemed to focus more on the former than the latter. Curse them, these wretched creatures. Let you be my scouts. He seethed, unwilling to let them slip away unscathed. With his eyes glowing red like laser beams, Wuling Shalu obliterated the entire research facility, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the cryogenic pods housing 16, 17, and 18. He quickly masked his energy signature and enveloped his very soul within a protective barrier. Meanwhile, son Wuling, scouring the northern mountain ranges for Dr. Gero's laboratory, was jolted by the resounding explosion erupting from a nearby plane. Little did he realize that his relentless extermination of the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army had rendered them akin to pariahs, forcing Dr. Gero to relocate his operations deep underground. Please, let 17 and 18 not be the androids from Trunks' timeline, he hoped desperately, as he soared toward the site of the devastation. In past instances, he would have never acted so recklessly, but an overwhelming sense of unease compelled him forward. With Wuling Shalu's cells and the counterpart from Trunks' parallel world present, he feared that any thoughts of a perfect form were now futile. As the smoke billowed around him, the door of the cryogenic pod emblazoned with the numbers 17 and 18 was violently flung open by an immense force. A young man and woman emerged from within. The former adorned with a scarf, long black hair, and golden earrings, his blue eyes narrowing at a remote control device positioned at the entrance. With a surge of energy, he conjured a key blast, shattering the device with a single strike. One of them possessed long golden hair, exuding an aura of chilling beauty. Her curious blue eyes surveying the surroundings, adorned with a pair of golden earrings. Has something gone awry? Where is that old fool, Dr. Gero? Number 17 scoffed. Who knows? That bastard might even be dead. I've destroyed the emergency shutdown controller. We are free now. Number 18. Number 18 gently lifted her golden locks, stating, that old fool incessantly spoke of vengeance. Vengeance against son Wukong. Son Wukong. It became tiresome. To think there is even a number 16? Her gaze fell upon a massive cryogenic pod marked with the number 16. Through the glass, they beheld a gigantic muscular man, his expression devoid of emotion, observing them intently. Number 17 approached with intrigue. He possesses the same perpetual energy as us, yet he appears different. But why does he not emerge? With that, number 17 opened the pod, and number 16 rose from his frozen slumber, his imposing form radiating a sense of pressure, his head crowned with crimson hair. Clad in a black bodysuit and a green outer shell emblazoned with a red ribbon insignia, he too wore a pair of golden earrings, much like numbers 17 and 18. The arrival of Android 16 was marked by a stark contrast to his counterparts. Unlike them, he was a pure mechanical entity, yet shared their eternal energy. His body housing numerous computational central systems. Number 18 crossed her arms, observing him closely, while number 17 inquired, Number 16, it is my first time witnessing your activation. Dr. Gero seemed reluctant to awaken you. What could be the reason? Number 16 remained silent, calmly scanning the surroundings. Despite his robust physique, he emanated an unsettling peacefulness. You seem to be rather taciturn as well, number 17 remarked. Nevertheless, let us depart. Curiously, number 18 asked, where to? Naturally, we shall seek out son Wukong. Number 17 replied. You were created for the purpose of eliminating son Wukong, were you not? Number 16? At the mention of this, the previously stoic number 16 finally spoke. His response succinct yet profound, yes. Your reaction is akin to a mechanical response, number 18 noted. However, number 17. Why must we still heed the commands of that old fool, Dr. Gero? We are free now. After defeating us, what will you do next? Suddenly, the voice of son Wukong echoed from behind them, startling them. Numbers 17, 18, and 16 turned in unison. Son Wukong, arms crossed, regarded them with a smirk, his handsome face displaying a hint of mockery. Upon seeing number 16, he realized that this was not a timeline akin to that of Trunks. Chapter 65, The Realm of Ultimate Intent. You are Sun Wukong. On the 17th and 18th, they immediately recognized Sun Wukong, while 16 stood by, adopting a fighting stance with clenched fists at his sides upon identifying the target. Sun Wukong, a 99% match. 16's voice resonated mechanically, as if executing a command. Truly infamous, that old coot, Dr. Gero, incessantly mutters your name like a lunatic. It's utterly vexing, remarked 17, gazing at Sun Wukong. The poised 18, crossing her arms over her chest, scrutinized Sun Wukong with keen interest, noting his resemblance to the photograph, handsomely delicate in appearance. You are quite striking too, aren't you? She inquired. What do you mean? 17 asked. Sun Wukong glanced at 16 and queried. Does that imply that after defeating me and Goku, you plan to pursue further endeavors? Perhaps world destruction or the like? We're not that dull, retorted 18. We simply lack a purpose after achieving our freedom. But Sun Wukong, you are well aware of our existence, yet you dare to confront us alone. She tossed her hair back, stepping forward, striking a combat pose. Let me take the lead. And after I'm done, you may continue, she declared confidently. 17 nodded with a grin, spreading his hands. 18, do try not to kill Sun Wukong. It would ruin the fun, wouldn't it? 16? 16, fixated on Sun Wukong, stated, I cannot perceive Sun Wukong's energy. Suddenly bang. A guttural gasp escaped 18 as Sun Wukong's fist struck her abdomen mercilessly, an overwhelming pain causing beads of sweat to form on her beautiful face. Her features contorting in agony. Sun Wukong transformed his fist into an open palm, resting his index finger on 18's forehead, his expression unwavering, not even casting a glance. Come at me together. If you wish to defeat Goku and me, be prepared to be vanquished. 17 shouted. 18. With a swift motion, 16 launched the first attack, his fist hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Buzz. 16's flying punch pierced through Sun Wukong's form, which faded like a mirage. At that moment, 18 steadied herself, surveying her surroundings. It's an afterimage punch. Dr. Gero's data on Sun Wukong had been meticulously updated daily until today. 16 gazed skyward, witnessing Sun Wukong with palms pressed together. Then pulling them apart, 6 turtle school energy blasts forming between his hands, each directed towards 16, 17, and 18. It's the Kamehameha. 16 swiftly dismantled his arms, targeting Sun Wukong as the Hell Flash Cannon surged forth, instantly obliterating Sun Wukong's Kamehameha and relentlessly advancing towards him. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a silver energy barrier coalescing around his knuckles, deflecting 16's Hell Flash Cannon with a thunderous roar. The Hellish Flash Cannon was sent flying by Sun Wukong. Soaring above the distant clouds, the white clouds dispersed, and in an instant, the tremendous impact shattered the earth, obliterating mountains and rivers. A thunderous roar echoed, and the sky was filled with soaring sparks, sending chills down the spines of those residing in the northern capital. Even from a considerable distance, the fiery display could be seen, and had that strike landed upon the city or the ground, it would have resulted in unimaginable devastation. Whoosh, whoosh. Taking advantage of the situation, Androids 17 and 18 launched a surprise attack on Sun Wukong, unleashing 2 energy waves in his direction. Buzz. The 2 energy blasts attempted to strike him, but Sun Wukong's figure transformed into an illusion, gradually fading away. Grinding his teeth, Android 17 remarked, another afterimage technique. When did he use it? Right when I sent the energy wave from Android 16 flying. Sun Wukong opened his arms, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Despite Android 17 and 18 crossing their arms to shield their chests and heads, they were still sent flying by Sun Wukong's direct hit. Just as they were about to crash to the ground, Android 16 caught them. Thank you, Android 16. Android 18 expressed her gratitude, her blue eyes fixed intently on Sun Wukong, who had landed gracefully. How could this mere Earthling possess such strength? Android 17 spat out blood, gazing at Sun Wukong, and said, I still cannot sense his energy, nor can I gauge the extent of his abnormal power. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, positioning them at his sides in a battle stance, and looked at Android 16, stating, You mentioned that Dr. Gero updates my abilities and techniques daily, correct? Indeed, replied Android 16 in a mechanical tone. In addition to the basic energy blasts and waves, there are the Kamehameha, Kamehameha wave, 4-wave fist, afterimage technique, solar flare, universal shockwave, evil containment wave, flight technique, energy slice, energy sphere, hypnosis, telepathy, instant transmission, and the mini energy slice developed specifically for the Saiyan grade ape form. Upon hearing the extensive list of techniques mastered by Sun Wukong, Androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances, realizing the sheer number of abilities he possessed was quite remarkable. Moreover, Android 16 continued, My database also contains records of the Soul Barrier, Soul Impact, Demon Chain, and the recently developed Spiral Energy Slice, Spirit Eye, along with techniques derived from and combined with the Spirit Eye. He also exhibits absolute control over energy, able to perceive the natural energies of the world. He is the most detestable, loathsome, repulsive, vile, wicked, perverse, insidious, treacherous, shameless, malicious, and despicable being imaginable. Stop, Android 16. Those last descriptors must have been added by Dr. Gero on his own accord, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his emotions causing his energy to slightly fluctuate. Android 18 burst into laughter, her smile radiant, saying, Sun Wukong. Even while creating us, Dr. Gero incessantly curses you every day. Curiously, Android 17 looked at Sun Wukong and asked, Oh, have you devised yet another technique? Huh. Sun Wuling emitted a startled cry, raising his right fist high, as a silvery stream of energy coalesced at his wrist and surged skyward. Buzz. The silvery flow cascaded down like raindrops, expanding as Sun Wuling spread his fists apart, his vibrant aura merging with the shimmering silver veil above. His voice, tinged with what seemed like pain, resonated through the air. What is this? Number 17 glanced around at the swirling silver curtain, feeling utterly trapped, unable to escape. He condensed his energy into a ki blast aimed at Sun Wuling. Bang, bang, bang. The ki blast struck what felt like an invisible wall, thwarted by Sun Wuling's protective barrier, each collision producing a thunderous sound. Numbers 18 and 16 also unleashed their ki waves, targeting the silver, flowing energy particles surrounding them. Yet all their efforts proved futile, failing to create even the slightest disturbance. Numbers 16, 17, 18, and Sun Wuling vanished from the vast plains. While all of this was observed from a distance by Wuling Salu, who had been watching secretly. Chapter 66, Within the Domain. At that moment, crouched in a distant valley, Wuling Salu, despite the considerable distance, shared the same keen sight as Sun Wuling, his gaze filled with fervor as he beheld the unfolding scene. Incredible, truly incredible. The spirit immortal flow, this is the spirit immortal flow, it has created a world of its own. Sun Wuling, merely a human from Earth, manages to subdue the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, those monstrous Saiyans. Wuling Salu clenched his fists, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Remarkable. This must be a new technique. The spirit immortal flow, conceived by Sun Wuling, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Given that I possess Sun Wuling's cells and genetic makeup, in a sense, I could be considered his son. Thus, I should be able to master the spirit immortal flow. Wuling Salu's keen gaze remained fixed on the location where Sun Wuling, along with numbers 16, 17, and 18, had vanished. With his enhanced sight, he could perceive a distortion of phases, an independent space of anomaly. Sun Wuling had created a realm, ensnaring 16, 17, and 18 within it. Wait a moment. Why are Sun Wukong and the others flying this way? If they discovered this, why wouldn't they use instant transmission? Wuling Salu paused momentarily, and suddenly, a disdainful smile crept across his youthful face. I see now. Biddy Li, Sun Wuling's disciple, must have sensed the surge of energy when Sun Wuling spoke with number 16. Reluctantly, Wuling Salu considered departing. Yet he had yet to fully grasp the profound essence of Sun Wuling's domain. Ever since he gained awareness, he had consistently overheard Dr. Gero's curses directed at Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, with the name of Sun Wuling echoing the most. In Dr. Gero's descriptions, Sun Wuling was portrayed as the most malevolent and wicked individual, embodying nearly every nefarious deed imaginable. At that time, he could not comprehend why Dr. Gero, who despised Sun Wuling, would utilize his cells and genetic sequence to create him. All of Sun Wuling's techniques were implanted into his mind by Dr. Gero, and he gradually learned and mastered them all, naturally filtering out the multitude of curses that Dr. Gero hurled at Sun Wuling. Dr. Gero, accompanied by Android 19, sought to satiate his insatiable thirst for life energy through predation. Initially cautious, he had successfully evaded detection, leading both him and 19 to become increasingly audacious. What began as targeting the isolated, such as vagrants and beggars, escalated into a plan to absorb the life force of an entire town with a population in the tens of thousands in the southwestern region of South City. However, their endeavor was soon discovered. Indeed, the most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. These individuals could never anticipate that I would remain in situ, he chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Wuling Shalu contemplated this notion, concealing himself amidst the mountains, where he found the perfect spot for concealment. He utilized his spiritual sight to observe the location where Sun Wuling and others had vanished, intent on deciphering the intricacies of the realm created by Sun Wuling. On a small island in South City, Piccolo revealed everything to Trunks, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth from him any longer. Yet, the involvement of Sun Wuling and Android 18 remained a closely guarded secret. What? In the future, Mr. Sun Wuling will be with Android 18 and his daughter, Rose, traversed through time to cure Mr. Goku's viral heart disease? Furthermore, the world I inhabit is an entirely different parallel universe? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. I understand now, Mr. Piccolo. However, in my universe, Androids 17 and 18 are ruthless demons, reveling in murder. He clenched his fists, unable to shake off the weight of Piccolo's words. Suddenly, a cry from Biddy Li broke the tension. What? Sun Wuling's energy. Biddy where? That rascal must know something and has been keeping it from us. Vegeta inquired, his tone sharp. Biddy pointed to the north, in that direction. I trained with Master Wuling there. I am familiar with his energy, and it is unmistakable, albeit quite far from us. At that moment, Goku placed his finger on his forehead, and after a few seconds, he exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. Unless Wuling releases his energy, I cannot sense it at all. Instant transmission requires a target's energy signature. We cannot arrive at an unoccupied location." Biddy, can you estimate the distance? Biddy shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid it was likely Master Wuling who inadvertently exposed himself for just that brief moment. I cannot gauge the distance. Piccolo asserted. Biddy, lead the way. Rose mentioned that Wuling employed a technique from the realm of ultimate mastery to ensnare androids 16, 17, and 18, nearly killing 18 in the process. Goku, it will be up to you then. Understood. Biddy took flight towards the northern direction, with Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, and others swiftly following in her wake. By the way, during the battle between Master Wuling and Vegeta, many of the lawns meticulously cultivated by Master Wuling were destroyed. It has improved now, yet at times, I often observe Master Wuling lost in thought while gazing at the uneven patches. Suddenly, Biddy recalled certain transformations concerning Sun Wuling and remarked, "Humph," Vegeta muttered in dissatisfaction. Piccolo pondered for a moment before continuing. Let us set aside discussions of the Ultra Instinct for now. Rose has mentioned that a cell primarily composed of Wuling's cells is quite troublesome. It is not merely a simple adversary if she deems it troublesome. Vegeta, with a smirk, lifted the corners of his mouth slightly. Just right. The failures known as 19 and 20 are not sufficient for my tastes. I've long desired to give Sun Wuling a good thrashing. Although Sun Wuling lacks a system and any bloodline, being merely an ordinary Earthling, he is a traveler with memories from a past life. These memories provide him with ample reference. The inspiration for Ultra Instinct stems from the metaverse of Nexus Ultraman, one of Sun Wuling's two favorite Ultramen. He has investigated and understands the principles of the metaverse. The metaverse is formed when Nexus Ultraman disperses a part of his body to create a unique subspace, wherein he can enhance his abilities while diminishing those of his opponents. Similarly, his Ultra Instinct domain is crafted upon the same principle as the metaverse, with a scene within the subspace depicting a ruined wasteland 1,000 years into the future, a desolate world, where the sky resembles a fading dusk, imparting an ancient and forlorn sensation. At this moment, 16, 17, and 18 are ensnared by Sun Wuling in this Ultra Instinct domain, completely isolated from the real world, unable to see an end or direction, akin to a traveler lost in a desert. Chapter 67, Self-Awareness. Is this a mirage? The typically composed 18 wore an expression filled with terror, the desolation of the Ultra Instinct domain making it difficult for her to breathe. 16 surveyed the surroundings and stated, "This is not an illusion or a visual deception. Sun Wuling has transported us to a realm that overlaps with reality. This world is composed of Sun Wuling's own energy, exerting a suppressive effect on us." 17 gritted his teeth, feeling the oppressive sensation enveloping his body, which was far less agile than before, and questioned, "Is this Sun Wuling even human? Can an Earthling accomplish such feats?" Sun Wuling descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the ground, clad in a purple martial arts uniform, his handsome visage adorned with a teasing expression as he regarded 16, 17, and 18. "Welcome to my world, the Ultra Instinct domain." 16. I trust Dr. Gero has not documented this technique. With a calm smile, Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, declaring, initially, "I required your assistance. However, given the circumstances, it is imperative that you grasp the futility of the objective left to you by Dr. Gero. Almost forgot to mention, this realm of ultimate intent is intrinsically linked to my very being. The only way for you to escape this domain is by eliminating me. As long as I draw breath, your departure remains impossible." Whoosh. The realm of ultimate intent not only diminished the strength of androids 16, 17, and 18, but simultaneously augmented Sun Wukong's own power. His speed and strength surged across the board. Caught off guard, Android 18 was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch from Sun Wukong, sending her hurtling backward to crash against a desolate hill. Emitting a pained scream as blood trickled from her mouth, her piercing blue eyes glaring coldly at him. Android 17, with palms raised, relentlessly conjured energy blasts, launching them at Sun Wukong without reservation, thanks to his infinite energy as an artificial being. Sun Wukong formed a protective barrier, propelling himself at 17 with astonishing speed, akin to a bullet. Suddenly, a flying fist from Android 16 hurtled towards Sun Wukong, colliding violently with his protective barrier and sending him reeling. 18. Amidst 17's cries, both androids gathered their might, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at the airborne Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong placed a finger to his forehead and instantaneously appeared behind 17 and 18, unleashing 2 Kamehameha blasts upon them. Taken by surprise, 17 and 18 plummeted, wailing in agony as they struck the ground, creating 2 deep craters. In that moment, 16 seized the opportunity to unleash his Hell Flash Cannon towards Sun Wukong. The Kamehameha wave clashed with the Hell Flash Cannon, Sun Wukong's wave having been instantaneously generated, while 16 had the time to charge due to the distractions caused by 17 and 18. Boom. The Hell Flash Cannon overpowered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, shattering his protective barrier and striking him directly. Marvelous, we succeeded. 16. Android 18, enduring her own pain, gazed with delight at the fiery explosion in the sky, unyielding to the fact that Sun Wukong showed no mercy simply because she was a girl. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Android 17 joined 18 at 16's side, observing the dazzling sparks in the air, and remarked, 16, you truly are formidable. Surely, Sun Wukong must be dead now. Whoosh. Suddenly, a spiraling projectile pierced through the smoke, heading straight for 16, 17, and 18. Stepping forward, Android 18 gathered energy into a blast, coldly retorting, is it the energy cutter again? That old coot Jero has studied this technique for ages. We are well aware of its weaknesses. 18, get back. It's the spiral energy cutter. After seizing 17's arm, it was too late for 16 to reach for 18. A powerful punch struck 18's back, forcefully sending her sprawling to the ground. A swirling blast of energy sliced through the air above 18, landing far away. The explosion reverberated, and 18, now in a crouch position, mechanically turned her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The detonation of the swirling energy attack had not yet subsided. A relentless barrage of minuscule energy blades continued to slice through the air, filling the area with a cacophony of metallic clashes. Each blade was as sharp as the energy attack itself, and had she shattered it with a key blast, she would have been caught in its devastating embrace. The onslaught was unquantifiable, with millions of tiny, erratic energy blades striking each second, each possessing a sharpness comparable to the energy attack. At this moment, 16 was calculating the destructive power of the explosion, speaking in a mechanical tone. As the dust in the sky settled, Sun Wukong's martial attire showed signs of wear, presenting a rather disheveled appearance, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, a faint smile adorned his handsome face, his dark eyes shimmering with excitement. How are you holding up, 16? That last hit stung quite a bit. Sun Wukong landed gracefully on the ground, gazing at 16. Having gained a clearer understanding of his own strength, he felt he was slightly stronger than 16 and could easily overpower 17 and 18. Yet he remained weaker than the fully realized Cell from his memories. The inspiration for the swirling energy attack stemmed from his past life, reminiscent of Naruto's Rasengan, merging key blasts with energy slashes, capable of detonating upon contact or at his whim. Casting a glance at the shaken 18, he inquired, are you all right? I didn't expect you to take the swirling energy attack head on. If I had truly killed you, things would get rather complicated. What do you mean, Sun Wukong? If you're going to fight, then fight. Don't think we'll beg for mercy, 18 retorted, her blue eyes fixed intently on him, adopting a defensive stance. 16 and 17 approached, standing resolutely beside 18. Sun Wukong raised his hands, stating, I need your assistance to draw out something. Perhaps even 2 things. Draw out. Sun Wukong, are you intending to use us as bait? What are you scheming? 17 questioned, eyeing him with curiosity. Ultimate android. 18 temporarily set aside her hostility. Recognizing the precarious position of the androids, Sun Wukong was indeed more powerful than them. 17 began to trust Sun Wukong's words, remarking, no wonder it seemed odd, Dr. Jero possesses the technology to create androids like 16 from thin air, yet he continues to use human subjects for creation. 18 flicked her golden hair back, asking, what if we refuse? Sun Wukong chuckled, his handsome visage imbued with a fierce determination as he assumed a combat stance, resolutely declaring, if you refuse, I will have no choice but to eliminate you, ensuring that Cell can never achieve his perfect form. Chapter 68, luring the snake out of its hole. Kill us. Go on, kill us. You offer us no opportunity for choice. Number 18 raised her voice slightly, casting an angry glance at Sun Wuling. Indeed, number 16 nodded. Addressing numbers 17 and 18, Sun Wuling speaks the truth. Number 17 looked at number 16, inquiring, would it not be possible for the 3 of us to confront him together? If only your Hell Flash Cannon had been a bit more powerful earlier, perhaps you would have vanquished Sun Wuling outright. Sun Wuling's tone softened considerably. Long ago, both I and Goku had dealings with artificial beings. Number 8, or Android 8. Just like number 16, I sense a kindness within you akin to his. Sun Wuling's voice grew even gentler, easing the wariness of numbers 17 and 18, who no longer remained as vigilant as before. I harbor no significant hostility towards you artificial beings. You and number 8 alike are products of the ambitions of the Red Ribbon Army. In truth, both you and we stand as victims of their machinations. After speaking, Sun Wuling turned to numbers 17 and 18, declaring, "Following the mechanical transformation, Dr. Gero's madness led him to conduct inhumane experiments, resulting in countless lives lost behind the very numbers you bear. We can surely coexist peacefully upon this earth." Number 16, 17, and 18, just like number 8. At this moment, Sun Wuling fully relaxed his body, slowly extending his palm towards numbers 16, 17, and 18, saying, "Let us unite to defeat Cell, achieve true freedom, and then live together on this planet." Sun Wuling's words resonated with numbers 17 and 18. Being targeted as prey is undoubtedly unpleasant, and most critically, they were aware they could not overpower Sun Wuling. Even number 16's most potent attack merely caused Sun Wuling to cough up a small amount of blood. They had heard of Android 8, though he was not a creation of Dr. Gero. They assumed, like previous failed experiments, he had been destroyed, only to discover he still lived. Exchanging glances, number 17 stepped forward to shake Sun Wuling's hand, asking, "What do you plan to do?" "Sun Wuling, how shall we draw out Cell?" Sun Wuling replied with a smile, "Naturally, we shall need to put on a show together." Observing the agreement of numbers 16, 17, and 18 to cooperate, Sun Wuling felt a sense of joy. First, he would demonstrate his absolute strength and assert his unwavering determination to eliminate Cell. Then shift the narrative to show sympathy for his fellow artificial beings through the topic of number 8, redirecting all animosity and conflict towards the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, rather than assuming the role of a villain to coerce them, it would be far better to encourage numbers 17 and 18 to willingly assist. The persuasion of androids 17, 18, and 16 was a success. At this moment, Goku and the others soared towards the north. Bitterly remarked to Trunks, "Half a month ago, Master Wuling discovered a time machine, much like yours, on a mountain west of West City, which appeared to have been there for quite some time, at least a year. Within that time machine, there were also remnants resembling eggshells, as well as the husk of Cell's transformation." As Vegeta flew behind, he expressed his dissatisfaction, "Babidi, are we not there yet? That fool Goku might have already dealt with Cell." Piccolo interjected, "Who knows? Babidi, hurry up. I don't wish to see Goku resolve everything on his own." At that moment, hidden away, Goku's Cell continuously utilized his spiritual vision to observe the vanishing figures of Goku and the others, striving to comprehend the principles behind Goku's Ultra Instinct. Goku's Cell swiftly closed his spiritual eyes, cautiously curled up, and peeked out. Meanwhile, Goku, along with androids 16, 17, and 18, emerged from the realm of Ultra Instinct. Goku lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his martial arts uniform in tatters. Android 16 was motionless on the ground, while 17 and 18 gritted their teeth, bloodied and on the brink of collapse. How despicable. He even resorted to self-detonation. Goku seethed, condensing an energy slash that, under the astonished gaze of Goku's Cell, uncontrollably dissipated. In Goku's understanding, such a scenario was unfathomable. "Son Goku, 18 and I possess infinite energy," 17 coughed, spewing a copious amount of blood, his body weakly lying on the ground as he lifted his head unsteadily. 18's hands lay limply open, panting heavily. Though she appeared fragile, inwardly she was seething, "Son Goku, you vile creature, you've made me so filthy, the stench of blood is unbearable. No, 10 outfits won't suffice, 100, no, 1,000 will be necessary." Goku's laughter sounded strained as he remarked, "Goku and the others will arrive soon. We'll see who recovers first, 16 or me." In the distance, Goku's Cell observed the bloodstains on 17 and 18, the weakened Goku, and the unconscious 16. He must have struck a major artery with that energy slash. Self-detonation. Did 16 employ an energy explosion technique, depleting a tremendous amount of energy and falling into a temporary slumber? Goku's ambiguous words further solidified Goku's Cell's conviction. Life often instills a profound confidence in the answers it seeks. Truly, fortune favors me. Goku has exhausted himself, unable to even condense an energy slash. 17 and 18 are severely injured, and 16 lies unconscious. If I absorb the life force of all three, my power will undoubtedly increase tremendously, perhaps even reach maturity. Goku's Cell gazed excitedly at his seemingly juvenile hands, realizing that Goku and the others were still far away, with no time to spare. Just as he planned to emerge, a figure resembling a humanoid insect, about the size of an adult, soared from the distant, snowy pine forest, rushing towards Goku and the others with fervor. Chapter 69, Annihilation. Haha, on the 17th and 18th, the clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits. Haha, the perfect form has arrived effortlessly. At this moment, Cell approached excitedly, observing 17 and 18, alongside the nearly incapacitated Sun Wukong. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong's heart blossomed with joy. They had indeed managed to disguise themselves well. Yet, he feigned astonishment, his voice low and subdued. In the distance, the hidden Wukong Cell was equally eager to discern the identity of this newcomer. Straining his ears to listen intently, with the presence of Piccolo's cells within him, he could hear even from afar. Haha, Cell laughed triumphantly, his smile replete with pride. The perfect form he had long sought was now within his grasp. Who could possibly stand against him now? Your laughter is quite unpleasant. Sun Wukong feigned anger, unleashing a miniature keyblade. What? Cell reacted, but a gaping wound appeared on his neck from the keyblade, purple blood seeping from the injury. Miniature keyblade? Sun Wukong, you devised this technique to combat the Saiyans in their great ape form, didn't you? Haha, with your current strength. You can only muster a mere miniature keyblade. Cell turned and strode towards the now injured 17 and 18, sensing that Goku and his companions were still far off. This was a golden opportunity. Suddenly, Cell felt an instinctive danger. In the distance, Wukong's Cell trembled, covering his mouth. His pupils dilating in disbelief as he beheld Sun Wukong rise silently like a specter. Universal shockwave. Sun Wukong gathered a surge of green energy in his right palm, crackling with arcs of electricity. Under the incredulous gaze of Wukong's Cell, he struck Cell. Ah! Cell's scream sent Wukong's Cell's legs trembling, especially as he witnessed 16, 17, and 18 gradually rising. Realization dawned upon him. It was a ruse. Sun Wukong had somehow convinced 16, 17, and 18 to deceive him. And they executed it so convincingly that he almost fell for it. Hearing Cell's anguished cries, Wukong's Cell shivered involuntarily. Grateful that the other variant of Cell had ventured out first, he had held back, resisting the urge to confront that Cell for the spoils. Or else he might have found himself in Cell's place. As Cell writhed in pain from the universal shockwave, his wails echoed through the skies. At that moment, 18 wiped the blood from her hands, gazing disdainfully at her now soaked attire. Sun Wukong, you owe me for this outfit. It's utterly ruined. At least 200 sets. She exclaimed, raising her voice after wiping the blood from her face. 17, tidying the bloodstains on his own attire, approached Sun Wukong and looked at Cell, who was being tormented by the universal shockwave and screaming in agony. Is he the Cell you spoke of? What a pity we couldn't lure out the other one. Especially after exerting such effort. What? In the distance, Wuling Shalu heard the words of number 17, causing his heart to constrict sharply. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself from taking action. What a scoundrel. The resemblance was uncanny. Otherwise, I would have been the one caught in that world-shattering palm. At this moment, Wuling Shalu slumped helplessly to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes fixated on Sun Wuling, trembling uncontrollably. How infuriating. You all bear such a striking resemblance. Shalu shouted in rage, struggling with all his might, yet his efforts were in vain. He was utterly immobile. The arcs of electricity from the world-shattering palm coursing through him with excruciating intensity. Number 17 and number 18 discarded the 2 empty blood bags they had carried. Number 18 turned to Shalu and coldly inquired, how shall we dispose of him? Sun Wuling, number 17, number 16. With that, she gathered her energy into a decisive strike. What? Wait, Sun Wuling please. Shalu, trapped within the world-shattering palm, called out desperately to Sun Wuling. The handsome visage of Sun Wuling broke into a faint smile as he regarded Shalu, saying, do you have any final words? Or perhaps you wish to lament your arduous journey through the time machine only to meet your demise here? Or do you, the ultimate android, wish to beg for mercy from me, a mere earthling? No. Ah, yes, Sun Wuling, I recognize your prowess as a martial artist, akin to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who relish the thrill of battling formidable foes. Once I consume number 17 and number 18 and achieve my perfect form, my power will undoubtedly surpass yours, Sun Wuling. Shalu shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the searing pain. Huh. Sun Wuling scoffed at Shalu, and under the watchful eyes of number 17 and number 18, he jested. I have encountered many pleas for mercy, but yours is the most amusing, Shalu. Do you think I am that horse-riding Vegeta? While Vegeta might entertain your request, Goku may spare you, yet he would never allow you to devour number 17 and number 18. And as for me, Sun Wuling's smile gradually faded as he directed his energy blade toward Shalu, his voice rising with conviction. I am an Earthling. This is my home, where my loved ones and comrades reside. Anyone who seeks to threaten my home shall not escape unscathed. No. In a moment of sheer terror, Shalu watched as the energy blade cleaved his body in two. But it did not end there, under Sun Wuling's control. The energy blade sliced Shalu into multiple pieces before dissipating. As the world-shattering palm released its grip, the severed remnants of Shalu hung, suspended in the air. Now, Sun Wuling, number 16, number 17, and number 18 retreated in unison, positioning themselves at the eastern, southern, western, and northern fronts, launching a simultaneous assault. The energy waves unleashed by number 17 and 18 were maximized, crashing down upon the already fragmented Shalu. Hell Flash Cannon, Kamehameha, for energy waves struck Shalu's remains, reducing them to charred remnants. As the ashes fell, Sun Wuling expertly controlled them with his energy, guiding them to settle gently on the ground, forming a mound. What do you intend to do next? Number 18 inquired, watching in curiosity as Sun Wuling meticulously gathered Shalu's ashes. Boom. The explosive sound of the Kamehameha wave sent chills down the spines of androids 17 and 18, as brilliant sparks shot across the sky. The scene of Sun Wuling reducing Cell to ashes was deeply etched in the minds of Wuling and Cell. Fear, terror. Had he been the one to emerge just moments ago, he too would have faced a fate as dire, obliterated without a trace by Sun Wuling. Gulp. At that moment, Wuling felt a wave of cold wash over him, his legs weakly giving way beneath him. Although he possessed the ability to isolate the frigid air around him like Sun Wuling, he could not suppress his shivering, trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by sheer fright. Chapter 70, Relapse. Sun Wuling, you actually used the Kamehameha against Black Charcoal. The usually composed Android 17 could no longer maintain his usual demeanor, genuinely startled by Sun Wuling's final strike. It dawned upon him why Dr. Gero harbored such deep animosity towards Sun Wuling. Android 18 approached, scanning the surroundings while gently brushing her hair aside. The laboratory was destroyed by the cell you mentioned. The reason we weren't absorbed back then was likely because he sensed your presence nearby, using us to divert your attention so he could hide completely. Sun Wuling. Android 16, utilizing his energy radar, found no trace of Cell in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, flying towards the North City, suddenly sensed Sun Wuling's energy. It's Sun Wuling. Everyone, hold on to me. I'll teleport us there. As Goku finished speaking, Piccolo, Videl, Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin quickly joined hands, with Piccolo and Videl grasping Goku's shoulders. Whoosh. Goku instantly transported everyone to Sun Wuling's location. The environment shifted abruptly, and as Videl, Vegeta, and the others materialized beside Sun Wuling, it startled Androids 17 and 18. Instant transmission. Android 16 remarked as usual. Sun Wuling. You sly fiend. You came here alone without telling us. Vegeta clenched his fists, angrily shouting at Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling shrugged with a smile. I read about Dr. Gero's research in a scientific journal. His laboratory is situated on a mountain somewhere outside North City. At that moment, Krillin, Yamcha, Videl, and Goku gazed at Android 18. Astonished, their mouths agape. Unbelievable. She looks just like her. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. She truly resembles her. Goku replied. She is like a mold made from the same cast. Gohan added. Though 18 seems a bit taller. Yamcha remarked. As soon as Yamcha spoke, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Videl, Gohan, and Goku looked at him in disbelief. Realizing his words could be misconstrued, Yamcha hurriedly clarified. I meant in height. Android 18, crossing her arms defensively, fixed her sharp blue gaze on Yamcha and the others, assuming they were staring at her bloodstains. What are you all looking at? The blood on us is just an act to lure that Cell out. Suddenly, she turned to Sun Wuling and said, Sun Wuling, when will you fulfill your promise of the 200 outfits? They're utterly filthy now. Soon, the 18th is approaching. Please bear with it a little longer. Humph, so much to deal with. Piccolo inquired of Son Goku. Goku, have you dealt with that cell? Which is primarily composed of your cells. Not yet. Well, it's just as well. Those two worthless beings fighting is utterly unsatisfying. I am eager to witness what the ultimate android, primarily composed of Son Goku's cells, truly is like. Vegeta clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. He was curious about the entity that Rose had warned them about, the one that had previously dismantled androids 19 and 20, leaving him unsatisfied. Son Goku surveyed the dense valleys around them and the distant, snow-laden pine forests, and remarked, I suddenly recall a saying. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Do you think that being might be foolishly lurking nearby, observing us? At that moment, Cell felt his heart leap into his throat. Son Goku's words echoed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Foolishly clever. Cell covered his mouth, firmly etching Son Goku's statement in his memory. However, with the multitude of valleys surrounding them, even if he were to pursue, he could utilize the terrain to hide. With this thought, he continued to listen intently. You might be right, but with so many valleys and forests, if he wishes to conceal himself, how would we find him? He possesses your primary cells, Goku, along with your genetic inheritance, endowed with abilities akin to yours. Searching for him would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, Piccolo stated, crossing his arms protectively. Run. Cell covered his mouth. Upon hearing Goku's instruction to destroy their surroundings, he immediately sought to escape. Damn it. If that old fool Dr. Gero had obtained the data on instant transmission, I would not be in such a predicament. Vegeta, dissatisfied, scoffed. So that is why you allowed us to sense your energy. Goku, you are truly despicable. Son Goku managed a weak smile, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His face suddenly turned pale, and his body began to sway unsteadily. Goku, Uncle Goku, Master Goku, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Bulma rushed to support him. Heh. Son Goku gazed at Vegeta, appearing exceedingly frail, each breath a struggle. He forced a smile, and said, there is another reason. You bastard. I clearly wished upon the Dragon Balls, even taking special care of my health. Why is it that Goku is fine, yet I am still? Goku cursed in frustration. Androids 17 and 18 looked on, bewildered by his sudden state. It was inconceivable that he could be injured, and it seemed far from faint. Viral heart disease. Mr. Goku's viral heart condition has flared up. Did Mr. Goku forget to take his medication? Trunks observed Goku's immense suffering and inquired in astonishment. Huh, Trunks, do you think I am a fool? I wished upon the Dragon Balls for both Goku and me to be healthy and never fall ill. Why is it still ineffective? Son Goku retorted with a wry smile. Viral infection. At this moment, upon hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong's heart became clear regarding the cause of his own viral heart disease. He had been neglectful. Upon encountering the term viral, he should have realized that he had contracted it from Sun Wukong himself. Chapter 71, Tricks and Counter-Tricks. Android 17, 18, and 16. Do you wish to join us? Sun Wukong beckoned to Android 16 and the others. Android 18 stepped forward, arms crossed defensively over her chest, gazing at the currently weakened Sun Wukong, and remarked, I will go, for Sun Wukong promised me 200 pieces of clothing that I have yet to receive. And I am utterly drenched in blood. It's revolting. Android 16 advanced a step, his towering figure exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure, stating, I shall accompany you as well. I was created with the purpose of eliminating Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. However, that objective is now forever unattainable. Android 17 looked at Vegeta and the others, declaring, I will remain behind. I am intrigued by the cell that Sun Wukong mentioned. I wish to see what the ultimate android created by that old coot, Dr. Gero, truly is. 18, 16, you may proceed with Sun Wukong. Oh dear, Krillin and Yamcha's expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Sun Wukong supported the nearly unconscious Sun Wukong, turning to Android 16 and saying, though you seem rather intimidating, there's an air about you akin to that of A8. Let us hasten, hold on to me. In a flurry, Sun Wukong laid Sun Wukong down on the bed, just as he was about to use the spirit vision with the nearby Biddy Lee. Sun Wukong grasped his arm firmly. Brother, please place the 4-star Dragon Ball on Namek temporarily, and entrust it to Dend, Nail, and Elder Guru for safekeeping. I understand, Wukong. Rest assured, once we stabilize the situation, I will use instant transmission to take the 4-star Dragon Ball to Namek without delay. Biddy Lee added, Master Wukong. You need not worry, I will remind Uncle Wukong shortly. What matters now is to assess your physical condition. Indeed. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile before slowly closing his eyes. Spirit vision. Sun Wukong and Biddy Lee's eyes shimmered with a starry purple glow. Through the lens of spirit vision, they observed the multitude of dark spots around Sun Wukong's heart, moving at a visible speed. The medicine brought by Trunks was consumed by Master Wukong quite some time ago. It appears to be effective. Biddy Lee sighed with relief. Sun Wukong remarked. Next comes Wukong's inner demons. Biddy Lee, I will handle the rest. Gohan, bring over the medicine. Everyone must take a sip, for it is contagious. Yes, Dad. Gohan promptly exited the room. Meanwhile, Android 18 stood before a mirror, saying, Biddy Lee, is it? You are Sun Wukong's disciple. Indeed. Android 18 glanced at her reflection. Her attire completely soaked in blood, and complained, do you have any clean clothing? This outfit is filthy. By the way, the bathroom, I need a shower. The stench is unbearable. Yes, follow me. I will show you to the bathroom and provide you with clean clothes. As Biddy Lee departed the room with Android 18, the latter cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who was racked with pain, his body taut and gasping for breath, suffering from a virulent heart condition. Please don't die. Sun Wukong. Otherwise, who will I turn to for the 200 outfits you promised me? With that, Android 18 gently swept her hair aside and followed Biddy Lee out. In the North City, at that moment, Android 17, Vegeta, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Trunks unleashed their energy waves, relentlessly obliterating the surrounding valleys and jungles, transforming a 10-mile radius into a cloud of dust. How dare you make me, the Prince of the Saiyans, do such a thing, Sun Wukong? Cell, get out here at once. Vegeta shouted into the void. Surveying the area, Android 17 remarked, Sun Wukong only suggested it might be possible. That guy might have already left after releasing us. Tien, ever vigilant, kept his gaze fixed on the surroundings and addressed Android 17. Wukong seldom errs. You androids lack energy signatures, so we cannot sense you. I suspect Cell is the same. I have an idea. Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, Trunks, gather close. As Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks, and Yamcha leaned in to listen, a subtle smile graced Piccolo's lips. Not a bad idea, Tien. He commented. Android 17, we'll be counting on you shortly. Tien nodded at Yamcha, who exclaimed boisterously, this area has been flattened for nearly 10 miles, yet we still see nothing. Huh. It seems Sun Wukong can be mistaken too. Krillin echoed, indeed, with our explosive efforts, not even a hill remains. If he were here, he would have likely been obliterated as well. Vegeta, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, shut his eyes and bellowed, damn it. I should have personally dispatched that guy. I've longed to thrash that scoundrel, Sun Wukong. Piccolo cautioned, stay alert, let us broaden our search. Everyone, hold your breath. The enemy can detect our energy. With a whoosh, Piccolo, Tien, Android 17, and the others scattered across the now desolate terrain, where only the chilling wind stirred the dust. Silence enveloped the area. After approximately 5 minutes, Piccolo approached, declaring, "It appears he is truly not here. The most perilous locations can often be the safest. However, what Sun Wukong said remains a possibility. It is merely conjecture, not certainty." With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, leaving behind a shimmering silver trail before vanishing completely. Once Piccolo had departed, a mound of dirt suddenly heaved up in the flattened earth, as Wukong's cell emerged from the sand, reduced to just a right hand, his head severed, and his body entirely obliterated. With Piccolo's cells coursing through him, as long as his core remained intact, he could reconstruct his form, albeit at a great expenditure of stamina. Indeed, that fellow Piccolo is quite clever. Fortunately, my wit kept me from emerging. You think you can outsmart me, Piccolo? You are not nearly enough. As Goku stood up, brushing off the dust from his body, he finally felt safe. When he heard Son Goku remarking on his supposed cleverness, his heart nearly leaped from his chest in a moment of tension. Thankfully, he had seized the opportunity to dig a pit and bury himself within it. Though a significant portion of his body was still affected, leading to his immediate obliteration, he had emerged alive. As long as he lived, anything was possible. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a ki blast soared into the sky, resulting in a tremendous explosion, its dazzling sparks illuminating the surroundings. Goku, drenched in sweat, felt his smile freeze instantly as he mechanically turned around, only to find Android 17 standing right behind him, the source of the earlier ki blast. Tien, Yamchu, Krillin, Trunks, and Vegeta rushed over upon hearing the explosion, with Piccolo being the last to arrive. Chapter 72, Inward Reflection Buzz. The sound of dripping water. In a quiet, pitch-black space, Son Goku stood alone, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this reminded him of the time when Goku's heart condition had flared up. He gazed into the darkness, despite the oppressive shadows. His cold, piercing eyes shone like sharp blades, exuding no fear. "Son Goku, you owe me my life." The thick, inky darkness on the ground gradually morphed into a human figure. "Tao Pai Pai, you nearly killed Goku back then. Had Goku's life not been at stake, I would have unleashed several ki blasts upon your ashes." With the ki blade in hand, Goku charged forward, cleaving Tao Pai Pai in two without a hint of trepidation. It was from that moment that everything began to change for him. "Return my life to me." The viscous, dark waters formed shadow after shadow, each figure adorned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, each one screaming frantically at him. Ha ha ha. Even as he gazed upon nearly 1,000,000 Red Ribbon soldiers, Goku shouted defiantly, "You vile creatures deserve your fate. If I die, I shall ascend to paradise, a testament to your guilt. You all deserve to perish. Come at me." Goku concentrated, summoning the Kamehameha wave, obliterating the countless Red Ribbon soldiers before him, his cold gaze tinged with a hint of madness. Frieza, King Cold, the Ginyu Force, Nappa, Raditz Cell. As these phantoms of foes emerged one after another, Goku did not flinch. The ki blade in his hand dispatched them relentlessly. "Come on, bring it on. Is this all you've got? I have spent over a decade forging my own path as a celestial warrior, a path for my people on Earth. What of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods? Goku and Gohan are mere shadows in my wake, and I have even bested Vegeta, forcing him into women's attire. Who else dares to challenge me?" Sun Wuling erupted into wild laughter, his handsome visage now infused with a hint of madness. He was a denizen of Earth, a being from that realm in his past life, and having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, he remained steadfastly an Earthling. The absence of Saiyan blood within him was inconsequential. He still wielded the might of an Earthling to assert dominance over them. "Why do you harbor such disdain for Saiyans, Sun Wuling?" Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind. Instinctively, Sun Wuling raised his chi blade, poised to cleave the intruder in half. However, upon recognizing the shadow's identity, the blade came to a halt, hovering ominously above the figure's head. This shadow mirrored Sun Wuling in appearance, yet exuded a chilling aura. Imbued with a cruel ferocity, an embodiment of Sun Wuling's inner demon. The manifestation of his inner demon smirked and uttered, "Is it not because your grandfather was crushed to death by Son Goku in his great ape form? After all, you lack the benefits of a system or any external enhancements. The simplest solution would have been to wish for Saiyan blood through the Dragon Balls. How straightforward that would have been." Sun Wuling fell silent, his icy gaze fixed intently on his inner demon, offering no rebuttal, for the truth was undeniable. In that moment of vulnerability, he had been weak, helplessly watching as Son Goku transformed and trampled his grandfather. It was then that he resolved, bearing the hopes of his grandfather, to become an exceptional martial artist as an Earthling. The inner demon continued, "I am you, and you are me. Is it truly wise to conceal your true self from your friends? You even went so far as to learn soul techniques from the fortune-telling old woman." Sun Wuling's voice grew colder, laced with impatience. "Have you finished your tirade?" The inner demon chuckled, "Not by a long shot. In your previous life, your dreams were trampled by those closest to you. You aspired to be a teacher. If it were merely to be a spokesperson, wouldn't it suffice to simply be a figurehead? Otherwise, why would you have taken on Biddy? Magic chains. Sun Wuling summoned 2 violet chains from his palms, piercing through his inner demon and binding it firmly in place. Yet, the inner demon exhibited no fear, bursting into laughter. Sun Wuling, you are undeniably kind to your friends and family. You are aware of the events that transpired on Namek, yet you withheld Krillin from confronting them, even at the cost of your own safety. Truly noble. I wonder, will Krillin blame you upon discovering that his original wife has changed? This statement struck a sensitive chord within Sun Wuling. Gripping his inner demon by the collar, he bellowed, "What nonsense! I did nothing. Who could have foreseen that he would marry the violet who should have vanished from the scene and father a daughter?" The inner demon replied, matter-of-factly, "So, what is it that troubles you? They are now in love. Yet why do you burden yourself with guilt?" Sun Wuling paused, momentarily taken aback, the force behind his grip waning. Gazing at his inner demon, it seemed as though many of his inner turmoil had begun to unravel. The inner demon of Sun Wukong Ling remarked, "The esteemed elder of Namek once spoke of you, that within the frigid and piercing aura lies a warmth akin to the sun. Even though he cannot delve into your memories, he still chose to guide you towards the latent powers within." The inner demon of Sun Wukong Ling clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Sun Wukong Ling, pursue your own celestial flow. Rather than being excessively concerned about the butterfly effect of your actions, it is far better to focus on being your true self. You are merely an ordinary Earthling." Sun Wukong Ling nodded, gazing at his inner demon, a smile of relief gracing his face as he felt a significant lightness throughout his being. "Thank you. I understand what I must do now." Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the surrounding darkness, a shard breaking like a mirror. At that moment, Sun Wukong, with his spiritual eyes wide open, looked at him with astonishment. "Wonderful. After all this effort, I have finally found you. Wukong, are you all right? What has happened?" Sun Wukong Ling shook his head, smiling. "I'm fine, brother. No need to worry." After speaking, Sun Wukong Ling turned to his inner demon and said, "Farewell. Thank you." He followed Sun Wukong out of the pitch-black space, emerging from his inner turmoil. The inner demon of Sun Wukong Ling watched as they departed, smiling. "Goodbye, Sun Wukong Ling. I fear that when we meet again, it will be for the last time." Within the dark space, the fissure that had just been shattered by Sun Wukong began to heal slowly, and the inner demon of Sun Wukong Ling transformed into a viscous, dark fluid, gradually dissipating and merging with the surroundings. In Baidu, at this moment, Wukong Shalu gazed at Vegeta, number 17, and the others, fists clenched, roaring in frustration. "You dare deceive me, putting on an act. How did you ascertain that I was hiding here?" Piccolo, arms crossed and floating above, looked down with cold eyes at Wukong Shalu, who was now the size of a 5-year-old child. "We did not know, only felt that Wukong's words held some truth. Tien Shinhan devised this strategy to lure the snake from its hole. Even if it failed, we stood to lose nothing, but it certainly seems effective now." Chapter 73, Encirclement. How despicable. Wukong Shalu shouted angrily at Piccolo and the others, feeling on the verge of a breakdown. He had not anticipated that, apart from Sun Wukong and Piccolo, none of the other warriors were easy opponents. What to do? How can I rid myself of these bothersome foes? Wukong Shalu surveyed his surroundings, allowing his aura to surge uncontrollably to display his power. Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, and the others' expressions shifted subtly. Krillin observed Wukong Shalu and remarked, "Indeed, apart from Sun Wukong's aura, there is also the essence of all of us, even that of King Cold." Piccolo coldly stated, "He possesses the cells of us all. Yet the primary cell structure and genetic makeup are that of Wukong, effectively granting him Wukong's talents while still harboring our cells." Trunks nodded in agreement. "I have seen photos of my mother in her youth alongside Mr. Sun Wukong. Indeed, he resembles the young Sun Wukong." Vegeta transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, a golden aura swirling around him as he clenched his fists and roared, "This is better. I have long wanted to thrash that bastard Goku." Trunks followed suit, also becoming a Super Saiyan, declaring, "Once we eliminate this cell, everything will come to an end." Goku's cell gazed at Trunks and Vegeta, his heart racing with trepidation. Suddenly, he spotted a distant glacier and an idea struck him. "Vegeta, Piccolo, and that Saiyan named Trunks are stronger than I am. If I can temporarily evade them, I shall create a protective barrier and dive into the ocean. After all, the seas cover most of this planet. Once submerged, let us see what they can do." With this thought, a sly smile crept across Goku's cell's face as he mused. "Excellent, that is the plan. I shall look for an opportunity to use solar flare to distract them, then make my escape." He assumed a fighting stance identical to Goku's, showing no sign of fear or hesitation. "Do not underestimate me because of my size, Vegeta and Trunks. We shall see who prevails." "Such bravado from you, little one. You look more like a girl in your current form," Vegeta retorted, a flicker of resentment igniting within him as he tightened his fists, casting a glance at Goku's cell with a slight smirk. "Vegeta, wait." Krillin suddenly called out, stopping him. Alongside Yamcha, they pulled out sunglasses, much to Goku's cell's astonishment. "Sunglasses? Goku's Cell gaped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground as he pointed at Krillin and Yamcha, his mind racing with a torrent of insults. Yet, in his fury, he could only tremble, realizing his previously devised solar flare was now futile. Yamcha grinned as he donned the sunglasses and handed one each to Trunks, Tien, and Android 17, saying, "Krillin, it seems you've thought of the same strategy as me." Krillin then passed the sunglasses to Vegeta and Piccolo, chuckling. When I heard about Cell being primarily composed of Goku's cells, my first instinct was to treat him as a mere hypothetical enemy, akin to Goku. Initially, when Goku, Goten, and I were training under Master Roshi, I was not particularly fond of them, yet I always found myself outmatched by Goku's antics. Everyone, except for Trunks, nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of camaraderie. Yamcha continued, "I knew Goku and Goten before all of you. When I first encountered Goku, he was with Goten and Bulma, searching for Dragon Balls. I ended up getting buried alive by Goten wielding a shovel, with only my head sticking out, while he playfully poured water into the pit, claiming that the mud mixed with water was quite comfortable." Tien chimed in, "I too experienced similar mischief. Back then, I was still an adversary to Goku and Goten. My master, Master Roshi, and Kaiatsu knocked us out and tied us to a tree, leaving us hanging there for an entire night. On the 17th, clenching his fists, he remarked, 'Not long ago, 18, 16, and I were drawn into Sun Wuling's realm of ultimate intent. Both 18 and I endured a brutal beating, particularly 18. Had it not been for 16, 18 might have perished at Sun Wuling's hands. After delivering a thrashing, he proclaimed something about uniting forces.'" Piccolo snorted disdainfully, his voice trembling with anger, and recounted, "During the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, I was relentlessly made to practice the Demon Seal Wave." Vegeta tightened his fists, his aura surging with indignation. "That scoundrel Sun Wuling forced me into women's attire, and that wretched Kakarot failed to warn me, leaving me a subject of ridicule by Bulma and the others for an entire year." Vegeta's words resonated in the minds of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, 17, and Tien, who simultaneously thought, "We are now even." At this moment, Trunks was brimming with curiosity, particularly intrigued by Vegeta's mention of being made to wear women's clothing. He was eager to discover how Sun Wuling had accomplished that. With a resounding crack, Vegeta, Piccolo, 17, and the others readied themselves for battle, casting mischievous glances at Wuling Salu, who donned sunglasses. Trunks, also wearing sunglasses, unsheathed the sword he carried on his back, the aura of a Super Saiyan surging wildly around him. Wuling Salu formed 2 energy blades with his palms, furiously declaring, "Those despicable deeds are the work of Sun Wuling. They have nothing to do with me. Die." Whoosh, whoosh, humph. "The energy blades truly bear the genetic legacy of Sun Wuling," Vegeta scoffed. He conjured 2 energy spheres, shattering the energy blades, and charged at Wuling Salu. "Don't let him escape. Allow me to strike first." Without hesitation, Vegeta's fist smashed toward Wuling Salu, who not only did not retreat, but charged back at Vegeta. Wuling Salu caught Vegeta's fist on his shoulder, diffusing all the force behind the blow. Wuling Salu then formed an energy blade with his right hand, swinging it toward Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished, and Wuling Salu felt an overwhelming force strike against his back as Vegeta delivered a powerful kick. Wuling Salu spat a trickle of purple blood, uncontrollably flying away. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, 17 appeared before him and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling away, the immense force creating a deep crater in the ground. Wuling Salu, trembling, stood up, appearing youthful and frail, showing no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan's Trunks, Krillin, and others had charged their techniques to their maximum potential. Magic Flash! Trunks shouted. Krillin and Yamcha unleashed the Kamehameha Wave. Tien followed suit with his Kikaho. Vegeta smirked coldly, employing his own final flash against Wuling Salu. 17 then released an energy wave toward Wuling Salu. Wuling Salu spread his arms wide, forming a protective barrier that enveloped him in a half circle. Bang! Boom! The protective barrier shattered, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The figure of Wuling Salu was engulfed in the sparks. Indeed, he too possessed the protective barrier of Wuling. Krillin gritted his teeth as he observed the battered Wuling Salu amidst the swirling dust, his body marked with the scars of recent burns. "I've been waiting for you. Take this. Special Beam Cannon." Piccolo had been charging the Special Beam Cannon, a technique that allowed for prolonged accumulation of energy, now reaching its maximum potential as it surged towards Wuling Salu. Chapter 74, Wishes. Ugh. Wuling Salu spat out a mouthful of blood, his palms forming a circular protective barrier. He glanced at the encircling Krillin, Trunks, and others, until he noticed the descending Vegeta from his diagonal perspective, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, and others, the fully charged Special Beam Cannon struck Wuling Salu's circular barrier, which adjusted its angle, redirecting the attack towards Vegeta. "You bastard." Vegeta clenched his fists, his aura surging dramatically as he forcefully batted the Special Beam Cannon away. Boom. The cannon exploded in the clouds, dispersing the white mist, while the resultant shockwave melted the snowflakes on the ground. Even Krillin, Yamcha, and the others felt waves of warmth dispelling the chill of the North City. At that moment, Wuling Shala struggled to control his trembling hands, although he managed to deflect Piccolo's maximum charged special beam cannon. The recoil from the impact against the barrier made his arms feel as if they were about to shatter. In contrast, Vegeta effortlessly swatted away the fully charged attack with his fist, showing no signs of exertion. The disparity was glaringly evident. Vegeta glanced at his left hand, tightening his fist, his mind replaying the moment when Wuling Shala had shrugged off his punch with his shoulder, leaving Vegeta's strike completely ineffective. Had it not been for his overwhelming power over Wuling Shala, the outcome might have been different. Trunks stood in astonishment, unable to close his mouth, exclaiming, "How did Shala just do that? He actually deflected Mr. Piccolo's attack towards my father." Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, their faces etched with fear. Yamcha remarked, "We had previously inquired how Wuling achieved such feats." Krillin clutched his head, appearing somewhat overwhelmed, stating, "Angles of incidence and reflection. Adjusting the orientation of the barrier to deflect at specific angles. Honestly, we were left bewildered by Goku and Master Roshi's explanations." Yamcha looked at Trunks, cautioning, "Do not even think about attempting it. Goku once tried and ended up breaking his finger." Trunks nodded vigorously, his gaze beneath his sunglasses now more vigilant. This Shala possessed a mind akin to Wuling's, and he could not be allowed to escape. With the same innate talent as Wuling and the cells of King Cold within him, he absolutely must not be allowed to slip through their fingers. Number 17 observed the disheveled Wuling Shala with a hint of surprise, stating, "You've got some grit, haven't you? Not even begging for mercy." Upon hearing the words of number 17, Wuling Shala shouted in fury, "Who do you think you're looking down on, you scoundrel? I may experience fear and dread of death, but you can forget about me begging for mercy. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall never concede." As Wuling Shala activated his mystical eyes, a radiant purple light akin to stars emanated from them, and a violet chain materialized from the palm of his right hand, casting a cold gaze around him. "The magic chains, so this technique is within your repertoire as well," Krillin said with trepidation. "Be cautious. If you are pierced by the magic chains from both hands simultaneously, you will be ensnared." Wuling Shala gathered his energy into a blade with his other hand, while the magic chains from his right hand swung menacingly in the air. He remained vigilant, contemplating how to escape this dire situation, realizing that with sunglasses on, the solar fist had become ineffective. Suddenly, upon catching sight of Piccolo, a spark of inspiration flashed through Wuling Shala's mind. At Paozi Mountain, Sun Wukong led Sun Wuling out of the realm of inner demons. The surroundings were bright and tranquil, with the beauty of the mountains and waters imbuing the scene with poetic charm. As Sun Wuling gazed into the crystal-clear pond, an unprecedented calm washed over him. Thoughts of the future and looming threats dissipated like mist. "Thank you, Shenlong." It was a revelation to be guided by his own heart's demons. A realization Sun Wuling had never anticipated. He felt an unparalleled sense of relief, having carried a heavy burden since his grandfather rescued him. "Wuling, you have worn yourself thin. Take the next few days to rest. We shall handle everything." Sun Wukong stood beside Sun Wuling, a gentle smile gracing his face as he exhaled in relief, finally achieving success. "All right, brother, I shall embrace my role as a younger sibling this time and leave everything to you." Sun Wuling, shedding the cold demeanor of the past, gently swept aside his bangs, his handsome features now exuding a girlish grace, and his gaze softened considerably, embodying an androgynous charm that remained unchanged from his previous life to this one. "Yes, indeed." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, his figure dissipating like foam, leaving Sun Wuling alone to spread his arms wide and savor the serene beauty of this dreamscape. In the real world, Sun Wukong, who had been grasping Sun Wuling's arm, regained consciousness, the mystical light in his eyes fading away. "Master Wukong, how is Master Wuling?" Vidalai inquired hastily, her youthful visage now more mature, having shed the roundness of her childhood. "He is fine now. Wuling is simply exhausted. Let him rest," replied Sun Wukong, leading Vidalai, "Go on." And number 16 out of the room, carefully shutting the door behind them as they made their way to the living room on the first floor. Seated on the sofa, Gohan looked at Sun Wukong in confusion and asked, "Dad, Uncle Wuling made a wish to the Dragon Balls for our health. Why then did he still suffer from a viral heart disease?" Vidalai quickly turned to Sun Wukong, equally perplexed. She understood the limitations of the Dragon Balls, but recalled how the dragon had remained silent for a long while before ultimately conceding. How could this still happen? Sun Wukong gazed at Sun Wufan and Vidalai with a smile, explaining, "The heart demon does not fall within the realm of viral heart diseases. Yet it still poses a significant threat to one's well-being. The dragon Shenron took considerable time to grant the wish due to the heart demon concealed within Wuling. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Wuling to easily rid himself of it. How wonderful that Master Wuling is unharmed. It turns out that Shenron did not fail to fulfill the wish. Rather, the heart demon cannot be eradicated as simply as a disease. Vitalai exclaimed joyfully, clasping hands with Sun Wufan, their faces alight with exuberance. Chapter 75. Demon Sealing Wave. Could it be that Piccolo and the others have discovered Cell? Sun Wukong suddenly sensed the fluctuating energies of Piccolo and Vegeta, rising and falling erratically, alongside another aura that was a chaotic blend, aside from that of Sun Wuling. Vitalai and Sun Wufan also lost their smiles, attuned to the situation in North City. Vitalai, number 16, please stay here and watch over Wuling. Wufan and I will head over, Sun Wukong declared, rising to his feet. Just as Sun Wufan moved to instantaneously teleport away, Vitalai called out to him sharply. Uncle Wukong, have you forgotten Master Wuling's instructions? Take the 4-star Dragon Ball to New Namek for the time being. All right, Dad. But why does Uncle Wuling need to send the 4-star Dragon Ball to New Namek? Sun Wufan inquired, puzzled. Vitalai looked at Sun Wufan and explained. Master Wuling has been feeling uneasy. Out of caution, after making the wish, aside from the 4-star Dragon Ball, the others are scattered across the earth. This serves as a safeguard. If Cell were to gather the Dragon Balls, it would spell true disaster. In North City, Wuling Cell gritted his teeth, his right hand wielding the demon chains, which he lashed out violently. Whoosh! The demon chains in Wuling Cell's hand struck towards Piccolo. Piccolo did not evade. Instead, he charged forward with Tianjin Han and Yamcha, collectively seizing the demon chains. Krillin! Piccolo shouted loudly. All set. Energy Blade. Krillin hurled the prepared energy blade, severing the demon chains with precision. The severed chains dissipated like burning ashes. The rupture of the demon chains forced Wuling Cell to stagger back several steps. At that moment, Trunks and Vegeta unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Magic Flash. Gallic Gun. Wuling Cell executed his flight technique, the Magic Flash and Gallic Gun colliding with a violent impact. Number 17 leaped gracefully through the air, moving with the fluidity of a dance, and delivered a powerful kick to the newly airborne Wuling Cell, striking him squarely in the face, the force contorting his form. Ugh! He spat out saliva and blood, sent Earthling backward, crashing into the ground, landing directly in a deep pit. Excellent, just like that. Everyone, hold steady and avoid revealing any weaknesses, lest we grant him an opportunity. Piccolo observed as Wuling Cell crawled out of the pit, a smile gracing his face. Vegeta, expressing his dissatisfaction, remarked, how is it that I must join forces against a foe so vastly inferior to me? Despite his words, he harbored no intention of confronting Goku's spirit bomb alone. Number 17 landed gracefully upon the ground, joining the others as they approached Goku's spirit bomb. At that moment, Goku's spirit bomb extended its right palm into the dust, conjuring a small vial through the release of magic. Goku's spirit bomb, trembling slightly, rose to its feet, remembering its hidden position, and stood behind the concealed vial, facing the approaching Vegeta and his companions, who were all donned in sunglasses. With a soft hiss, Goku's spirit bomb wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, its eyes glinting with coldness, betraying no fear as it emitted a sneer. Have you lost your mind, Cell? How can you still smile? Vegeta clenched his fists, directing his ire at Goku's spirit bomb. Goku's spirit bomb replied coldly, what business is it of yours? The Prince of the Saiyans, a Super Saiyan, huh? Uniting so many to combat me, Prince Vegeta, it seems your reputation as a warrior race is rather exaggerated. At this, Vegeta halted, as did Piccolo and Krillin. Overcome by rage, veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead as he struggled to contain himself, gazing at Goku's spirit bomb with a slight smirk. Humph, the Saiyans, a warrior race, are beyond your comprehension, Cell. Are you deliberately provoking my anger, perhaps laying a trap? Goku's spirit bomb's heart skipped a beat, yet it maintained a facade of indifference, saying, indeed, I have set a trap. You would do well not to approach, lest you meet your demise. This ambiguous statement caused Piccolo, Krillin, number 17, Vegeta, and Tien to step back cautiously, fully aware of the danger that Goku's spirit bomb posed. Trunks pointed his sword at Goku's spirit bomb, saying, Mr. Piccolo, could it be that Cell is merely bluffing? How deeply has Goku's spirit bomb cast its shadow upon you all? Scatter, do not remain together. Upon Piccolo's command, the group dispersed, surrounding Goku's spirit bomb once more. Goku's spirit bomb surveyed its surroundings, noting the energy radiating from Vegeta, and inwardly reveled in its success. With palms pressed together, Goku's spirit bomb opened them, rapidly condensing 6 Kamehameha waves, which it directed toward the freshly landed Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, Tien, number 17, and Yamcha. After launching the Kamehameha waves, Goku's spirit bomb aimed at Vegeta, adopting a stance reminiscent of a martial artist. Piccolo, well acquainted with this maneuver, had just deflected a Kamehameha wave when he shouted to Vegeta, get out of the way, Vegeta, Demon Seal Wave. It was too late. At that moment, Vegeta, who had just gathered energy for a powerful attack against Goku's spirit bomb, was struck head-on by the Demon Seal Wave. The swirling green energy resembled a tornado, and even in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta found himself unable to resist. Ha ha ha! The fiendish laughter of Wuling Shalu echoed as he gazed upon Vegeta. ensnared within the confines of the demon seal wave, unable to contain the elation swelling within him. Father! Trunks watched as the others attempted to deflect the Kamehameha or evade it, only to witness Vegeta's anguished cries emanating from a small vial sealed by Wuling Shalu. With a sudden rush, Wuling Shalu darted forward in a straight line, breaking through the defenses that had previously restrained him, seizing the opportunity to escape. Number 17 similarly pursued Wuling Shalu with rapid movement, while Piccolo discarded his weighted clothing, exclaiming, "Krillin, release Vegeta. Trunks and I will give chase. We cannot let him flee." "Understood, Mr. Piccolo." Trunks observed as Krillin unearthed a small vial from the soil. Time was of the essence, reassured that Vegeta was unharmed. He joined Piccolo in their swift pursuit of Wuling Shalu. The demon seal wave was despicable, yet with 17, Piccolo, and Trunks in pursuit, surely they could catch up. Krillin's expression gradually stiffened, his smile fading into uncertainty as he forced out, "Right." Chapter 76, The Chase. Tien Shinhan watched as Piccolo, Trunks, and number 17 sped away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even the demon seal wave has been mastered. Krillin glanced at the vial in his hand, suddenly noticing cracks forming, and hastily tossed it away. With a resounding crash, a surge of golden energy erupted as the vial shattered. Vegeta, now on his hands and knees, gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling somewhat disoriented. He rose to his feet, still unsteady, his sunglasses removed, perceiving the world around him as if it were spinning. He looked at Krillin and Yamcha, exclaiming, "Hey, what was that green vortex just now? Was that also a technique of Sun Wuling?" Tien explained to Vegeta, the demon seal wave, a technique created by Master Mateto, was originally used to seal the evil King Piccolo. Besides Wuling, even Master Mateto and the Kaioshin know this technique. The mention of King Piccolo triggered a memory in Vegeta. Recalling how Wuling had practiced the demon seal wave with him, the disorienting sensation still lingering in his mind. Krillin, now displaying a hint of fear, remarked, "The demon seal wave seals the intended target within an object, but it also requires a special talisman for the final sealing. Honestly, I'm terrified. I can't believe we managed to escape in such a situation." Vegeta's golden energy surged as he accelerated in pursuit, donning his sunglasses once more. His final words echoing in Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin's ears. "These sunglasses are quite nice." With that, Vegeta vanished from sight entirely. Tien gazed at his hands, reflecting on how the true combatants against Wuling Shalu had been Vegeta, Trunks, 17, and Piccolo, while he and the others had merely played a supporting role in the battle. Having completely fallen behind Sun Wukong and his companions, even Sun Wuling's disciple could not match the prowess of Dilly, and previously, they could keep pace with Vegeta. However, after Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, they could no longer catch up. "Krillin, I must confess, I am filled with trepidation." Yamcha suddenly interrupted Tien, who was lost in thought. With an air of candor, Yamcha remarked, "To be honest, when I laid eyes on that cell, an overwhelming sense of unease consumed me. With Wuling as the primary cell, inheriting Wuling's genetic legacy, he possesses talents akin to Wuling's. Although he did not create the spirit and time technique, he bears the cells of not only Vegeta, Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo, but also that alien known as Kurter." Krillin replied, "Indeed, despite our extensive preparations, he seized the opportunity and escaped. The three of us cannot pursue him now. Even if we did, we might only complicate matters." Tien clenched his fists in frustration, striking the ground with such force that it left an imprint. How infuriating. Are we to simply sit here and do nothing? A somber silence enveloped them for a moment, and a sense of desolation washed over Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin. Yamcha broke the silence, saying, "Everyone, let us consider what we can still do. If Cell has truly evaded Trunks and the others, what shall be our course of action? Wuling once told me about perspective taking. If we were Cell, what would we do?" "Perspective taking?" Krillin and Tien paused, deep in contemplation. After a while, Krillin spoke, "I would lie low to grow stronger. According to Rose's description, Cell needs to absorb life energy to reach maturity." Tien interjected, "The city, the residents there will be Cell's prey." "Agreed." Krillin and Tien nodded in unison, ready to take action. However, this also caused Yamcha to become somewhat distracted, leading to an early breakup with Bulma, yet he dared not relinquish his martial pursuits. Meanwhile, Vegeta, as a Super Saiyan, was in pursuit of Piccolo, Trunks, and Android 17, while Wuling Cell desperately sped towards the glaciers. How frustrating. The relentless pursuit continues. Wuling Cell observed Trunks and Android 17 drawing ever closer, expending nearly all his strength on speed. After a grueling struggle, he tore through a gap in the encirclement, knowing that if he were surrounded, he would have no chance. "Don't even think about escaping, Cell," Trunks shouted, as he and Android 17 unleashed energy blasts towards Wuling Cell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wuling Cell deftly maneuvered, twisting and turning to evade the energy blasts from Trunks and Android 17, with Piccolo relentlessly in pursuit. Whoosh. Wuling Cell soared over two snow-capped peaks, The energy blast from Android 17 and Trunks struck these mountains. Boom, boom. The mountains crumbled, a cloud of dust and smoke erupted, and the shockwaves melted the surrounding snow. Whoosh, whoosh. Android 17, moving at full speed, burst through the smoke, chasing after Wuling's Cell, closely followed by Trunks, then Piccolo, and gradually catching up was Vegeta. Buzz. The 17th android unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the diminutive figure of Goku's counterpart, Gohan. The onslaught surged forth like relentless waves. Gohan soared upward, executing a deft maneuver before veering sharply to continue his flight. With a mighty shout, Trunks joined the fray, manifesting 2 energy blasts from his palms and hurling them toward Gohan. Alas, Gohan was struck on the shoulder and back, his petite form plummeting from the sky, a pained wail escaping his lips as he coughed forth violet blood. Just as he was about to crash into the snowy ground below, he fought against the excruciating pain, steadied his breath, and regained control of his body, ascending once more with swift determination. The 2 energy blasts from the 17th android detonated upon impact with the snow, creating 2 massive craters. Gohan retaliated, conjuring 2 energy slashes directed at the approaching 17th and Trunks. Just then, Piccolo and Vegeta arrived, forming energy blasts to shatter Gohan's attacks. The 17th android and Trunks surged forward through the swirling debris, relentlessly pursuing Gohan. The gap between the 17th android and Gohan narrowed alarmingly. What had once been a distance exceeding 3,000 meters was now reduced to less than 1,000. Chapter 77, The Pursuit. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the velocity of their movement made the wind feel like a blade against their faces. Despite an involuntary shiver from 17, Trunks, Vegeta, and Piccolo, they pressed on, undeterred in their chase of Gohan. At last, they were closing in. As Gohan beheld the cerulean expanse of the ocean, his eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning man spotting the shore, igniting a desperate urge to grasp salvation. Protective barrier. Gohan summoned a shield as he descended towards the water, forming a spiraling energy slash in his palm before turning to hurl it towards Trunks. Boom. The energy blast from Trunks and the 17th android struck the ocean, sending up 2 towering geysers of water. Swish. Gohan's spiraling energy slash cut through the water spray, aimed directly at Trunks. Once again, he unleashed an energy slash. Vegeta arrived just in time, launching an energy blast at Gohan's spiraling attack. As Trunks prepared to charge through the explosion as he had before, the 17th android seized his arm, pulling him back. In Trunks' stunned gaze, the spiraling energy blast detonated, scattering countless sharp blades in chaotic rotation. Gulp. Trunks swallowed hard, realizing that had he charged through the debris as before, even as a Super Saiyan, he would have been ensnared within the deadly maelstrom of razor-sharp blades, likely meeting a gruesome fate. Vegeta and Piccolo arrived in succession, halting beside the 17th android and Trunks, waiting until the spiraling energy slash dissipated completely. The spiral chi slash, as mentioned by number 16, is a technique devised by Sun Wukong, an advanced version of the chi slash. Apart from Sun Wukong, his disciple, Bidalai, also possesses this skill. It was this very technique that nearly claimed the life of number 18 during the extreme intent realm. To everyone's surprise, even Cell had mastered it. Number 17's words elicited nods of acknowledgement from Trunks, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Trunks considered expressing his gratitude to number 17. However, the despairing world he inhabited rendered him unable to voice it upon seeing number 17's face. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he was engulfed in profound inner turmoil and conflict. "Oh, you seem to harbor a dislike for me," number 17 remarked nonchalantly, glancing at Trunks with mild curiosity. He found Trunks' reaction peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. As they were still strangers, united only by the temporary alliance of battle, Trunks longed to confess the truth, the flames of resentment he harbored against the androids. 17 and 18 were insurmountable. Even though he understood they were not from the same timeline, the turmoil and struggle within him culminated in a simple utterance. "I'm sorry." Vegeta, gazing at the tranquil sea, seethed inwardly. The vast expanse of water covering more than 70% of the Earth had become a refuge for Wukong and Cell. "Curse it. He has escaped," Vegeta exclaimed. Removing his sunglasses, he focused his energy to conjure a barrage of energy blasts, raining them down upon the surface of the sea. Instantly, the water boiled, and the sounds of explosions generated towering waves. Piccolo, number 17, and Trunks followed suit, removing their sunglasses, observing Vegeta as he unleashed his frustration alone. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, number 16, and Bidalai were gathered in the living room of Sun Wukong's home, joined by Chi-Chi and Ox King, as Sun Wukong's illness was of significant concern. "Dad." Goku. Chi-Chi and Gohan called out upon seeing Sun Wukong. "All right, Dad," Gohan replied, moving closer to grasp his father's arm. Just as Sun Wukong was about to teleport away, Chi-Chi halted him. Since Gohan decided to merge martial arts with philosophy, Chi-Chi had been less opposed to his training. However, she hoped Gohan would follow in Sun Wukong's footsteps. balancing the pursuit of martial prowess with academic diligence, unlike Krillin, Goku, and Yamcha. Okay, Chi-Chi. With a hearty laugh, Sun Wukong and Gohan vanished in a flash, reappearing beside Vegeta, Trunks, and the others. Goku, Mr. Goku, Kakarot, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Trunks, Vegeta, and number 17 exclaimed in unison upon the sudden arrival of Goku and Gohan. Mr. Goku, how is Wukong doing? Trunks inquired urgently. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, he maintained a facade of disdain, sneering, I thought Son Goku would perish from some viral heart disease. I have yet to exact my revenge. One day, I shall make that scoundrel don women's attire. I am certain that his face would be far more amusing adorned in such garments. Vegeta's remarks elicited a synchronous, perplexed response from Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku, who thought, You have not given up, have you? Moreover, is that not the dress you, Vegeta, are wearing? Aren't you afraid of being humiliated by Son Goku? Sighing, they pondered the whereabouts of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. And what of Cell? Previously, there was a chaotic energy presence. Surely that was the cell dominated by Goku's cells. Goku surveyed the vast, tumultuous sea around him and inquired hastily, all of Uncle Piccolo's techniques. Could it be that Uncle Goku's spiritual arts have also? Gohan was left agape in astonishment. Impossible. Trunks addressed Goku. Krillin and the others must have departed. It seems they were summoned for some urgent matter. Mr. Goku, Cell has escaped. What shall we do next? Chapter 78, A Perilous Hairstyle. Under the sea, Goku's cell was encased within a protective barrier, swiftly maneuvering through the waters with the same absolute control as Goku. Even whilst in flight, he managed to suppress his aura. That energy, Goku and Gohan could sense it. Unbeknownst to Goku's cell, he had traversed an immense distance beneath the waves, fearful of repeating earlier mistakes. His protective barrier isolated him from the surrounding waters, and though wounded, he knew that King Cold could survive in the cosmos. Thus, he too would endure. Goku possessed the instant transmission technique, but lamentably, he had not yet mastered it, rendering his situation cumbersome. Spotting a whale, Goku's cell fluidly darted forth, piercing the creature's flesh with his tail, absorbing its life force amidst its anguished cries. The wounds on Goku's cell began to visibly mend, and the whale's lament frightened the surrounding fish into disarray. After fully absorbing the whale, his injuries were completely healed, and the protective barrier dissipated. He gracefully floated at the ocean's surface, disoriented and without direction. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze swept through, causing the entire ocean to churn and boil, yet Goku's cell remained unperturbed amidst the tumult. I am still too weak. I must evolve to maturity, or next time I may not be so fortunate to escape. Accelerating forward, Goku's cell skimmed the ocean's surface, poised to hunt. The Dragon Balls must be acquired. And the spiritual arts of Son Goku would allow him to surpass the likes of Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan. Therefore, I shall head to West City, where that woman named Bulma has crafted a dragon radar that can locate the Dragon Balls. Wuling displayed a maniacal grin, the recent brush with death igniting an uncontrollable exuberance within him, while simultaneously fueling an unending hatred for Vegeta, Piccolo, and Android 17. He could never forget them. Just wait, he thought. Once I reach maturity, I shall trample all of you, including Son Goku. I shall fear no one any longer. Suddenly, Wuling smile contorted as he exclaimed, Krillin, Master Roshi, you are quite close to me now. In that case, I shall make you my first targets. At that moment, Krillin, who had returned to Master Roshi's house, received a call from Tien. On the other end, Yamcha informed him, Krillin, we have spoken with the king, and a warrant for Char's capture has been issued, along with military patrols around the clock. Should Char be spotted, an air raid alert will be immediately raised. Yamcha continued, That's splendid, Krillin. We should rendezvous with Goku and the others to inform them of the situation. Agreed, Krillin replied, hanging up the call. Outside, Master Roshi reclined on a deck chair, enjoying the sea breeze as he perused the magazines and various picture books gifted by son Wuling, chuckling to himself intermittently. Krillin stepped outside and smiled at Master Roshi, saying, Master Roshi, I'm heading out. Master Roshi set aside his magazine and sat up, inquiring, What is the matter? Krillin explained, There is no choice. If that creature, Char, who is primarily composed of Wuling's cells, escapes, it will spell great trouble. I need to meet up with Goku and the others to relay everything. At that moment, Violet emerged from the house, her long purple hair styled into a side ponytail. Her voice softened considerably. She donned comfortable attire, cradling a baby girl in her arms, a striking transformation from her former self. What are you doing out here? Krillin rushed over, a goofy smile on his face as he carefully took their daughter from Violet. Be careful, Violet. You just gave birth to Marin. Don't let her catch a chill. Krillin gazed at the tiny life in his arms, noticing the resemblance to himself. At 100 days old, the baby's faint purple hair mirrored Violet's, peacefully asleep. An inexplicable bond swelled within him, filling him with immense pride for the life he had helped create. inspiring a willingness to sacrifice everything for her. I'm fine. Don't underestimate me as a weak woman. I was once a colonel in the Red Ribbon Army, commanding thousands. I'm nothing like you, Krillin, with your simplistic nature. Violet's tone shifted as she mentioned the Red Ribbon Army. The fear she once harbored had vanished, replaced by the resolve of motherhood that empowered her to face any challenge for her child. Indeed, Violet, you are truly remarkable. But even someone as astute as you has fallen for my simple nature, haven to you? Krillin chuckled, eliciting a playful eye roll from Violet. Their affectionate banter caused Master Roshi and Old Ghost to enjoy a hearty dose of dog food, a term for witnessing a couple's love. Master Roshi reclined back in his chair, immersing himself in the magazines and anthropomorphized animal illustrations provided by son Wuling. He had witnessed such occurrences far too often and had grown entirely accustomed to them. Now, Krillin and Violet engaged in this manner almost every day, their eyes unseeing and their hearts untroubled. Even the old turtle that had just crawled over had retreated into its shell. After Violet took Marin in her arms, Krillin remarked with a smile, I plan to have her join the Spirit Sage sect once she turns 6. I lack such talent myself. Every time the Spirit Sage speaks of a Danteon, and how a fully open human Danteon can lead to the pinnacle of existence and break the shackles of life, I can only smile bitterly. In any case, I have no expectations. If Marin could absorb the natural energy like Biddy Lee, that would be splendid. Violet inquired. What if Marin refuses to pursue martial arts when she grows up? Sighing, Krillin sheepishly scratched his head and said, if she doesn't want to, then she doesn't have to. As long as Marin is happy, that's all that matters. I'm sorry, I forgot that Marin could never be like Rose. Upon hearing this, Violet shot a displeased glance at Krillin and retorted, what do you mean by that? Are you implying Marin is inferior to Sun Wukong and that artificial being's daughter from the future? Our Marin will undoubtedly be the best when she grows up, far surpassing Sun Wukong's future daughter by hundreds, even thousands of times. No, that's not right. In any case, Marin is the best. Krillin nodded with a smile, affirming, yes, of course, Marin is the best. Suddenly, a sense of danger enveloped the air. Krillin instinctively shielded Violet behind him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. At this moment, Master Roshi set aside the magazine he had been reading and rose from his recliner. A transparent protective barrier abruptly materialized, encasing the entire turtle house. Chapter 79, The Origins of the Spirit Sage Sect. Currently, every city was under martial law. Even if Cell wished to hunt in the city, it would not be an easy endeavor. As soon as any news emerged, Satan would inform us. Yamcha finished speaking and handed the phone to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong accepted the phone, handling it with care, and remarked, this is a satellite phone created by Bulma. I assent it? Yamcha nodded, saying, indeed. Therefore, we can receive calls from anywhere within the solar system. This is more than sufficient for our needs on Earth. Piccolo raised his gaze to the sky, recalling the days when they traveled to Namek and could still communicate with Earth from the vastness of space. He had once curiously asked Bulma how they maintained contact, to which she explained it was through a special cosmic wave developed from the probe Raditz had given her for research purposes. The Frisia force relied on these cosmic waves to transmit signals, enabling communication even millions of light years away. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and the others noticed that Krillin's energy had inexplicably vanished, rendering him impossible to sense. Cold sweat broke out on Tien Shinhan's brow. Krillin had just disappeared like that. Sun Wukong attempted to teleport over, but he could not perceive Krillin or Master Roshi's energy. Damn it, he muttered. Sun Wukong transformed directly into a Super Saiyan, soaring at high speed towards the Kame house, closely followed by Gohan and Piccolo. Along the way, Yamcha handed sunglasses to Sun Wukong and Gohan, cautioning, be wary of Cell's solar flare, Gohan. Wukong. Thank you, Yamcha. Sun Wukong replied, his gaze resolute as he stowed the sunglasses away. Piccolo, flying swiftly in their wake, shouted to Sun Wukong, Wukong, when you encounter Cell, do not let your anger consume you. The Dragon Balls can only resurrect each person once. Among us, aside from Sun Wulings and Vegeta, if any of us die, we cannot be revived. I understand, Piccolo. Sun Wukong affirmed as they all raced towards the Kame house. At the Kame house, Master Roshi was trapped within a protective barrier, standing side by side with Krillin, both clenching their fists. Damn it, why has Cell come here? Krillin trembled with fear, yet resolutely stood with Master Roshi, shielding Bulma and Marin behind them. Emerging from the beach, Wuling's Cell was slick with water droplets that glistened across his body, not a trace of moisture remaining. Krillin, did you ever imagine we'd meet so soon? Wuling's Cell remarked, observing the terror etched on Krillin's face, a vindictive smile spreading across his own. Previously, during their encounter in North City, he had endured a brutal beating, narrowly escaping with his life. Now, the opportunity for revenge had arrived swiftly. Suddenly, two energy blasts were unleashed, hurtling towards Master Roshi and Krillin. The blast collided with a thunderous boom. Krillin was sent flying by the force of the explosion. While to Wuling's Cell's surprise, Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, skillfully evading the energy blast despite appearing weaker than Krillin. Interesting, Wuling Cell observed, a smirk gracing his lips as he witnessed Master Roshi's muscles swell in an instant, adopting a battle stance. Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts and a disciple of the martial arts master, Master Mateto, was the founder of the Turtle School, which laid the groundwork for the spiritual arts created by Sun Wuling's. It seemed that Wuling's spiritual arts were far more complex than merely harnessing natural energy for enhanced combat prowess. Krillin, coughing up blood, was on the brink of losing his resistance, as Wuling Cell sought to absorb his life force without delivering a fatal blow. You are Cell, Master Roshi said, eyeing Wuling Cell warily. Despite appearing as a child of merely 5 or 6 years, he exuded a malevolent aura, the disparity in power overwhelming. Even during their previous confrontation with Cell, Earthlings like Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien had only played supportive roles. Wuling Cell smirked at Master Roshi and Krillin, taunting. Are you waiting for Sun Wukong and the others to arrive? Don't hold your breath. Sun Wukong's instant transmission requires sensing energy. He cannot reach a place devoid of life. My protective barrier has severed your energy signals. At their current distance, even if they transform into Super Saiyans, it will take them at least 2 minutes to arrive. Wuling Cell gazed at Master Roshi, inquiring, could you enlighten me? Master Roshi, how did you accomplish this? With a swift leap, Wuling Shalu surged forward, his fists and feet striking like shadows towards Master Roshi. The exhilaration on Wuling Shalu's face grew as he observed that despite the absence of any discernible aura or significant power, Master Roshi was able to evade his attacks. If only time permitted, I would relish the opportunity to engage in an endless battle with you, perhaps uncovering the profound secrets of the spirit immortal flow that Sun Wuling has created. Wuling Shalu concentrated and formed a ki blast of 1 meter in diameter, hurling it towards Master Roshi. Whoosh! Master Roshi sprang into the air. Boom! The ki blast exploded. Although he had evaded it, the force of the explosion still enveloped him. Master Roshi cried out in agony, his body uncontrollably propelled away. Within his line of sight, Wuling Shalu's sharp tail lunged at him, piercing directly into his chest. Master Wu Tian. At that moment, Krillin summoned the last of his strength, raising his arm to conjure a ki slice, which he hurled at Wuling Shalu. Krillin, your control of the ki blast is utterly lacking. Wuling Shalu formed another ki blast, tossing it behind him, remaining unfazed as Krillin's attack approached. Buzz! Just as the ki slice was about to strike Wuling Shalu, it executed an extreme maneuver, passing behind him and, moments before colliding with the protective barrier, was shattered by the ki blast Wuling Shalu had just released. As expected, you have failed. Krillin collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as Wuling Shalu consumed Master Roshi entirely, leaving only his garments strewn on the ground. The ki slice was all I could muster. I cannot control it with the precision that Sun Wuling does with his ki blasts. That was my absolute limit. Bang! Just as Wuling Shalu approached Krillin, a gunshot rang out, a bullet striking Wuling Shalu and knocking him aside. At that moment, Violet stood before Krillin, her right hand wielding a pistol, while Marlin wept uncontrollably in her arms. Violet, Marlin. Krillin extended his trembling palm, his exhausted body leaning against Violet as he looked at the sobbing Marlin, gently caressing her. Marlin, no, do not be afraid, Daddy is here. Do not fear, both Daddy and Mommy are here. Chapter 80, Withering Rose. Wuling Shalu halted his advance, observing Krillin and Violet comforting the infant. Even as he recognized the impending outcome, he still yearned to protect the child named Marlin. Violet, you are a traitor of the Red Ribbon Army, aren't you? You are nothing like the formidable figure described in the records. Wuling Shalu recognized who Violet was. She bore little resemblance to the confident and capable persona recorded, her smile softer, with crystalline tears silently streaming from her eyes. Marlin, do not cry, Mommy is here. After handing Marlin over to Krillin, Violet took hold of her weapon with both hands and aimed it at Wuling Shalu. Unfazed, the gaze of Wuling Shalu revealed no trace of the previous terror associated with the artificial beings. Bullets struck his form, ricocheting harmlessly away. Just as he intended to devour Violet and Krillin with his tail, akin to the way he had consumed the turtle hermit, the sound of Marin's cries reached him. In that moment, Wuling Shalu's agile tail fell limply to the ground, his eyes fixated on Krillin and Violet, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he refrained from striking. Parents. Perhaps? How utterly tedious. Wuling Shalu's youthful visage darkened ominously as he concentrated a beam of energy, piercing through the chests of Violet and Krillin. Krillin was impaled through the heart, yet with his last breath, he clung desperately to the weeping Marin, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Violet, taller than Krillin, though similarly wounded, did not succumb as he had. Instead, she collapsed, blood staining the beach crimson, a final testament to love. The control of the energy sphere allowed Wuling Shalu to seize the pouch of Senzu beans from Krillin, containing 3 beans that Sun Wuling had previously entrusted to Krillin and Tien after defeating Raditz. How unexpected that Sun Wuling, that harbinger of death, would be so generous to his friends, even providing them with senzu beans. Wuling Shalu secured the pouch, swallowing it whole. Endowed with the cells of Piccolo and sharing his innate abilities, including the power to absorb and digest. In the original Dragon Ball saga, Piccolo had sealed the Elder Kai in a jar using the evil containment wave, subsequently swallowing it whole. After absorbing the turtle hermit's life force, he finally recovered from his prior exhaustion. Wuling Shalu gazed at his hands, marred from previous encounters with Vegeta and others. After employing the evil containment wave, he had been relentlessly fleeing. Even consuming a whale had barely allowed him to catch his breath. Son Goku and the others should be arriving shortly, likely at Bulma's home in West City to retrieve the dragon radar. That old turtle hermit had managed to evade his strikes. He must use the Dragon Balls to wish for Son Wuling's spirit flow. Wuling Shalu moved with remarkable speed, diving into the depths of the sea as the protective barrier dissipated, vanishing as if he were a fish in water, leaving behind Violet, who was now on the brink of death, and the sea turtle, who had narrowly escaped disaster. Violet crawled towards the lifeless form of Krillin, her movements trailing blood across the sand. Marin's piercing wails propelled her closer, even as her body temperature steadily diminished. Clinging to her final hope, she drew nearer. Blood mingled with the yellow sand on her palms as her chin gently rested against Krillin's cold body, as frigid as ice. Marin, dear, do not cry. Daddy and Mommy are merely resting for a while. They will return with the Dragon Balls, Violet murmured, blood trickling from her lips. She gazed at the inconsolable Marin in Krillin's embrace, offering a tender smile as her hand caressed Marin's cherubic face, leaving a streak of crimson in its wake. Tears blurred her vision, her hand slipping weakly away, and Violet's final smile resembled a wilting rose as she collapsed into Krillin's arms. Marlin's piercing cries echoed through the otherwise tranquil Kame house, accompanied solely by the tumultuous roar of the crashing waves. The turtle, despite being merely a creature of the sea, possessed a certain intelligence, and upon hearing Marlin's wails, felt an undeniable pang of sorrow. Yet, what could a turtle possibly do? Wukong, Wuling, come quickly. Suddenly, the turtle heard a powerful whooshing sound slicing through the air. It turned to see Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, soaring above the ocean, with Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo following closely behind. Meanwhile, at the Paozi Mountain, in the Lingxianli Martial Arts Hall, number 18 had just emerged from the bathhouse, adorned in the new attire prepared for her by Bidalai and Lan Fong. Clad in a white short-sleeved top beneath a black vest, blue denim trousers cinched at the waist, and black flats, she accessorized with white arm sleeves and a pair of black fingerless gloves. Her golden hair cascaded to her shoulders as she admired her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction before stepping outside. Upon encountering Lan Fong and Xiao Wu, number 18 curiously inquired, "Where's Bidalai? Why is she absent?" Lan Fong explained, "We just received a call from Mr. Satan. Bidalai left with number 16, Cell has escaped, and we urgently require assistance. The entire world is now under martial law." Escaped? Number 18 crossed her arms, her expression as cold as ever, betraying no sign of concern at the news of Cell's flight. What about Wuling? Has it been 10 days? Her demeanor remained unchanged, icy and composed. As long as he is not dead, it's fine. Otherwise, who will I turn to for the remaining 199 pieces of clothing I'm owed? Emerging from the threshold, she prepared to take off using her flight technique when Lan Fong called out to her, "Wait." Number 18. Pausing in midair, she looked at Lan Fong, who had also flown to her side, puzzled. "What is it?" Lan Fong explained, "Currently, you are the only powerful individual left at Paozi Mountain. Could you please stay and protect us? Master Wuling is still asleep, and if Cell were to take advantage of our moment of inattention, my strength is insufficient to safeguard him." A look of disdain crossed number 18's elegant features. With arms crossed, her piercing gaze caused Lan Fong to break into a cold sweat. "Why should I protect that guy Wuling? What do I owe him? That scoundrel nearly killed me before. Had my clothes not gotten dirty, I wouldn't have even shown up. How dare he take advantage of me? Wuling promised me 200 pieces of clothing, and he still owes me 199. Humph." With a disdainful huff, number 18 swiftly departed from Paozi Mountain, leaving Lan Fong suspended in the air, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 81, Beyond Super Saiyan. Beneath the waves, Wuling swam towards West City. The recent scene at Kame House, featuring Violet and Krillin, lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. "Father, mother?" As Wuling Shalu gazed at his own palm, he murmured softly, his mind drifting back to the moments in Baidu when Son Wuling deceived him with the help of the androids. Another Shalu from a parallel dimension had been vanquished by Son Wuling alongside androids 16, 17, and 18. Even to the point where Wuling delivered the final blow with the Kamehameha, turning the foe to ashes. A tremor coursed through him, although he had narrowly escaped death. The haunting memories lingered. The image of Son Wuling using the Kamehameha to obliterate that Shalu loomed over him, instilling a profound sense of dread and fear. "What am I thinking?" he scoffed. "I am merely the ultimate android created by that old fool, Dr. Gero, utilizing Sun Wuling's cells and genetic material. Beyond Wuling, my body harbors the cells of Piccolo, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, King Cold, and others. How is that related to that god of slaughter? Wuling seethed, shaking off the intrusive thoughts, his fists clenching involuntarily, and a firm resolve settling within him. From now on, I shall show no mercy. Once I evolve to my mature form, I will trample upon all of you. Wuling, Goku, Gohan, none shall escape my wrath. I came house. Son Goku stared at the lifeless bodies of Krillin and Violet, as well as Master Roshi's attire, his fists tightening in distress. Son Gohan carefully cradled the weeping Marin, while Yamcha, Tien, and Goku laid Krillin and Violet to rest. Gazing at their bodies encased in body bags, Goku's voice turned cold and resolute, devoid of his usual gentleness. Krillin, Violet, Master Roshi, wait for us. Once we eliminate Shalu, we will use the Dragon Balls to bring you back. Since Sun Wuling had referred to Master Roshi as Master Potato, Goku had taken to mimicking this address rather than calling him Grandpa Roshi as before. A melancholic silence enveloped the atmosphere. The deaths of Krillin, Violet, and Master Roshi cast a shadow of sorrow. The evening glow slowly descended upon the horizon, marking the end of a day filled with turmoil. Now, the enemy lurked in the shadows, and having allowed him to escape in Baidu, such an opportunity might not present itself again. Should Shala mature, it could spell disaster. Even Super Saiyans might prove powerless against him. I refuse to accept this, Trunks declared with determination. Humph, Vegeta grunted, his discontent evident, yet he shared Trunks' sentiment. Having undergone a painful lesson that pierced his very soul, he understood that being a Super Saiyan did not guarantee invincibility. As Wuling would say, we must prepare for the worst. If Super Saiyans are insufficient, then we shall transcend them, Goku announced to Vegeta, Gohan, and Trunks. Indeed, we must surpass the Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Uncle Wuling has said the same. Vegeta, taken aback, inquired, Gohan, are you saying that Wuling spoke to you about surpassing the Super Saiyan? What did he say? Son Gohan gazed at everyone and elucidated. I initially intended to learn the spirit flow from Uncle Wuling, yet he informed me that if I were to study this technique, I would never again be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo recalled what Son Wuling had previously shared with him and nodded. Utilizing the natural energy of the spirit flow to open the Dantian indeed represented a method of transcending limits, resembling the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, if one were to cultivate the spirit flow, transforming into a Super Saiyan could result in physical collapse. At this moment, Son Gohan continued, later, Uncle Wuling told me that if I was unwilling to forsake my Super Saiyan form, he would reveal to me a method to transcend Super Saiyans while retaining both abilities. What? Gohan, does Wuling mean that you can cultivate the spirit flow while still transforming into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo inquired, astonished. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. I too asked Uncle Wuling about this, and he mentioned that he found inspiration from Uncle Vegeta. Upon finishing his statement, Son Gohan's tail, which had been coiled, flicked with animation. From me? How could I be unaware of this? What is Wuling scheming now? Vegeta exclaimed, a tinge of frustration evident on his face, filled with resistance. He was wary of falling unwittingly into Wuling's trap. Suddenly, a satellite phone in Son Goku's possession rang. He answered it, and the voice on the other end was Mr. Satan. Goku, it's bad news. Cell has appeared in West City, and now Android 18 has him occupied. Hurry. Isn't 18 supposed to be at the Capsule Corporation? How could she be in West City? Android 17 asked, astonished. All right, we'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Son Goku was swiftly surrounded by Piccolo and the others, while Son Gohan clutched the weeping Marin in one arm and grasped Goku's clothing with the other. In an instant, they vanished, leaving only Master Roshi, who gazed at the setting sun, observing the arrival of night. West City. Wuling Cell strolled along the coast, gazing at the sprawling metropolis ahead, home to millions. He took flight using the flight technique, gradually entering the city, arms spread wide, his tail beneath his wings flailing with excitement. Before visiting Bulma's home, he intended to indulge himself. This time, he would not show mercy. As the sky darkened, the beach lay devoid of life, and Wuling Cell ventured into the urban expanse. But I must not absorb too much. Otherwise, if too many disappear at once, they will sense it. Thus, I can only consume around 10,000. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted Wuling Cell's musings. He turned to see a woman clad in a bikini. Upon spotting him, she shrieked, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter. Buzz! An air raid siren blared throughout West City, leaving Wuling Cell utterly astonished. Warning, warning, red alert. Warning, red alert. The air raid sirens echoed throughout the entire West City, accompanied by the panicked throngs fleeing in disarray, leaving Wuling Lu with a torrent of words that he longed to unleash. His temper felt as if it were on the verge of exploding, as he surveyed the fighter jets above, the warships on the sea, and the armored tanks on land, all advancing toward him. He harbored no fear of these entities, which he regarded as mere refuse. What truly unsettled him was the thought of Sun Wukong teleporting them here. Cursed beast, Satan, it must be him, the disciple of Sun Wukong and, overtly, the representative of the spirit immortal faction, swiftly rallying humanity together. It could only be him. With this in mind, Wuling Sha Lu concentrated his energy into a barrage of energy blasts, unleashing them upon the warships, fighter jets, soldiers, and tanks surrounding him. The dazzling sparks of destruction illuminated the night sky, a frenzied expression of his pent-up rage, as he lamented that this day had been fraught with misfortune and devoid of respite. Chapter 82, A World Out of Alignment. Number 18 departed from Paozi Mountain, hurtling toward a singular destination. Where had numbers 17 and 16 gone? How foolish of her to have forgotten to inquire about Lan Fang's whereabouts in her moment of frustration. As number 18 flew, she became entranced by the crimson glow of the evening sky, which bathed everything in a fiery hue. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared in her mind, prompting her to instinctively cover her ears, jolting her with alarm. What is happening? Unbeknownst to her, she had already soared over West City, with the relentless wail of the sirens continuing unabated. In an instant, fighter jets ascended, leaving long trails as they sped toward a coastal area of West City. Boom! Sparks erupted before her eyes, as Wuling Sha Lu's energy blasts obliterated everything in their path, illuminating the encroaching darkness of night with a fiery brilliance. Was the cell of Wuling, the core of Sha Lu, truly here? Number 18's gaze sharpened as she directed her flight toward the source of the explosions, her golden hair streaming behind her as she drew closer. She soon beheld Wuling Sha Lu, appearing no older than a mere 5 or 6 years. At that moment, Wuling Sha Lu, moving at high speed, was about to plunge into the sea. Number 18 gathered her energy into a concentrated blast, sensing danger. Wuling Sha Lu halted midair. In a swift and unexpected motion, number 18 delivered a powerful kick to his face. Boom! Wuling Sha Lu fell, crashing onto the beach, while number 18 landed gracefully and assumed a combat stance, eyeing the recovering figure of Wuling Sha Lu. Ugh! Wuling Sha Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with venom. Number 18, it's you. Number 18 gently swept her long hair aside, gazing at Wuling Sha Lu with a teasing smile. So this is how you've grown. You bear quite a resemblance to that Sun Wukong fellow. What is the matter? Now that you see me, do you plan to absorb us like the previous Sha Lu and become a perfect being? Wuling Sha Lu's eyes darted around, searching for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, he noticed that the 18th did not wear sunglasses like Yamcha and Piccolo before. A smile appeared on the face of Goku's cell as he spoke. 3 years ago, Dr. Gero recalled me after seeing someone who looked exactly like you. And he re-engineered me, not only by incorporating Goku's genetic code, but also by reprogramming me. I do not need to devour you and Android 17 to evolve into my perfect form, for I already embody that perfection, albeit in a diminutive state. I require a substantial amount of sustenance to grow, and once I reach maturity, I will be indistinguishable from the perfect cell of the past. What were you saying 3 years ago? What did that bastard Dr. Gero do to me? The 18th exclaimed, bewildered and enraged, directing her ire at Goku's cell. Ha ha. Goku's cell laughed. It seems you truly are unaware. 3 years ago, a girl who looked almost identical to you perplexed Dr. Gero until his last breath without ever understanding why. However, upon seeing another version of myself, I comprehended. Goku's cell tilted his head, his gaze filled with madness and brutality. She must have been like that Saiyan Trunks or another version of me, hailing from some parallel universe. Ha ha ha. Indeed, there are myriad divergent realities converging here. What are you laughing at, Cell? The 18th questioned coldly, her brow furrowed. Goku's cell continued to laugh maniacally. I am undoubtedly laughing at the other versions of myself. I know not what they are like, but I am determined to become the strongest, so that I fear no one. I will not only eliminate Goku and Gohan, but I shall also become the sovereign of the entire universe, a universe where the existence of Earthlings is intolerable. I loathe Goku, and I detest Earthlings. Ha ha. With a final burst of madness, Goku's cell dashed towards the 18th at incredible speed. Their fists collided, the immense recoil sending both of them staggering backward. The 18th took a single step back, while Goku's cell retreated 5 steps. Once steadied, Goku's cell unleashed his tail, which whipped around like a whip beneath his wings. Aiming for the 18th, adopting a stanced position, the 18th, just as Goku's cell's tail was about to strike her, propelled herself forward with immense force, grasping Goku's cell's tail. In the astonished gaze of Goku's cell, the 18th firmly planted her feet on the ground and spun him around vigorously. With a swift motion, she hurled Goku's cell into the sky, her palms facing forward as she concentrated a ki blast with a diameter of 2 meters. Take this, the 18th exclaimed, launching the ki blast towards Goku's cell, who was suspended in midair. Huh. Goku's cell clenched his fists and deflected the 18th's ki blast. Yet his arms shattered in the process. As the sun began its descent, the sky over West City was faintly adorned with twinkling stars. The explosion of Android 18's energy sphere illuminated the heavens, casting a luminescent glow akin to daylight. A distant helicopter buzzed into view, carrying war correspondents who captured the scene of Goku and Android 18 live, broadcasting the moment clearly to those watching television. The force of the explosion rendered the helicopter unstable, nearly sending it spiraling away. At Bulma's residence, they were fortunate enough to witness this spectacle. Even through the window, they could see the dazzling sparks illuminating the night. Amidst the brilliant fireworks in the sky, a fierce conflict erupted between Android 18 and Goku, their fists and feet moving in a blur. The reporters on the ground could not discern the figures of Android 18 and Goku, only hearing the thunderous sounds reverberating through the air, causing them to swallow nervously. With a resounding crash, Android 18 seized an opening and delivered a powerful punch to Goku's back, sending him crashing onto the beach. At that moment, an air raid alert prompted Din to arrive at the scene in West City, where he quickly spotted Goku on the sandy shore. He promptly retrieved a satellite phone to call Goku and the others. Chapter 83, The Situation. The sky was darkening, with the sun leaving only a faint glow over West City. Android 18 conjured another energy sphere and hurled it at Goku, her figure diving in pursuit. Bang! Goku retaliated with his own energy sphere, the two orbs colliding in a brilliant explosion. As the dust settled, Goku positioned his palms beside his forehead, invoking the solar flare. Possessing cells from Piccolo, Goku's arms regenerated swiftly, forming a fluid-like energy sphere that he launched towards the sea with a splash, while he himself darted into the city, effectively vanishing from sight. Android 18, Din in the distance, the war correspondents, and those watching the live broadcast were momentarily blinded by a flash of light, left in a state of confusion for 2 seconds. "Don't think you can escape," Android 18 exclaimed, rubbing her eyes with one hand while launching energy spheres towards the sea with the other. She had just heard the sound of something splashing into the water, and as her vision gradually cleared, she leaped across the ocean's surface, continuously generating energy spheres to hurl into the water. Bang, bang, bang. The energy spheres erupted, sending plumes of water skyward. Frustrated by Goku's escape, Android 18 puffed her cheeks in annoyance, scrutinizing the tranquil sea surface. She watched every corner intently, ready to unleash an energy sphere at the slightest disturbance. In an instant, Goku and the others teleported to Din's side. "Android 18, he said, as the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in the night. Android 18 recounted the events that had just transpired. "The solar flare, Android 18, this is for you." Yamcha suddenly handed her a pair of sunglasses. With a smile, he remarked, "Next time we encounter Cell, I shall bring this along. I shall no longer fear his solar flare." "Thank you." Android 18 took the sunglasses and clipped them to her collar. Even though it was now dark, she wore the shades to maintain her cool demeanor, unbothered by the possibility of colliding with a lamppost. She courteously expressed her gratitude to Yamcha. "I heard that, Master Goku. After I just finished my call with you, he shouldn't have escaped too far," Satan said, gazing at the ocean, which was gently rolling with waves. Piccolo, observing the boundless sea, remarked, "We are still a step too late." Everyone felt particularly fatigued from the day's events, overwhelmed by the multitude of occurrences that had unfolded without a moment's respite. First, it was the artificial humans 19 and 20 in the morning, followed by a trip to North City where son Wuling succumbed to a viral heart disease. With Cell appearing as Wuling's main cell, the chase ensued, leading to the sacrifices of Krillin, Videl, and Master Roshi, culminating in the present moment. Suddenly, two figures flew in from the distance. Android 16 and Videl were approaching. "Videl, Dad." After a smooth landing on the beach, the father-daughter duo exchanged greetings. "Videl, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in East City with Android 16? Satan inquired. Videl explained, "After seeing the news from West City, 16 and I rushed over." "Has Cell been dealt with?" "Not at all. He slipped away again." Satan pointed toward the vast expanse of the ocean, which seemed to serve as a sanctuary for Wuling and Cell, covering over 70% of the Earth. "What a pity," Videl exclaimed, picking up a shell and sending a flurry of splashes into the water. "By the way, 18, what are you doing in West City? Aren't you supposed to be at Paozi Mountain?" Android 18 lightly brushed her hair back, looking at Videl as she replied, "What is it to you? Must I inform you of my whereabouts, little girl?" Videl's expression shifted, and she quickly clarified, "No, I'm sorry. I was just worried about Master Wuling." Android 17, noticing the bloodstains on his clothes, suggested, "You should change your clothes first. This blood is going to stick to me. Afterward, we can pursue Cell." "Pursue?" 17. "It's already quite late. In this situation, we should rest well," Yamcha advised. "Rest?" 17 chuckled at the thought. "We androids never tire. We have infinite stamina and energy. As for resting, we prefer not to be shut down again." "Ah ha 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 indeed." Yamcha, scratching the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly, but internally mourned for Wuling's future. Infinite stamina and eternal energy, what an unfathomable abyss. As Yamcha lamented Wuling's future, a sense of admiration welled up within him. Wuling was indeed a true man. "Come to our home, 17. Wandering aimlessly will not lead us to Cell. First, Change your clothes. Sun Wukong invited androids 16, 17, and 18 over. Well, this outfit has become unwearable, remarked the typically reserved android 16. I find the Paozi mountain quite appealing. It boasts mountains, water, and wildlife, far superior to this city. Meanwhile, in a certain sewer of West City, Wuling Sheru cowered in a corner like refuse. Those individuals have prepared in advance. How infuriating. Wuling Sheru clenched his fists in frustration, resembling a mouse hiding in the filthy sewer, while food frolicked above him. His wanted posters were plastered everywhere. Satan, of course. It must be him, the disciple of Sun Wuling's, a public representative, and a student of the Spirit Immortal sect. How detestable. He is the one responsible for this predicament. Wuling Sheru vowed to remember Satan. He would seize any opportunity to eliminate him for the chaos he had caused, which had rendered him incapable of hunting in the major cities. Thus, he resolved to acquire the Dragon Ball radar and head in a different direction, towards the impoverished, underdeveloped regions, starting from the countryside to gradually rebuild his strength. He refused to believe that those individuals could monitor every corner of the globe. Wuling Sheru prepared to target those backward mountain villages, acknowledging his current weakness. If discovered in the city, an air raid alarm would instantly ring, prompting Sun Wukong to teleport at the slightest hint of danger. Chapter 84, Night. Late at night, at Bulma's residence. Really, Vegeta? Bulma pouted slightly, albeit without much complaint. She was well aware of the situation regarding Wuling Sheru, as well as Krillin's circumstances, yet she felt no worry. With a smile, Bulma cradled baby Trunks in her arms, assuring him, "There's no need to fret, dear Trunks. That Sheru will surely be dealt with by Sun Wukong and Wuling." Giggling, baby Trunks opened his tiny hands, emitting innocent laughter. "Bulma, you truly have unwavering faith in your son Wukong and Wuling," remarked Tais, clad in pajamas, as she smiled at Bulma and playfully teased baby Trunks. "Sister, didn't you leave Earth with Gak?" Bulma inquired with a grin. Tais shrugged, explaining, "When Gak discussed Frieza, the tyrant of the unified universe, he was defeated by your son Wukong. The situation with the androids on Earth is far more thrilling than anything I've encountered in the cosmos." Regarding Gak, Tais added with dissatisfaction, "Not a single novel based on him has gained traction. I can't fathom why. He claims my writing lacks the prowess to capture his heroic essence. Humph." Haha. Bulma laughed heartily, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Tais, hands on her hips, declared, "This time, I will portray your beloved son Wukong and Wuling in their entirety in a book. If it becomes a bestseller, it will be entirely Gak's fault. Not a reflection of my writing skills. Sun Jun, Wuling, and their companions? All of this must commence with the discovery of the Dragon Ball within the confines of my home." Bulma intentionally concealed certain embarrassing episodes from her past, such as the moment she first encountered Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling at Paozi Mountain, where she found herself infatuated with Sun Wuling. Subsequently, while she was in the restroom, a flying dragon inadvertently whisked her away. After Sun Wukong managed to fend off the creature, she was caught mid-fall by Sun Wuling. Yet she couldn't contain herself and ended up wetting her pants, right in his embrace. At that time, she was merely in her teenage years, weeping like a child, forever haunted by the disdain and disgust etched upon Sun Wuling's face. In retrospect, it was indeed a moment of utter social embarrassment. However, compared to Vegeta's cross-dressing, she felt significantly better, finding solace in that comparison. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. To surpass the Super Saiyan and that Wuling. Despite having set aside his pride to collaborate with others, he still managed to escape. Sun Wuling. Vegeta ground his teeth, bitterly uttering that name. A mere Earthling. Yet he had consistently overshadowed the Saiyans, with Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong always being his targets. Humph, the first to transcend Super Saiyan shall undoubtedly be me. Sun Wuling. Mark my words, whether it be Kakarot or his offspring, just wait and see, for it shall be I who ultimately vanquishes that creature. Inheritor of Sun Wuling's genetic legacy and main cell. At Paozi Mountain, the androids eventually followed suit, and Sun Wuling's dojo was expansive, welcoming Tien, Yamcha, and even Trunks, with Piccolo also feeling the weight of fatigue at that moment. In the rear mountain of the dojo, on an open grassland, also a training ground for Sun Wuling, Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan transformed into Super Saiyans and commenced their sparring match. Seizing an opportunity, Sun Gohan landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face, sending him crashing down and creating a deep crater. Sun Wukong, rubbing his face lightly, emerged from the pit. Reverting from Super Saiyan to his usual hairstyle, chuckling, "Gohan, your strength is nearly rivaling Wuling's." Haha, Dad, do you think Uncle Wuling will be angry when he wakes up? Sun Gohan inquired with concern, gesturing around. Cold sweat beaded on Sun Wukong's forehead as he envisioned the furious countenance of Sun Wuling. It should be fine, haha. We merely intended to engage in a friendly match, but it turned into an exhilarating bout, completely beyond our control, haha. Sun Wukong laughed awkwardly. Sun Gohan sat on the ground, gazing at the stars above, declaring, Hehe, I will definitely surpass Super Saiyan. Uncle Wuling mentioned that once I transcend Super Saiyan, I can cultivate the spirit flow and maintain my Super Saiyan form simultaneously. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan with a smile, asking, is that truly achievable? To cultivate the spirit flow while retaining Super Saiyan? Yes. Sun Wukong, with curiosity, rested his chin upon his hand and mused. It is truly fascinating to consider the retention of a tail. Retaining such an appendage could transform you into a colossal ape, yet that form is rather unwieldy. Akin to the miniature Qi Yuan slash of Wuling, as inconspicuous as the flora and stones lining the path. I wonder if Uncle Wuling merely mentioned his significant discovery upon witnessing the artificial full moon created by Vegeta. Shaking his head, Son Gohan explained, his tail swaying with agility. Just then, Kiki's voice echoed, prompting both Son Wukong and Son Gohan to feel their stomachs protest in unison. In addition to them, the gathering included the slumbering Sun Wuling, Pilaf, Shu, the Ox King, Biddy, Satan, Tien, Yamchu, Trunks, Piccolo, as well as the androids 17, 18, and 16, along with the infant Marin. Although the androids and Piccolo did not require sustenance, they still sat nearby, and the joyous atmosphere allowed everyone to momentarily forget their troubles. 18, glancing at 17, who had donned a new outfit, inquired, 17, did you not claim you would pursue Cell? What has kept you here? With his hands propped behind his head, reclining on the bench, 17 replied nonchalantly, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I remain in the light. Cell has concealed himself once more. At times, waiting brings its own pleasures. Only those who understand the art of patience will find treasures. 18 rolled her eyes at 17's contradictory demeanor, while 16, with his mechanical visage, revealed a faint smile upon hearing 17's words. Chapter 85. Midnight hours. At this moment, Sun Wuling, seated cross-legged in a dreamlike state, felt a shimmering silver aura emanating from his pineal gland. Never had he experienced such a refreshing sensation. It was reminiscent of the time before meeting Bulma. A period devoid of pressure and worries, where the accumulation of natural energy accelerated. In merely half a month, he would be able to open his middle dantian. Contemplating his journey to this world, Sun Wuling reflected on how his body had transformed into that of an infant, discovered and adopted by his grandfather, becoming Sun Wukong's half-brother. Yet, often, Sun Wukong exhibited more of a sibling-like demeanor. However, he pondered why his grandfather bestowed upon him the rather peculiar name Wuling. It seemed rather convoluted. Was there a special significance behind it for his grandfather? Knowing his grandfather's character, it was unlikely he would choose a name containing the character for spirit. As Sun Wuling opened his eyes, he gradually descended, reclining upon the grass and savoring the tranquility enveloping him. He began to contemplate the implications of his name, imagining how it might have been ridiculed in his previous life. Ultimately, he reasoned, it was of little consequence. It was certainly preferable to Sun Wuling. This world already had its share of absurdity. No, even without that, he would never become a pig. Absolutely not. Raising his voice slightly, Sun Wuling affirmed his rejection of the name, regardless of the prowess of anyone who bore it. Deep down, he believed that those who understood the meaning of Wuling would share his sentiments. His thoughts drifted back to the inexplicable sense of unease that had gripped him earlier. He hurriedly shook his head, and suddenly, a familiar melody echoed in his mind. At that moment, Bibidi, yawning, led androids 16, 17, and 18 to Sun Wuling's residence. Bibidi recounted the situation on the first floor of Sun Wuling's home, causing androids 17 and 18 to widen their eyes in disbelief. You androids do not tire or grow weary. Aside from typical entertainment venues like zoos and amusement parks, Sun Wuling's home is almost fully equipped with amenities. The second floor serves as a lounge, where Master Wuling rests. However, there is no need for concern. Master Wukong has mentioned that unless he has been excessively fatigued for nearly 10 days, Master Wuling will not awaken, so you needn't worry about disturbing him. Sun Wuling's home. Android 16 promptly made her way to the greenhouse, filled with the flora that Sun Wuling had meticulously nurtured. Android 16 felt a sense of surprise, realizing that someone like Sun Wuling could indeed cherish nature. In the hall, androids 18 and 17 looked around with wide eyes, nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of marvels. What wealth! Does this mean my 200 outfits are redundant? Exclaimed 17. Until now, Android 18 had not closely examined Sun Wuling's home. Observing 17, who was now engrossed in a video game, left her speechless. 17, did you hear what I said? Android 18 raised her voice slightly, displaying her displeasure. What? 17 replied. Momentarily startled, Android 18, who had maintained her icy demeanor, could no longer contain herself upon hearing 17's words. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Her right fist clenched as her azure eyes fixed on 17. What are you babbling about? Did you not assert that androids should have a purpose? We are supposed to eliminate Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong, right? What nonsense are you spouting? Humph. Android 18 glared at 17, who was now lost in the game. Letting out a cold huff of frustration, she glanced around, unwilling to engage with 17 further, when suddenly, her attention was drawn to a room, prompting her to curiously step inside. Is it true that Sun Wuling can sing? She mused, noticing the array of instruments: guzheng, flute, saxophone, suona, piano, guitar, and electronic drums present in the room. Almost every instrument imaginable was accounted for. Suddenly, Android 18's gaze fell upon a platter containing accompaniment tracks, gradually drawn in. She read on the display screen as she searched for the song title. There, she discovered a video recording of Sun Wuling singing at a wedding. No way, is that really Sun Wuling singing? She gasped. Who has invaded my space? Listening to music is one thing, but why is the door left open? Even I can hear it, Sun Wuling remarked, exasperated. Chapter 86, gradually drawn in. At this moment, number 18 attentively listened to the 3-minute video uploaded by Sun Wuling. A personal endeavor that bore no commercial intent, for he was not in want of money. Occasionally, the melodies stirred within her a sense of nostalgic reminiscence. A familiar tune that once touched her heart. As the final note faded, number 18 sat on the sofa, an inexplicable emotion welling up inside her, unable to articulate why. Sun Wuling's singing, while slightly superior to the ordinary, maintained a flawless pitch and tone. Even on stage, he exuded confidence, albeit his professional prowess was still lacking, as he was merely an amateur. In the dreamscape, Sun Wuling stood up, curiosity piqued. How strange, he mused, who could this be? If my calculations are correct, it should already be evening. Who would be so idle as to sing at this hour? Unbeknownst to him, number 18 regarded the accompaniment disc on the small table, her gaze flitting to the microphone. Gradually, she found herself captivated. Because of your enchanting smile, soaring forth from the endless darkness. Could it truly be? Sun Wuling's expression shifted, disbelief creeping in as he exclaimed, number 18, could it be that the cold, artificial being can sing? It astounded him beyond measure. Though not quite on par with his memory of Sister Springwater, number 18's voice possessed a unique charm of its own. With palms spread wide, he inhaled deeply and began to sing, his breath weaving seamlessly into the melody. Gradually, I am drawn to you, fragments of hope within this universe. Sun Wuling's unaccompanied singing harmonized with number 18, as the original Dragon Ball songs slowly entwined their fates. As the final notes lingered in the air, Sun Wuling exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze softening considerably. Not bad, he thought, pondering what number 18 and the others were up to. It seems I can no longer afford to rest, especially with my concerns about Cell, who was created from my very cells. Suddenly, number 18 noticed something, turning swiftly to see number 16 standing at the doorway, observing her. I forgot to close the door, number 16. Did you hear everything? Number 18's face flushed with embarrassment. In her moment of distraction, she had neglected the fact that she was in Sun Wuling's home, and despite the volume of their singing, it had not roused number 17, who seemed completely entranced. I did hear it, number 18, and so did Sun Wuling. Sun Wuling. Number 18's complexion shifted, for she now saw Sun Wuling clad in a sleep robe, having changed into the garments lent by Goku and Gohan, yawning and appearing quite fatigued as he stood beside number 16. How is it possible that after consuming a senzabine, I still feel so exhausted? Perhaps another short rest will suffice, and by tomorrow, I should be nearly restored. At this moment, Sun Wukong's eyes were still tinged with bloodshot. The accumulated fatigue had erupted all at once. He could barely keep his eyes open, and his body protested vehemently. He forced himself to consume yet still felt weary. The recent bout of viral heart disease, compounded by his inner demons, had taken a considerable toll on him. You, Sun Wukong, how have you awakened? Were you not supposed to remain unconscious for approximately 10 days? How is this possible? Was it my noise that roused you? I apologize, I forgot to close the door. Number 18's cheeks flushed slightly, not from shyness, but from an awkward sense of embarrassment, akin to being caught in a misdeed. I awoke to the sound of your singing. Though it was not loud at all, number 18. Sun Wukong leaned against the doorframe, cradling his own body, his slightly squinted eyes gazing at number 18. He felt that her presence, which he had encountered in numerous Dragon Ball fanfictions, was indeed justifiable. She was truly exquisite. It was no wonder that Krillin had been struck by lightning, turning into a shadow of his former self. His tone lacked the usual coldness and indifference, embodying a gentleness he typically did not express. I heard your voice. A tremor coursed through number 18 at his words, inexplicably stirring a fluttering sensation within her. The blush on her face nearly reached her neck, and her usual aloof demeanor vanished. She instinctively placed a hand over her chest, feeling her heart race, a most peculiar sensation. Her striking blue eyes trembling slightly. Your voice is delightful, number 18. Sun Wukong smiled softly, adding, your singing could rival that of a professional artist. I have mentioned this before, but now I genuinely commend you. You are truly stunning. This time, there was no pretense as during their initial encounter. Number 18 steadied her tumultuous emotions, her gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, your words have likely charmed many girls, haven't they? What? Do you intend to woo me? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Woo her? No, that was not quite right. His words could certainly be misinterpreted. While he appreciated beauty and was not blind to attraction, he categorically rejected any notion of romantic engagement, whether in his past life or the present. He had always been a solitary nobleman, a fan of the two-dimensional world, free from entanglements that weighed heavily on the heart. The pursuit of a romantic partner felt to him an utter waste of time and energy, yielding no benefits. In the innocence of youth, he had once found novelty in such matters, but maturity revealed the folly of love. The dismal experiences of colleagues and classmates in his previous life, coupled with the current antics of Vegeta, Krillin, Goku, and Tien, had instilled in him a profound aversion to the concepts of marriage and romantic relationships. Just as Sun Wukong was about to inform number 18 that she was misinterpreting his intentions, she interrupted, saying, "I sincerely apologize for earlier. I forgot to close the door. Sun Wukong, please allow me to decline your advances, for I am an android, and you are a human. We are fundamentally different." Sun Wukong pointed at number 18, a torrent of retorts bubbling within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 87, Night Gives Way to Dawn. At this moment, Sun Wuling felt his mind was insufficiently equipped to grasp the situation. Had he been rejected? No, he realized he had not even confessed his feelings. So, what was he to make of this rejection? It was perplexing. Why was he being inexplicably turned down when he had done nothing at all? It is often said that men are adept at overthinking, yet it seems women are not far behind in this regard. How could number 18 possibly discern his affections for her? Wasn't that merely a polite exchange? Sun Wuling was still trying to process everything. What was the meaning of this? Even if number 18 was strikingly beautiful, she was merely a feast for the eyes, and his heart was already captivated by Xiao Nan, Sakuradamai, and Kata Megumi, not to mention Kurumi. Was it really possible to fall in love simply upon encountering a pretty face? Number 18 then spoke, "I do not experience fatigue. I possess boundless energy and stamina. Not only that, but we harbor a bomb within us." Sun Wuling, you once said that behind the names number 17 and number 18 lies an entire lineage of remarkable individuals. We carry these names, inheriting the essence of thousands of vibrant lives. If given the chance, we too wish to become human. Sun Wuling fell into silence. Many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. There are hidden depths that can only be perceived upon closer inspection. The notorious reputation of the Red Ribbon Army had reached a point where even children were afraid to cry at night. Even Bidalai back then was aware of the Red Ribbon's infamous legacy, and the outcome was all too predictable. Sun Wuling's words left number 18 astonished, her eyes slightly reddened, gazing at him in disbelief. Even number 17, who was gaming in the living room, paused upon hearing Sun Wuling's statement. Despite the character on the screen being defeated, it seemed he was oblivious to it. Is it true? Sun Wuling, will you truly use the Dragon Balls to wish for us to become human? Number 18 asked incredulously. Sun Wuling nodded, his expression growing grave. It dawned on him as he spoke. Indeed, but the dragon is not omnipotent. If it cannot transform you into humans, I will implore the dragon to deactivate the bombs within you after we deal with Cell. But what of number 16, Krillin, and Master Roshi? Have they managed to suppress their energy? Or is it? Sun Wuling seemed to be enduring some inner turmoil, his forehead taut with veins, and his eyes nearly ablaze with suppressed fury. Number 16, I beg of you, if I do not awaken by tomorrow morning, please rouse me. This is no time for rest. Number 18, concerned, inquired, Sun Wuling, is your body up to the task? Goku mentioned that you would need about 10 days of recuperation. I have consumed a senza bean. Although I still feel fatigued, I am far better than when I first awoke. Moreover, this is not the time for me to rest. Upon hearing of Krillin, Master Roshi, and Vidal's demise, Sun Wuling nearly lost control. However, sensing everyone's energy, he realized they were likely all asleep. Number 16, 17, and 18 were tireless, brimming with infinite energy, likely brought to his home by Bidalai or Lan Fong, along with Xiao Wu. The entire day has likely weighed heavily on everyone, leaving them weary, especially with the death of Klin. Goku must feel similarly. At present, however, Wuling Shiru remains elusive, and even he, despite having consumed a senza bean, feels both exhausted and drained. His once gentle gaze has now grown cold and piercing. What would I do in such a situation? Suddenly, an electric thought struck me. Raditz mentioned upon his arrival on Earth that his scouter detected a formidable power aside from Goku. Was that not the case? Sun Wuling furrowed his brow, a headache creeping in as he realized there were indeed such beings on Earth that he had overlooked. If they were benevolent, it would be acceptable, wishing merely to lead a secluded life. However, if that individual intended to create chaos, what a blunder it would be. But who could it possibly be? Master Roshi? No, that is impossible. As for Tao Pai Pai, I have already reduced him to ashes, certainly not him, even in his dreams. Sun Wuling remained haunted by the figure Raditz had spoken of, a persistent thorn in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wuling sought to calm himself, gradually closing his eyes to regain composure. Perhaps I am overthinking. The events have transpired. Instead of dwelling excessively on them, I ought to contemplate solutions. Android 18 turned her head, her usual cold demeanor softened by a complex mix of emotions, remarking, "It doesn't sound like a fabrication." He did mention that if the dragon couldn't transform us into humans, he would request the dragon to deactivate the bombs within our bodies. Though their acquaintance was brief, she discerned his genuine kindness towards friends, companions, and loved ones. Android 16, as ever, remained composed and stated, "Is it too extremes, Sun Wuling?" Android 17 concurred. After all, he is the one that despicable Dr. Gero despises. Through the window, as 16, 17, and 18 observed, time passed. The daylight gradually yielding to the cooling twilight of night. Chapter 88, Strategic Action. The first rays of morning light bathed the earth in a soft glow. Android 16 promptly went to awaken Sun Wuling. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn, Sun Wuling greeted, "Good morning, 16. Thank you. I might have truly overslept otherwise." As Sun Wuling exited his room, heading to the restroom, he was startled to see Androids 17 and 18 standing at the entrance of the private room in the living room below. "You two, 17 and 18. You didn't stand there all night, did you?" he asked incredulously. Just then, 16 descended the stairs, joining 17 and 18 in their watchful gaze. Android 18 gently tossed her golden hair, saying, "We were concerned about waking you, and besides, we androids do not tire or feel fatigue. How was your rest?" Sun Wuling found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether this was a display of pride or genuine care from the androids. "Come and freshen up. Our bathroom is quite spacious, and we have new towels and everything you need. There's also one on the first floor," said Sun Wukong, glancing at number 16. "I apologize, I forgot you, like Aba, are entirely mechanical. My apologies." Number 16 crossed its arms protectively and merely smiled, shaking its head without uttering a word, maintaining that gentle smile as always. Once everything was in order, Sun Wukong donned a purple martial arts uniform and, accompanied by number 16, number 17, and number 18, they made their way towards the martial arts hall. At that moment, Aisho and Pilaf were stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, they promptly greeted him. This original trio had been completely won over by Sun Wukong's hospitality, no longer burdened by the need to conquer the world or lead a life of turmoil. "Wukong, you're awake. Weren't you supposed to be unconscious for another 10 days or so?" Piccolo inquired, concern evident in his voice as he addressed Sun Wukong. "I consumed a senza bean. What is the situation with Cell now? Krillin, Videl, and Master Roshi, how did they perish? Piccolo, please fill me in on everything." As Piccolo recounted the events that transpired while Sun Wukong was unconscious, how Krillin, Videl, and Master Roshi met their demise, and how Cell escaped from No. 18, he provided a comprehensive update on the unfolding circumstances. Upon seeing Sun Wukong awake, Tien Shinhan, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Trunks, and others were taken aback, surprised that he had regained consciousness earlier than anticipated. After gathering the details, Sun Wukong gained some understanding of the situation with Cell, realizing that it had not needed to absorb number 17 and number 18 to achieve its perfect form. It had merely remained in a diminutive state, requiring prey to grow. Rubbing his temples, Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up to Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, exclaiming, "Well done, Yamcha and Tien. With this strategy, Cell 1T dared to hunt in densely populated cities, and we managed to organize all the humans. Haha, I learned this from you." Thinking from another's perspective, Yamcha replied, feeling a bit bashful at the praise. "A single satellite phone 1T suffice. We must mobilize. We should form small groups of 2 or 3 and ensure constant communication among ourselves. If we lose contact, it will trigger an alert. Goku and I will sense it instantly and teleport to your location." Sun Wukong delegated these tasks to Pilaf, who was also an inventor, while Xiao Wu, Aisho, and Lan Fong assisted him. Sun Wukong continued, "Cell is hiding. If it appears in a major city, Satan will receive the news immediately and inform us. However, aside from these large cities, some remote and underdeveloped villages will undoubtedly become Cell's targets." Sun Wuling shook his head and chuckled, "Piccolo, you are overthinking. We simply need to focus on the villages near West City. Since Cell disappeared from West City, why would he come back here? The Dragon Balls, specifically Bulma's Dragon Radar, are his true objective. Ah, I see now, Wuling. This is why you insisted I place the 4-star Dragon Ball on New Namek yesterday." Sun Wukong realized the reason behind Sun Wuling's previous request. Yamcha, Piccolo, and number 17, among others, were momentarily taken aback. "So, you had already prepared for this. Truly, your foresight is commendable. What shall we do next?" Yamcha inquired with a smile. "We will wait for them in the villages surrounding West City. Once Pilaf has everything ready, we will commence our plan." After speaking, Sun Wuling turned to Sun Wukong and Tien. "Tien, please bring Dumpling and Lanchi to Paozi Mountain for the time being. Wukong, you can teleport Tien there. As for Krillin, Master Roshi, and Videl, they are already in peril. Even if we can use the Dragon Balls to revive them, I would still prefer to avoid further mishaps." "Understood." Tien grabbed my arm. With a sense of urgency, Sun Wukong sensed the energy of Dumpling and teleported away with Tien. I'll head to Bulma's home and bring them along. Upon sensing Vegeta's energy, Sun Wuling teleported to Bulma's residence. At that moment, in Bulma's house, Dr. Briefs, Mrs. Briefs, Tights, and Vegeta had just finished their meal. Vegeta, now donned in battle attire, was evidently preparing to meet up with them. The sudden appearance of Sun Wuling left them wide-eyed in astonishment. Wuling, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be in a temporary slumber? How did you awaken? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. I consumed a senza bean, so I am nearly fully recovered. Sun Wuling explained. Tights scrutinized Sun Wuling with keen interest. Leaning over to whisper in Bulma's ear, Bulma, is this the Sun Wuling you mentioned? He looks quite decent and meets my expectations. Why haven't you introduced us yet? Just never had the opportunity, I suppose. Sister, let me tell you, you have no chance. Bulma and Tights began to converse animatedly. Vegeta then turned to Sun Wuling and asked, Wuling, why have you come here so suddenly? Our little Wuling has arrived. Would you prefer coffee or tea? Mrs. Briefs cheerfully inquired, presenting a tray towards Sun Wuling. Seeing Mrs. Briefs and Vegeta, Sun Wuling quickly shook his head and replied, I am here to escort you all to Paozi Mountain. Bulma, you witnessed the battle between Cell and number 18 in West City last night, did you not? Indeed. Bulma nodded, exuding confidence without a trace of fear as she addressed Sun Wuling. But it's all right. No matter the enemy, you and Sun Jun will handle it. Won't you? Indeed. It seems that the creature known as Cell was after the Dragon Ball radar last night. Please wait a moment while I gather my belongings. Bulma remained calm, perhaps reassured by the presence of Son Goku and Son Goten, having faced numerous adventures and the specter of death together. Her unwavering trust in both Goku and Goten persisted, even as she found herself alongside Vegeta. In times of peril, her first thoughts invariably turned to Goku and Goten. Ties also joined in the preparations. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, after some persuasion from Goten, agreed to leave sufficient food for the animals for a month. At this juncture, Vegeta crossed his arms and gazed at Goten, remarking, I truly believed you would remain asleep for another 10 days. Do you have a strategy regarding Cell? Goten smiled in response, you'll find out shortly. However, I never anticipated that you would team up with Piccolo and the others. Vegeta scoffed, remaining silent. His alliance was primarily due to the immense pressure Goten exerted upon him. Otherwise, he would never have considered such cooperation. Yet, the outcome still resulted in Cell escaping. Bulma, Ties, Mrs. Brief, and Dr. Brief finished their tasks. At that moment, Ties held the infant Trunks in her arms. Bulma, where is your Dragon Ball radar? Goten suddenly inquired. I knew you would ask. Don't worry, look. I have it right here. Bulma proudly displayed the Dragon Ball radar, eager for praise. As Goten took the radar, the astonished gazes of Bulma, Vegeta, and the others bore down upon him as he approached the infant Trunks. Goten, what are you planning to do? Bulma's face was a canvas of confusion, filled with questions. A gentle energy surged into Trunks' thumb. With a crack, the glass screen of the Dragon Ball radar shattered, leaving Bulma, Ties, Vegeta, Mrs. Brief, and Dr. Brief in disbelief. Hey! Bulma rushed over, grabbing Goten by his collar. What are you doing? Goten, why did you destroy my Dragon Ball radar? As a craftsman, you should understand my feelings. It's devastating to see something you created being destroyed. Goten pressed his palm against the radar, explaining, the 4-star Dragon Ball has already been taken to the new Namek by Goku. Cell cannot possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Moreover, I instructed little Trunks to damage the radar to create an illusion of neglect, allowing Cell to believe he could obtain this radar, which, by the way, was a gift from you, Bulma. Oh, I see now. I have forgiven you. As long as the Dragon Ball radar detects the movement of a Dragon Ball signal, it indicates that Cell is nearby. Alternatively, we could remain vigilant at a specific Dragon Ball's location, waiting patiently for our opportunity. At that moment, we shall be able to vanquish Cell. Upon understanding this, Bulma released Sun Wukong, her excitement palpable as she grasped his intentions. Vegeta, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, scoffed, Sun Wukong, you have overlooked a crucial detail. You instructed Kakarot to place the 4-star Dragon Ball on the new Namek. Yet you seem to forget that if Cell sees only 6 signals on the radar, he will undoubtedly realize that you have concealed the Dragon Balls. Will he still bother searching for them then? Bulma was momentarily taken aback, turning to Sun Wukong with a look of confusion. It's quite simple. I had Pilaf create a Dragon Ball simulator capable of emitting waves identical to those of the Dragon Balls, allowing the radar to detect them. After saying this, Sun Wukong presented the damaged Dragon Ball radar to Vegeta, Bulma, and the others. Indeed, there are 7 signal sources. That Pilaf fellow is surprisingly resourceful. I truly miss our days of searching for the Dragon Balls, Wukong. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded slightly, the nostalgia evident. Those times were carefree and natural. He, Goku, and Bulma set forth from Paozi Mountain, embarking on their adventure. The battery of that signal source is sufficient for half a year. I had Biddy place it in the desert beforehand. If Cell truly finds it, he won't be able to jump into the sea. Moreover, even if he exhausts his efforts to seize it only to discover it is a fake, don't you think that would be exhilarating? Sun Wukong's words elicited a slight smile from Vegeta. He found many aspects of Sun Wukong's character quite agreeable, despite his occasional annoyance. The thought of Cell laboring to acquire the Dragon Ball only to realize it was a ruse was rather amusing. Sun Wukong switched off the Dragon Ball radar and discarded it in a nearby trash bin. He then teleported alongside Vegeta, Ta-Ec, Dr. Brief, and Mrs. Brief to Paozi Mountain. Goku had already brought Dumpling and Lan Chi with him, and in addition, Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi had welcomed a child. "Oh, is this your son Tianjin Fan? What is his name?" Sun Wukong inquired as he gazed at the chubby little being in Lan Chi's arms, adorned with blue hair. Lan. Sun Wukong felt an odd sense of familiarity with this name, though he could not recall why. Suddenly achoo. Lan sneezed, and his hair instantaneously transformed into a golden hue, completely inheriting Lan Chi's traits. Furthermore, he became quite restless. Goku remarked, in this regard, "He is utterly identical to Lan Chi." Chapter 90, Little Wukong vs. Cell. After ensuring that Bulma, Ta-Ec, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and Lan Chi were settled, Pilaf prepared the walkie-talkies and satellite phones. Wuling, meanwhile, rushed to his private comic house and cinema, remaining true to his nature. Sun Wukong, Xiao Wu, and Pilaf adjusted the frequency, each receiving 3 Senza beans anew as they prepared to split into teams for action. Dumplings remained at Paozi Mountain on the 16th. Should anything amiss occur, both Dumplings and Lan Fong could unleash their fury, instantly sensed by Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. At this moment, Piccolo remarked, "I shall team up with Android 17 and Tien Shinhan. Wuling, you should form a group with Android 18 and Yamcha. It is imperative that we avoid pairing up in twos, as androids cannot be sensed." Understood, Sun Wuling nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan possessed relatively weaker abilities. Should they encounter Wuling or Cell alone, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. While Tien Shinhan could hold on for a while longer, Yamcha might not fare as well and could potentially be eliminated in an instant. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with Trunks and Gohan, after delivering their supplies, would rendezvous with Dend, assisting him. Should either Dend or Bulma's ki suddenly dissipate, they would immediately teleport to their location. Thus, a day passed following the events in West City. At this moment, Sun Wuling and Android 18 found themselves in a mountainous forest, continuing their vigil. Approximately a kilometer away, Yamcha similarly remained crouched atop a large tree, undeterred by the wind and rain encountered over the past few days. "The anguish of waiting is truly excruciating, Wuling." Yamcha's voice crackled through the intercom, tinged with fatigue after a full day of silent vigilance, mindful not to attract Wuling or Cell's attention. Were it not for the novels and comics to pass the time, he might have succumbed to despair. The sky was as tranquil as could be, in contrast to Yamcha. Sun Wuling exhibited remarkable composure, patience, and tranquility, far surpassing that of the other warriors. "If 2 days pass and Cell still does not emerge, must we continue to wait?" Android 18 inquired, sitting on a tree branch and delicately brushing her hair aside. "That is highly unlikely, indicating he is not in West City, unless Cell discovers our presence. I have merely been a tad careless. Even in West City, there are many impoverished and backward places akin to his hometown. Much like you, embodying 2 extremes." Sun Wuling responded, "Did we not discuss that where there is light, shadows inevitably follow?" Android 18 rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him. "Indeed, yet the shadows loom larger than I anticipated. There has been no word from Dend or Bulma either. I wonder how many Soul Cell has consumed in just 1 day." Sun Wuling furrowed his brow, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. Compared to his previous ignorance, he now understood the importance of unity. Unlike the time when Cell had ruthlessly exploited him, this Cell, primarily composed of his own cells, was not to be taken lightly. From a distance, Yamcha's voice, laced with exasperation, emerged from the intercom. "Wuling, 18, could you please mute the intercom while you chat? I can hear everything." My apologies. Is it true that Goku and Vegeta are over there? Has Cell gone to their location?" Yamcha had now flown to Sun Wuling's side, with Android 18 also rising to her feet. Sun Wukong glanced at the tranquil village in the distance and gestured for Yamcha and Android 18 to grasp his arm. In an instant, they teleported to Vegeta's side. Upon seeing Vegeta, Sun Wukong hurriedly inquired, "Where is Cell?" Over there. Kakarot has already dealt with him. Though his skin is blue now, it's entirely different from what we saw yesterday." Vegeta pointed towards the distance with a hint of dissatisfaction, feeling that Sun Wukong had stolen his chance to intervene. "Blue?" Yamcha was taken aback as he approached Sun Wukong. The blue variant of Cell looked feeble, yet defiantly glared at Sun Wukong and the others. Could it be that he has evolved? Yamcha pondered aloud. Evolved? Don't be ridiculous. Although he resembles that troublesome fellow from before and possesses our techniques, his power is significantly diminished. Sun Wukong, do you have any peculiar techniques up your sleeve? Vegeta directly questioned Sun Wukong, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. What peculiar techniques? I suspect it's just that Piccolo's Namekian egg-laying ability at work. Sun Wukong explained. Egg-laying? Vegeta was momentarily confused, entirely oblivious to Piccolo's capability. Indeed, Piccolo has the ability to lay eggs, and you, Wukong, are quite remarkable. Suddenly, the aura of the small blue cell surged violently, charging towards Yamcha with the intent to self-destruct and take someone down with him. Humph, indeed a tough nut. Just as Son Wukong prepared to act, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated the small blue cell, leaving Yamcha drenched in cold sweat from his earlier bravado. Yamcha, are you alright? Son Wukong inquired with concern. I'm fine, Yamcha quickly nodded, realizing he had been overly confident. Thank you, Vegeta, he expressed gratefully. Suddenly, the aura of Biddy Lee and Mr. Satan erupted, and the air raid sirens in West City echoed ominously, reaching the ears of the others, including Piccolo and Gohan, who halted their advance towards Son Wukong. I'll head over first. Wukong, follow me and bring everyone along. Son Wukong sensed Biddy Lee's energy and ceased to restrain his power, teleporting away. Alright, everyone. Just wait for me a moment. In the sewers of West City, the blue cell dispatched the small blue cell to hunt, targeting the impoverished villages near West City. After the small blue cell had feasted, it merged with the blue cell, an ability derived from Piccolo's Namekian lineage, resulting in the blue cell evolving into a youthful form resembling Son Wukong at the age of 14 or 15. Today, another small blue cell was created to hunt. Following the same procedure, while the blue cell concealed his presence, cautiously making his way to Bulma's residence. Indeed, Bulma and the others were nowhere to be found. TCH. So the dragon radar was taken as well. At this moment, Wuling Shalu was incessantly rummaging through Bulma's residence, having searched for nearly half an hour without success in locating the coveted dragon radar. Instead, he stumbled upon several empty universal capsules, sitting in the living room. Wuling Shalu clenched his fists in frustration and unleashed a powerful punch against the adjacent wall. Damn it, the dragon radar has indeed been taken away. It's no surprise. I must have aroused suspicion, and they surely guessed my purpose for coming to West City. How could Bulma and the others possibly neglect such an essential item? He exclaimed in anger, as Wuling Shalu was about to rise and depart. His attention was suddenly captured by the dragon radar that Sun Wuling had intentionally left behind in the trash bin. This, he pondered, pressing a button on the cracked screen, which revealed the signals of 7 Dragon Balls. It was a damaged dragon radar, but wait, based on the appearance of the screen, it seemed to have been shattered from an impact, and given its small size, it appeared to be the handiwork of Vegeta and Bulma's child. Ha! Wuling Shalu erupted in laughter, gazing at the 7 glowing points on the radar. Although the screen was broken, it did not hinder its functionality. Inheriting Vegeta's bloodline, this child was likely a hybrid Saiyan like Son Gohan. It seemed plausible that the radar had been carelessly discarded in the trash after being broken, aligning perfectly with Bulma's described personality. Ha! He had genuinely thought he would need to embark on an adventure to Baba Mountain to seize Sun Wuling's dragon radar. Suddenly, an electric jolt surged through Wuling Shalu's mind. His creation, the small Wuling Shalu, had vanished. Indeed, Son Goku and the others had been waiting for him in a nearby village in West City. However, if they discovered him, so be it. The dragon radar was now in his possession, and there was no longer any need to linger in West City. He tucked the radar into his mouth like a snake swallowing its prey and stepped out of the door into the courtyard, preparing to exit Bulma's home via the sewer. Suddenly, the air raid siren blared once more in West City, causing Wuling Shalu to momentarily freeze. He had been detected. Huh! A surge of energy erupted from Biddy Lee. As 2 energy blasts hurtled toward him, Wuling Shalu effortlessly swatted one away, which landed in a distant private zoo, scattering the animals, while the other struck a nearby tall building, causing it to shatter and collapse. Fortunately, upon hearing the air raid siren, everyone had evacuated in an orderly fashion under the patrol's guidance, thus avoiding any casualties. Biddy Lee and Satan, oh no, Son Goku's instant transmission. At that moment, Biddy Lee donned sunglasses and ascended into the air, pursuing him with her hands cupped like a trumpet, her clear, youthful voice ringing out. Shalu, you incomplete life form, mutated alien. Kindergarten-level student, with the appearance of a mentally challenged frog, stop right there. Wuling Shalu abruptly halted mid-air, mechanically turning to face Biddy Lee, veins bulging on his forehead. What did you just say? He roared, his aura flaring in anger. He could no longer contain himself. Biddy Lee's words were too venomous, igniting a fiery rage within him. Suddenly teleporting to Biddy Lee's side, Sun Wuling was startled by the overwhelming energy that erupted from Wuling Shalu. The anger that had recently surged within him dissipated upon seeing Sun Wuling, replaced by an icy dread that caused him to tremble involuntarily. The aura he had just conjured vanished, restoring his usual composure. Is this Shalu's energy? Piccolo clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he shook with fear. How could he have grown so powerful in just one day? Are there really that many in the mountain villages near West City? This force. Infuriating. Vegeta tightened his fists, seething with resentment. Tianjin Han also gripped his fists, beads of sweat forming as he felt an overwhelming pressure. Yamcha struggled even more, finding it difficult to breathe. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Shalu's current energy rivals that of my father, but he is still no match for Uncle Wuling and me, Sun Wufan declared gravely. Piccolo glanced at Sun Wufan and whispered softly, feeling a strange sense of comfort. He was unsure when he had grown so close to Sun Wuling and Goku. Trunks, in disbelief, remarked, "This is Shalu's energy, and it has only been a day since the blank period. Everyone hold on to me." Coming back to his senses, Goku called out to the others. Now that Sun Wuling was no longer suppressing his energy, he fully unleashed it, and sensing his presence, Goku instantaneously teleported everyone over. Above West City, even as Wuling Shalu exuded a terrifying aura, Beidili showed no fear. Her trust in Sun Wuling mirrored that of Sun Wufan's trust in Piccolo. She stuck her tongue out at Wuling Shalu and hid behind Sun Wuling. Putting on sunglasses, Sun Wuling elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Wuling Shalu's mouth, as he mentally cursed Yamcha and Krillin for their actions 2 days prior. With the sunglasses on, Sun Wuling exuded a different aura, looking at Wuling Shalu and saying, "I never expected you to be hiding there at that time. How did it feel back then?" You, Wuling Shalu, emotionally charged, was on the verge of losing control. The mere words from Beidili and Sun Wuling nearly drove him to fury. Didn't you achieve something back then? How is it that you're so lively now?" Wuling Shalu slowly floated backward, remembering how Sun Wuling had transported the then 16, 17, and 18 to a new dimension using Ultra Instinct. Now, without controlling his energy, Wuling Shalu could sense that even in his youthful state, he was still inferior to Sun Wuling. Whoosh! Goku and the others arrived through teleportation, and upon seeing Wuling Shalu, they all donned sunglasses, preparing for a confrontation to prevent Wuling Shalu from using solar flare. Chapter 92, Sun Wuling and Wuling Shalu. Haha. Wuling Shalu lowered his head, laughing heartily. "What is the matter? Have you become too scared to speak?" "Beidili, did you say something earlier that left him dumbfounded?" Sun Wuling chastised Beidili with a serious demeanor. "No, Master Wuling, I'm still just a baby. I am truly innocent, even more so than Uncle Wukong. Just now, I merely called out for Shala Dedujuo to wait for me, as I couldn't catch up with him. Then, Shala Dedujuo obediently stopped. I really didn't say anything, Master Wuling." At this moment, Beidili wore an expression of utter innocence. Her large eyes, bright and mischievous beneath her sunglasses, harmonizing perfectly with Sun Wuling. This caused Wuling Shalu to clench his fists, raising his head with a gaze that seemed almost lethal towards Beidili. Vegeta, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and the others instinctively distanced themselves from Sun Wuling and Beidili, fearing that this master-student duo was about to concoct some mischief. They hurriedly moved away, suspecting that Beidili had said something to incite Wuling Shalu's fury, triggering his loss of control. Piccolo, after casting a glance at Beidili, turned his attention to Son Gohan, fully aware of the budding affections Gohan harbored for Beidili. With her being the only peer close by, he couldn't help but worry. If Gohan ended up marrying Beidili, would he be able to handle her spirited nature in their married life? With a look of feigned grievance, Beidili exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot. Those were the names of the 2 dogs my father raised, one called Shalu and the other Dedujuo. The names sound similar, so I mistakenly called him Shala Dedujuo. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Shala Dedujuo. Oh no, I made another mistake. Woo, I apologize." At that moment, Satan longed to clarify that he did not own any dogs. Yet he remained silent, his heart feeling a pang of hurt. Though still his little cotton-padded jacket, she now appeared to be bristling with thorns. "Beidili, wait. How can you say such a thing?" Sun Wuling, feigning a stern demeanor, began to admonish Beidili. "Dogs are our human friends. While there are bad dogs, there are also good ones. By saying that, are you not insulting Shalu and Dedujuo? Even dog waste can serve as fertilizer for crops. Oh, Shalu is even less worthy than dog waste." Beidili raised her voice incredulously, her expression one of astonishment, which led Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and others to burst into laughter. Even Vegeta and Piccolo trembled, desperately stifling their amusement. Vegeta, feeling a sense of vindication, thought to himself, this master-student pair of Beidili and Sun Wuling truly knows how to exasperate someone. "Shalu, may you relish the feelings I experienced back then." Sun Wuling nodded in agreement, stating, "It indeed seems that Shalu's usefulness is less than that of a mere pile of dog waste." Beidili gazed at Wuling Shalu with disdain, emitting a light, tinkling laughter. "Puff! Ha ha ha! What is the point of him still being alive? Master Wuling, this Shalu is truly a waste of food while alive, a waste of land in death, and even as ash, he pollutes the air. Even now, he wastes oxygen while breathing. Shalu, how can you be so utterly useless? Puff! Ha ha!" In the end, even Vegeta and Piccolo could no longer maintain their usual aloof demeanor. If such an incident occurred to them, it would be a disaster. But witnessing it happen to others? In a fit of rage, Wuling Shalu conjured a spiraling energy blade, hurling it towards Sun Wuling while bellowing, "Silence, both of you." Sun Wuling's gaze hardened as he summoned a Kamehameha energy sphere, colliding it with the spiraling blade midair. Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, pursuing Wuling Shalu alongside androids 17 and 18. At that moment, Wuling Shalu's figure darted at incredible speed, vanishing in mere moments. Except for Gohan and Son Wuling, who were gradually closing the distance, the others, including Vegeta and Android 17, were being left behind, with only Goku managing to keep up with Gohan and Son Wuling. What a warrior race, the Saiyans. Why am I the target of so many? Wuling Shalu sneered. Don't run, Shalu. Aren't you the one who devours humans? I'm a fellow Earthling. Why flee? A silver aura formed around Son Wuling, drawing Wuling Shalu's attention. He realized Son Wuling's intentions immediately. Ultra Instinct, no? Wuling Shalu erected a protective barrier and, upon reaching the coast of West City, submerged himself in the sea. Humph, Gohan, track my energy in the water. Once I close in, I'll strike him the moment he surfaces. Son Wuling coldly huffed, forming his own protective barrier and diving into the depths, pursuing Wuling Shalu. Yes, Uncle Wuling. Gohan responded, sensing Son Wuling's energy and soaring through the water at high speed, leaving Vegeta, Goku, and the others far behind. Underwater, Son Wuling maintained his protective barrier, swiftly closing in on Wuling Shalu, creating ripples and splashes in his wake. Son Wuling, Son Wuling, Son Wuling. Wuling Shalu fervently chanted in his mind, filled with intense hatred, disdain, and fear towards Son Wuling. The haunting memory of Son Wuling annihilating the parallel universe's Shalu, turning him to dust, lingered in his mind like an unshakable nightmare. Curse you, Son Wuling. I shall reach my perfect form. You never imagined that Bulma, that fool, carelessly discarded a functioning Dragon Ball radar as trash, did you? Wuling Shalu's heart swelled with pride at the thought of the radar, which, despite a cracked screen, was still operational, further fueling his contempt for Bulma. Son Wuling, once I attain my perfect form, I shall implore the Eternal Dragon to grant me the spirit flow you created. Both I and that old coot, Dr. Gero, have long been intrigued by your spirit flow, which allows an Earthling to surpass the likes of Goku. Wuling Shalu manipulated his energy spheres, targeting 2 corals ahead and launching them towards Son Wuling. Chapter 93, Super Saiyan Full Power. In the distance, Videl, Mr. Satan, and Goku ceased their pursuit, hovering above the ocean's surface with closed eyes, attuned to the energy signatures of Son Wuling and Gohan. Sun Wukong possesses the ability of instantaneous movement, and with Son Wuling and Son Wufan unable to regulate their energy, it would be far more advantageous for them to sense Son Wuling, pause, and then utilize instantaneous movement to transport everyone. It's bad, everyone. There are numerous locations where a massive amount of energy is suddenly vanishing, exclaimed Biddy Lee, her eyes wide open. Piccolo, unnaturally coated in cold sweat, remarked, indeed. Son Wuling was correct. There are not just one, but multiple small cell entities at play here. If Cell truly reaches maturity, can we solely rely on Wufan? Son Wuling, have you already devised a plan for what comes next? TCH, this isn't just happening in West City. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, that cunning fiend. If he truly matures. Damn it, that scoundrel. Sun Wukong sensed the sacrifice of so many and clenched his fists in fury. Under the sea, Wuling Cell erected a protective barrier to isolate the water flow, continually fleeing toward the south, with Son Wuling closely trailing. Likewise, both Son Wuling and Son Wufan sensed the presence of Wuling Cell. Haha, my children have succeeded. It requires immense vitality to reach maturity, and now, those lives are sufficient. Once I achieve maturity, Son Wuling, what will you amount to? I shall no longer fear you. However, Son Wuling just now resembled that old turtle sage. It felt as if his body instinctively dodged. As this thought crossed his mind, Wuling Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart racing as if thousands of ants were crawling within. He yearned to understand the reason behind it all. An even greater desire ignited for the spirit immortal flow created by Son Wuling. In the depths of the ocean, Wuling Cell soared forward, with Son Wuling in close pursuit. The distance diminishing. At the surface, Son Wufan continuously sensed Son Wuling's energy, maintaining synchronized flight. Gliding at low altitude above the sea, Son Wufan approached a realm of glaciers. They had traversed from West City to this icy expanse. Wuling Cell, moving at high speed beneath the sea, was filled with fervor. Rapidly approaching the designated location agreed upon with the small Wuling Cells he had created. Suddenly, a silvery stream of light swept past Wuling Cell, energy radiating outward. Silver energy particles dispersing. Under his desperate gaze, it enveloped both him and the following Son Wuling. At the surface, Son Wufan also witnessed the shimmering silver light illuminating the entire seabed. Could that luminescence be Uncle Wuling's ultimate domain? Son Wufan murmured softly. No, scoundrel, Son Wuling. You're almost there. At that moment, Wuling Cell's eyes nearly bulged with rage. The expansion of the ultimate domain left him with no escape. Dense energy blasts erupted chaotically around him, culminating in a Kamehameha wave directed at Son Wuling. Simultaneously, wings unfurled, and his tail suddenly spread open, hastily ejecting a green egg. Dragon Ball radar, a universal capsule, and a bag. Boom. The Kamehameha wave crashed against Sun Wuling's protective barrier, the ultimate domain enveloping both Sun Wuling and Wuling Cell. Vanishing into the depths of the sea, they disappeared. Gohan hovered at sea level, and even Vegeta and Goku sensed the sudden disappearance of Wuling's energy. What happened? Wuling's energy has vanished. Tien exclaimed. Everyone hold on to me. Gohan's energy has also come to a halt. Goku shouted to the group. Once they all grasped one another, they instantaneously teleported to Gohan's side. At that moment, Gohan remained in his Super Saiyan form, yet he exuded no overwhelming aura. He appeared calm and composed, embodying the full power of a Super Saiyan in a state of restraint. Goku quickly inquired of Gohan, fearing a repeat of the dire situation that had unfolded on Namek. Although he knew the Dragon Balls of Namek could revive Wuling, anxiety gnawed at him. Gohan recounted what he had just witnessed. A silver light erupted from the ocean depths, and then Uncle Wuling's energy vanished, reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct he once described to us. Ultra Instinct, Silver Light. Androids 17 and 18 were even reminded of their entrapment in the Ultra Instinct realm the previous day, their minds racing with the memories of power suppressed. Had it not been for Wuling's reluctance to kill them, their fates would have been sealed. 18 rubbed her abdomen, still feeling a lingering pain. Wuling had shown no mercy. Regardless of her being a woman, enemies were treated without compassion. That is Wuling's Ultra Instinct realm, a world he creates to ensnare his foes. Within it, adversaries are further suppressed, and their energy rapidly depleted, making escape impossible. The only way out is to defeat Wuling, she explained. 17 added, Cell appears weaker than Wuling. And now trapped in the Ultra Instinct realm, he stands no chance. Wuling certainly won't spare him. What? A created world? Are you saying Wuling has forged an entire realm? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Yamchu, Tien, and Videl shared similar astonishment, mouths agape. To create a world. Could he truly be one of us, a mere Earthling? How incredible. So this is the nature of the Ultra Instinct realm. I genuinely wish to experience Wuling's domain someday, Goku remarked, his usual bright smile radiating excitement and a thirst for battle. Only Vegeta and Trunks, observing Gohan's demeanor, sensed no brutality typically associated with a Super Saiyan, but rather an unsettling tranquility. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Trunks pondered vacantly. Chapter 94, The Path of Ultra Instinct. Under the sea, Goku, Gohan. And even Wuling did not anticipate that in a critical moment, Wuling Cell would unleash an egg, reminiscent of the moment when Piccolo the Demon King faced his demise. Damn it, father. I will mature and seek vengeance against Wuling. The newly emerged Wuling Cell tucked away the Dragon Radar, Senza Beans, and Capsule Corp items. His head held high with hatred, as Goku and Gohan soared rapidly towards the glaciers above. He must hasten to merge with the life forms collected by those little spirit Saris. His current state is undeniably feeble. Any of them, be it Vegeta or Trunks, could easily overpower him, not to mention their utter disregard for martial ethics, an absence of Saiyan pride palpable in the air. Within the realm of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, Spirit Saru was on all fours, gasping heavily, cold sweat beating upon his brow. His smile was a haunting blend of desolation and madness. Having expended tremendous energy to create a child, he had deceived Son Goku, fully aware of his impending demise. Yet, he was determined to entrust all his will and aspirations to the progeny he had fashioned. The ancient King Piccolo too had birthed the modern Piccolo in his final moments. Child, rebirth, he chuckled darkly to himself. As long as he could elude Son Goku and the others, retreating into the shadows, and allowing his offspring to inherit all that he was, growing in stealth until maturity, it would herald the demise of Son Goku and his comrades. Such was the essence of the Ultra Instinct realm. What an honor. Son Goku, your world is indeed desolate. At this juncture, Spirit Saru, resigned to his fate, understood his time was short. Rather than suffer the humiliation of his parallel world counterpart, he chose to confront his end with dignity. Surrender was an impossibility. His character, his pride, would not permit such an act. Son Goku, meanwhile, felt a twinge of curiosity. Although the Ultra Instinct realm was designed to weaken foes, it seemed excessively harsh to leave Spirit Saru utterly exhausted. Despite controlling his energy, the toll it took must have been considerable. What had he truly done? The Kamehameha wave he had unleashed earlier could not have drained him so thoroughly. Behind his sunglasses, Goku's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the visage of Spirit Saru, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own youthful face. Spirit Saru, with great effort, rose to his feet, eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, his trembling hand reaching out, nearly expending his last ounce of strength. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Observing Spirit Saru in his current state, Goku realized something profound. Removing his sunglasses, he teased, Saru, you are truly remarkable. I commend your ingenuity in conjuring such troubles for us. Spirit Saru smiled wryly. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Indeed, I possess Piccolo's cells and have inherited his abilities. I have transferred all my strength and powers to my child. It is a pity they have not yet matured. Otherwise, I would have ended you. With both hands raised high, Son Goku conjured a spiraling energy wave. Its diameter nearly a meter. Killing me? You may as well forget it. Even if you reach maturity, I am more than prepared. From the very beginning, your chances of victory have been non-existent. To be honest, I admire your tenacity. You have never considered surrender, instead choosing to empower yourself. Had I not awakened early, I dare say you would have matured by now. I can also share some insights about the spirit realm with you. Without specialized guidance, even in the afterlife, you would be unable to cultivate. Even at this moment, as Sun Wuling gathered his spiral chi slash, Wuling Salu exhibited no signs of fear or panic. Having long since transcended concerns of life and death, he regarded Sun Wuling with a serious demeanor, intently listening and declaring, I am all ears. In truth, long before the arrival of Raditz, he had sensed that he was nearing his limits. The Earthlings appeared shackled, too weak and inadequate, having developed a stereotype of being feeble and foolish. To be honest, upon first crossing over, Sun Wuling had contemplated wishing for Saiyan blood through the Dragon Balls. For those familiar with the series knew that Saiyans were the protagonists of this world. However, during his martial arts training, his grandfather revealed that he possessed a remarkable talent in martial arts and would undoubtedly become a master, which caused Sun Wuling's aspirations for Saiyan heritage to waver. It was only after witnessing his grandfather being crushed by Sun Wukong in his great ape form that he resolved to grow stronger as an Earthling, carving his own path. Using the Turtle School as his foundation, he spent over a decade creating the Lingxian flow, discovering a unique path for Earthlings. Although the end of this path already existed in the Dragon Ball of his memories, once he fully opened the three major dantians within his body, his strength reached that mysterious state aided by the old Kai, albeit with a crucial difference. His Lingxian flow ensured that he would not regress due to lack of training. Yet, this was not the end. Sun Wuling gazed at Wuling Salu and continued. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of life can one comprehend the ultimate path, breaking the shackles of existence and transcending into divinity. I walk the path of ultimate freedom. Salu, farewell. A spiral chi slash, approximately 1 meter in diameter, surged toward Wuling Salu, breaking the shackles of life, transforming into a god. Ha ha ha. So this is the Lingxian flow you have created. What could divinity possibly be like? As Wuling Salu uttered his final words, he was struck by the spiral chi slash, his form engulfed in the explosion, leaving not a trace behind, utterly annihilated. Following the dissipating spiral chi slash, Sun Wuling hurled a Turtle School Kamehameha at the spot where Wuling Salu had perished, fully aware of how troublesome he could be. He had no desire to allow Wuling Salu to resurrect. As the realm of ultimate freedom gradually faded, Sun Wuling donned sunglasses, forming a protective barrier, exuding a readiness for action. What a significant hassle this has been. However, it seems that the newly reborn Salu will not be as formidable as the current Piccolo. Chapter 95. The New Wuling Salu 2. Sun Wuling soared above the ocean's surface, where Piccolo, Android 18, Yamcha, Videl, Mr. Satan, and Tien Shinhan awaited him. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Trunks, Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Android 17 were stationed at a distance on a glacier, searching for the young Wuling Salu. Wuling, have you dealt with that Salu? Piccolo inquired, though his tone was imbued with an inexplicable trust in Sun Wuling. With an air of certainty, Sun Wuling reflected on his past experiences with adversaries. As the protective barrier dissipated, he offered a rueful smile, acknowledging, indeed, the problem has been addressed, yet it remains only partially resolved. His words elicited wide-eyed astonishment from Piccolo, Tien, and others. Yamcha, however, chuckled and reassured Sun Wuling, saying, Wuling, are you referring to those lesser cell beings? Fear not, Goku and the others have already engaged them. Once they discover their presence, they will undoubtedly eradicate them. Not quite, Sun Wuling replied as he glanced at Piccolo. Cell possesses Piccolo's cells and shares his abilities. Before I can find him within the Ultra Instinct domain, he expended a significant portion of his power to spawn a new cell, the second generation. This revelation left Piccolo momentarily speechless, prompting Tien and Yamcha to exchange glances with him. I know what you are all thinking. However, it's implausible. This newly emerged second generation of Cell retains all of Cell's memories and bears his absolute will. It's simply impossible. Sun Wuling elucidated. Suddenly, a formidable energy erupted from a distant glacier, its intensity nearly rivaling that of Sun Wuling himself. Gohan is engaged in battle. Everyone, hold on tight and remain vigilant. Sun Wuling urged, sensing Goku's energy and teleporting the group swiftly. Upon arrival, they found Gohan, donned in sunglasses, transformed into a Super Saiyan, clashing with Wuling Cell. Although Gohan was managing to subdue Wuling Cell, he was not expected to triumph in a short span. Trunks, Vegeta, Goku, and Android 17 could only support Gohan from the sidelines. Sun Wuling, Mr. Wuling. The group called out in unison upon their sudden arrival. Wuling Cell, locked in combat with Gohan, faltered momentarily, shifting his gaze towards son Wuling with a scrutinizing expression after their exchange. "Uncle Wuling, you've arrived," Gohan exclaimed, the tension in his brow easing at the sight of son Wuling. Son Wuling continued, "Cell possesses Piccolo's cells and the ability to spawn new life. The entity before us is the newly birthed second generation of Cell, inheriting all of the previous Cell's abilities and memories." Son Wuling pondered. "It feels akin to a rebirth." What? Vegeta, Trunks, Goku, and Gohan were taken aback. Goku then turned to Piccolo, remarking, "Just like you, Piccolo. This fellow bears no resemblance to me." Piccolo retorted, his tone tinged with irritation, which prompted Goku to sheepishly scratch his head and hastily apologize. Son Wuling cast a lingering, somewhat wistful glance at Goku and Vegeta, harboring doubts about whether these two Saiyans had intentionally set Wuling Cell upon them. What kind of gaze is that, Sun Wukong? Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of a second-generation Cell? At that moment, we realized the smaller cells had surrounded us, preparing to ensnare them all, only for Cell to unexpectedly appear and absorb those diminutive beings that had consumed so much life force. Vegeta shouted in fury, feeling as though Sun Wukong's eyes were questioning him. Despite having cast aside his dignity to ally with them, Sun Wukong dared to doubt him. Was he truly the sort to neglect the larger picture? Sun Wukong, filled with resentment, glared fiercely at Cell, his palms raised before his mouth. "Here it comes. It's Tien's Kikaho." Sun Wukong had been on guard against Cell, forming a protective barrier to shield the others behind him. Meanwhile, Tien, sheltered in this barrier, experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions as he witnessed Cell unleashing his technique. Boom. The protective barrier erected by Sun Wukong was instantly shattered by the Kikaho. Magic Flash. With a surge of golden energy, Son Gohan seized the moment to unleash his own technique, sending a golden wave towards Cell, interrupting his preparation for a second Kikaho. TCH. Cell managed to form a protective barrier, blocking Son Gohan's Magic Flash, but after a brief struggle, the barrier began to crack. In the distance, a stream of silver energy coalesced within Sun Wukong's pineal gland, causing Cell to feel a sudden chill, his heart clenching in fear. It was the Ultra Instinct. Cell contemplated retreating, fully aware of why his creator had brought him into existence, because he knew that being trapped in Ultra Instinct meant certain death, with no chance of escape. Flee. As the protective barrier shattered, Cell lunged forward, swiftly soaring toward the depths of the glacier. Don't even think about escaping. Son Gohan and Sun Wukong pursued him with great speed. Trunks attempted to follow, but was halted by Vegeta. "Even if you go, you won't catch up to them. Once they stop, Kakarot will use instant transmission to take us there." Vegeta explained to Trunks, his fists clenched in frustration. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan had both surpassed him in strength, particularly Son Gohan, who, despite being a half-Saiyan, was more formidable than Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince himself. TCH. It's really infuriating. Kakarot has allowed his son to surpass him. I bet he feels the same way, Vegeta remarked towards Son Goku. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. After glancing at Trunks, he pondered, how could Trunks, being a hybrid like Gohan, fall so far behind? Chapter 96. Ice and Snow. In a small village outside the northern capital, snow lay thick year-round. In the distance stood a tower, once destroyed by Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong, which had served as the base for the Red Ribbon Army, now reduced to ruins. At this moment, a woman with flowing red hair wore a gentle smile, radiating warmth amidst the icy expanse. "Sino, you are indeed here again." A robust man, marked by a scar on his forehead, approached, each heavy step crunching loudly upon the snow. Yet, this seemingly fierce figure now bore a tender smile, exuding an endearing innocence that starkly contrasted with his imposing appearance. The girl named Sino gazed skyward with her obsidian eyes, cradling her hands in her embrace. In this distant, frigid village, she still had friends who prayed for Sun Wukong and Sun Wuling. "It's all right. Everything will be fine," Sino chuckled a ba, scratching his head. Even the legendary Demon King Piccolo was defeated by Wukong and Wuling. Time had indeed passed. Sun Wukong had established a family, welcoming children with Chi-Chi, while she remained solitary. Occasionally, she ventured into the woods, yearning for a reunion with the boy from those days. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from the sky, reminiscent of thunder. However, in this perpetual winter, it was inconceivable for thunderous rain to occur. "What is that?" "Wuling, it's Sun Wuling. They're flying." "Wait, is that Wukong?" "And it seems they are pursuing someone." Sino discerned the fleeting battle involving Wuling, Cell, Wuling, and Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan, his appearance, complete with a tail, mirrored that of the boy she once knew. The figure at the forefront must be Cell, as reported on television, and Wuling had grown so much. The one beside Wuling must be Wukong's son. "Wukong's son," Sino whispered in astonishment. Her large, dark eyes shimmered with indescribable emotions, while the snowflakes dampened her clothing, imparting a chill and a sense of solitude. In the air, Sun Wuling and Gohan relentlessly pursued Cell, with Wuling's hands continuously gathering and unleashing a barrage of Kamehameha blasts aimed at Cell. "Damn it! Hiya!" Gohan shouted, as his energy wave collided with Cell's Kamehameha, creating a blinding explosion that instinctively forced Sino and Ba to shield their eyes. Not good. Despite being momentarily blinded by the brilliance, Cell pressed onward, propelled by sheer speed. Wuling and Gohan, donning sunglasses, remained unfazed, their ears filled with Wuling's diabolical whispers. Came, Haim, Ha. As Cell regained his sight, he was met with a radiant blue aura, illuminating the gloomy sky as if a luminous entity had cast its glow upon it. Stunned, Cell mechanically lifted his head, realizing that Wuling's previously unleashed Kamehameha blasts had been suspended mid-air, caught in a moment of stillness. As Sun Wuling's words resonated, the suspended Kamehameha waves were suddenly unleashed, cascading toward him like a shower of stars. Damn you, Sun Wuling. Wuling Saru raised his palms high, forming a colossal protective barrier that began to spin under his control of the energy blasts. This technique, the Stellar Kamehameha, had been employed by Vegeta against Broly. But unlike him, Sun Wuling utilized the Kamehameha energy blasts, rendering the attacking range denser and broader, leaving no room for evasion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Kamehameha waves collided with the rotating shield, deflecting off and showering the surrounding area like a celestial downpour. Where the Kamehameha waves struck the ground, explosive roars shattered the surrounding snow-capped mountains, dissipating the ominous clouds. Gohan, are you alright? I'm fine, Uncle Wuling. While Wuling Saru shielded himself from the Kamehameha waves, he heard Sun Wuling's call. The two stood side by side, with Gohan's right index and middle fingers pressed against his forehead, concentrating his energy at his fingertips. Kamehameha. Demon Flash Cannon. Sun Wuling and Sun Gohan simultaneously unleashed their attacks toward Wuling Saru. In his line of sight, the Kamehameha from Sun Wuling intertwined and overlapped with Gohan's Demon Flash Cannon, amplifying their combined power as they surged toward him. Kamehameha. Huh. Wuling Saru cupped his hands in a trumpet shape before his mouth, executing Tien Shinen's technique, yet in his hands, it unleashed unimaginable force. Boom. The Kamehameha waves collided violently, sending shock waves rippling outward, the deafening explosion igniting a spark of devastation in the sky. Whoosh. Amidst the fiery explosion, Wuling Saru charged towards Sun Wuling and Gohan. His palms spread wide like wolf claws, surrounded by spectral howls reminiscent of a raging wolf. It's Yamcha's Wolfang Fist. Gohan, I'll hold him off. You follow up with your attack. Yes, Uncle Wuling. Sun Gohan stepped back, as Sun Wuling hurled an energy slash towards Wuling Saru before taking flight. Whoa. With a wolf-like roar, Wuling Saru seized the moment as the energy slash approached, striking its vulnerable point and shattering it, then lunging towards Sun Wuling. As Sun Wuling grasped Wuling Saru's fists, his purple martial arts uniform tore, a claw-like wound oozing blood, while 3 crimson scratches marred his handsome cheek. The protective barrier was shattered. Ah! Sun Gohan agilely flipped in midair, landing a powerful kick on Wuling Saru. Oh! A chilling scream echoed as Wuling Saru plummeted into the nearby forest, while Sun Wuling held the severed arm of Wuling Saru in his grasp, demonstrating the tremendous force of Gohan's blow. Sun Wuling then tossed Wuling Saru's arm into the air, forming another Kamehameha wave. With a swift and decisive motion, Wuling shattered Cell's arm into a fine powder. Harnessing the energy of the spirit bomb, he unleashed it to obliterate the ashes completely, before gracefully descending onto the snow-covered ground alongside Gohan. Stop! Wuling, Gohan's energy has ceased. Everyone hold on to me. In the distance, Goku urgently called to the others, using instant transmission to reach Wuling and Gohan's side. The chilling aura sent shivers down the spines of Yamcha, Tien, and the others. Wuling sprinted into the forest, gathering energy as 2 new arms sprouted forth. Witnessing the energy coalescing in Wuling's pineal gland drove him into a frenzy, compelling him to flee with all his might. Without a moment to spare for words, both Wuling and Gohan continued their pursuit, with Gohan persistently launching key blasts to harass Cell. He's fast. As the brilliance from Wuling's pineal gland faded, his rapid movements made it impossible for Goku to capture him using the Ultra Instinct. The injuries on his body were inflicted by Wuling, who had utilized Yamcha's Wolfang Fist. Interestingly, the Ki Blast was originally conceived by Yamcha, making its debut during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. However, much like the Ki Sword, Wuling had ingeniously researched and developed it beforehand, transforming the Ki Blast into a near telekinetic art under his command, comparable to Frieza's psychic abilities. At that moment, Goku and the others were shivering from the cold, with Android 18, the least dressed, chattering her teeth in discomfort. So, even you androids fear the cold? Yamcha chuckled, shivering as he observed 17 and 18 sharing similar reactions. It's freezing. Vegeta could no longer endure the chill. Suddenly, he noticed that the cold seemed to part around Bulma and Mr. Satan, and an idea struck him. Remembering Wuling's protective barrier, he replicated it, forming a shield around himself to ward off the frigid air. The others, seeing Vegeta, mimicked his actions, enveloping themselves in their own protective barriers. Suddenly, only Goku was surveying the area, lost in thought, causing the others to pause in confusion. Vegeta, intrigued, inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Have you frozen your brain?" Goku, deep in contemplation, rested his chin on his hand, pondering aloud, "It's strange. I feel like I've been here before. Wait, I remember. Wuling and I have been here. Were you here, Goku? What brought you to this icy wasteland?" Yamcha, relieved from the icy grip, curiously asked Goku. Goku explained, "I nearly froze to death here, saved by Shenron. There was a Red Ribbon base, Muscle Tower. Wuling and I destroyed it, and even met Android 8. Oh, and he was also an android like 17 and 18. Android 8, the one Wuling mentioned. On the 17th and 18th, the words of Sun Wuling resurfaced in memory. The android number 8, a being who, like them, had achieved freedom, was indeed living here. Suddenly, a voice broke the air, drawing everyone's attention. A girl with flowing red hair approached, her excitement palpable as she greeted Sun Wukong, running towards them, accompanied by a robust man whose cheerful demeanor radiated a sense of earnestness. "Ah, Sino, Aba, it truly is here. Long time no see," Sun Wukong exclaimed, waving his hand in greeting. "Aba, that man is android number 8. Number 17 lowered the protective barrier, following Sun Wukong. He felt an overwhelming urge to engage Aba in conversation, a myriad of questions bubbling within him. Indeed, Sun Wuling had not spoken in vain. Android number 8 truly existed. It was evident that Sun Wuling had genuine compassion for them, and his desire to befriend them was sincere. He would petition the Eternal Dragon to grant them humanity, to dismantle the bombs within their bodies. All of it was real, and Sun Wuling had not deceived them. Number 18 also withdrew her protective barrier, trailing behind Sun Wukong. Her blue eyes quivered slightly, perhaps from excitement or the chill in the air. Her cheeks flushed. She found herself unable to articulate the tempest of emotions she harbored for Sun Wuling. Sino and Aba arrived before Sun Wukong and the others, while in the distance, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Yamcha observed with curiosity. Particularly Yamcha, who noticed the spark in Sino's eyes as she gazed at Sun Wukong, fully aware of its implications. "Wukong, I've been waiting here every day, hoping to catch just another glimpse of you. It's been such a long time." Sino's smile radiated more brightly than ever before, as the warm sunlight bathed the earth around them, enveloping her in a comforting glow. Her words echoed the years of yearning that had accumulated, now culminating in this reunion. Yet, the boy she once knew had forged his own family, leaving her to conceal her feelings deep within her heart. In this distant mountain village, she had silently prayed for the boy's safety, never anticipating the chance to meet again. "Ha ha ha, Sino, I apologize. Lately, Wuling and I have been so absorbed in our training that I completely lost track of time. How have you all been?" Aba replied with a hearty smile. "We're all well, Wukong. We often hear news about you on television. Wuling was just chasing that creature, Cell, as mentioned on the broadcast." "Indeed," Sun Wukong chuckled. "Not only is he formidable, but he is also quite troublesome. I'm no match for him anymore. Just now, Wuling and Gohan were pursuing him." "Gohan, Wukong, have you named your son after your grandfather?" Sino inquired curiously, though a shadow of wistfulness crossed her features, even though she had anticipated this revelation. A pang of sorrow lingered in her heart. Yes, indeed. As Sun Wukong and Sino engaged in conversation, the eyes of the androids A8, 17, and 18 met in silent understanding. "Hey," 8 inquired, "are you like me?" 17 and 18 nodded subtly. "Indeed," 17 affirmed. "I am 17, and she is 18. According to Dr. Gero's records, you were declared dead, a failed experiment. We learned of your existence from Sun Wuling, though initially, we were skeptical. Now that we see you, it appears everything Sun Wuling said was true. Please, call me A8. It's astonishing to find that even after the Red Ribbon headquarters was dismantled by Wuling and Wukong, research on androids still persists, and modifications have continued on human subjects." A8 expressed with a hint of disappointment. That old fool, Dr. Gero, even transformed himself into an android in his quest for immortality. "Humph, that Cell was also his wretched creation," 18 remarked, lightly tossing her golden hair and scoffing. In Chapter 98, as fellow androids, A8, 17, and 18 conversed at length, sharing tales of their encounters with Sun Wuling and Sun Wukong. A8 beamed with a wholesome smile when speaking of them. "Wuling and Wukong are my good friends. Everyone in the village is wonderful too, even after learning my true identity. They accepted me. I am now the village chief, hee. His innocent grin was so genuine that it inspired immediate fondness. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, felt by everyone, including Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi from Paozi Mountain, 16, and even the deities in the heavens. The gods observed the tumultuous events unfolding on Earth, noting that Cell was growing increasingly powerful. This energy Wuling and Gohan's, and Cell's. Why has Cell's energy surged so dramatically? What is happening down there? The deity pondered anxiously. As the tremors subsided, Bobo hurriedly inquired about the situation. The deity replied, "Just moments ago, that monster Cell attempted to annihilate the Earth, but fortunately, Sun Wuling and Gohan intervened. However, it allowed that creature to escape. If he reaches his mature form, the Earth will face utter devastation. Grasping his staff with helplessness, the deity's resolute gaze indicated a significant decision had been made. Perhaps it was the very purpose of his existence. Wuling, Master Wuling, Piccolo, and the others rushed over, including Sun Wukong and Sinnoh. After consuming a Senzu bean, Wuling's strength was immediately restored, healing even the injuries inflicted by the earlier encounter with Cell. Vegeta turned to Sun Wuling, questioning the overwhelming, destructive energy emanating from Cell, now fully unleashed and unrestrained. Sun Wuling gritted his teeth in defiance, rising from the brink of death, and transcended his limits in a surge of rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a 50-fold increase in power. It seems Cell had similarly evolved in Wuling's memories, culminating in the fearsome form of Ultra Instinct Cell. The notion that a Super Saiyan is unattainable is shattered as Vegeta grapples with the unsettling reality that even that monstrous being can transform into one. His unwavering belief in the invincibility of the Super Saiyan crumbles. The disbelief is palpable among others, including Goku and Piccolo, with a disposition and potential akin to Goku's. Coupled with Frieza's father and our own Cells, what lies ahead for Goku? That scoundrel, upon reaching maturity, can also ascend to Super Saiyan. Goku, surely you possess a strategy to confront this challenge. Piccolo inquires loudly of Goku, while Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan gaze at him, their expressions brimming with urgency. Indeed, there exists a method. However, I am reluctant to employ it. The feeling of despair is almost unbearable. Gohan, you have attained the full power of Super Saiyan, yet you lack an opportunity to transcend it. Goku looks at Gohan, who, having discovered his own path after the creation of the Spirit Realm technique, has fully realized his potential in martial arts, now closely following in Goku's footsteps. I am unafraid, Uncle Goku. I will surpass Super Saiyan and defeat Cell. Come what may, I shall face any suffering without fear. Gohan asserts resolutely, his gaze fixed on Goku. I will certainly transcend Super Saiyan. Only then can I vanquish Cell. Goku finally nods. A silvery stream of energy coalescing at his pineal gland, flowing down his arms and gathering in his palms, forming a transparent orb. He gazes solemnly at Gohan. Gohan, this is an energy crystal forged through hypnosis. Everything you witness within the hypnosis may very well manifest in reality. Goku constructs a protective barrier around Gohan, ensuring that Gohan's energy remains undetected by the malevolent Cell. Gohan nods, transforming into Super Saiyan, his aura stable and contained, achieving the full power state. As he shatters the crystal in his hands, a surge of silvery energy floods Gohan's mind. What he lacks is the catalyst of fury. Sinnoh and Abba. Goku now notices their presence, greeting them with a smile and excitedly embracing Abba. It has been a long time, Abba, Sinnoh. Indeed, it has been a while, Goku. At that moment, Goku's Cell is enveloped in a golden aura, his tail piercing the body of a man who emits a harrowing scream, gradually being drained of life, leaving only his clothing to fall to the ground. Garments are strewn about, chaotic and dense, and with Goku Cell's presence, this eerie village now exudes a poignant sense of desolation. Goku Cell's form expands once more, his visage morphing to resemble Goku's, as if sculpted from the same mold. His tail retracting beneath his wings as he erupts into maniacal laughter, the surroundings bursting forth with a golden aura. At last, I have matured, and not just that. I have ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, I no longer fear you. Cell sensed the presence of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Realizing they had no intention of concealing themselves, he swiftly approached them, exclaiming, "Oh, so you choose not to hide? Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, are you all fools? Are you afraid that I will unleash my wrath and devastate the city to draw you out? I have reached maturity, prepare yourselves, for I shall wield the energy blade to strike you down." Chapter 99, Super Saiyan 2. Cell is heading towards us, and his power has intensified since before. A bead of cold sweat formed on Trunks' forehead. It had only been 2 days, and he possessed the cells and techniques of Son Goku and the others, boasting talents and intellect akin to Son Gohan's. Maturity has indeed arrived. Hey, Son Gohan, can we rely solely on Goten? Can he truly surpass the Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure and, gritting his teeth, shouted at Son Gohan. Ha ha ha, Son Gohan. Cell's roar echoed through the skies as he descended into the snow, emitting a terrifyingly frenzied sound. Son Gohan, I have grown stronger, you bastard. Have you figured out how you intend to meet your demise? Cell clenched his fists, his aura brimming with brutality and madness, causing Vegeta, Trunks, and the others to instinctively step back several paces. Son Goku, with a strained smile, remarked, "You are truly formidable." Cell, haha, Gohan, we are counting on you. Son Gohan remained composed, his expression unchanged. His right palm upheld the protective barrier, gazing at Cell with his usual faint smile. Cell, are you not curious why we have chosen not to conceal ourselves? Cell hesitated, reflecting on Son Gohan's calm demeanor, which reminded him of the moment in North City when he was defeated by a similar version of Trunks, reduced to ashes. What trickery do you have in store? Have you devised some bizarre technique to counter me? Cell instinctively stepped back, trembling, haunted by a fear etched deep within his soul. Why, despite my maturity? Do you not tremble, Son Gohan? You should be terrified, just like those others. Why? Is there a method to confront my matured self? Cell's mind screamed. Infuriated by Son Gohan's serene and disdainful expression, wishing to tear his face apart. Ah, that is Son Goten. Why does Son Gohan shield him with a barrier? Why has Son Goten's energy suddenly vanished? What compels Son Gohan to act in this manner? Truly, Son Gohan stands there doing nothing yet instills such fear in Cell. And Son Goku shows no sign of fear either. Mother once said that if Wuling and Wukong were present, the androids would not dare to be so audacious. At this moment, Trunks gazed at Wuling's Cell and Son Wuling, pondering how the fear of Wuling's Cell had diminished significantly. As if the presence of Son Wukong and Son Wuling provided him with a sense of security. I'm sorry, Gohan, for making you endure this suffering. Son Wuling declared as he withdrew his protective barrier, leaping backward to stand side by side with Son Wukong and the others. With a sudden outburst, Gohan unleashed his energy. A golden aura crackled with electric brilliance around him, his golden hair lengthening further. The tears in his eyes vanished with the surge of power, and the snow-laden forest surrounding him shattered under the intensity of his aura. Cell. Gohan's furious roar amplified his energy, causing beads of sweat to form on Wuling Cell's forehead. Son Wukong, Son Wuling, and the others instinctively steadied themselves, resisting the force of Gohan's overwhelming energy. Vegeta, in disbelief, observed Gohan's transformation. Is that also a Super Saiyan? Why is he so powerful? He seems to exist on an entirely different plane. Could it be the power that transcends Super Saiyan? Son Wukong steadied himself and turned to Son Wuling, who mirrored his stance, asking, Wuling, is this what it means to surpass a Super Saiyan? You were right. Gohan possesses a potential even greater than mine. Son Wuling took a step back, creating a deep impression in the ground as he anchored himself. Looking at Gohan with a smile. This is beyond Super Saiyan, a further evolution, known as Super Saiyan Second Stage. What a familiar scene it was. Son Wuling mused. Adorned in his distinctive purple martial arts uniform, flat boots, and blue belt, embodying the essence of Super Saiyan 2. Yet, Wuling Cell was not the Cell he remembered. You are Gohan. The aura surrounding Wuling Cell gradually faded, as Gohan's explosive energy drenched him like a cold shower, extinguishing his fiery spirit. The brutality associated with the Super Saiyan vanished in an instant. Gohan's demeanor transformed dramatically. The gentleness he once possessed was replaced with a chilling gaze brimming with murderous intent directed at Wuling Cell, as if he were poised to obliterate everything in his path. What's wrong, Cell? Have you forgotten me after just a few minutes? Gohan approached Wuling Cell casually, a manic smile gracing his face. Reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Why have you suddenly become so strong? I refuse to believe it. I am the strongest, the most perfect life form. Wuling Cell clenched his hands, summoning an energy blade to hurl at Gohan in a fit of rage. Gohan was well acquainted with this technique and understood its weaknesses. Just as the energy blade was about to strike him, Gohan raised his fists, manipulating energy to halt Wuling Cell's attack effortlessly, catching it with ease. As the air surged unexpectedly, the essence of energy shattered, and with measured steps, Gohan approached the formidable Majin Buu. What's the matter? Are you afraid of me? Buu regarded him with contempt. In a sudden leap, Gohan moved at an astonishing speed, leaving no chance for response. Majin Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not perceive Gohan's form. Bang! To the astonishment of onlookers, Gohan's right fist brutally pierced through Majin Buu's chest, purple blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Gohan's expression was devoid of any emotion. Aya! Majin Buu emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Despite having reached a mature form, he was utterly overpowered by Gohan, who had now transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. What's wrong? Is the power of the ultimate android so feeble, Buu? I shall not grant you the opportunity to destroy this planet. I will savor the torment I inflict upon you, allowing you to writhe in despair before meeting a tragic end. Gohan's demonic whispers sent shivers down Majin Buu's spine, his body trembling uncontrollably, purple blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 100, Instant Transmission. This was the extent of Gohan's current strength. Able to fell the mature Buu with a single punch. Yamcha stood agape, unable to fathom the true might of Gohan. To his perception, Buu was as formidable as a monster, surpassing both Goku and Gohan. Yet now, Gohan eclipsed even this monstrous Buu. Hey, Goku, what have you done to hypnotize Gohan? How did he become a Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta inquired of Goku, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency, the implication clear. Don't dwell on it now, Vegeta. Only when you can maintain a calm and composed state as a Super Saiyan will you be able to control the Super Saiyan 2 form. Otherwise, the surge of negative emotion will cause you to lose your sanity. Goku's words rang true. Achieving Super Saiyan was not merely a matter of amplifying strength, but required a corresponding mindset. Gohan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, had undergone a significant change in temperament, maintaining a serene state as a Super Saiyan. Vegeta recalled Gohan's demeanor from before. If he could reach that level, could he, too, transform into a Super Saiyan 2 like Gohan? Gohan withdrew his fist and gently shook off the blood staining his arm. Majin Buu, clutching his chest, staggered backward. His eyes bloodshot, filled with hatred and rage as he gazed upon Gohan, who stood only half his height. Yaya. With cells derived from Piccolo, all wounds healed instantly. Majin Buu erupted with a golden aura, akin to a Super Saiyan, and furiously charged at Gohan. His fists and feet struck like shadows, yet the more he missed Gohan, the angrier he became, his energy spiraling into chaos. Here comes the energy blast. Majin Buu distanced himself, both palms coalescing to unleash a golden energy wave toward Gohan. A technique reminiscent of Vegeta's prowess. Humph. Son Gohan let out a disdainful snort, placing his palms on his waist, and unleashed the Kamehameha without any build-up, colliding directly with the powered-up blast from Wuling Cell. Gohan's Kamehameha effortlessly engulfed Wuling Cell's attack. With a pained cry, Wuling Cell was consumed by Gohan's Kamehameha. Success! Yamcha watched with excitement as Wuling Cell was enveloped in the Kamehameha wave. The energy from Cell had completely vanished. Who would have thought Gohan was so formidable? Super Saiyan 2. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists and smiled. At that moment, only Son Wuling and Son Goku furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Gohan was momentarily taken aback as he noticed a golden aura surging around Wuling's Cell, accompanied by electric arcs similar to his own, the power nearly equalizing with his own. Lightning Cell. Indeed, but I didn't anticipate such a rapid escalation. Fortunately, I was prepared. Wuling observed Gohan's tail, maintaining a facade of calmness. Cell's energy was escalating again. Wuling, what are your plans? Piccolo broke into a cold sweat. The situation had surpassed all expectations. However, upon seeing Wuling's composed demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire. With that, he activated a capsule, tossing it onto the ground, revealing a blue energy pistol the size of a handgun, its barrel resembling a signal-collecting antenna. You made that yourself? Wuling, how did you accomplish this? Vegeta stared at Wuling in disbelief, questioning him. Is it truly possible to create such a device? Wuling, what else are you capable of? Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk as he turned to Wuling, recalling what Bulma had mentioned about Wuling's inventive skills, even sculpting artworks, including the 19-layered demon sphere he had crafted. Oh, it's merely a trivial gadget. I've only scratched the surface. I cannot compare with the likes of Dr. Brief or Bulma. By the way, Vegeta, do you Saiyans know nothing but combat and destruction, completely oblivious to creation and lacking the understanding of self-improvement? Wuling's words struck at Vegeta's very soul, leaving him speechless. What Wuling said was undeniably true. Having spent so long on Earth had imparted some wisdom upon him. He recognized the true reason for the Saiyans' demise. As Wuling had previously stated, good people do not perish, evil people do not perish. The only ones who perish are foolish individuals. His father, King Vegeta, along with the other Saiyans, were indeed foolish, and it was this foolishness that led to their extinction. Suddenly, Wuling Cell's furious roar shattered Vegeta's thoughts. The turbulent aura emanating from Wuling Cell gradually calmed and contracted as he took control of his energy, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead, revealing a smile that suppressed the Saiyan's brutality. You wait. Soon, I shall grow even stronger and then eliminate you all. Whoosh. Having vanished and matured, Wuling Shalu felt a marked clarity in his mind, even mastering Sun Wukong's instant transmission. Instant transmission, oh no, to Paozi Mountain. Everyone, quickly seize me and Wukong. Gohan, come here at once. Wuling's urgent call prompted Gohan to hastily approach. Sensing Lanfang's energy, he joined Sun Wukong in executing instant transmission to Paozi Mountain. However, the mountain was not as anticipated. It had not suffered the wrath of Wuling Shalu. Everything remained tranquil and natural. Wuling Master, has Sheru's energy suddenly dissipated? Have you already dealt with him? Lanfang inquired, handing Gohan a new martial arts uniform. Not at all. The opponent has reached maturity and likely fled in fear of my intentions, utilizing instant transmission to escape. We had thought he would come to Paozi Mountain. Thankfully, he did not. Gaining a new martial arts outfit, Wuling breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he and T arrived at the mountain, otherwise, everyone would have been in peril. Chapter 101, the people of that time. If that were the case, it would be a relief. Moreover, instant transmission cannot reach the living. I fear he may still be hiding somewhere on Earth. But if Sheru is not at Paozi Mountain, where could he be? Wuling fell into contemplation as Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others surveyed their surroundings, finding no trace of him. The distant, secluded forest, with birds alighting, indicated the absence of any presence. The training grounds, previously damaged by the sparring between Sun Wukong and Gohan, came to mind. Wait, my training grounds. Upon witnessing the devastation of his training area, riddled with craters, Wuling's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. His voice rose in indignation, causing Sun Wukong and Gohan to instinctively shrink back. Wuling was utterly enraged. Biddy Li and Lan Fong stood rigid with fear, silently acknowledging, he is indeed furious. Without hesitation, Biddy Li betrayed Sun Wukong and Gohan, exclaiming, Master Wuling, do not blame us. It was all due to Uncle Wukong and Gohan. Uncle Wukong wanted to see your training ground, and then they got into a fight. I couldn't stop them. This is bad. Just as Gohan and Sun Wukong attempted to flee, Wuling seized the collars of their garments with instant transmission. Wukong, Gohan. I trust I've made myself clear. Wuling wore a seemingly amiable smile, his eyes narrowed, giving off an impression of forced cheerfulness, prompting urgent nods from Sun Wukong and Gohan. We're sorry, we forgot in the heat of the moment, Gohan and Sun Wukong offered awkward smiles. Wuling released them, calling out in exasperation, you two rascals, once we handle Sheru, you must restore my training ground immediately, or else do not blame me for being ungracious. Understood. By the way, is King Kai around? Wuling sensed within, calling out for King Kai. I have witnessed the occurrences on Earth as observed by Wuling. I have not detected the presence of Shalu in my vicinity. I have been surveying the cosmos, yet there is no trace of him. It is possible he may be concealed in some obscure corner of Earth. How peculiar it is. If he did not arrive here through Lan Fong's aura, and is absent from the cosmos, then where could he be? Instantaneous movement cannot reach a place devoid of life, and his energy must surpass that of an ordinary individual. It strikes me. Suddenly, Wuling turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, Wukong, do you recall the energy that lingered when Raditz arrived from the east? Is there? Sun Wukong replied, a hint of forgetfulness evident in his tone, prompting a moment of exasperation from Wuling. Piccolo interjected, indeed, there was. Raditz mentioned it as well. Wuling, are you suggesting that Shalu could be hiding with that individual Raditz spoke of? Wuling clarified, it is merely a suspicion. Yet I still believe that Shalu might be lurking near Paozi Mountain. Everyone, please remain vigilant in your discussions. Gohan, you stay at Paozi Mountain. Trunks, accompany me to the East City for a reconnaissance. Understood, Mr. Wuling. Gohan affirmed. Be cautious. At that moment, Gohan was capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, making him the only one presently able to confront Shalu directly. Wuling and Trunks soared toward East City. Heading to the location he sensed while at the Turtle Hermit's abode. East City Flower Street is renowned for its vibrant nightlife. Amidst the weariness of the day, countless individuals find solace here each evening, oblivious to how much of their earnings are spent in this den of indulgence. Wuling aptly referred to it as a lair that feasts on the blood of the innocent. Despite the revelation of Shalu's deeds, the street remained bustling with life. Located in stark contrast to Paozi Mountain and West City, it was now deep into the night, and the Flower Street was just coming alive. Whoa, Mr. Wuling. Why are we venturing into this place? Trunks stammered, his face flushed, particularly as the elegantly adorned women around him cast flirtatious glances, prompting him to stay closely behind Wuling. Wuling surveyed the surroundings, his expression unwavering. This is a paradise for the affluent, yet for the ordinary, it is a den of exploitation. Trunks, while it is true that many unfortunate souls reside here, we must refrain from engaging with them. We do not inhabit the same world, and mingling with them may lead to dire consequences. Understood, Mr. Wuling. In the distance, atop a building, a figure adorned with flowing silver hair cascaded gracefully, her slightly pointed ears adorned with 2 crimson patera earrings. Her exquisite features were complemented by a flowing red gown that accentuated her enchanting silhouette, exuding an ethereal quality. On her left hand, her ring finger bore a flawless silver ring engraved with ancient inscriptions, and her obsidian eyes were fixed intently upon Wuling and Trunks as they traversed the street below. At long last, she has arrived. Though she is of earthly origin, Sun Wuling undoubtedly stands apart from those repugnant and feeble mortals. Yulin, this is all due to you. It was your actions that aroused Sun Wuling's vigilance. The woman's voice rose a few octaves, as behind her, a black-haired girl knelt trembling on the ground. The girl named Yulin, clad in a delicate sky-blue qipao, with 2 braided pigtails cascading at her sides, appeared to quiver in fear. Forgive me, Lady Layla. I did not mean to cause any trouble. When I witnessed your potential being unleashed, the sudden surge of power exhilarated me. I am truly sorry. Layla turned, her gaze cold and indifferent as she regarded Yulin, who knelt before her. Yulin, you should know what is expected of you. Yes, Lady Layla. I will devise a way to obtain Sun Wuling's blood, and ideally, acquire his genetic lineage as well. Layla lifted her left hand, the silver ring on her ring finger shimmering under the moonlight. It is no longer necessary to provoke Sun Wuling's awareness. Your actions may lead to exposure. Your current mission is to infiltrate Sun Wuling's inner circle. If you can directly join the Lingxian faction, that would be even better. Understood, Lady Layla. I will comply. Proceed. Under the moonlight, Yulin leapt into action, vanishing from sight, leaving Layla alone atop the rooftop as a gentle breeze tousled her silver hair. Bathed in the soft glow of the moon, her exquisite features now bore an expression of fervent hatred. Beerus, Zeno, creatures like you have no place in this world. My existence is inevitable. Just wait. My child with son Wuling will obliterate all the destroyers, including you, Xeno. This world does not require such incompetent rulers.